Chapter 1. A Difficult Decision. Moscow, 2052. I walked out of the CEO's office, barely keeping myself from slamming the door shut. My hands trembled with a mixture of anger, resentment, and indignation. And for good reason. I had just been laid off. More precisely, I had been taken off the company payroll and relabeled as a freelancer, someone the company could turn to for assistance occasionally, but whose services were no longer needed full-time. A standard excuse to avoid the legal obligations related to compensating a dismissed employee. Yet both the CEO and I were well aware that there would be no occasional calls for assistance. My situation was no different from that of an unemployed person. The sudden layoff blindsided me, and its reality was yet to fully sink in. How could this have happened? I had never given my superiors any cause for dissatisfaction, naively believing that I was in good standing with management. I had willingly put in late hours and worked weekends without complaint. I had gone to the company's sites and traveled to other cities. Once I had even flown in negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit to New Earth, to the semi-mythical Thermos scientific station off-limits to regular folk, where they operated the world's northernmost thermonuclear power plant and ran some top-secret experiments to help install cutting-edge access control and personal identification systems procured from our company. I had been their go-to guy, willing to drop everything at a moment's notice to set up intricate equipment, install video cameras and ID chip scanners, configure programs and databases, and troubleshoot, all to ensure the company could retain an important client and avoid breaking the contractual terms. One would assume such a valuable employee would be treated with more appreciation and respect by his superiors. Yet, I found myself deemed redundant, let go in the name of optimizing the company's expenses. It felt unjust and very hurtful. Looking back, though, I knew it had all been building up to this. The previous year had been a difficult one for the company when yet another global pandemic, the third or fourth in recent years, had caused sales to drop and layoffs to begin. No more year-end bonuses for employees. No more dividends to shareholders. From what I'd heard from the salespeople, the expectation that customer activity would pick up by spring hadn't materialized. Hopes for government contracts, or at least minimal support from the city council, were also in vain. This year's and next year's budgets didn't include funds to purchase the very specific equipment our company made. When this became clear, half of the managers were quickly let go. The accounting, marketing, and human resources departments were thoroughly purged. Our engineering department was also hit by a wave of layoffs. The head of the department and his deputy resigned voluntarily a month ago, leaving us with a handful of qualified specialists with all the necessary certifications and clearances. They made me acting head of the department and even promised me an official promotion with triple the salary and a wider range of responsibilities. They also promised to install the latest CyberGo 3 cybernetic interface on the back of my head at the company's expense, which would allow me to connect directly to a vast array of state-of-the-art equipment, something that was even more attractive to me than the money. Frankly, I had high hopes. I even took very expensive courses to obtain the necessary certifications and clearances for my new job. I had done everything my superiors required of me, so my being laid off felt particularly unexpected and unfortunate. Holding the tablet with the off-boarding checklist I received from HR, I hobbled along the seemingly endless hall of the huge office complex, grappling with the suddenly intense pain in my right foot as I tried to collect my thoughts and figure out what to do in this predicament. My once normal, stable, and predictable life had crumbled unexpectedly, leaving me with nothing but anxiety and uncertainty. I stopped at the coffee machine and ordered a double cappuccino with no sugar, hoping to find clarity and decide on my next steps. Money had always been scarce. I would have to cut back on everything until I found a new job and a stable source of income. The loss of my job also meant a significant downgrade in my social status, and I would have to say goodbye to my current, relatively financially secure A2 category. By the evening, when the information in the state database of citizens would be updated, my category would drop to B2, maybe even B3, given my lack of substantial savings or personal property. Taking out a bank loan to get through temporary hardships was almost impossible. Banks preferred not to deal with the B3 category. The risks were too great. As a result, renewing my pool and gym memberships, due to expire later this month, which I had planned to do as soon as I received my next paycheck, would have to be put off indefinitely. In addition, I would have to move out of the apartment I was renting because I could no longer afford it. I was destined to stay at a cheap pod hotel or, if my financial straits persisted, at a free hostel for down-and-out bums and poor wretches like me. "Is something wrong, Arthur? You don't look like yourself." Hastily rushing past me with a stack of documents, the chief accountant's assistant stopped abruptly beside me. I turned around. Anita Smirnova, a beautiful young woman, petite with fiery red hair, always with a smile on her face, a veritable embodiment of positivity and buoyancy. What on earth did she have to worry about? Her wealthy oligarch parents had quickly left France, which had fallen under the onslaught of migrants, having managed to swiftly integrate into Russian society and secure an esteemed position. A0 social status. The elite of today's highly computerized world. Anita's father held a prominent role in the city administration, while her uncle owned a controlling stake in our company. So, no matter what difficulties the company might face, not even the CEO dared to cast a disapproving glance in the direction of the owner's niece, let alone let her go. Rumor had it that in a few years, as she gained experience, Anita would be promoted to become the company's CFO and maybe even occupy the CEO's chair. "Do you need help?" The young redhead lifted the translucent augmented reality visor covering her face and looked at me with her emerald green eyes. Anita seemed eager to help, but I just shook my head. With no G-rated words left in my vocabulary, I didn't want to lose my temper in front of the young woman, making her uncomfortable as I complained about the injustice of fate and burdened her with my problems. Instead, I managed a weary smile, glanced at the tablet in my hands, and informed her that I would stop by her accounting department later. Anita nodded, lowered the bluish visor back onto her face, and darted off to deliver the documents to the CEO for signing. I slowly finished my coffee and immediately ordered another. My colleagues, or rather, my former colleagues, passed by. Some greeted me, to which I replied absent-mindedly, thinking of things that had little to do with my work. Suddenly, a heavy hand fell on my shoulder, tearing me out of my thoughts. I turned around. Gleb Slepakov, my co-worker, teammate, and assistant. My friend, I would even say. A big guy, over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, ripped like Mr. Olympia, and always smiling. However, this time, his smile seemed rather forced as he kept looking away. "Arthur, don't hold it against me. I didn't force you out of your job. I just found out yesterday that they were going to let you go and make me the head of the department." "Oh yeah? Why didn't you say something yesterday, or at least this morning?" Despite my best efforts to filter out the frustration, my emotions ran high, and my words came out louder and harsher than intended. When the CEO called me in earlier, I thought he needed help setting up some new fancy gadget or maybe programming a robot transformer for his son, like last time. I never expected this, though. "I'm sorry. I thought you knew you got laid off." The order was signed yesterday, along with the one for my promotion. Don't sweat it, Arthur. Give me the offboarding checklist. I'll sign it as the new department head. Gleb reached out and practically snatched the thin tablet out of my hand. He checked the data on his palm top and then demanded that I hand over the keys to the server room and the warehouse, as well as my electronic pass. With a heavy sigh, I obediently handed over a bunch of electronic key fobs and my pass to my colleague. You still have your work laptop with the installation programs on it, my buddy remarked, glancing up at me. It's at my place. The system keeps crashing. I wanted to find out what was causing it and try to fix it. I can drop it off tomorrow. Gleb pondered for a moment, scratching his shaved head with a tablet pen before signing his name on the touch screen. You know what? Forget it. The laptop is old. It's going to be junked anyway. Keep it. Just delete all the work files from it. Consider it my gift to you, for old time's sake. I didn't respond. I couldn't even force a smile. Seeing me in such a disheartened state, the big guy gave me another reassuring pat on the shoulder and said with a cheerful tone, Don't be so down, Arthur. With your skills and experience, you'll find a new job in no time. I'm sure we'll cross paths at some trade shows or conferences. Besides, now you'll have more time for your favorite online game. You should be happy. I sensed a hint of mockery in his voice. Gleb knew what he was talking about, though. He was the only one in the entire company who knew about my passion for the Shattered Empire online MMORPG. He had seen me come into the office sometimes, eyes black with exhaustion, dozing off in the server room after prolonged late-night gaming sessions. It was rare, but when it happened, my colleague would cover for me and take the majority of the workload. I was grateful for that, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Gleb was eager to see me leave. Strange. Maybe he felt bad about taking my place? If so, there was no reason for him to worry. Despite what had happened, I had no hard feelings toward my friend. However, Gleb ruined everything by deciding to lecture me one last time. Also, Arthur, my advice to you, use this as an opportunity to change your life. Forget about your useless online game and move forward. You're 25 years old, yet you're still spending all your money on virtual items and character upgrades. Think about it. When was the last time you had a real vacation? Like a normal human being. I mean, going to the beach with your girlfriend or at least meeting your friends for drinks, not just lingering in the game. The guys from our department and I go out almost every Friday, be it to a virtual movie theater, a sauna, or to play soccer. Gleb paused abruptly as he glanced at my leg and realized he had used a terrible example. I had broken my right leg in college as I tried to jump over a set of stairs on a stunt bike to show off in front of my classmates and took a terrible fall. A double displaced fracture, numerous bone fragments, and torn knee ligaments. I spent the first 6 months in a cast and then had titanium pins put in my leg when the bone failed to heal properly. 3 knee surgeries in less than a year. Despite all the medical efforts, I never fully recovered. Since then, my right leg had been almost an inch shorter than my left, resulting in a discernible limp. Yeah, I didn't care for soccer. Your leg isn't even a big deal, my friend objected, as if he could read my mind. But if your knee were that bad, you should have gotten a cybernetic prosthesis a long time ago. You're a good-looking guy. All the girls in HR can't seem to take their eyes off you. Seize the opportunity. Get yourself a girlfriend and you'll forget all about your video games. Thinking that his mission to put his lost friend on the right track had been accomplished, Gleb smiled cheerfully and hurried off to his business. I watched the new department head, beaming with happiness, march down the hall. His career had taken an impressive leap indeed. However, the more I thought about it, the less I believed that my buddy had nothing to do with my being laid off. In the midst of a crisis, a few strategically placed words to the CEO could have very well prompted him to get rid of the video game addict, and give the position of the head of the department to a more reliable employee. And then there was Gleb's shaved head. Not so long ago, my buddy had been flaunting a lush head of bright blue hair, but about 10 days ago, he suddenly surprised everyone by shaving it off. Had he found out about his upcoming appointment and started preparing to have an ultra-modern cybernetic interface inserted into his head? Though, even if my suspicions were correct, I held no grudge against my colleague. It wasn't my place to judge him, and I doubted I would ever see him again. I wasn't planning to return to the office, and the days when Gleb and I had played Shattered Empire online together were long gone. We had started playing together once, but the game had never become something important for my colleague. Over the past year, he had hardly been online. I, on the other hand, found myself deeply captivated by the virtual world I had immersed myself into while confined to my bed due to the cast and metal brace strapped to my injured leg. In the real world, I was a nobody, an unemployed loser. But in SEO, my character, assassin human Shadow Kane, had become a legend. He defied conventional norms and rejected accepted dogmas. For instance, that humans as a race were weak and that you couldn't get anywhere as a human in any of the in-game classes. That a top player couldn't exist without a clan. Or that being a top player meant that massive amounts of real money were being poured into the game. While I couldn't deny the necessity of premium currency, my spending paled in comparison to the leading players. As the only solo player in the top 100 without a clan or an alliance, Shadow Kane's rank may have been a distant 54th, but his fame was undeniable. He had even been mentioned in the global gaming news on several occasions. I sighed heavily, casting a glance around the suddenly mundane office before finally making up my mind. Why should I continue to meekly endure injustice and humiliation? Whether I am a trembling creature or whether I have the right. This phrase from Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment audiobook, which I had listened to in school, captivated my mind. I was tired of being a mere pawn, wasting my life working for someone else, especially when recent events had made it clear that my efforts were not truly appreciated. Even if I found a decent, well-paying job, which wasn't easy given the global crisis and rampant unemployment, there was no guarantee that I wouldn't end up on the street in a year or two with nothing to live on. It was time for me to take action, break free from the whims of capricious superiors who had lost their grip on reality, and secure my financial independence for the rest of my life. I knew a way, but it wasn't easy. It was risky, and it required money. A lot of money, which I didn't have. Was I trapped in a vicious cycle? I finished my coffee and tossed the paper cup in the trash. Walking up to the window, I looked down at the vast 20 million-strong megalopolis from 160 floors up. As usual, in the middle of the day, the highway was packed with self-driving cars inching along the choked highways, while courier quadcopters weaved hurriedly between the towering skyscrapers. In contrast, expensive cars with flesh-and-blood drivers were speeding along the dedicated toll lanes to avoid traffic jams, and high in the sky were the helicopters and speedboats of the rich and powerful. I could have put on my visor and found out who the owners of those luxury vehicles were, but I chose not to. What did it matter? These were the elite of the modern world, wrapped in opulence and power, who enjoyed life to the fullest and didn't have to worry about the crisis. Joining this elite club of A0 social status holders was the unattainable aspiration of billions of ordinary folks on the planet. Yet, unlike most, I had a shot at realizing this cherished dream. After carefully weighing all the pros and cons and silently wishing myself good luck, I reached for my communicator. It may not have been as cutting-edge as Anita's, with its holographic display, but it definitely wasn't cheap, costing me a hefty 2 months' worth of salary. I transformed the communicator into a wide visor that covered the top half of my face and placed it on my head. Next, I plugged the dangling twisted cord into a port on my right temple, and the world around me changed. I could see the names of the people strolling down the hall, along with their social status and brief personal information they had chosen to share. Pop-up notifications appeared, offering me details about various items. The coffee machine, for instance, displayed its manufacturer, model number, and a reminder to empty the waste container. If I glanced at the huge portrait of the company's CEO on the wall, I could read his short biography, company description, and contact information for the sales department. Furthermore, an information menu materialized before my eyes, displaying news updates, new emails, and a list of contacts from my phone and the installed messengers. I opened my phone contacts list and scrolled down to a number saved as Signor Gabriele, do not call. It was for good reason. I had already had the pleasure of working with Signor Gabi, and each time the Italian frightened me with his omniscience, unscrupulousness, and virtual omnipotence. He seemed to know everything about popular MMORPGs, including Shattered Empire Online, and was able to obtain any in-game item or convert in-game currency into real money, circumventing established rules. I was all too familiar with his modus operandi, having carried out a dozen tasks for him in the past. Eliminating key NPCs to sabotage related quests and lower the stats of top players who had accepted those quests. Stealing artifacts from the vault of one of the most powerful clans in SEO. Not to mention luring Signor Gabi's adversaries into PvP encounters in safe zones and swiftly dispatching them back to their respawn locations. The Italian paid his thugs handsomely, often with real money. This time, though, it was I who planned to enlist his highly specialized and undoubtedly costly services. The Italian always chose a regular phone call over a video call, and so I proceeded to dial his number. After 3 long beeps, an aged, wheezing voice with a strong Italian accent spoke in English through the headphones.
"The heavens must have been torn open, and the final days must be upon us, for the great elusive Shadow Cain himself is calling me."
"Good day to you too, Signor Gabriele. I'll be brief. I need dragon's bile, 5 barrels at the least. You're the only person who can get any in-game rarities on short notice." I heard a hoarse cough, and then the Italian spoke again, not even trying to hide his surprise.
"I must admit, I am intrigued. You're always fun to work with, Cain, with your unexpected moves and ever-changing tactics. When do you need the dragon's bile by?"
"In 25 days. Better yet, in 24. There was a brief pause, and then the Italian clarified.
"To be delivered to the Valley of Tombs, I presume."
The old man's uncanny ability to predict my plans left me struggling to hide my surprise and even fear. Nevertheless, I confirmed his guess.
"Very well, Cain. Dragon's bile is never easy to come by, but I'll do it for you. Just know it'll cost you a pretty penny, 900,000 Shattered Empire gold coins. As far as I am aware, you don't have that kind of money. But worry not, you don't have to pay anything up front. I shall reach out to you after the Parade of Alliances to discuss the terms of this favor."
The old man wished me luck and ended the call. I folded the communicator and slipped it into my pocket, my hands trembling visibly. I wasn't at all surprised by my reaction. I had heard terrible things about Signor Gabi. That he always managed to track down his rivals and adversaries in the real world, regardless of how hard they tried to hide or how many security guards they hired. And that, over the course of his long life, the Italian had amassed an extensive collection of human skulls, some of which he would proudly display to his associates, recounting in elaborate detail how he had obtained each one. While Signor Gabriele had never shown me anything of the kind, being indebted to a dangerous old man was the last thing I wanted. However, I didn't see any other way to achieve my long-held goal. The intricate plan had already been set into motion. and there was no turning back. Chapter 2. Parade of Alliances. Shattered Empire Online MMORPG. Kingdom of the Dead Ruler, Valley of the Tombs. Territory available to players level 100 and above. I had always firmly believed in the existence of the single most significant day in every person's life, the reason we were born. The moment of truth that dispelled all uncertainty and defined a person's purpose in our world. On that fateful day, someone was destined to achieve greatness or to succumb to fear and be forever remembered as a pathetic coward. Another would make a groundbreaking scientific discovery or find the love of their life. And yet another would commit a betrayal or an atrocity that could never be justified despite any previous acts of kindness. I had been looking forward to this day for some time. Despite my doubts and the temptation to abandon my plan, I decided to go through with it. There was no turning back. Regardless of the outcome, I was sure that I would leave a lasting mark on the history of this virtual world, that my name, or rather the name of my character, Shadow Kane, would echo throughout Shattered Empire Online, on the tongues of 300 million players and billions of NPCs for years to come. The 5th Anniversary Alliance Tournament in the Valley of the Tombs was a breathtaking display of grandeur and scale. The strongest, most famous players of Shattered Empire Online paraded before the spectators along the worn slabs of the ancient roadway to the roar of the crowd and the wailing sounds of the Ogre Orchestra. The 128 teams that had made it through the qualifying rounds represented the most formidable and prosperous alliances in SEO. 1,500 of the game's most accomplished players, vying to outshine each other with their costly equipment, their NPC servants of rare races, and their exotic pets. The ruler of the kingdom, the immortal level 700 legendary Lich, raised his bony hand to greet the teams that paraded past the stands. Accompanying the undead king were his entourage, advisors, numerous formidable NPC guards, vassal lords, and the most distinguished of the invited guests, the Shattered Empire developers' representatives, and a select few leaders from renowned clans. Dressed in my black assassin's robes, I sat on the opposite side among the regular players, instilling fear in my neighbors with my criminal status, the hefty bounty on my head, and my nefarious reputation as one of Shattered Empire Online's most notorious assassins. The local NPC guards barred my character from entering most cities in the other kingdoms, but I managed to establish neutral relations with the Kingdom of the Dead Ruler. In addition, my character had diligently completed several quests over the past few days to enhance my standing with the local authorities and the Dead Lord himself. Consequently, the NPC guards had no grounds to prevent Shadow Kane from attending the celebration, especially considering that I had legitimately purchased a ticket for the stands. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of players pointing at me and whispering to their neighbors, some even taking screenshots as a keepsake of being seated next to a top 100 player. It amused me, but I made a conscious effort to stay focused while watching the various teams pass by in what seemed like a display of vanity. There was the unfailing Silver Shield, one of the oldest and most experienced battle alliances. Their team had been competing in the main PvP tournament for the past 5 years, consistently finishing in the top 3. There were the deadly and ruthless Krog's mercenaries, infamous for their willingness to tear apart anyone their clients pointed the finger at, even their former allies, all in exchange for coin. Then there were the indomitable Online Amazons, a mighty alliance that adamantly admitted only women. They successfully fended off countless lawsuits in the real world, defending their right to keep their alliance free of men, transgender people, and those who identified as women. Following the Amazons were the previous year's tournament champions, the Afterlife Brigade 2050, led by their long-standing leader, halfling hobbit Grim Mort, a level 410 necromancer who held the title of the highest-level player in SEO at the time. Rumor had it that 36 clans within Grim Mort's alliance labored day and night to outfit him, and that a complete set of the halfling's armor cost as much as an orbital space station in the real world. I took my eyes off the parade participants and glanced at the countdown timer ticking away the time left on the fuse in the underground tunnel beneath the stone slabs. 6 minutes and 32 seconds remained. A long time. By then, the first of the teams taking part in the Parade of Alliances would have left the kill zone. But that was okay. The trophies awaiting me would surely fill all 500 safety deposit boxes in the bank's vault to the brim. Surviving an explosion of such a massive amount of dragon's bile was next to impossible, as players had no resistance to the magic dark flame. The rare in-game items that did offer resistance to the dark flame were not very popular and did not provide 100% protection from this very rare type of damage. In the meantime, my focus shifted towards the giant, radiant, angel-like figure in the VIP section. It was commenting on the parade, broadcasting it to the multitude of players gathered in the stands and the millions of viewers watching the parade online. The golden 8-pointed star above the angel's head denoted its status as one of the game's admins, and possibly even a director of the company responsible for creating the game. The host was talking about how the long, arduous process of negotiating a merger with the popular Korean Celestial Blades MMORPG had been finalized, and the agreement had been signed by both parties. In the upcoming month, the two games would merge their magical, vibrant realms, making the revitalized and enhanced Shattered Empire Online the #1 game in the world in terms of active players. The host's words were drowned out by the cheers and applause of the delighted parade spectators and participants. I, too, was thrilled. Rumors of a potential merger had been circulating for at least a year. For Shattered Empire Online, joining forces with the popular Asian game promised not only 40 million new users, but also access to vast new game territories and the lucrative East Asian primetime market. However, over the past year, there had been no visible progress toward the merger, leaving the rumors unsubstantiated to this day. Finally, the long-awaited news had been officially confirmed. How exciting! In just a month's time, things were about to get even more interesting in SEO. Completely new territories and quests, dangerous monsters, and never-before-seen in-game artifacts. I couldn't wait to encounter and compete with the best Asian fighters within a single virtual world. Moreover, Asians were renowned for their expertise in specialized items and skills tailored for assassins of all kinds, offering my character, Shadow Kane, exciting new avenues for advancement and improvement. The host started discussing the upcoming major update, which would include important changes to the game mechanics to enable the integration of two distinct online games. However, his speech was interrupted in a rather rude manner. All of a sudden, the roadway swelled up and a wave of fire engulfed the entire space between the stands. The explosion occurred a little earlier than planned. I barely managed to avert my gaze from the blinding flash. The magic barrier erected by the admins before the parade held back the blast wave, preventing the flames from spilling onto the spectator stands and the dead ruler's box. But even the barrier couldn't shield me from the deafening roar that left my character stunned for 30 seconds. And then the unforeseen began. Attention! Your character has been declared a criminal in the kingdom of the dead ruler. NPC guards will attack you at every opportunity. Character level 371 reached. Character level 372 reached. Character level 373 reached. Hero Slayer achievement received. Congratulations! Your character, Assassin Human Shadow Kane, has entered the ranks of the top 50 strongest players in Shattered Empire Online. The in-game messages kept coming in, but I had already come to my senses and jumped into action. First, I activated the Amulet of Invulnerability, which granted 7 seconds of immunity from all damage. A huge, level 450 warrior skeleton, one of the guards who accompanied the dead king everywhere, appeared on the spectator stand just a step away from me, brandishing a flaming two-handed sword. Uncertain of the threat this formidable skeleton posed, I dodged the blow at the last moment by activating a pre-prepared shadow portal scroll. In an instant, Shadow Kane disappeared from the stands and reappeared at the heart of the raging fire. The impenetrable magic barrier was meant to keep spectators away from the participants of the Parade of Alliances. However, I had set up a portal exit point in advance, before the admins erected the magic barrier, so it didn't stop me. I couldn't see anything because of the blindingly bright flame. Only in-game notifications flashed before my eyes to inform me about the new levels reached. 6 seconds of invulnerability left. 5. Long enough. I activated my next magic scroll, the one designed to collect all the loot within a 300-step radius. Without hesitation, I followed it up with another scroll, one that sent the collected loot to a remote safe vault. Done! My main goal was achieved. I just had to get out of this hellfire, as dying in Shattered Empire Online was not just unpleasant, but also resulted in a significant loss of character experience. Furthermore, the spell I had cast on the roadway slabs was still active, increasing the drop rate. If my character died, he would lose many of the hard-earned valuable pieces of equipment. 3 seconds of invulnerability left. It was time for me to use another pre-prepared teleportation scroll, this time whisking me away to a distant Shattered Empire kingdom. Suddenly, a giant dark skeleton stepped out of the wall of fire toward me. The dead ruler himself. I couldn't fathom how the king had circumvented the magic barrier and transported himself here, but I certainly wasn't expecting to meet such a powerful creature face to face. Whether the level 700 legendary lich was immune to the dark flame, or had somehow shielded himself from the damage that was fatal to others, the flames didn't seem to hurt him at all. You? Despite the deafness effect, I managed to discern the question by the movement of the skeleton's jaws. The enraged ruler raised his famous staff, capable of slaying even dragons, ready to punish the player who had disrupted the parade in his kingdom. It didn't matter, though. I had enough time to escape. 1 more second of invulnerability left. Come on, portal, open up, come on! I made it! The portal finally opened, and the screen predictably went dark as a different game location began to load. Ha! I did it! In just a matter of minutes, I would be inside the bank vault, feasting my eyes on the list of expensive loot I had collected. My immediate plan was to auction off the most valuable items to pay off Signor Gabriele and avoid being indebted to the Italian mafioso. After the initial commotion had subsided, I intended to carefully sift through the remaining loot. Some items would be kept for my character, while others would be sold off. The in-game gold would be converted into real money, again with the assistance of Signor Gavi. In any case, I would end up with a very large sum. Even if all the alliances were to search for Shadow Kane, the elusive assassin would easily get lost in the vast virtual world and never be found. When it came to altering appearances and evading pursuit, my character's prowess surpassed that of any other player. Why was the game location taking such a long time to load? Usually the image loaded much faster when teleporting, even over such long distances. Suddenly, a bright red message flashed on the black screen. Your character has been permanently banned due to a gross violation of the game rules. Then I was kicked out of the game and back into the real world. What? I'm banned? Are you kidding me? My scream echoed through the quiet of the night, surely waking up all my neighbors. I tore the expensive visor that doubled as my virtual reality helmet off my head and threw it at the wall with all of my might. The fragile equipment shattered into pieces of plastic, glass, and electronic circuit boards. This couldn't be happening. There must have been a mistake here. I hadn't used any illegal mods. I hadn't violated the game mechanics. All my actions were in strict accordance with the Shattered Empire Online software algorithms. Sure, I had just sent hundreds of high-level players to the respawn points in one fell swoop, but the game mechanics allowed me to do that legally. Moreover, before the operation, I had even asked the game admins about the potential consequences of casting a powerful spell with a large area effect in a safe city zone. The official response was that such an action was highly frowned upon and would damage the player's reputation, in addition to souring their relationship with the city and even the entire kingdom. The player's character would be declared a criminal and relentlessly pursued by NPC guards throughout the kingdom. Furthermore, other players would have free rein to attack the character without consequence. This wasn't something entirely new for me. It had happened to Shadow Kane on more than one occasion. Given the complexity of the operation and the limited window for retreat, I had offered barrels of expensive dragon's bile as collateral to a dwarven bank for the trade deal. According to the rules of the game, the barrels no longer belonged to me officially, so the experience for using them as a weapon should have trickled, or rather flowed, to the gnome NPC with whom I had signed the contract. I had hoped that this maneuver would give me a few seconds of advantage because, up until the moment Shadow Kane started claiming other people's drop items with his magic scroll, I wouldn't be considered a criminal, and the NPC guards would have ignored me. It turned out that my assumptions were wrong, as I was immediately assigned criminal status, and my character began gaining experience for killing players. However, this didn't change my main grievance. I hadn't violated any game rules and was operating within the game mechanics. But instead of the well-earned experience I expected to receive, sufficient to significantly level up my character and get him a trove of valuable loot, I got a permanent ban? This was so unfair! I lay face up on the bed, trying to catch my breath and calm down. My heart was pounding in my chest. I was trembling with indignation and resentment. I turned to the desktop computer monitor, only to see the bright red message flashing against a black background. Your character has been permanently banned due to a gross violation of the game rules. Crap! How could this have happened? With a shaking hand, I reached for the crutch beside the bed, leaned on it, and slowly rose to my feet. Yes, when others weren't around, I really did use a crutch. There were moments when my right leg failed me, especially when getting up after prolonged rest. I could stumble on even ground and even fall. I didn't think of myself as disabled, although active sports, such as soccer, were certainly beyond my capabilities. Should I have followed Gleb's advice and gotten a prosthetic knee? It would have been nice, but where would I find the funds? The prosthesis was expensive, and I only had enough money to sustain myself for 2 weeks at most. The huge multi-million-dollar jackpot I had been banking on was unexpectedly snatched from my grasp at the very last moment. As I made my way to the computer, I settled into my chair, navigated to the Shattered Empire Online website, and filled out the customer support form. Having previously interacted with their staff regarding complaints lodged against my character by defeated players, I had a rough idea of what to write and how to write it. I knew which arguments to present in my favor and which game rules to reference. Shattered Empire Online was an 18-plus MMORPG that revolved around combat and identifying the strongest players, making killing other players common and sometimes even necessary. Users loved the game not only for its adrenaline-inducing gameplay, unpredictable nature, and very lively vibe, but also for the shadow of death that always loomed nearby, always keeping them on edge and never letting them rest on their laurels. Besides, my character belonged to the assassin class, and eliminating other players was his main job. Whether it was through stealthy backstabs, arena duels, or, in this particular instance, detonating barrels of explosives beneath the participants of the parade celebrating the strongest alliances, I played my challenging role as an assassin with dedication, helping maintain the vibe of a hardcore adult game. I was confident that the parade in the Valley of the Tombs, commemorating the 5th anniversary of the launch of the game servers, would go down in history as the most unpredictable of all. The unexpected turn of events was sure to become a topic of discussion across news channels, generating further interest among the audience and attracting new players to the game. I received an automatic response stating, "Your request will be reviewed shortly," and leaned back in my chair. I desperately hoped for a positive outcome. Otherwise, I dreaded even imagining what would happen otherwise. 5 years of playing the game would go down the drain. The assassin, at an impressive level 373, or whatever level he reached at the very end, had become an extension of myself. I had invested an immense amount of time, money, and effort into this character. I had poured my heart and soul into Shadowcane, staying up at night, using every spare minute to level him up. One could argue that I had lived for this game over the past few years. As I waited for my tech support request to be processed, I hobbled to the kitchen to make some tea. It was 4 a.m, but I was accustomed to this lifestyle. I often played late into the evening and well into the night, using work breaks, commuting time, or moments of quiet to rest. In most of the kingdoms in Shattered Empire Online, daylight hours aligned with Western European or American time zones. It was where the majority of the players lived, and naturally the game world was tailored for user convenience. The Valley of the Tombs, in particular, operated on Central American time. Living in Moscow, I found myself in the midst of peak American activity during the dead of night. Nevertheless, playing at night had never posed any discomfort, and after losing my job, I could fully indulge in the game around the clock, pausing only for meals and brief naps. Naturally, the game also featured territories tailored to the Eastern European, Ural, Siberian, and East Asian time zones, such as Boundless Taiga or Black Dwarf's Mines. Throughout my years of playing, I ventured into these kingdoms as well, only to find them less populated and less exciting. As an assassin, opportunities were scarce, worthy opponents were hard to come by, quests were few and unremarkable, and the selection of in-game items was, frankly, poor. For these reasons, I found myself gravitating towards other territories. The city outside the window lay peacefully asleep, unaware of the emotional storm raging inside my small rented apartment. Restless, I paced around the kitchen, clutching a cup of steaming hot tea, my mind consumed with anxiety as I waited for a response to my appeal. I couldn't believe it. After all the time and effort I had put into planning this operation, they couldn't just do this to me. I had invested so much real money to buy the necessary rare ingredients and items. The scroll from the Temple of the God of Thievery alone, which temporarily increased the chance of loot dropping within 1,000 paces, had cost me an immense amount of energy and nerves. Acquiring it required joining the Thieves Guild and completing a long series of difficult quests. And the remote loot collection scroll? It was a rare find. Not to mention the 5 barrels of dragon's bile, for which I had risked everything by turning to Signor Gabi, a powerful and dangerous middleman. Then there was the tunnel under the temple square in the Valley of the Tombs, which had to be dug undetected by both the city's NPC guards and real players. 2 weeks of digging sand and chiseling rock, dragging heavy barrels of explosive mixture through a narrow tunnel, risking being burned alive by dragonfire every second. Just when everything was falling into place and the loot I had obtained would have more than compensated for all my efforts and expenses, I was suddenly banned? As I heard the beep of an incoming email, I hurried back to the computer. Sure enough, it was the game's customer service. I mentally wished myself good luck and crossed my fingers before clicking on the icon to reveal the contents of the email. Upon careful review of your request, it has been determined that there are no grounds for lifting the permanent account ban. The decision was made impartially. You have violated Sections 5.22, 5.28, and 7.11.4 of the Shattered Empire Online multiplayer rules, which you had agreed to abide by before commencing the game. Furthermore, your character has received 4 prior warnings regarding inappropriate actions, such as hunting other players in safe zones and disrupting normal gameplay. This ban is irrevocable and cannot be appealed. Your character, Assassin Human Shadow Kane, number 000134089, will be erased within the next 24 hours. Additionally, we regret to inform you that your social ID has been blacklisted, preventing you from creating new characters in Shattered Empire Online. My vision blurred, and I sank to the floor, utterly exhausted. My appeal had been denied. It was over. Despite this, I filed a second appeal against the game's admin's decision. I even included a copy of the admin's response regarding the use of area spells in the city, even though I already knew that my second appeal would be denied too. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. Chapter 3. It's Worse Than It Seemed. 2 days had passed. The initial wave of emotions subsided, leaving behind a profound sense of devastation. In a moment of carelessness, I ventured into the game's forum the day after the incident in the Valley of the Tombs. However, after just 15 minutes, I closed the page and vowed not to return for the next few weeks. Emotions were running high. New threads about the parade incident were being created almost every minute, only to be closed just as quickly by the moderators. It seemed as if the players had collectively gone mad, engaging in heated arguments with one another and with the forum moderators for any reason or even no reason at all. The culprit was swiftly identified. Almost everyone directed their anger towards the virtual terrorist Shadow Kane, issuing severe threats against the unidentified, for now, player. Clans and alliances offered valuable in-game rewards, in-game gold, and even real-world money to anyone who could reveal Shadow Kane's true identity. Immediately, scammers took advantage of the situation, falsely pointing to innocent individuals. Despite moderators' efforts to close these forum threads and remove misleading posts, they continued to resurface. News spread that an American professional esports player had been beaten to death by a mob in Detroit under suspicion of being the player behind Assassin Human Shadow Kane. The disruption of the Alliance tournament sent shockwaves through the gaming world. The withdrawal of nearly all the top teams led to demands for compensation from the game admins, as teams felt they had invested substantial time and resources in preparation. Advertisers suffered significant financial losses. Shattered Empire found itself facing hundreds of lawsuits. The failed spectacle left millions of viewers outraged, prompting them to express their discontent online. Individual players and entire clans wrote angry letters to the game's tech support, seeking compensation for the loss of expensive spell scrolls and rare equipment items, many of which were purchased with real money. In response, the game admins maintained, in their usual manner, that the dropped items remained intact and in their rightful place according to the game's algorithms, albeit in the possession of other players who had collected the loot first. As a result, no compensation was offered. All the news channels, the giant screens on the streets, and the news feeds displayed in people's visors were solely focused on the incident at the Parade of Alliances in the Shattered Empire Online virtual game. It seemed as if nothing more important was happening on planet Earth. The dire famine in Central Africa and the global pandemic that had claimed hundreds of thousands of lives had been completely forgotten. The military conflicts in South America and demonstrations by the unemployed in Europe had faded into the background. All anyone cared about was SEO. Journalists talked trash about the players sent to Respawn, speculating about their financial losses and openly mocking them. Invited experts, High-ranking directors of the SEO developer company dove into debates about the ranking changes of the strongest clans and alliances. They drew conclusions about the shift in the existing balance of power, engaged in lengthy philosophical discussions, and made predictions about the inevitability of large-scale wars for the territories of the game kingdoms. Despite my best efforts to avoid thinking about Shattered Empire, my erased character, and the 5 years of my life I had wasted blocking out the inundation of information from all directions, proved impossible. I tried to put the past behind me and start my life with a clean slate. I submitted applications for positions in my field at several major companies, and even managed to secure an interview with one of them. They assured me that they would be in touch, which basically translated to, "We'll keep your details on file just in case, but we have more suitable candidates in mind." While my memberships remained active, I went to the pool and the gym. I tried my best to start anew, but couldn't escape my past. I had just purchased a new visor, the cheapest model I could find, to replace the broken one, when I received a call from a number saved as, "Signor Gabriella, do not call."
"I heard you're in trouble, Kane,"
the old Italian said in an unusually cold voice, sending shivers down my spine.
"Your character has been erased from the game. I hope you have a backup plan."
I pulled myself together and spoke as confidently as I could, hastily assuring the menacing middleman that I had anticipated such a scenario, and that I would soon secure access to the valuable loot stored in a secure location. To be more precise, it wouldn't be me, but a trusted friend to whom I would provide the coordinates of the secret vault and all the necessary information in the coming days. I tried to sound convincing despite not having taken any actual steps to that end. Signor Gabi didn't need to know about my struggles and temporary stagnation.
"All right then, Kane. I was starting to get worried that you had forgotten about me."
"I have great respect for people who keep their promises and pay their debts on time."
"Now listen closely. One of the items dropped by players is the legendary Bow of Artemis, goddess of the hunt. It's considered to be the best long-range weapon in Shattered Empire Online. This bow will be the price of my services. Call me when your friend is ready to retrieve the loot from the vault. I'll give you the nickname of the player you need to contact privately to deliver the item. After that, you and I will be even. If you need a trusted middleman to quietly sell the rest of your valuable artifacts, you know who to call. Oh, one more thing. Since we are still good partners, I must warn you. The leader of the Wild Coyotes Alliance is very angry with you. So angry that he announced a generous reward for any information about your real name and home address. He is a fearsome man who controls much of the drug trade in Mexico. As soon as he gets the information he wants, and he'll get it sooner or later, you can expect dangerous visitors. If I were you, I'd change my name, move to the ends of the earth, and lay low for a couple of years."
With these words, Signor Gabi hung up, leaving me standing in the middle of the street, my hands trembling with worry. The following morning, I made my way to the huge building that housed my former office on the 160th floor. Officially, I was there to return my repaired work laptop to Gleb Slepikov, but in reality, I wanted to talk to my buddy about a completely different subject. In Shattered Empire Online, his character was a level 106 Necromancer Drow, a rather modest achievement considering his 5 years of gameplay. Nevertheless, the most important thing was that he had met the level 80+ requirement to gain access to the Valley of the Golden-Haired Dryads. Specifically, the Gremlin Bank branch in Balenheim, the largest city in the entire Fairy Tale Valley. The Gremlin Bank was renowned for its impregnability, attention to detail, and confidentiality. Regardless of the Cataclysm's wars and dragon invasions transpiring around you, your valuables remained secure in their magic safety deposit boxes. The only issue was that I had only paid for 1 month of storage, and 5, or rather 6, days had already elapsed. There were 24 days remaining before the gremlins would open the box and delight in the rare treasures that had fallen into their clutches. Despite my character being banned, I was determined not to allow the fruits of my labor to be exploited by other players or NPC bank employees, and wanted to stay one step ahead of them. When I initially planned the operation, I assumed that the person responsible for wreaking havoc in the Valley of the Tombs would eventually be identified. Subsequently, disgruntled players and freeloaders would begin scouring the virtual game for my hidden stashes using dishonest or outright fraudulent methods. So, instead of registering the magic vault to my character, Shadow Kane, I deliberately left the owner's name blank. While this simple trick wouldn't fool the game admins, unscrupulous players would be unable to locate Shadow Kane's treasures using service commands, which could display a list of the player's items with their exact coordinates. In SEO, players faced merciless bans for exploiting service commands and other cheating techniques. But what was a temporary or even permanent ban compared to the allure of obtaining in-game treasures worth millions of gold coins? It was for this reason that I had refrained from registering the safety deposit box under my character's name. As a result, virtually any player could gain access to the loot vault if they met 4 conditions. 1. Appearing in person at the Gremlin Bank branch in Ballenheim. 2. Knowing the number of the magic safety deposit box. 3. Providing the digital verification code. And 4. Having the special carved key with them. My character had the carved key on him when the barrels of dragon's bile exploded. If I understood the situation correctly, that key had been irretrievably destroyed along with assassin human Shadow Kane and his entire inventory. However, I had created a duplicate key just in case I lost the main one, which was very likely given the short invulnerability time and the increased item drop rate when players died. I had hidden the duplicate key in a very hard-to-find place, far from the typical paths of random players. Moreover, I had ordered the key from a craftsman NPC through a middleman NPC from the Thieves Guild to ensure it wasn't linked to my character by the game's algorithms. Even if the game admins used service commands to view all of Shadow Kane's items in all of Shattered Empire Online's territories, they would never find it. Without the key, no one could claim my loot for another 24 days, even if they resorted to non-game tricks to gather information about the bank, the safety deposit box, and the digital code. The suggestion I had for my shaved-headed buddy Gleb involved logging into the game with his necromancer Drow after a hiatus of over a year and a half, and heading to the Valley of the Golden-Haired Dryads. There, he would acquire the key, proceed to the Gremlin Bank, unlock the magic safety deposit box, and privately send the damned Bow of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, to the designated character. This would fulfill my obligations to the dangerous Italian, after which I could breathe a little easier. The rest of the loot would be evenly distributed. Gleb would keep half and deliver the other half to the middleman designated by Signor Gabriella. I, in turn, would receive the real-world proceeds from the loot's sale, allowing me to forget all about SEO, my character, and his associated troubles. In theory, my plan seemed simple enough. No one would suspect that the criminal and terrorist, Shadow Kane, could be connected to a nondescript low-level necromancer. Certainly, our characters used to interact and play together, which could be easily traced by the admins through an examination of the logs from 4 or 5 years ago. However, in the past 5 years, Shadow Kane had engaged with hundreds, if not thousands, of players. As a result, my enemies had no way of tracking down every single one of these players, even if they were suspected of complicity. Deep in thought, I obtained a temporary pass at reception and made my way to the high-speed elevators. Just as I stepped inside and selected the desired floor on the panel, someone called my name. I turned around to find Anita Smirnova, the owner's niece, smiling and looking as carefree as ever. I held the elevator doors open to greet the accountant's assistant and let her in. As soon as the doors closed, Anita asked a question that caused my heart to skip a beat. Arthur, is it true that you played Shadow Cane in Shattered Empire Online? Attempting to conceal my fear behind a fake smile, I asked her why she would ask such a strange question. Yesterday, Gleb Slipakov bragged to everyone in accounting that he knew your secret because he played with you, and he told others about it too. I could feel the ground slipping out from under my feet. What a big mouth! And I thought he was my friend. He had just thrown me under the bus. My hands balled into fists against my will as the elevator brought us to our floor. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but when you're done here, why don't you stop by accounting? I've got a little present for you. The young woman hurried away, leaving me standing by the elevators, confused. The previous day, I couldn't resist the temptation to find out how much the leader of the Mexican Wild Coyotes Alliance was offering for information on the player behind Shadow Cane. I wished I hadn't. The astronomical sum of money promised would have easily provided a comfortable life well into old age, not only for the recipients, but also for their children and grandchildren. Not only the Mexican, but numerous other affluent players were offering in-game valuables and real currency for any information about Shadow Cane. I had been afraid that one of the admins in Shattered Empire Online would succumb to temptation and expose me. But the trouble came from where I least expected it. My closest friend had betrayed me, putting my life in jeopardy. Gleb's words had been heard by dozens of company employees. I had no doubt that some of them, and maybe even Gleb Slipakov himself, had already leaked information about me to interested parties in the hope of receiving bonuses. Anita Smirnova knew about me too, and could potentially disclose my exact whereabouts to my enemies at any moment. I had to assume that my identity and possibly even my location had been compromised. What was I supposed to do? Hastily leave the office and make my way home? Maybe. But then again, what was the point? Gleb Slipakov knew my home address, and the accounting and HR departments were also in possession of this information. Moreover, it wasn't just my employer who had the address of my rented apartment. It was also the police, the IRS, and the Army Enlistment Office, as well as numerous other agencies. This included the companies to which I had recently submitted my resume in search of work. I wasn't in hiding and had provided accurate information about myself, my contacts, and my residential address. What options did I have? Relocate, check into a hotel, or find some other refuge? In each hotel, they always scanned the data from the ID chip of the person checking in, which contained the person's full name, unique social ID number, and all pertinent personal information. Moreover, I'd have to use my bank card to pay for my stay, resulting in my immediate identification and exposure. In addition to the risk of being detected at check-in, the city's numerous surveillance cameras, police drones, and scanners at subway entrances and public transportation stops were not to be discounted. It was nearly impossible to walk through a modern megalopolis without being spotted by cameras and police drones. My enemies had no intention of giving up. They had the means to bribe the police officers who, in just a few seconds, could request data from the servers and track me down through the surveillance cameras. And what about the millions of city dwellers with visors on their faces? If the information about Shadow Cane's real name were to get out to the masses, as it inevitably would, how many hundreds of thousands of them would join in the manhunt, setting their visors to scan the passers-by in search of me for a generous reward? No, hiding wouldn't work. Not without preparation, at least. I let out a heavy sigh as I contemplated the plan forming in my head. While it offered me a chance to break free from total control, it had very serious consequences. If I went through with it, not only would I draw the attention of SEO players and vengeful mobsters, but also the city police and other agencies. However, I couldn't see any other way out. Having made up my mind, I made my way down the long hallway, heading straight for the office of the head of the engineering department. As I passed acquaintances, I offered smiles, exchanged greetings with former colleagues, and briefly answered questions about how I'd been. In the midst of it all, I couldn't help but notice one of my former colleagues abruptly stopping in his tracks, clearly surprised to see me. After a moment, he changed direction and hurried off to his workspace. It was as if he was rushing to inform someone I was in the office. I didn't have the key to the department head's office, and the code changed randomly every week. But that didn't stop me. My former boss, who had resigned a few months ago, despite his immense knowledge and impressive intellectual abilities, was a very absent-minded person. It was common for him to forget the code or even lock his keycard in his office when he went for lunch or somewhere else. Whenever this happened, he would ask me to unlock his office with a duplicate key. As this became a regular occurrence, I eventually reprogrammed the lock at his request, creating a universal code that never changed and unlocked the door without the need for a key. This violated the company's strict security rules, so we kept our little trick to ourselves. As I had anticipated, the universal code worked flawlessly, and the door opened without a sound. Stepping into the office that had escaped my grasp, I immediately spotted Gleb Slipakov standing with his back to me by the opposite wall. He was wearing headphones with a microphone and engaged in a heated conversation with someone, his eyes fixed on the surveillance feed displayed on a large screen. A square white medical patch on the back of his shaved head indicated that the cybernetic interface implant site hadn't fully healed yet. My assumption that my backstabbing friend had been aware of my impending dismissal long before it happened, and may have even played a part in it, didn't seem wrong. "I don't see him. Where could he have gone? You said Arthur was by the coffee machine a minute ago." "Looking for me?" I asked in a biting voice as I smacked the traitor over the head with the heavy work laptop I had taken out of my shoulder bag when I entered the office. The laptop was a rugged model designed for military use, first responders, and extreme environments. Encased in durable titanium, it boasted resistance to dust, shock, and extreme temperature fluctuations. It was the perfect tool to take down a hulk of a man like Gleb. My former buddy collapsed heavily to the ground and fell silent. Without wasting a single second, I grabbed the keyring, which was loaded with keys from his belt, and hurried out of the office. I proceeded to the next room down the hall, the warehouse. There, stored among the piles of old circuit boards and various types of equipment, were several tag blockers, special devices designed to completely block signals from the chips implanted in people's bodies, effectively distorting any information from them. 6 months ago, our company received 3 different models of these blockers from the Special Operations Division of the Ministry of Defense to test the scanning equipment we manufactured. As far as I knew, these blockers hadn't yet been returned to the customer. This was what I was searching for. The heavy armored door to the warehouse opened obediently. A security camera was right above the door, so the guards could definitely see me. Security guards at our company were vigilant and meticulous. It couldn't have been any other way, given the serious nature of our operations. However, it would take time for the on-duty guard to figure out what was happening. The personal identification program had likely flagged me as a company employee, now relabeled as a freelancer, who had previously had legitimate access to the warehouse. I grinned vindictively. I owed thanks to the company's CEO for sidestepping my termination and reclassifying me as a freelancer. He had saved a few cents, but now faced far more serious problems. The Ministry of Defense would demand answers about the disappearance of the valuable equipment entrusted to his company. I closed the door behind me and looked around the warehouse, counting down the time spent there. At this point, the security guard was likely checking the logs and clearance lists. Not seeing my name, he would consult his colleagues. Eventually, he would call my new boss, Gleb Slipakov. Naturally, Gleb wouldn't pick up. Nor would he pick up the second time. This granted me a precious 5-minute window. I had no idea what security would do next, but I doubted they would dare disturb the directors over such a minor incident. If I could swiftly finish here and act naturally, I would have a good chance of reaching the elevators and slipping out of the building unnoticed. 2 minutes had passed, yet I still couldn't locate the damn blockers among the myriad boxes. I began to think that maybe I was too late and that the equipment had been returned to the military. But then I found a box with one in the most obvious of places, on a shelf by the wall. Hallelujah! There it was, a portable model in the form of a small metal plate meant to be carried in the pocket opposite the heart, complete with its own programmer. I hastily shoved the equipment in my bag and left the warehouse. I secured the metal door, ensuring that anyone watching would see it was properly locked. My behavior had to appear natural to the guards, who undoubtedly were keeping a close eye on me. Then I proceeded down the hall, trying to keep a normal pace and resisting the urge to break into a run. My leg began to hurt again, but I clenched my teeth and tried to ignore the pain. No one stopped me. No one demanded that I report my visit to the secure warehouse for which I lacked proper clearance. Everything had gone surprisingly smoothly so far, though I knew things could change at any moment, especially if someone were to discover the head of the engineering department lying unconscious in his office. A few more 100 feet down the hall, and I'd be at the elevator. Then I'd go down 160 floors and make my escape from the building to be truly home free. "Arthur, are you finished here? Why don't you come with me to accounting?" A familiar voice rang out as I was 20 steps from the elevator. I struggled to suppress my irritation and hold back a groan, but I managed a friendly smile as I turned to Anita standing nearby. "Yes, of course," I replied, begrudgingly following the young woman away from the exit. Instead of entering the accounting office, Anita asked me to wait by the door. She disappeared inside and emerged a few minutes later with a small envelope in her hand. "Here you go, Arthur. A small payback from the company for treating you unfairly. As soon as I found out you were laid off, I immediately contacted my uncle and asked for your reinstatement. He didn't want to interfere with the company's management or overrule the CEO's decision, but he agreed to give you compensation. There's a bank card in the envelope with a balance of 700 units. I know it's not much, but it's all I could get you. The money is in an impersonal account. You might need it, especially if Gleb Slipakov wasn't lying and you really were Shadow Kane." Unfortunately, Gleb wasn't lying. I sighed heavily as I carefully tucked the envelope into the inner pocket of my jacket. For some reason, I wanted to confide in the young woman who had been the only one to offer any help. Anita looked into my eyes, smiled, and spoke softly. "Thank you for being honest, Arthur. You acted like a pro at the Parade of Alliances. Very effective. I'm impressed. You'd have to be very brave to do what you did. Too bad we barely talked here at work. I feel like I hardly know the real you. Here." The communicator in my pocket buzzed, signaling an incoming message. "This is my personal phone number. For friends only. Call me if you ever want to chat." Suddenly, our conversation was interrupted in an egregiously rude manner. A shrill siren wailed through the office, and from the hallway leading to the elevators, I heard the sound of security bars coming down from the ceiling. "What is it? A fire alarm?" Anita sounded surprised and even frightened. "Probably." I tried to look calm despite feeling anxious and annoyed with myself. What an idiot I was. I allowed myself to be carried away and failed to leave the danger zone in time. I knew my time was limited, but I still went after a pretty girl and ended up losing everything. I looked around like a hunted animal, searching for ways to escape. Oh, I know. I dashed to the locked fire escape just 5 paces away, smashed the glass alarm panel with my fist, and pressed the red button. The siren blended in with the wail of a fire alarm. The fire escape door swung open. However, going down 160 floors with my injured leg seemed impossible. By the time I reached the first floor, they would be waiting for me down there. Thankfully, all modern skyscrapers had methods for rescuing people from upper floors that were beyond the reach of aerial ladders. I dashed into the accounting department, ignoring the frightened women, ran to the nearest window and swung it open. Upper-floor office windows were usually locked to prevent accidents, but they were always unlocked in the event of a fire alarm. There had to be an emergency escape kit somewhere nearby, usually under the windowsill. Ah, there it was. Throwing away the unnecessary respirator, I grabbed a wide belt, put it on, and fastened the straps across my chest. After checking the harness's connection to the cable, I slung my bag over my shoulder and jumped out of the window to the screams and squeals of the department employees. The cable unfurled with a whistling sound as I accelerated downward. However, just before I hit the ground, I began to slow down. Suddenly, there was a sharp jerk, and I found myself hovering 3 feet above the concrete slabs. I unbuckled myself, jumped to the ground, and explained to the curious onlookers why I had just landed in the middle of the parking lot. It was all part of a routine fire rescue test in progress. I adjusted the bag with the laptop and blocker on my shoulder, patted the pocket containing the paper envelope contentedly, and walked, limping slightly, along the path deeper into the park, away from prying eyes. Chapter 4. You have to do everything yourself. I had to crouch to enter the hotel room. After shutting the flimsy plastic door behind me, I looked around my new, humble abode. It was a tiny room in a cheap pod hotel, measuring only 5 by 7 feet. I couldn't even stand up straight without bumping into the low ceiling. A narrow twin bed devoid of sheets, a pull-out table, a small refrigerator built into the nightstand. Mounted on the wall opposite of the bed was a small, askew TV. Who still used such an antique instead of a visor? All facilities, including a shower and kitchen, were located at the end of the hallway. The setting was modest and austere, reminiscent of my college years. When starting my first job, I spent the first year in a similar hotel before I could afford an apartment in a residential neighborhood of the capital. There was no point in complaining. Hundreds of millions worldwide lived in such conditions, and even entire families somehow managed to make do in such cramped spaces. The main advantage of pod hotels was their affordability. For as little as 15 units a month, one could secure a roof over their head, their own room, and a semblance of comfort. Most importantly, there were thousands of these hotels in Moscow, with lax guest record-keeping, making locating a specific person challenging, especially if they were hiding and not giving themselves away through careless actions. The room was well lit, with a network socket near the bed, promising a stable connection and high-speed data transfer. The ventilation system was in good working order, too, and I was pleasantly surprised to find a clothes rack and a set of sheets sealed in plastic wrap in the built-in closet. Not bad at all, considering I had expected worse. I stowed my groceries in the refrigerator, plugged in my laptop to charge, and immediately began downloading the game client. After kicking off my shoes, I plopped down on the bed, stretching out my tired legs after such a hectic day. Finally, I could unwind. It was hard to believe that I was still alive and free. After my dramatic escape from the office building, I spent the entire day wandering around the sprawling megalopolis, stopping at stores without surveillance cameras. I promptly withdrew all the money from my personal bank at an ATM and destroyed the plastic card. I disabled the phone features on my visor and turned off the transmission of my geodata in the settings. In an effort to change my appearance, I purchased some unremarkable clothing that was on sale, changed into them, and then dropped off my old clothes at a thrift store. I also got a haircut and bleached my hair at an automated hair salon kiosk. However, as the visor I wore only covered the upper part of my face, I had to work on the lower part. I bought cotton balls from the pharmacy and placed them beneath my upper lip. Additionally, I purchased a fake mustache and beard from a souvenir and holiday items kiosk. While these changes may have appeared minor, I couldn't even recognize myself in the mirror, which meant there was a good chance my enemies wouldn't recognize me either. Most importantly, though, I activated the tag blocker, tweaked the settings, and customized the data displayed during the scan. So, who was I supposed to be? I pulled out the programmer from my bag and looked at the screen, trying to memorize my new identity once and for all. Grigory Sotsky, 22 years old, C2 social status. A citizen of Kyrgyzstan, a former student at the Bishkek Agricultural College Cannabis Cultivation School, expelled during his third year due to unscrupulous behavior, sentenced to 1.5 years probation for drug possession, served his sentence, relocated to the Russian Federation. An application for Russian citizenship was submitted to the 17th branch of the Federal Migration Service in Moscow, where it is still pending. One might consider it a farce. Why not create a more realistic character devoid of improper behavior, drug possession charges, and a focus on cannabis studies in college? Maybe so. However, based on my extensive experience working for a company specializing in personal identification systems and encountering thousands of fake biographies of illegals, I knew that the police were more inclined to believe such flashy profiles. These detailed accounts provided a clear view of the individual's entire life, unlike your average, unremarkable John Smith, a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record or convictions. Furthermore, the decision to choose Kyrgyzstan was no coincidence. Central Asian states were generally reluctant to share their citizens' data with foreign intelligence agencies. In addition, the state data center in Bishkek had recently burned down, resulting in the irreversible loss of data on millions of Kyrgyz citizens. Therefore, obtaining verification information from Kyrgyzstan seemed unrealistic at that moment. Despite being scanned twice by police drones and then stopped and screened by a police patrol at the entrance to a shopping mall, I encountered no issues. My chip's data did not raise any red flags with the cops, and I was not detained for a more thorough check. I was so confident in my ability to blend in that I decided to return to my rented apartment to grab a few things, mainly my powerful gaming computer. Fortunately, I had enough sense to circle the building first and check my windows. The kitchen light was on. I never left the lights on when I left the apartment, so it was clear that there was an intruder. Someone had found my address and picked the front door lock. Whoever it was, I had no intention of confronting them and quickly left the scene. I looked up the addresses of cheap hotels, selected one on the outskirts of the city, and checked in without any problems, paying in cash. I was jolted awake by a knocking sound. As I turned my head, I saw a couple strolling down the hallway with their 3-year-old son, headed towards the kitchen. The little one paused by the transparent window of my pod, casting a curious glance at the new hotel guest, and began tapping the glass with his fist. I smiled at the kid, waving hello. Bashful, he hurried after his parents. As I observed the scene, my attention was drawn to a young, red-haired woman who was changing and getting ready for bed in the room across the hall. Despite having her back to the hallway, she appeared unfazed by the passers-by. In pod hotels, it was customary to leave the curtains or blinds open during the day and close them at night. Why? Probably so you could see and chat with your neighbors more often, or to make your room seem more spacious. One could easily go crazy in a 30-square-foot space in complete isolation. Initially, I too left the plastic blinds open out of habit, but I soon decided to err on the side of caution and closed them, cutting off my room from the outside world. Even if my neighbors deemed me strange and antisocial, at least it would be less likely that I would be identified and handed over to my enemies. The game client was still downloading, with progress at 70%. I had ample time to think things over and prepare for my first gaming session as a new character. I had decided to venture to the Gremlin Bank in Ballenheim on my own, without relying on others for help. After all, if it was a close friend who had betrayed me, there was no guarantee that other players I knew from SEO wouldn't do the same. Moreover, Shadow Kane had always been a loner. Throughout his years in the game, he had never built a trusting relationship with anyone who he could discuss the multi-million-dollar treasure stashed at the bank about. I could have admitted defeat and disclosed the existence of the magic safety deposit box to Signor Gabi, along with the way to retrieve the loot. The almighty Italian would undoubtedly have found someone to extract all the valuables and sold them for a profit. He might have even pardoned my debt, although realistically this was unlikely. It was not in the stern Italian's nature to show mercy to the defeated and feeble. He openly scorned them. More likely, he would have halved my debt and forced me to work off the remaining amount through laborious tasks in various MMORPGs. Or he could hand me over to my enemies because, in the practical eyes of Signor Gabi, I would have lost all value, and the bounty on my head was promised to be substantial. So, giving up and throwing in the towel wasn't an option. The manhunt would continue, and my troubles would not simply disappear into thin air. I had to take matters into my own hands and try to get to the coveted treasures on my own, preferably without relying on anyone else. I was well aware that trying to log into Shattered Empire Online with a fake social ID was futile, and my real ID had been blacklisted. The game was notorious for its rigorous background checks during character creation, making it impossible to use fake player information. While a fabricated biography might initially avoid detection, it was only a matter of time before a ban was inevitable. This stringent verification process was implemented to safeguard against scammers, predators, terrorists, and members of banned cults who were on Interpol lists, as well as wanted criminals and other scum seeking to exploit the popular game for illicit activities. The SEO administration took great pride in meticulously screening new players, constantly bragging about it in their advertising campaigns. However, each player was only screened once due to the significant administrative resources it required. If a player managed to pass the screening without being banned within the first 2 or 3 days, they were then free to play without the fear of losing access to the game. According to the latest gaming news, though, the upcoming merger of the Celestial Blades MMORPG with the World of Shattered Empire later this month would not involve vetting the Celestial Blades' 40 million players. Celestial Blades did not have a system in place to verify the social IDs of users registering new characters, and it was simply impossible to screen such a large number of players in a reasonable amount of time. As a result, the top management made the decision to allow all 40 million Celestial Blades players into the merged game without any screening process. I decided to download the Celestial Blades MMORPG instead of Shattered Empire Online for this very reason. The first integration of the two virtual worlds was scheduled to take place in 2 weeks. The game's management had promised a global event involving players from both universes, although they didn't provide specific details. However, it was announced that the territories of these two games would be merged based on the concept of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, a mythical colossal ash tree. Its branches, representing the existing regions in SEO and Celestial Blades, would be connected at the trunk, creating quick gateways to once remote or completely inaccessible territories. The announcement revealed the existence of 3 gateways connecting to the Yggdrasil's trunk within the Celestial Blades territories, as well as 11 others scattered throughout the various kingdoms in SEO. These gateways formed a system that allowed for fast travel between regions within the massive merged game, greatly simplifying things for players. The developers had already introduced the future interface points, and I couldn't wait to see the map. It turned out that the Valley of the Golden-Haired Dryads was not included in the list of the territories directly connected to Yggdrasil, which was disappointing. I would have to make my way to the valley and its capital, Balenheim, which was a considerable distance to cover. The closest gateway to the valley was supposed to be located in the Spider Forest, a fact that brought forth unpleasant memories. I had ventured into these parts before as Shadow Kane. While I had never suffered from arachnophobia, the abundance of spider monsters of all kinds could easily unsettle anyone. The spider forest wasn't a popular area among players, to say the least, despite the allure of some of its quests with their generous rewards. Apparently, in an effort to popularize the spider forest and attract real players to its villages, the developers wanted to set up a gateway to Yggdrasil's trunk within the territory. A questionable decision, if you ask me. Players pursuing peaceful occupations tended to favor safer locations. Meanwhile, thrill seekers quickly outgrew the spider forest, as its monsters posed little challenge to them. Access to the spider forest required a character level of 80+. By levels 100 to 110, most players had usually completed all the exciting assignments in the spider forest and migrated to other territories. Speaking of level 80, was it even realistic to reach it in a mere 15 to 18 days? I set the laptop on the table and pondered. Shadow Kane had reached level 80 by the end of his 3rd month in the game, which was considered fairly quick. In the beginning, players could reach 10 to 15 new levels per day, but as the game progressed, each level became more challenging to attain, requiring more and more experience. Could it be possible to reach level 80 in just 18 days? Anything longer than that seemed out of the question. My character would need at least 3 or 4 days to travel through the dangerous spider forest to the Valley of the Golden-Haired Dryads, and then cross the valley on the way to Balenheim to the coveted Magic Vault. At first glance, it seemed unrealistic. However, in celebration of the 2 virtual worlds merging, a special promotion was launched. Any new character created in Celestial Blades or SEO would receive 3 times the experience for an entire week. Despite the significant boost, though, the thought of reaching level 80 in such a short span of time seemed unlikely. Was it all futile, then? Finita la commedia? Was there even a point in trying? Unless... With a heavy sigh, I picked up my laptop again and opened the game rules. In Shattered Empire, there was a hardcore mode for the Daredevils, offering more experience and better loot for completing assignments, but with the catch of having only 1 life, just like in real life. For obvious reasons, this mode wasn't favored by many players, especially those with combat-oriented classes, although there were a few exceptions. Did a similar feature exist in Celestial Blades? It turned out it did. 1.5 times more experience for all completed assignments, monster kills, and other in-game actions, along with the opportunity to earn unique rewards and achievements. However, the character still only had 1 life, and death was final. I set the laptop aside, lost in thought once more. During my first month of playing SEO, my assassin human, Shadow Kane, died 100 times, if not more. In those early days, I used to get into all sorts of trouble, taking on unfamiliar quests, venturing into dangerous places, and battling monsters that had yet to be documented in the player-created knowledge base. In fact, the knowledge base didn't even exist at that point. It came much later, partly due to the information my character had acquired. Additionally, I frequently challenged other players to PvP encounters, occasionally overestimating my strengths and facing the consequences of my recklessness. Since that time, I had gained more experience, learned a lot, joined the ranks of the top 50 players, and honed my reflexes to the point where I could instinctively react to a wide array of attacks without hesitation. Still, could I survive the first month of the game without dying, playing as a noob character with low hit points and lacking the sophisticated skills and lethal techniques that one would typically develop over time? It was a difficult question to answer and would be a profound test of my abilities. Let's assume I played in hardcore mode and managed to avoid dying, thereby earning a substantial 450% experience bonus for the entire first week. Starting the second week, the bonus would decrease to 150%, but would still be pretty decent. It certainly made it easier to gain experience, yet meeting the deadline still required a lot of work. By the way, how much experience did it take to reach level 80? I opened the Celestial Blades reference materials and carefully studied the tables. Ah, there it was. It required exactly 5 million experience points to level up a character from level 1 to level 80. 5 million XP! At level 370, it was nothing. For every level 380 to 400 NPC killed, Shadow Kain would gain more than that. In the early levels, though, 5 million was a lot. If I recall correctly, I received 120,000 experience points for defeating the Salamander Queen, the final boss of a challenging fire dungeon. My level 74 assassin human had been the first player in Shattered Empire to complete the fire dungeon solo and get his first achievement, but he also died 4 times in the process. Yet 5 million points? Such an experience had to be earned through taking risks, killing monsters, and completing challenging quests. Okay, first things first. I needed to choose my race and class for Celestial Blades and figure out the closest gateway to the Yggdrasil's trunk that would take me to the familiar territories of Shattered Empire Online. I dove into the maps and reference materials for a game that was still new to me. By the time the Beep announced that the download and installation of the Celestial Blades MMORPG was complete, I had already made up my mind. My options were limited, as the only territory where new players appeared and where the gateway to Yggdrasil's trunk would soon be established was the Wolves' Wastelands. With every other option, the journey from the initial noob locations to the nearest gateway leading to the territories of the Shattered Empire was much longer and more arduous, which risked missing the deadline. However, the Wolves' Wastelands were no walk in the park either. The western coast, where the game began, and the gateway to Yggdrasil's trunk were separated by approximately 200 miles. I would have to traverse forests and swamps inhabited by dangerous creatures, as well as the territories of rival clans, where I would be unwelcome. In addition, I needed to complete numerous quests to improve my standing with the locals so that they would be open to trade and provide shelter for the night. Most importantly, the western and eastern territories of the Wolves' Wastelands were separated by the wide White River, which wasn't easy to cross. While there were 2 bridges spanning the river, they were fiercely contested by in-game alliances, and outsiders were met with hostility. The Wolves' Wastelands were inhabited by 3 main races. The Birdmen, winged creatures that resided mainly in the northern and northwestern rocky territories of the Wolves' Wastelands, as well as in scattered settlements in the frigid mountains to the northeast. This race was the most popular in the region, with over 60% of players opting to start their journey in the Wolves' Wastelands. The Beastmen, several species of intelligent beings, all of whom were half human and half animal. Among them were half wolves, half lions, half wolverines, and various other species that inhabited the western coast and central territories of the Wolves' Wastelands. Strong and resilient, they were generally considered superior to the Birdmen of the same level in melee combat. However, unlike the Birdmen, they were incapable of flying. The Khajiit, cat-like people similar in appearance to the Beastmen. They considered themselves to be a separate race and were absolutely intolerant of beastmen of any other species. They inhabited the southern deserts and eastern hills of the Wolves' Wastelands. Surprisingly, despite their intolerance of the beastmen, the Khajiit got along well with the nomadic human races that occupied the same territories. First, I considered the Birdmen. Their ability to fly offered an immediate solution to many challenges. Traveling by air appeared to be a much simpler and safer alternative to navigating treacherous locations teeming with dangerous monsters. Furthermore, the very name Celestial Blades suggested that the game was tailored for flying races, offering extensive functionality for aerial combat. But this was only at first glance. All the races in the game were fairly well balanced, and the ability to fly implied weaknesses in other areas. A ground race fighter, for example, had more health points and endurance points than a flying fighter of the same level. He was significantly faster and more deadly, and would usually tear his opponent to pieces if the latter was careless enough to engage a grounder and failed to fly away. In my quest to earn 5 million experience points, I had to engage in battles with all sorts of monster NPCs. It was easier to kill enemies with a stronger, more battle-ready character. Naturally, I could have chosen to become a mage or a ranged shooter, in which case the wings would have allowed me to maintain a safe distance and unleash attacks from above. However, the world of Celestial Blades was teeming with flying creatures, not all of whom could be outmaneuvered with sheer speed, making melee combat unavoidable. Moreover, endurance points were not limitless, and sustained flight required a considerable amount of them. This forced flyers to descend for respite and make them particularly vulnerable, especially in the early stages of the game. Ultimately, the decisive factor that led me to give up on the idea of flying was the information I read on the game forum. Apparently, the White River was impassable by air due to a magic barrier set up along its entire length, forcing even flyers to use bridges or find detours through the northern mountains or the southern seas. A Khajiit? For the most part, the Khajiit were either merchants or thieves, as this race had unique bonuses to those types of activities. They were great secondary companions, supporting the main tanks and damage dealers on the team. However, while they were very useful players in a group, they were not known for their prowess as solo players. So it was settled. I would play as a beastman, a wolf to be precise. Of all the options in the game, I liked the appearance of the wolfmen the most. In addition, their innate bonuses to survivability, endurance, and combat stats seemed perfect for the task at hand. It was midnight when I went to the kitchen for some microwavable vegetable soup and rice noodles and something vaguely resembling a fish cake. After tidying up and refreshing, I returned to my tiny room and locked the door. As I lay on the bed, I paired my visor with the laptop, preparing for my first gaming session as a wolfman. Although, a last-second thought popped into my head. A person could be identified by their voice, and the game admins probably had a sample of Shadow Kane's voice. I needed a microphone add-on that would distort my voice. Fortunately, there were quite a few of them available on the internet, including free ones. After installing the program and testing it, I was relieved to find that it worked perfectly, producing a natural male voice. Not lifeless and robot-like, that sounded nothing like my own. After that, I felt completely prepared. It was time to play. Chapter 5. A Third Attempt. The intro to Celestial Blades was truly captivating. Winged warriors clashed in a breathtaking aerial battle, their swords ringing out as they fought. Arrows pierced through their white swan wings, the air filled with powerful, destructive spells. However, the graphics lagged noticeably, detracting from the experience. While not as unbearable as a slideshow, the occasional half-second or longer freeze proved quite annoying and made it challenging to fully enjoy the colorful spectacle. On my powerful home PC, I could crank the graphics up to the max without experiencing any slowdowns. Yet this laptop was rather weak by modern standards, so I had no choice but to put up with it. I watched the opening gameplay video until the end to draw inspiration from Celestial Blades' spirit and mentally prepare myself for the game. After that, I opened the settings and promptly adjusted the resolution, setting all visual effects to medium. Although the virtual world lost some of its vibrant colors, at least my character wouldn't be killed by a stunning yet lethal fireball taking its time to load before striking me square in the forehead. Step 1. Register a new user. I entered my, or rather the Kyrgyz botanist's, data into the window displayed in the game. The Celestial Blades MMORPG accepted the information without question, allowing me to start creating a character. Out of hundreds of possible options, I chose to play as a beastman, subrace half-wolves. Starting territory, the Wolves' Wastelands. Occupation, a fighter. What else? A clan, the backstory, a celestial patron, an appropriate constellation. Overwhelmed by the dozens of options, I found myself eager to start the game as quickly as possible, and so I picked a random option. Ike Rock the Strong Claws, Clan the Tracers, Level 1 Fighter. The game system had automatically generated the character name, and I didn't see any reason to change it. Ike Rock sounded just fine to me. As my new character appeared on the screen, I found it hard to believe that this good-natured humanoid creature was supposed to be a half-wolf. Instead, it looked like a reddish-brown half-wolf cub wearing short leather pants, wooden sandals on his clawed hindpaws, and fingerless gloves on his front ones. It was a young, small, harmless-looking animal, but maybe that was exactly what I needed. Certainly no one would take him seriously or associate this comical character with the fearsome killer Shadow Kane. No one would pay any attention to me or my gameplay until this wolf cub reached the safety deposit box. After a brief delay, a translucent, iridescent orb the size of a football materialized next to the wolf cub, my in-game assistant, just like the one in Shattered Empire. In the game's early stages, the assistant would follow the character around, providing tips, explaining the rules, and offering advice on safe zones, monsters, and NPC merchants. As the game progressed, though, these assistants became bothersome, and almost all players disabled them because they were unnecessary. However, instead of a standard assistant in the form of an iridescent orb, Shadow Kane used to have a tiny fire-breathing dragon that was no bigger than a pigeon. A very rare companion that could only be obtained by completing a demanding and laborious in-game assignment. Unlike a standard assistant, this dragon proved to be incredibly valuable, enabling the activation of 2 long-lasting spells. I used to equip it with a magic lantern to illuminate dark dungeons and enhanced vision to improve map rendering. I'd also use auto loot collection with it, especially when I felt too lazy to sift through the loot of the hordes of mobs I killed myself. Attention player, please take a moment to review your character's initial stats and make any necessary adjustments. The voice of the iridescent orb lacked emotion and sounded somewhat robotic, but it wasn't particularly annoying. Strength 3, Agility 2, Build 2, Intelligence 1, Wisdom 1, Perception 1, Charisma 2. All stats could be decreased or increased, but the sum of the initial stats had to be 12. It wasn't much, but with each new level, the player received 3 free points to improve his character's stats. The translucent orb began to explain the intricacies and effects of strength, agility, and the other stats, but I interrupted it. Everything was standard. 7 main character stats, similar to those in Shattered Empire Online and many other RPGs. Stat points could be earned not just by leveling up, but also by completing specific in-game assignments. However, these points were always scarce at all stages of the game, making it impossible to improve all 7 stats at once. While you could distribute the points evenly across all available stats, doing so would result in a character lacking in all areas. Consequently, you had to make sacrifices and focus solely on the stats essential for the character's chosen development path. As a melee fighter, my character's priority was strength, agility, and build. I also recognized the importance of investing a bit more in perception so that I could effectively identify threats and locate healing herbs for treating wounds. Next, the character's skills. Initially, I could choose 3 skills and then add 1 more with every 5th character level reached. Alternatively, I could use a new skill point to develop an existing skill by selecting a specialization or strengthening it, such as adding bleeding or extra fire damage to the physical damage caused by the axe. The most important thing was always keep in mind that the skill level could not surpass the value of the main character stat on which the skill was based on. For instance, if a character's agility stood at 12, skills like pickpocket or lockpick that were tied to agility could not exceed a level of 12. Almost any skill could be acquired later in the game, so I only had to choose the most essential skills for my fighter at the beginning. What did my character need? Firstly, a preferred weapon that would allow my wolf cub to engage in combat effectively. After careful consideration, I opted for the hammer, which prioritized strength, the highest available stat. Transferring stat points was not particularly difficult, especially with 3 free points at each level, allowing me to prioritize any stat quickly. However, I wanted to try it this way. I had never played a strength-focused character before, but I was intrigued by the idea. I had always respected fighters who wielded colossal two-handed sledgehammers, showing no concern for enemy shields or armor. When they struck, it was decisive. The shield shattered, and if the enemy survived, they were left maimed and armless. I selected Run as the second skill for my character. Since my wolf cub would need to move around the map a lot, choosing a skill that affected speed and energy consumption was a must. The Run skill was tied to build, which I intended to improve regardless. Additionally, I didn't anticipate having any issues with health points, as the number of hit points primarily was based on build, nor with endurance points for that matter. The third skill would have to be focused on defense. Parry? Dodge? Acrobatics? Medium or heavy armor? The obvious choice was dodge. A heavy hammer wasn't a great weapon to parry attacks with, especially when facing daggers or incoming arrows. Furthermore, performing acrobatic maneuvers while wielding a heavy hammer seemed impractical due to the risk of dropping the weapon. So I ended up with hammer, run, and dodge. These skills were based on strength, build, and agility, the 3 main skills of a fighter, which meant that upgrading them should not pose any significant challenges. All right, here we go. Actually, no, wait, I almost forgot. I switched the mode to hardcore to earn more experience. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I confirm. Yes. How many times do I have to tell you that I am sound of mind and aware of the consequences of my decision? Finally, the game began. My character, brutally beaten, lay on the ground of a dark, gloomy prison cell. Heavy shackles encased his front paws. Water was dripping from the ceiling. Through the bars of the adjacent cell, I caught sight of another unfortunate soul just like me. Honestly, the beginning could have been more original. It felt cliché. In the Boundless World MMORPG, which I played before Shattered Empire Online, the opening was strikingly similar, except your character awoke on a slave trader's galley instead of a prison cell. Meanwhile, my in-game assistant droned on with the introductory information. The once peaceful village of my clan, the Tracers, had been attacked by the cruel sworn enemies of a beastmen clan known as Scarlet Moon. Many of my clanmates perished, our village was ravaged and burned down, and I, along with some friends, was taken captive by the enemy and sold to a Khajiit merchant. I was then transported far from home and sold once more, this time to the owner of a gladiator arena. Entertaining the crowds in a brutal gladiator show was to be my inescapable fate. However, to survive my first battle, I had to undergo an accelerated training course to learn how to move, dodge, use weapons, and so on. Assignment received. Complete the Young Fighter course, 1 of 3, and prepare for your inaugural battle in the Gladiator Arena. Assignment class, mandatory, tutorial, reward, 60 XP. The moment I received my first in-game quest, I heard the sound of jingling keys and heavy footsteps shaking the ground. In the prison hallway, a level 40 guard emerged, a large, ferocious half-human, half-rhino, clad in heavy armor and wielding a whip in his paws. After that, a cutscene began that couldn't be skipped. I found myself alongside a group of other noobs, all of us shackled and led through dark underground passages to the training arena. Taking advantage of the spare moment, I removed my visor and accessed the game forum. The in-game notification about the upcoming training, the first of 3, was quite unnerving. Following the training, there would be a battle in the gladiator arena against an opponent. Subsequently, a second training would follow, mixed with various other assignments, as the life of a gladiator encompassed more than just fighting and training. There was also the prospect of meeting fellow prisoners and hearing their stories, as well as making plans for the future. I wondered how long it would take me to complete the Training Quest series and be released into the vast game world. I hadn't expected this when I set out to play as a Beastman warrior. The series of mandatory quests seemed endless, not even considering the intermediate and optional assignments. Battles in the arena, first against NPC bots and then to the death against real players of similar level. Training and fighting for food with hungry slaves. Seeking revenge on the Rhino Guard for killing my childhood friend. After about 15 assignments, an interesting plot twist emerged, allowing me to escape with a group of gladiator slaves and become a sea pirate. Alternatively, I could have stayed in the arena and pursued a career as a gladiator, which, after a series of victories, brought me to the capital of the kingdom, a completely different territory, far from the wolves' wastelands. There, after winning the final match, my famous gladiator of about level 40 finally entered the big game world with level-appropriate weapons and a decent amount of money. It was an intriguing plot twist that most players would enjoy, but was it what I needed? With a significant amount of time of my safety deposit box lease term already consumed, I faced the prospect of ending up on the Pirate Islands, far from the gateway to the Yggdrasil's trunk that I needed. Or, even worse, I would find myself in a completely different region of the Beastmen Kingdom, which would require several days of travel to return to the Wolves' Wastelands. Furthermore, abandoning my failed gladiator career was not an option, particularly since I was playing in hardcore mode, where the first death in the arena would mean the end for me. I put the visor back on. The infuriated Rhino Guard was demanding that the hesitant wolf cub approach the weapon stand. He threatened to beat me up and throw me back in a cell if I continued to stand still. I was already tired of my gladiator career before it had even begun. While it might have been an intriguing beginning for someone else, it simply wasn't for me. I needed to do things differently. And with that, I deleted this character and started over. A monk? A sorcerer's apprentice? A healer? I scrolled through the available game classes, considering my options. A simple villager? The cursor, poised to advance to the next page and move to the next game class, hesitated. Why not? The average worker lacked the hit points of various fighter types and couldn't use certain weapons, but these limitations could all be overcome as the game progressed. Furthermore, the original in-game class in SEO and Celestial Blades was not permanently fixed and could be changed to align with the character's chosen playstyle and skills. My Shadow Cane did not start off as an assassin. Initially, he spent his early months as a mercenary soldier, then transitioned to a duelist, before finally becoming an assassin. Similarly, if my villager, instead of leading a peaceful life tending to his garden, chose to kill monsters and complete in-game quests, the game would eventually offer the opportunity to officially change his occupation. It was decided then. I'd try to play as a half-wolf, but with an occupation of a villager instead of a fighter this time. This way, my character would not be bound by any special movement restrictions, prison cells, or guards. A clan, the backstory, a celestial patron, an appropriate constellation. Once again, I found myself choosing a random option. Dean Qatar, Clan, Children of the Land. Level 1 Villager. The screen displayed a sturdy, tailed, toothy fellow of the classic gray wolf color. He was dressed in a sackcloth shirt and dirty pants held together with twine, and wore a large straw hat and no shoes. Shortly after, my in-game assistant appeared, offering to guide me through the character's stats. Strength 2, Agility 2, Build 3, Intelligence 1, Wisdom 2, Perception 1, Charisma 1. That'd do. Next, the skills. The game restricted me from selecting a sword, hammer, spear, or an axe, but that didn't matter. The game offered a wide variety of weapon types. For my first combat skill, I had the option of choosing knives or using my natural claws, and I decided to go with claws. As for the second skill, I opted for run. It would definitely come in handy. Strangely, dodge wasn't among the skill options, nor were parry, shields, or any form of wearable armor. It seemed that a peaceful farmhand wasn't supposed to don armor or parry attacks. Moving on, I pondered over what to choose for my third skill. The game system recommended the farmer, carpenter, or item recognition skills. While the first two options were a definite no for me, I didn't dismiss the third. Item recognition was an invaluable skill that allowed you to identify the items you encountered during your travels. Over time, it would allow me to understand the properties of magic items in my loot without having to pay merchants. Best of all, by using the skill to identify interesting rocks or unfamiliar plants, I would not only gain knowledge about them but also earn experience. Initially, identifying simple things didn't yield much experience. However, considering the supposed 450% bonus to experience gained, it would help my weak villager level up, which was desperately needed considering his combat skills were initially modest and wouldn't allow him to fight monsters. I eagerly selected the item recognition skill. Regrettably, mastering the skill required improving my intelligence stat. This meant I had to periodically invest precious stat points into intelligence once item recognition was maxed out. It was a beautiful morning, with the sunrise painting the sky in a myriad of colors and a gentle sea breeze wafting from the bay, promising a warm and sunny day ahead. Despite the early hour, the farmhands were already heading out to the fields from the quaint Beastmen village, which comprised of no more than 12 tiny whitewashed houses. The villagers welcomed me back with genuine warmth. A young, tailed wolf woman even gave me a wink, hinting at a backstory to my character's relationship with her, and whispered for me to find her at noon. It was a scene straight out of a rural fairy tale. As I marveled at the beauty surrounding me, I didn't immediately notice a gray-haired half-wolf in a blue velvet robe slowly walking toward me with a heavy staff in his clawed paw. Meanwhile, this NPC named Kyle Miori stepped off the well-trodden path and briskly approached me.
"Dean, my dear grandson, how gratifying it is to see that the many days of mourning for your sister's untimely death are over, and that you are back to work in the fields. While you were grieving, a lot of work piled up, grandson."
A question mark appeared above the gray wolf, indicating that the NPC had an assignment for me. Panicking, I knew I had to get out of here before history repeated itself and my character was burdened with a long series of quests. Alas, it was too late.
Assignment received. Clear the local field of weeds. Assignment class, mandatory, tutorial. Reward, 30 XP.
The old man handed me his crooked staff, which I soon realized was a hoe, and proceeded to lecture me on the importance of my task. Meanwhile, my translucent in-game assistant informed me in its emotionless robotic voice that I had received an in-game assignment that had to be completed within the allotted time. Failure to complete the quest would result in significant damage to my reputation and a penalty on the experience gained by my character. This presented a potential dilemma for me. In-game quests in SEO and games like Celestial Blades with similar mechanics required thoughtful consideration and had to be taken seriously due to their potential consequences. On the one hand, success in these quests could lead to valuable experience, loot, and fame. On the other hand, failure could result in a loss of reputation and penalties on rewards and experience. Furthermore, the negative effects of a damaged reputation could linger for days, ruining the player's virtual life and preventing them from taking on new assignments. Meanwhile, Grandpa finished grumbling about the thorny weeds that had overrun the distant field and inconvenienced everyone, turned around, and headed towards the village. The old man didn't explain why the 36 healthy, strong beastmen in the village hadn't done the work themselves before my arrival, despite the problem the weeds posed to everyone. Direction and distance markers appeared on the minimap. It was a standard tutorial step meant to teach the player how to navigate the map and complete in-game assignments. However, I was in no hurry to complete it. Instead, I took off my visor again and checked the game's forum to see how long it would take to complete the quest series and how generous the reward would be. As it turned out, there weren't that many people willing to play as villagers, so I had to dig deep to find the information. The scriptwriters had added an interesting touch to the plot, a lengthy series of quests, each growing progressively more complex, with numerous twists and turns that impacted the unfolding narrative. By the end of the season, players could own their own farm, delve into trading, confront robbers, and even persuade them to become new residents of the village. Additionally, there were several potential romantic storylines, and one of the male character's NPC girlfriends could even leave her home village to join the character on his journeys. It all seemed appealing at first, but it wasn't what I needed. Even with the 450% experience bonus, it wouldn't compensate for the loss of at least 6, if not 8, days of my time. Admittedly, the initial experience as a villager was promising. The freedom to roam without restraints or guards was exactly what I needed in the circumstances. I just had to leave the village before Grandpa could give me an assignment. So I decided to delete the character. All right, a third, and hopefully final, attempt to start the game. Dog of the Forgotten Pack, Clan, Children of the Land, Level 1 Villager. The name Dog, suggested by the game system, struck me as particularly odd, almost like an offensive nickname. From what I had learned about the half-wolves, calling one a dog was a grave insult, often provoking a fierce confrontation. And what the hell was the Forgotten Pack? I found myself intrigued and eager to find out more. The appearance of the Wolfman differed significantly from the previous two. There was no hint of cuteness or good nature. Instead, standing before me was a ferocious, bare-mouthed monster in a dark gray color with black spots. His paws were encased in metal shackles, with remnants of chains hanging from them. It appeared as though the menacing beast had been chained but managed to break free in a fit of fury. The only piece of clothing Dog was wearing was a loincloth. Scars adorned his chest and face, and fire burned in his eyes. It was a very colorful character. I didn't want to change anything about his formidable presence. But wait, what was it? Instead of the anticipated in-game assistant translucent orb, a miniature winged girl, no bigger than a human hand, materialized next to my character. Her delicate butterfly wings and tiny body were gray and appeared to be carved out of graphite. Vigi, a pixie, your in-game assistant. The pixie girl fluttered happily around the wolf, her thin, bell-like voice telling me about the character's stats. I didn't interrupt her. Instead, I quickly looked up information about the unusual creature while she continued to speak. Congratulations, player. You've been fortunate to acquire a unique creature, one of 3 pixie assistants created by Shattered Empire Online to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. There are only 3 of them in the entire game world: Vea, Vigi, and Raya, each possessing her own distinctive appearance, personality, and special abilities. These indestructible magical creatures boast 3 slots for active spells. Within the game settings, you have the option to choose whether your extraordinary assistant will be visible to other players, NPCs can't see them, and to modify her appearance. Oh, wow! From the very beginning of the game, I was offered an in-game assistant that surpassed anything my level 370 assassin human could have found in 5 years of playing. A truly unique creature. I had heard of such creatures, and I had even seen unique companions and mounts at the Parade of Alliances, but I never imagined I would be lucky enough to get my hands on such a rarity. At that moment, I decided that even though I couldn't avoid the series of initial quests, I wouldn't change anything and would continue to play as the vicious dog and his unique companion Vigi. I also decided not to alter the stats and skills, opting for the same ones as my previous attempt to play as a villager. Hardcore mode. Confirmed. Let's go. Heh, what a familiar sight. Of all the many tiny beastmen settlements where new players could start from, I found myself in the exact same village as before. The sun had already crept slightly above the horizon, and the villagers were diligently toiling in the fields, yet everything else remained unchanged. There, the gray-haired wolf, Kyle Miori, dressed in a blue robe, emerged from his house and trotted toward me, clutching a pickaxe in his paw. Without waiting for the old man to come closer and give me the initial tutorial assignment, I sprinted away.
"Grandson, wait! Where are you going?"
The old wolf switched to a brisk pace, then picked up speed and finally dropped to all fours to chase after me. No freaking way! I also dropped to all fours, which allowed me to move much faster. Run skill has been upgraded to level 2. The timing couldn't have been better. I was in dire need of a speed boost. Nevertheless, the determined old man kept following me, steadily narrowing the gap between us. The villagers, who had paused their work in the fields, gazed on in astonishment as the once majestic gray-haired elder chased after his defiant grandson in a cloud of dust. Run scale has been upgraded to level 3.
"Grandson, wait! I need to talk to you about work."
Go to hell, Grandpa, and take your pickaxe and weeds with you. Despite my clear rejection of farm work, the gray-haired old wolf stubbornly pursued me, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, my run skill had already reached its maximum level of 3, restricted by my build stat also being at 3. Furthermore, my endurance was depleting rapidly, making it clear that I couldn't keep running indefinitely. New location unlocked. The Carp Pond. Character level 2 reached. 3 free stat points received. I was just passing a dam that was blocking the creek, turning it into a small lake of clean water. Apparently, this territory was important for certain quests, as entering it was rewarded with experience. What a lifesaver! I promptly allocated all 3 of the points I had received upon reaching the 2nd level to build, bringing this stat up to 6. Not only did it give me more endurance points, but it also gave me a chance to upgrade my run. Run skill has been upgraded to level 4. Nice! Finally, my annoying grandpa started to fall behind. Up ahead, I could see carved wooden posts on either side of the road, marking the village's boundary. Racing past them at full speed, I dared to glance back. Unable to leave the territory defined by the game's algorithms, the old wolf in the blue robes came to an abrupt halt near the boundary posts. Standing on his hind legs, he brushed off the dust and walked back to the village with dignity, leaning on the hoe as if it were a staff. I stopped, trying to catch my breath. It worked! I successfully avoided the series of tutorial quests and was free to do whatever I wanted in the game world. Chapter 6. Dog of the Forgotten Pack. I stood at a crossroads near a roadside sign, scratching my furred head with my claws, deep in thought. In front of me was a wooden post with 3 arrows pointing in different directions, each bearing inscriptions in unfamiliar runes. Despite my attempt to decipher the obscure messages using item recognition, I was unsuccessful. where was I supposed to go? In theory, I knew I had to head east, far beyond the White River, where a passage to the fast travel network would materialize in 2 weeks, granting me access to the territory of the Shattered Empire. It was early in the morning, so I decided to rely on the sun as my guide. The only problem was that none of the 3 roads led east. Consulting my minimap proved futile. It only showed a black, uncharted area surrounding a small, obscurely named village. Moreover, as it turned out, I had been heading in the opposite direction this whole time, practically due west while trying to evade the old geezer. I cursed under my breath and looked at the village looming in the distance. Hoping to avoid running into my persistent and surprisingly agile grandpa, I decided to get off the main road and instead took a detour through some gardens and fields. I strolled through the well-kept grounds, passing fenced vegetable plots, orchards laden with unripe, I made sure to check, fruit, and vast fields of crops. From time to time, I tried to use item recognition to identify the types of crops cultivated by the beastmen, but each time I failed, with Vigi hovering close by to notify me that my skill level was inadequate for the task at hand. It was no wonder. With my low first level of item recognition, I couldn't do much. However, after a dozen unsuccessful attempts to identify plants or birds flying over the fields, I finally got lucky. Field Daisy, 45 XP received. The white and yellow flower peeked out amidst the plots of red cabbage, or whatever it was, and was almost certainly a weed. Still, I was excited to see it. As my attention turned to it, the item recognition progress bar filled up almost immediately, although I knew I wouldn't reach the second skill level due to insufficient intelligence. Nonetheless, the 45 experience points I had earned for successfully identifying the flower brought my character much closer to level 3, with a total of 190 out of the 250 points needed. Just 2 more of these daisies or similar weeds, and I'd finally be there. Dog, what are you doing here? Startled, I flinched in surprise. Immersed in the rural tranquility, I had let my guard down, oblivious to the NPC due to my weak perception. Meanwhile, hiding in the thick bushes at the field's edge was a familiar figure, the young wolf woman who had earlier instructed me to find her at noon. Although her words had been intended for the dog's predecessor, I instantly recognized the pretty half-wolf in her light blue sundress. Her name was Anika Yuri, a level 2 villager. However, instead of greeting my character with a warm smile like the last time, Anika seemed displeased, even frightened. What was wrong? What danger was she hiding from here? Just as I took a step forward, another character emerged from the bushes, a disheveled and disgruntled young wolf named Huey Liu, a level 4 hunter. Apparently, Anika had not been hiding here from someone, but rather with someone. And this someone immediately lashed out at me. Dog? Who let you out? Get back to your kennel now before I tell my older brothers you've run away again. Have you forgotten how they roughed you up for being disobedient the last time? Or should I remind you and punish you myself? The kid acted tough, though his twitching tail betrayed his nervousness. Huey Liu was clearly afraid of me. Vigi, who had observed the entire interaction, offered 2 options: to either turn around and leave, or to politely ask the villagers about the Forgotten Pack and my past. The options offered by my in-game assistant were odd, to say the least. After enduring numerous insults from this arrogant wolf cub NPC, I had no intention of leaving. Furthermore, the likelihood of the hunter, who was trying to show off in front of the young woman, providing honest answers to my questions seemed slim. So, instead of following Vigi's advice, I decided to do things my way. You cowardly worm, afraid to look me in the eye and hiding behind your older brothers? If you want to live, give me your clothes, bow, and travel bag, now! And tell me everything you know about the Forgotten Pack. Then I'll let you go. I could have really used some clothes. My dog had nothing on but a grimy loincloth and heavy metal shackles. Huey's leather vest looked brand new, as did his stylish hunting beret adorned with a colorful feather. The hunter's cropped, durable pants seemed like they would fit me well also. Meanwhile, Vigi pointed out that I couldn't use intimidation because I didn't possess that skill. Then the winged pixie gasped, confirming that my words failed to frighten the opponent who was about to engage me in a fight. Huey Lou surpassed me in both level and fighting ability, making the recommended course of action in this scenario clear: flee. Surrendering immediately was the next best option, as my opponent had no intention of killing me and would merely return me to the village where I could continue the game after receiving treatment. I certainly wasn't going to flee or surrender. All I saw in front of me was a brazen fool who, armed not with a proper melee weapon but with a long, heavy stick he had picked up from the ground, was threatening to break every bone in my body. I also saw an opportunity to gain valuable experience. If I were to kill a level 4 player, I would earn 400 experience points, which would then be increased by the 4.5 times multiplier bonus. A defeated NPC was probably worth less since the fight would be halted as soon as Huey learned his lesson and acknowledged his defeat, but nevertheless, a substantial amount of experience lay just 5 steps away from me, and I wasn't going to miss the chance to level up. A health bar appeared above my opponent, signaling that the fight had begun. Without wasting a moment, I charged forward and delivered a blow with my right paw. The impact was significant, deducting 7 points from my opponent's health bar, which was only about 10%, maybe even less. Apparently, Huey had about 80 health points, twice as many as I had. Or, at least that was the case before the fight had started. I swiftly followed up with a strike from my left paw, then jumped to the side and ducked, narrowly dodging a heavy, 2-handed swing of a club over my head. Claw skill has been upgraded to level 2. At this point, level 2 was the max. The skill couldn't be improved any further due to my current agility limit. It didn't matter, though. Even though each level only increased the damage dealt by my claws by 5%, I was still quite capable of winning the fight. Swiftly adapting to my opponent's clumsy fighting style, I anticipated his next move. As he feebly swung his heavy stick once more, I darted forward and delivered a series of 3 blows. First with my right paw, then my left, and finally with my right again, successfully evading Huey's next swing. Run skill has been upgraded to level 5. My opponent's health bar was already half drained, yet the hunter NPC had no intention of giving up and continued to hurl insults my way. What an idiot. Seizing the moment, I swiftly leaped behind him and, as he frantically searched for me, struck him in the back with both paws. I landed a solid blow with my right paw, despite my left missing its mark. Determined not to lose the upper hand, I promptly followed up with another strike from my right paw. Oops! I had been aiming for my opponent's back. However, just as I swung my paw, the idiot crouched down, and a slash of my long, sharp claws landed right on his exposed neck, which was unprotected by his leather vest. At the same time, I got a crit. Huey Lou's severed head rolled on the ground, spurting blood and staining the grass red. 1,800 XP received. Character level 3 reached. Character level 4 reached. Character level 5 reached. Character level 6 reached. Character level 7 reached. 15 free stat points received. New skill available. I hadn't planned on killing Huey. My intention was to simply rough him up to teach him a lesson and get the clothes I needed. However, since it had come to this, I crouched down and swiftly searched his body. Alas, the hunter NPC hadn't left behind any loot. No vest, no pants, no weapons. "What have you done, dog?" the young woman asked in horror. "Why did you kill him?" It was too late to try and justify my actions or claim that I didn't intend to kill Huey and that it was all just an accident. Anika wouldn't have believed any of my excuses anyway, especially after I had demanded that my opponent hand over his clothes before the fight and then proceeded to search his dead body for anything valuable right in front of her right after. The young woman had been afraid of me before, but now she saw me as a monster and was about to make a run for the village. "Stop right there!" I shouted at the she-wolf, who froze in fear. Vigi once again reminded me that my character lacked the intimidation skill. However, it was obvious that the she-wolf NPC was already terrified without it. We both knew that once she reached the village and reported the murder, there would be an uproar, and I would be hunted down. Anika seemed to be mentally preparing to die, fully aware that I saw her as a threat. Yet my moral compass wouldn't let me harm a defenseless woman, even if she was just an NPC in a virtual game and I could get a lot of experience for killing her. "Tell me everything you know about the Forgotten Pack, and give me some of your food," I said, pointing my bloody claws at a wicker basket near the bushes. "Then you can go." Anika Yuri was clearly surprised at such an unexpected display of mercy from Dog, whom she had always regarded as bloodthirsty and dangerous, yet she quickly muttered a response. "Sure, take whatever's in the basket, but I don't know much about the Forgotten Pack. All I heard was that they were a clan of warriors, a long time ago, feared and respected by all. Then something happened, and the clan was gone. Almost everyone died. Only a few children survived and found new homes. One of them is our village chief, Kyle Miori. But he was only a child then, and remembers nothing of the old days. Old Kyle doesn't know what happened to his clan. He can't even recall its name. He only mentioned that the clan's flag might have been purple or blue with a golden axe or something similar on it." Assignment received, The Forgotten Pack, Assignment Class, Rare. Description, uncover information about the perished clan with a blue flag featuring a golden axe. Reward, varies. I was taken aback when the in-game quest popped up on my screen. Confused, I carefully read its terms several times. The absence of a time limit and a reward that varied struck me as highly unusual for an in-game assignment. I had no idea how to tackle it. Maybe there were archives or libraries where I could find information about the flags of Beastmen NPC clans? Most importantly, the quest didn't impede my main mission of reaching the bank vault on time, so I didn't have to worry about it too much. I pulled myself out of my thoughts and made my way over to the basket of food. Inside, I found a tantalizing loaf of bread, 2 dried fish, and a full water skin made of leather. I wanted to thank the young woman, but realized that she was gone. I whipped around just in time to catch a glimpse of the she-wolf's blue sundress disappearing among the bushes and fences in the distance, already halfway to the village. As the hunt was about to begin, I swiftly headed out, dropping to all fours and heading east toward the dark, looming forest. As I ran, I applied the stat points I had recently received, putting 5 into agility. It would come in handy in melee fights and the various challenges ahead. In this game, you couldn't even climb a tree or cross a stream on a log without agility, let alone dodge flying arrows and enemy attacks, so improving this stat was a priority. Next, I allocated 4 points to build. Given the rigorous running I had planned for the day, my ability to evade pursuit would heavily rely on my run skill and endurance points. Following that, I invested 2 points into strength. This not only enabled me to carry additional weight, but also ensured that I met the requirements for using a variety of weapons and armor. After all, a fighter could never have too much strength. With 4 stat points left to allocate, I decided to invest 2 points in intelligence because playing the game without the ability to identify items and read messages was a major inconvenience. As for the remaining 2 points, I chose to improve perception. It bothered me that my character couldn't spot NPCs and other players in time. Attention! Your character has been banished from the Children of the Land clan. Attention! Your character has been declared a criminal in the Golden Cornfields village. NPC guards will attack you at every opportunity. The notification arrived just as I reached the edge of the forest, making me grin wryly. Golden Cornfields? So that was the name of the village where I had started the game? It was high time for me to get out of the fields. Undoubtedly, the half-wolf fighters were already scouring the dueling grounds for traces of me. The game notification felt strikingly familiar. It appeared that regardless of the character I chose to play, the scenario remained unchanged. I was declared a criminal and caught, then I ran away and had to fight back as best I could. You have left the safe zone. New location unlocked. The Boar's Thicket. A character level of at least 15 is recommended to visit this location. I came to an abrupt halt. I wasn't intimidated by the level 15 requirement or the creatures inhabiting the Boar's Thicket. However, risking my life by facing unfamiliar high-level monsters in hardcore mode without proper training, armor, and upgraded skills wasn't a smart decision. What if my dog's feeble attacks proved ineffective against the boars, while the formidable monsters, designed for level 15 players, could kill me with a single blow? Furthermore, the game map didn't always work in these dangerous locations. More precisely, for it to work correctly, one needed the required level of the mapping skill, which I lacked. There was a great risk of getting lost in the treacherous forest, especially if the sun disappeared behind the clouds, depriving me of its guiding light. In addition, I found myself increasingly worried about the upcoming hunt. For me, the forest was completely uncharted territory, where I could easily get lost in impassable thickets and labyrinths of fallen trees. In contrast, the local hunters knew the forest like the back of their paws, able to move much faster than I could along familiar paths. They could easily intercept me and force me to accept the fight on less than favorable terms. It became clear that I would have to postpone my trip to the Boar's Thicket and return only after completing the proper training and leveling up. But first, I had to escape my pursuers. Speaking of which, where were they? I quickly glanced at the nearest tree. Judging by the leaves, it was a maple tree. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 2. After receiving confirmation that it was indeed a young maple tree, I immediately climbed it. In the fields in the distance, I saw a large group of beastmen engaged in a heated discussion, gesturing vigorously. They were mostly hunters armed with bows and fighters clad in leather armor, their blades glinting in the sun. Among the half-wolves stood my grandpa, Kyle Miori, in his blue robe, explaining something to the others while pointing his paw in my direction. What a traitor! The grandfather was leading the hunt for his own grandson. After some time, the pursuers finally coordinated their actions and split into 3 uneven groups. The largest group, consisting of 10 half-wolves, swiftly made their way toward the forest, veering well to the left of my location. From above, I could see a clearing and a road leading into the forest. My pursuers were clearly in a rush to cut off this convenient escape route. The 4 large, mature half-wolves, led by the shaman, who was identifiable by his attire and the crooked staff in his paw, were in no hurry to chase after me. Their task seemed to be to hold a memorial service for the late hunter, Huey Liu. It was the shaman and his companions that Kyle Miori was arguing with, but then my grandpa was sternly shooed away by the shaman and eventually wandered back to the village. The other 3 wolf hunters dropped to all fours and slowly proceeded in my direction, their noses to the ground. Leading the trio was a particularly large black half-wolf with a wide red ribbon tied around his head, a symbol of revenge among the beastmen, as my in-game assistant Vigi had informed me. She also warned me that it would be fatal for me to confront him, as he wouldn't take me alive. He must have been one of the older brothers of the late Huey Liu. Moreover, based on the backstory I already knew, this menacing black wolf had hated my dog for a long time, regularly beating and humiliating him, and he was determined to finish me off. And since that was the case, it was this black wolf and his group that I wanted to deal with first. With only about 8 to 10 minutes to spare, I had to hurry to get ready to face my enemy.
I don't like this, Rourke,
said a young level 6 hunter named Pug Yuri, pointing to my deep footprints in the damp moss. "Dog has been careful up to this point, but here, it almost looks like he left his trail here on purpose, even though he could have gone around this lowland on that dry slope over there." "You overestimate Dog's mental abilities," grumbled the black half-wolf Rourke Roy, a level 18 hunter, as he bared his teeth. "The fool's panicking, running for his life, bulldozing his way through. And he's heading straight for a dead end. The deadly swamp and the boar's lair." "That's right, there's no road there. Dog will have to come back," chimed in the third member of the group, a young wolf woman named Rhea Yuri in a green hunting outfit. "If there's a lair of dangerous boars down the road, why don't we just wait right here?" Pooh suggested cautiously. "Dog will have to come through this lowland anyway. It's surrounded by impassable thickets." "You can wait here, you coward," Rourke Roy snarled, adjusting the red ribbon on his shaggy head. "Your sister should stay here too. You'll just get in my way. Stay alert, and remember, I'll skin you alive if you let Dog escape. I'm gonna follow the trail. I'll never forgive myself if this idiot drowns in the swamp or gets torn apart by wild boars. I must kill Dog myself to avenge my brother's death." The menacing half-wolf growled and then lowered his snout to the ground, slowly following my tracks as he vanished into the darkness of the forest. Surprisingly, this turn of events wasn't bad for me at all. I had anticipated a slightly different scenario and had even set a trap just 3 steps away from the clearly visible tracks I had planted. But this was even better. There were only 2 low-level opponents nearby, whom I hoped to deal with quickly. My previous character, Shadow Kane, had earned a sinister reputation for not only his high-profile assassinations of prominent players, but also for his penchant for hunting down his pursuers, turning the most renowned and skilled bounty hunters into pathetic, pleading prey. My new character, Dog, seemed to have inherited this same trait. Despite having numerous opportunities to evade pursuit and slip past search parties, Dog had chosen to hunt the hunters instead. I had never doubted Dog's ability to handle the 2 remaining half-wolves. However, I had to wait until the most dangerous of my pursuers was far enough away to be out of earshot of the impending fight. Some 300 yards away was a babbling brook, where I had cleverly truncated my tracks. Let Rourke Roy waste his precious time trying to figure out where Dog, the panicking fool, had gone. Maybe he'd even run into the pack of wild boars he had been talking about. That'd definitely take his mind off of me. Meanwhile, Pooh Ori caught a whiff of the air and turned with a surprised expression toward a thick, decaying log resting on the damp moss. He seemed to have detected the scent of the bread I had strategically placed inside. "Sister," the young wolf cub began. Rhea brought her finger to her lips and whispered, "I smell it too. Look inside, brother. Be careful, though." The huntress took a few steps back, picked up her bow, and placed an arrow onto the string. Pooh cautiously crawled up to the log and peered inside the decaying trunk. "Dog's stash of supplies!" exclaimed the wolf cub as he took off his bag and climbed inside. I waited for my opponent to partially disappear into the log and then kicked out the prop that held the nearby birch tree in its coiled position. The tree straightened, tightening the snare and trapping the hapless hunter in a very uncomfortable and rather vulnerable position. His body was stuck inside the log, with only his butt and legs sticking out. 1,350 XP received. Character level 8 reached. 3 free stat points received. As the trap went off, I sprang from my hiding spot behind a split tree where I had been lying under layers of moss. In a flash, I turned to face the confused young level 10 huntress, raising my clawed paw over her brother. "You shoot or scream and your brother's dead. Nod silently if you understand." Rhea nodded slowly, blushing and trying not to look in my direction. After using my loincloth to fashion a makeshift snare, I stood butt naked before the young wolf-woman. I was very proud of the work I had done in such a short time. I had placed a tantalizing bait and a makeshift snare inside the decaying log through a small hole where a branch had once been. The other end of the snare was tied to a bent birch tree, which I had wrenched into position with a sturdy stick. The birch tree leaning over the log concealed the hole and the snare with its leaves, making the trap virtually imperceptible. I had actually built this trap with the expectation of catching an even larger-sized prey. I had anticipated that my most formidable opponent, Rourke Roy, would be the first to detect the scent of the bread and crawl inside the log. But this wasn't bad. One of my 3 pursuers had been trapped and immobilized, and his sister was afraid to make a move, fearing for her brother's safety. However, the level 10 huntress remained a dangerous opponent who needed to be dealt with. I didn't want to kill the tailed young woman, but I couldn't let her hurt me either. Rhea, put your bow on the ground, slowly. Yes, that's it. Now put your front paws behind your back and get down on your knees. Vigi, fluttering before my eyes, reminded me once again that my character lacked the intimidation skill. Still, thanks to my grim reputation in golden cornfields, I was doing quite well without it. Rhea obediently dropped to her knees and put her paws behind her back. Without taking my eyes off the huntress, I carefully loosened the straps on her brother's bag, searching for a rope or something to tie her up with. I was in luck. I discovered long, robust strips of dried leather that would work well to bind her wrists and ankles. In just a matter of moments, the she-wolf was immobilized. I then took a sheath containing a fine hunting knife from Rhea's belt and grabbed her hunting bow and quiver of arrows. I could have used a weapon. 2,180 XP received. Character level 9 reached. Character level 10 reached. 6 free stat points received. 9 points accumulated total. New skill available. The game system rewarded Dog generously for taking down a second dangerous opponent quietly and without bloodshed. I promptly allocated 5 points to agility, raising it to level 12, but chose to refrain from distributing the remaining stat points for the time being, preferring to deal with it at a later time in a calmer setting. Afterward, I returned to Pooh, who was still ensnared inside the log, and started removing the tailed hunter's fine leather pants. "What are you doing, dog?" The young hunter sounded terrified. "I'm getting dressed so I don't make your sister uncomfortable with my provocative appearance," I reassured him. The pants were a bit short, but they fit well enough. I secured the sheath with Rhea's hunting knife to my belt and slung the bow, quiver of arrows, and the siblings' travel bags over my shoulder. As I was about to leave, though, an arrow with colorful fletching suddenly came flying out of the forest and struck hard under my left collarbone, penetrating so deeply that only the back half of the arrow could be seen. In an instant, my character's 92 health points were reduced to a mere 30. In addition, bleeding started, and I began to lose 2 hit points per second. Worst of all, no matter how hard I peered into the forest around me, I couldn't see my opponent. This was bad. Very bad. Chapter 7. The 3 Heads. I had to take immediate action. In less than 15 seconds, Dog would die from bleeding, even if the assailant refrained from shooting any more arrows from the forest. Rolling behind a fallen tree, I swiftly brought up my character's stats tab. First, I allocated the free points to build. As I added them one by one, my remaining health points increased to 46. Most importantly, the icon of the bleeding debuff that had been applied to me disappeared, prompting me to stop there and put the last stat point into perception. I also decided against adding the regeneration skill to my character, which I had been considering moments before to offset his dwindling health. I wanted to see if I could manage without it. I had hoped that improving perception would help me detect the unseen enemy, However, my efforts proved futile as I still couldn't spot my opponent. Meanwhile, the enemy lurked nearby, meaning that more attacks were coming. I cautiously peeked out for a split second and glanced swiftly at the bushes from which the arrow had come. Some branches were swaying, suggesting the shooter was on the move. I crouched down once more and rolled silently to the side behind the wide tree trunk. I intended to peer out from a different spot to avoid being hit by another arrow. The enemy would surely be watching my previous position. To my surprise, the arrow came from the opposite side, lodging deep into the rotting trunk where I had been moments before. My opponent had managed to get around my cover and approach from the opposite side. Whoever they were incredibly stealthy and agile. In an instant, I leaped up and over the fallen tree, seeking cover behind it once more.
Run skill has been upgraded to level 6.
"You won't get away, dog! You'll die here and now for killing my brother!" The gloating voice finally gave away my opponent's position, who swiftly maneuvered around my hiding spot and would soon have me in their sights once more. Surprisingly, the voice didn't belong to the black hunter, Rourke Roy, with whom I had crossed paths before. Could it be another brother of the impudent Huey Liu whom I had killed? After all, Huey had mentioned that it was his brothers who used to beat me up regularly. This meant that there were at least 2 of them. I realized that remaining hidden and vulnerable wasn't the best option in this situation. It was only a matter of time before the shooter found me. Assessing the clearing around my hiding place, I carefully selected a spot in the middle, away from the bushes. As I gathered my resolve, I headed to the spot and stood tall, ready to face the enemy. I tried to relax. The reflexes I had developed over 5 years of playing the game hadn't disappeared, so my situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Once you knew how to do it, deflecting arrows wasn't that hard, especially when facing a single opponent. My high-level assassin human, Shadow Kane, could effortlessly deflect incoming projectiles while maintaining his combo attacks. But that was Kane, with his incredible agility, high stats, and skills upgraded to over level 400. Dog of the Forgotten Pack, a humble villager just embarking on his journey as a fighter, was a different story. If only I had parry or dodge skills. Alas, a simple villager wasn't supposed to possess any combat skills, so I had to make do with what I had. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a bowstring being drawn from the right. In a flash, I whipped around and blocked the deadly arrow flying straight at my head with my claws. It worked!
Claws skill has been upgraded to level 3.
As I gazed ahead, I finally spotted my opponent. A large half-wolf in a green hunting outfit, with a long compound bow in his paws, was standing 7 paces away from me. A red ribbon of vengeance was tied around his furry head, reminiscent of Rourke Roy's.
Brian Wu, Clan, Children of the Land, level 16 tracker.
My winged assistant, Vigi, advised me that the opponent was stronger than me and suggested retreating. However, the pixie unexpectedly demonstrated her worth by adding, as if she had read my mind, that engaging an opponent armed with a long-range weapon in a melee fight could be a smart and strategic move. Frustrated at missing his target, Brian Wu spat on the ground but didn't try to run or hide. I seized the opportunity and rushed forward while his long-range weapon was still unloaded. With a strike from my right paw and another from my left paw, I managed to cut the bowstring and slash Brian's right wrist. Targeting a limb or a weapon was much harder than randomly hitting the opponent, but thanks to my high agility points, both of my attacks were successful.
Run skill has been upgraded to level 7. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 4.
It took my opponent a full second to register that his weapon was damaged. In that brief moment, I managed to land another successful blow to his right paw and then quickly retreated to a safe distance. Brian, in frustration, hurled his useless bow at me, but I managed to duck and let it fly over me. "Killing you in melee combat will be even more satisfying," the tailed tracker growled menacingly as an axe materialized in his right paw. Without uttering a word, I stepped back 5 paces, inviting my opponent to emerge from the thick bushes and face me in the open. Interpreting my retreat as a sign of weakness, Brian moved toward me, raising his axe above his head and hurling more threats at me. I waited until my opponent was within striking range, and then made my move. A swift fake to throw him off balance. A roll to the left to dodge his slashing blow from above. 2 well-aimed claw strikes to the tracker's right shoulder and elbow. Run skill has been upgraded to level 8. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 5. Brian let out a roar of pain and, after a moment's thought, shifted his axe to his left paw. "Oh, is your right paw really that bad?" After using item recognition, I discovered that Brian's paw was indeed severely damaged and could no longer grip a weapon. Judging by his slow, awkward movements, it was clear that my opponent had never learned to fight with his left paw. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 3. 90 XP received. If Brian had been smarter, he might have given up, and perhaps I would have spared him. However, anger clouded the mind of the half-wolf seeking vengeance. Unaware of his doomed fate, my opponent continued to advance, all the while boasting. "My father wanted me to join my older brother's group to intercept you at the crossing, but instead of following the others, I went after the group of hunters trailing your path. And I was right. I found you, and now I'm gonna kill you." I deftly dodged Brian's clumsy axe strike, rolled over, and attacked him from behind. Right paw, left paw, right paw. Although my in-game class didn't allow for triple damage backstabs like a thief or an assassin, I was determined to wear my opponent down, steadily chipping away at his health bar. I strategically kept to the right, making it difficult for Brian to strike me with the axe in his left paw, while I focused on targeting his legs. This tactic was to not only limit his mobility, but also prevent him from escaping once he realized he was finished. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 6. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 7. Everything was going according to plan, and Brian's initial hit points were down to less than a third. My opponent was limping badly on both legs and was no longer boasting of his impending victory. I even felt that Brian Wu was ready to beg for mercy when suddenly, "Dog, behind you!" I didn't know why Ria Yuri, the captive young wolf woman, decided to help me, but her warning couldn't have come at a better time. I jumped back just as an arrow meant for me struck Brian Wu's back with a sickening thud. The tracker groaned, turned slowly, and cast a reproachful gaze at his clumsy brother, Rourke, in the final moments of his life. Those last few seconds were enough for me to finish him off, enabling me to confront my new, dangerous opponent without fear of a surprise attack from behind. Just as with Huey Liu, I used my claws to sever the half-wolf's furry head. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 8. 4,500 XP received. Character level 11 reached. Character level 12 reached. Character level 13 reached. 9 free stat points received. As Rourke Roy stood at the opposite end of the clearing, clutching his bow with trembling paws, I swiftly searched his brother's lifeless body. A set of knee pads that boosted an armor rating by +2. I wasted no time putting them on. A dozen arrows with colorful fletching. 2 silver and 9 copper coins. And, of course, a severed wolf's head with a red ribbon still tied around it. I carefully stowed all the loot in my inventory. "You killed him," muttered Rourke Roy, looking at his brother's decapitated body in shock. "No, it was you who killed him. Your brother was about to admit defeat and surrender, but you didn't let him. Instead, you shot him and even reached level 19 for your heinous act." As I was speaking, I allocated the stat points. I invested 2 points in intelligence, since item recognition was already maxed out. Another 2 went into perception to bring this low stat up to 6. The remaining 5 points were assigned to build. I anticipated a fierce fight, and wanted to ensure I had enough health points in case I missed an attack or two. I had 72 hit points, so I was confident I could survive one of Rourke's attacks. Feeling reassured, I decided to confront the enemy. "I think it's best for you to surrender, Rourke Roy. Your father is already mourning the loss of 2 of his sons. Let's not put him through the pain of losing a 3rd. Was I imagining things, or was my high-level opponent actually taking a moment to consider my suggestion? It seemed that way, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The black wolf growled, tossed aside his hunting bow, and extended his sharp claws. "You ugly bastard! Father warned me you were dangerous. He always knew you were just pretending to be a village idiot, so that the soldiers from the capital wouldn't come for you and take you away like your parents. Father said that the evil of the Forgotten Pack lurked within you, and one day it would come out. But I will stop you. You will die by my claws." The Forgotten Pack assignment has been updated. Description: the shaman of the Golden Cornfields village has information about the mysterious, perished clan and your past. Find a way to get the old shaman to talk and learn more. The assignment seemed to refer to the shaman who had been performing a ritual in the field behind the village. This indicated that he was Huey and Brian's father, but I doubted the shaman would be willing to talk to his son's murderer. Suddenly, Rourke Roy dropped to all fours and charged at me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Not expecting this savage behavior to come from a seemingly intelligent beastman like Rourke, I narrowly avoided the attack from the massive black wolf who was trying to sink his teeth into my throat. The wolf turned around, his eyes filled with madness and rage. My opponent stood on his hind legs and charged at me once more, swiping his right paw in a vicious strike. I stood my ground as his sharp claws struck my chest, deducting 59 hit points. Vigi screamed hysterically, but then calmed down and even laughed contentedly because my opponent was in far worse shape. He had come at me completely unguarded, with no defense or even an attempt to dodge. I took advantage of this and aimed for his eyes. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 9. An ear-splitting howl of pain and despair shook the air as my blinded opponent pressed his paws to his bloodied face. With only 13 hit points left, I knew I had to be extremely careful. I quickly moved away from my wounded enemy, jumped behind him to strike again, and swiftly bounced back to avoid being hit in return. Another successful attack. Again and again. Rourke Roy's health bar had plummeted to just 15% when the Black Wolf tried to flee. Determined to gain more speed, he dropped to all fours and dashed through the bushes and into the thicket as fast as he could. Rourke managed to run about 500 feet before colliding with the sturdy trunk of a tall maple tree at full speed, the sound of his bones cracking echoing through the air. The hunter whimpered and collapsed to his knees, his ears wiggling as he listened intently for my approach from behind. "I will be avenged," growled the crippled half-wolf, his mouth foaming with blood. "Father is summoning the celestial raven. This magic bird will track you down and lead my older brother, Arvi, and his warriors to you. You're as good as dead. There's no escape for you." The information about the magic bird was important. However, it was soon overshadowed by a stream of vile obscenities and empty threats, which I didn't endure for long. A sharp blow to the throat put an end to the blind wolf's suffering. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 10. 17,100 XP received. Character level 14 reached. Character level 15 reached. New skill available. Character level 18 reached. 15 free stat points received. I had over 17,000 experience points. That was more than Dog had earned from all his previous actions since the beginning of the game. But then I did the math and realized that the amount seemed fair for killing a level 19 enemy solo, especially with all the current experience bonuses. In less than 2 hours of playing the game, I had already reached level 18. There were definitely some advantages to playing in hardcore mode. I picked up the wolf's heavy head and searched his dead body for anything valuable. All I found was 6 copper coins and a loaf of bread wrapped in leaves. Not much to speak of. However, I recalled seeing Rourke-Roy toss his fine hunting bow during the fight, so I retraced my steps and retrieved the weapon. Not bad for such an early stage of the game. This bow was better than the one I had taken from the she-wolf. Speaking of... Rhea Yuri still sat on her knees, her paws tied, watching me closely. I returned the furry huntress's bow to her and thanked her, albeit belatedly, for her timely warning during the fight.
"Untie me, dog. I'll help you get that arrow out of your shoulder."
I was in a dilemma. Should I trust this NPC who I barely knew, or make do without her help? The arrow had to be removed, but with only 13 hit points left, I wouldn't survive a potential sneak attack with a knife or claws. Luckily, Vigi informed me that the female NPC was fond of me, and under certain circumstances, my relationship with Rhea Yuri could even become romantic. I grinned. I had no interest in having a romantic relationship with an NPC. After all, they were just sets of ones and zeros on a game server, and that never appealed to me. However, I decided to release the she-wolf for purely practical reasons. Rhea rubbed her numb wrists and asked for her knife and bag back. Cautiously, I complied with her request.
"Here, drink this,"
Rhea said as she untied the straps of her bag and handed me a vial containing a suspicious, cloudy, pinkish liquid. "Weak healing potion. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 4. I drank the potion, raising my hit points to 25.
"You should be healthy enough now to survive what's coming. Clench your teeth, dog."
Holy crap! The pain was so intense that it almost caused Dog to accidentally bite off his tongue. My current technical setup, a weak laptop and a visor connected to a port on my temple, couldn't fully convey all the character's sensations to the player. I couldn't smell anything or feel the breeze on my skin. I could sense a bit of the cold and heat, but I definitely experienced the pain. It wasn't as sharp as what a player with full virtual world immersion using the CyberGo 3 cybernetic interface would feel, but it was still unpleasant. The she-wolf pressed firmly on the arrow until its jagged, bloody tip broke the surface of my flesh and came out near my shoulder blade. Then she skillfully cut the shaft near the tip with her knife, as if she had done this many times before, and removed the arrow's tail.
"That's it, dog. You'll be as good as new in no time,"
Rhea Yuri assured me, handing me back her knife and bag.
"Now hurry up and leave before they find you. The shaman will never forgive you for killing his sons, and you can't handle all the fighters in Golden Cornfields by yourself."
The young wolf woman stood before Dog, her huge, dark brown eyes fixed on mine as though she anticipated something from me. Was she waiting for a thank you for the medical care she had provided? I thanked her, but Rhea Yuri still stood there, seemingly expecting more. To be honest, I was utterly perplexed. After all, I had trapped the huntress's brother, bound her, and basically robbed her. Yet Rhea had helped me and even allowed me to keep her possessions. "Vigi, what does Rhea Yuri want from me?"
"The young wolf-woman is very impressed by how skillfully you handled her and her brother and defeated 2 strong opponents in battle. Besides,"
Vigi, circling in front of my face, giggled, her voice akin to tiny bells ringing.
"Rhea Yuri saw you naked, and she liked what she saw. As a result, you unlocked a branch of in-game assignments to develop a relationship with this female NPC. You can kiss her if you want to. She won't refuse this form of gratitude for her help. As your in-game assistant, I am obliged to inform you that you can offer the Huntress NPC to go on a journey with you. There is a 45% chance that she will agree, and the chance of success can be increased by investing free points in charisma. However, if you want to know my opinion, I must say that I am strongly against having any other girls with you except me."
Dressed in a vibrant ensemble of skins and feathers, a gray-haired level 45 shaman named Yarvi Yau knelt beside a small bronze brazier with herbs smoking on it. With his eyes shut, the old half-wolf sang a mournful tune. On a large, flat stone nearby lay Huey Lou's head, adorned with wildflowers. With the rest of the villagers nowhere to be found, the shaman seemed to have lost touch with reality, oblivious to my presence. "I don't know why your sons suddenly went crazy and attacked me today, but it was a very bad idea. For them." I placed 2 more severed heads on the flat stone beside the first one. The shaman stopped his chanting, opened his eyes, and stared silently at the heads of his sons. "Your sons were valiant warriors. They fought bravely until the end. They ought to be honored with a proper funeral service to guide their souls to a better place. They deserve that much." Stunned, the shaman remained silent. I continued in a calm voice. "Just yesterday, any of your sons would have easily killed me, but today, a power has awakened within me."
"You are an evil that should not walk this earth,"
said the old wolf, finally breaking his silence. I didn't want to argue with the stubborn fanatic. I also didn't want to mock his dead children or reveal to the grief-stricken father how one of his sons had shot the other. I may be the ancient evil of the forgotten pack that has no place on this earth, but you have a 4th son, and it's within your power to save him. Once you've completed the ritual to summon the celestial raven, send it off with a message for Arvi. Tell him I've returned to Golden Cornfields and—" I paused for a moment, trying to recall the name of the location west of the village. "I'm attacking the villagers near the carp pond. Have him rush there with his warriors to rescue the locals. If you do as I say, your son will live, and I'll leave the village forever. Otherwise, I'll kill Arvi too. I'm strong enough to do it." The shaman looked at me with distrust, but then he noticed my 18th level and relented.
"You've grown significantly stronger in just one morning. What I always feared and warned the emissaries from Wolfburg about has come true. The soldiers of the Steel Crown took away your parents, but didn't see the feeble child as a threat. It's their pity and short-sightedness that led to the tragic events of today."
450 XP received. The Forgotten Pack assignment has been updated. Description: according to the shaman of the Golden Cornfields Village, an organization known as the Steel Crown, located in the city of Wolfburg, has shown interest in your family for many years. Uncover information about this organization. The old wolf gazed at his sons' heads and then closed his eyes.
"I will do as you ask. The celestial raven will guide Arvi's squad from the eastern road back to the village. Now go, dog. Let me bid farewell to Huey, Brian, and Rourke."
Thinking the conversation was finished, I took a few steps to leave, but then Yarvi Yau suddenly called out to me.
"Dog, I appreciate you treating my sons with the respect they deserved and having the courage to face their father. For this reason alone, I will give you a 1-hour head start. After that, I will send messengers to all the nearby villages, and the warriors of the Children of the Land clan will track you down. I will also send a messenger to Wolfburg with an account of what has happened. Let the Steel Crown know that the old prophecies have been fulfilled, and the ancient evil has been reborn."
Assignment received. The Wolf Hunt. Assignment class. Standard. Mandatory. Description: the fighters of the Golden Cornfields Beastmen village and 8 neighboring villages are about to launch a massive joint hunt for your character, who has been declared a criminal. Evade the hunt and escape beyond the borders of the territory controlled by the Children of the Land clan. Reward: 500 XP, a magic rune for your in-game assistant. The hunt starts in 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Chapter 8. The Heart of the She-Wolf. I was hiding in the woods near an eastbound trail, anxiously watching the countdown timer. With just 35 minutes remaining before the hunt began, the large group of beastmen had yet to return to the village, making it too risky for me to use the road. I could, of course, head east through the woods, but that would significantly slow me down, with fallen trees, swamps, and predators making the journey much more challenging. I took advantage of the respite to raid the food supplies I had found in Rhea and her brother's bags. It wasn't just about satisfying my hunger and filling up my energy bar, although that was a nice bonus. A full energy bar meant my health points would be restored much faster, which was crucial for me. I didn't have any healing potions and hadn't yet learned how to find healing herbs. My health bar had been seriously depleted in the skirmishes with the shaman's sons and needed to be replenished. As I ate, I carefully allocated the stat points. 15 free points. That might seem like a lot at first, but in reality, it wasn't much. Not enough to address my character's weak spots. First, my low perception. I was very concerned that Dog always ended up being the one catching up to his opponents, forced to react to their moves. Today, I was lucky when the she-wolf, Rhea Yuri, alerted me, and even luckier when one of my enemies hit the other. However, relying on luck wasn't a sustainable strategy. I needed to be able to detect my enemies on my own. As a result, I decided to invest 3 points in perception, bringing it up to 9. I even thought about acquiring a new perception-based skill that would help me spot my opponents, such as keen sense of smell or sharp eye. Ultimately, I dismissed this idea because I couldn't afford to allocate too many points to perception, and the new skill would be maxed out all the time, with little benefit for Dog. Next, I focused on agility, the main stat for damage and dodge. I invested 6 stat points to this skill, raising my agility to 18. Build was another priority stat for a fighter, influencing health and endurance. I wanted to invest as much as possible, but had to hold back. 3 points, and my build went to 20. Then I put 2 points into strength. Strength was essential for a fighter, affecting armor penetration, the ability to stun an opponent, carrying capacity, the likelihood of blocking an attack, and other important factors. Although the resulting 6 strength points seemed ridiculously low for a melee player like me, I had to work with it for the time being. Lastly, I put the remaining point into intelligence, increasing that stat to 6 as well. It may not be much, but at least the item recognition skill would be slightly improved. Speaking of skills, I had 3 free skill points, which could be used to help Dog learn new skills and enhance his abilities. However, I chose not to make any hasty decisions, as these skill points could potentially be used in different ways. I had just reached level 10 in my Claws skill, allowing me to enhance my main attack with 1 skill point. Despite delivering significantly less damage than an axe, a dagger, or a heavy 2-handed weapon like the heavy hammer, I liked my claws. They weren't an easy weapon to master, requiring a lot of maneuvering and agility on the battlefield, as I constantly had to stay on the move to be within striking distance of my opponents. It was a risky and strenuous fighting style, but one that I found truly exhilarating. I spent a long time considering the various attack enhancement options for improving my Claws skill. Should I add fire damage to physical damage to potentially set the target on fire while attacking? Or maybe add cold damage to slow down the enemy for a few seconds or even freeze them? Or enhance my Claws' armor penetration to increase the chance of ignoring armor? What about bleeding or stun? In the end, I decided to go with damage boost. Each time I landed a successful claw hit, my next attack on that same enemy would inflict more damage. The increase was only 1%, which was hardly noticeable in most fights. Because of its minimal impact, players often opted for something else instead of damage boost, seeking more immediate results. However, when you were up against tough boss NPCs with an immense amount of health points, or heavily armored opponents who barely flinched at your attacks, it was damage boost that often turned the tide and helped secure victories in seemingly unwinnable battles. This enhancement was especially beneficial for claws, which delivered numerous but relatively weak strikes against an opponent. Moreover, the game featured magic items that increased the damage boost multiplier, not by 1%, but by 1.5% or even 2%. After the next 5 skill levels, I had the opportunity to further enhance my claws in a similar manner, thereby amplifying the effect. So, yes, it had to be damage boost. It was a calculated, long-term investment in my character's advancement.
"Dog, watch out!"
Vigi warned me suddenly. I cautiously peered out of the bushes on the side of the road. By the way, was it my winged familiar's job to warn me of danger? Was that the squad of warriors returning to golden cornfields? It wasn't. Strolling along the road leading east away from the village were 2 familiar half-wolf NPCs. One of them was my grandpa, the village elder, Kyle Miori, in his luxurious blue robe, with his usual hoe in his paw. Walking alongside him was the she-wolf, Rhea Yuri, but for some reason, instead of her usual huntress attire, she was wearing a nondescript, shabby hiking outfit and a wide-brimmed straw hat, and instead of a bow and quiver of arrows, she was carrying a travel bag. What the hell was going on? I didn't have time to find out because a squad of warriors finally appeared on the road in a cloud of dust, forcing me to take cover in the bushes. My pursuers, armed with weapons and clad in iron chainmail, rumbled toward golden cornfields, snarling at each other and urging each other on. After waiting for half a minute, I dared to peek out of the bushes, only to find Kyle and Rhea just a few feet from where I was hiding.
"Grandson?"
The elder spoke first. The sound of his voice made my heart skip a beat. Had all my efforts been in vain? Was this old geezer going to give me the first quest to clear the distant field of weeds? But I was wrong. The game's algorithms weren't as primitive as I had thought. Kyle Miori began to explain how his neighbor, he pointed to Rhea standing nearby, had told him about what had happened in the woods earlier today. He had long foreseen these events, patiently waiting for the day when the power of the ancient warrior clan would manifest itself in his grandson. And finally, this day had come. The elder took a pendant from around his neck and, visibly trembling, handed it to me. A wolf's claw on a simple leather cord. Amulet of the Forgotten Pack. Critical hit chance 1%. 900 XP received. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 5.
"Grandson, this amulet is all I have left of our old clan. I've kept it hidden for years, because it's one of the few pieces of evidence that the Forgotten Pack ever existed. The authorities have gone to great lengths to erase our clan from the Beastmen's memories. They've wiped out all the records in the archives, banned our clan's songs, and punished anyone who dared to speak of the Forgotten Pack. Our enemies have almost succeeded in reducing our clan to nothing more than an old, forgotten legend, an ancient myth the modern generation no longer believes in. But today, grandson, a power has awakened in you, and that means hope has returned. Go with your head held high, seek knowledge of the Forgotten Pack, and bring the truth to our world. May blessings guide you on your journey, grandson."
Congratulations on completing all the tutorial assignments. You are now prepared to enter the vast world of Celestial Blades, where thrilling adventures and mortal dangers await. Your character's stats have been improved. Strength +2, Agility +2, Build +2, Intelligence +2, Wisdom +2, Perception +2, Charisma +2. 9,000 XP received. Character level 19 reached. 3 free stat points received. I was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of system messages. Somehow I had completed all the tutorial assignments without even starting them. Clearly, there was a bug in the game's algorithms. It appeared that the programmers of Celestial Blades hadn't anticipated such non-standard behavior from a character. Most importantly, the extra 14 points had significantly boosted my stats, instantly making Dog appear larger and more formidable. On top of that, I had reached level 19. I was just a little over 2,000 experience points away from reaching the 20th level. I gratefully accepted the amulet from my grandpa and examined it carefully. It looked like a simple trinket with low magic properties. Upon closer look, however, I noticed a heraldic shield with a double-edged axe depicted on a wolf's claw. Clearly, this symbol held some significance and could potentially help me uncover information about the Forgotten Pack. After thanking Kyle Miori for the valuable gift, I put the amulet around my neck. Suddenly, Rhea Yuri, who had been standing modestly next to the village elder, spoke up.
"Dog, I've made a decision. I want to go with you."
My in-game assistant, hovering right in front of my face, folded her arms across her chest and shook her head, frowning. I had no intention of taking Rhea with me, even without Vigi's negative attitude. It wasn't just a matter of NPC companions using some of the player's experience for their own advancement. The exact percentage depended on the NPC's settings, usually ranging from 5 to 30%. The speed of gaining experience and reaching new levels was critical for Dog. In Rhea's case, I could have made an exception and taken her with me, giving her 5 to 10% of the experience. However, I liked the young she-wolf, even though she was just a set of ones and zeros, so I couldn't take her with me. Throughout the 5 years of playing the game, my assassin human, Shadow Kane, had had numerous NPC companions, some of whom I even became attached to, and I mourned their deaths after their passing. Kane's risky playstyle, which Dog had inherited, wasn't conducive to having NPC companions. No matter how well I cared for or tried to protect them in battles, all my NPC companions would inevitably meet their demise, and I didn't want the same fate for Rhea. She had been a great help to Dog, saving him, sharing supplies, healing him, and treating him kindly. I couldn't repay the cute she-wolf NPC's kindness with death, which would be inevitable if I took her on my arduous journey. As I kept quiet, Vigi decided to weigh in on the decision.
Dog, you shouldn't have kissed Rhea back there, even out of gratitude. You've upgraded your relationship with her, and she won't let you go. She-wolves choose their mates once and remain faithful to them until death. You must drive her away now before she gets too attached to you, because you won't be able to later.
I let out a heavy sigh and turned to the tailed huntress. Rhea, bringing you with me would put your life in mortal danger. The shaman, Yarvi Yau, has already sent a message to the neighbors. In half an hour, the residents of the 9 villages of the Children of the Land clan will come after me. They won't rest until they've killed me or I leave their territory. I'll never forgive myself if they kill you for coming with me. I thought I had explained everything clearly. I had outlined why I couldn't take a companion without offending the pretty half-wolf. Rhea Yuri lowered her shaggy head, but I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced. Surprisingly, old Kyle Miori came to my rescue, letting out a deep sigh as he spoke.
"Evading a massive hunt declared by the entire clan is no easy feat. 100 strong warriors, 300 fast and sharp-sighted hunters, not to mention the magic support of priests and shamans, and thousands of villagers who will keep a close watch on all roads and crossings. My grandson, I suggest you hide in the deepest part of the forest and wait it out. A hunt like this can't last forever. It's too costly for the clan to take so many villagers away from their work during the growing season. Give it 5 days, a week at most, and things will calm down. You will then be cleared of your criminal status and free to return to golden cornfields for Rhea Yuri."
I chuckled. These were the laws of a virtual game. If your character managed to evade capture, eventually everything would settle down, the world would return to its normal state, and you could carry on playing without constantly engaging in battles with NPC guards. If only real life worked the same way. The wise elder's words had persuaded the she-wolf, and she decided to stay in the village. But just as the wave of relief came over me, Rhea Yuri suddenly turned to me and assured me she would wait for my return. Just then, a system message popped up in front of my eyes. Assignment received. The Heart of the She-Wolf. Assignment class, rare, personalized. Description: you have 10 days to fulfill your promise and return to the Golden Cornfields village for the half-wolf Rhea Yuri. Reward: 1,500 XP. Companion NPC Rhea Yuri, level 10 Huntress. Heart of the She-Wolf Magic Stone. Properties unknown. What promise? I hadn't promised Rhea Yuri anything like that. I had only suggested that she stay in her home village. As I stood there, stunned, trying to make sense of what had just happened, the old man and the young woman turned around and slowly headed back to Golden Cornfields without saying a word. My endurance points dropped to 0, and I had to slow down to catch my breath. Every 3 seconds of running on all fours cost Dog 1 endurance point, which added up to 20 points per minute. With only 120 points available, I could only run at full speed for 6 minutes. It didn't seem like a lot, but judging by the map, I had covered about 2 miles during my long-distance run. In this time, I had upgraded my run skill to level 12, but more importantly, I had gotten far away from Golden Cornfields, where the warriors, led by the shaman's oldest son, would soon realize they had been tricked and would come after me. However, even with the 22 points I had put into build, I had worn myself out too quickly. I invested 2 more of my 3 free stat points into it, bringing that stat up to 24. I allocated the last point to agility, raising it to 21. Upgrading Run beyond level 10 had unlocked new ways to improve the skill, as well as additional opportunities that I immediately took advantage of. Run had a lot of development options, but I was particularly interested in 2 skills crucial for a fighter: Quick Dash and Double Jump. Quick Dash allowed a player to swiftly move about 36 feet in a chosen direction after spending a certain amount of endurance points. This skill could be used to instantly move out of an archer's line of fire, get behind an opposing melee character, or get out of the range of destructive area of effect spells. In my opinion, Quick Dash was a must-have in the arsenal of any melee fighter, especially one like me, unarmored and vulnerable. As the name implied, Double Jump allowed you to defy the laws of physics by making a second jump from the highest point of the first jump, and not necessarily upwards. Unlike Quick Dash, Double Jump required almost no endurance points, making it incredibly useful. When combined, these skills enabled the character to move around the battlefield in ways the enemy could not predict, giving the player an advantage, especially against slow-moving, armored enemies. Unfortunately, I could only choose one skill at the moment, so I opted for Quick Dash, spending one of my 2 free skill points on it. My run skill was leveling up rapidly, so I'd be able to acquire Double Jump as well by the time I reached level 15. As I rounded the corner, I saw a wooden bridge spanning a dark, fast-moving forest river, prompting me to shift my focus away from my character's progress and close the Stats tab. The countless wolf paw prints in the damp soil suggested that the enemies were waiting for me, hoping that Dog would eventually have to cross the bridge. After examining the tracks, I turned to a nearby sign with 2 arrows. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 7. I finally managed to decipher the inscriptions. One of the arrows pointed west, back to Golden Cornfields, where I had come from. The sign indicated that the village was 3 miles away, which left me pondering. On average, a mile consisted of 2,000 steps, but each nation had its own interpretation of this measure, with 48 different versions of a mile recognized worldwide. I wondered what a mile meant to a half-wolf and how their steps were counted. when walking on 2 legs or on all 4. But it was the second arrow that drew my attention. The mill and trading post at 5 Roads, distance 2 miles. I didn't care about the mill, but the trading post was a different story. Dog needed gear. I was almost at level 20, and apart from my old leather pants, knee pads, and the amulet from my grandpa, I had nothing else. I realized I didn't really have any money or items to sell, so I couldn't buy new clothes, but it was good to know that 5 roads converged there. Such an important intersection would definitely be monitored by my pursuers, with guards likely posted nearby. Although, I glanced at the countdown timer. There were 20 minutes left before the hunt began. If I hurried, I could make it past the intersection before then. Vigi, circling nearby, tried her best to get my attention, eager to say something. I brought up her settings and enabled voice communication for my in-game assistant. I had to mute her earlier because I was sick and tired of listening to her complain. My willful and jealous assistant had been upset with me for not rebuffing the she-wolf, Rhea Yuri, for promising to come see her in a few days. That was how Vigi had interpreted the quest, and all my attempts to explain that it was a misunderstanding and that I wasn't happy with the assignment either went nowhere.
You can buy a map from the merchant. It'll help you understand the location of roads and villages and give tips on how to leave the Children of the Land clan's territory quickly.
This time, her advice was right on the money, and I thanked my in-game assistant for the valuable tip.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. To help you,
Vigi replied, flattered by the praise. But then she crossed her arms over her chest and frowned again.
But I'm still mad at you, dog. If you told me the truth and you're not planning to go back to Golden Cornfields, then you lied to Rhea Yuri, who trusted you. That's so mean. You'll break the she-wolf's heart.
At this point, I admitted that I was no longer following her. First, the winged pixie insisted I should not bring the tailed huntress with me under any circumstances. Then she resented me for following her advice and leaving the huntress in the village.
You're just a heartless blockhead, dog. If you can't tell the difference between keeping a girl from going with you and leaving her to wait for you to come back.
I can.
No, you can't. You don't care about girls' feelings at all. You left Rhea Yuri, even though she's in love with you. And you don't care about me either. Anyone else would be thrilled to have such a unique in-game assistant. They would adore me. They'd buy me new skins and beautiful outfits, talk to me, go through all my settings, and change my appearance and personality until they found the best option. You only opened my settings once, just to shut me up.
Feeling frustrated, I shook my head and brought up Vigi's settings. Someone was about to keep a vow of silence again.
Please, Master, don't. I got carried away and I apologize.
Frightened, the flying girl waved her hands, but then she spoke in a completely different voice, calm and reasonable.
You're not easy to deal with, player. You're playing in hardcore mode for the thrill of it, taking unnecessary risks and getting into fights even when your opponent is stronger than you. Because of this unnecessary risk, your character could die at any moment. I'm guessing that Dog isn't your first character. You fight and upgrade your skills like an experienced player, not a noob. And if Dog dies, you'll just create a new character. But I'll be dead for good.
I couldn't believe my ears. Vigi wasn't talking to the dog she saw and knew. She was talking to the player controlling the half-wolf, and she understood the distinction. At the same time, the pixie knew who she was and what would happen to her if Dog died, which was highly unusual. Even in the age of state-of-the-art computer technology, creating such an advanced NPC personality wasn't easy, but the programmers did an exceptional job with Vigi. Admittedly, I hadn't considered my game from my personal assistant's perspective. It turned out that the winged girl had valid complaints about my playing style and genuine concerns about her future. I even felt a little embarrassed, even though I was only interacting with a computer program. Vigi, what can I say? You're right. This isn't my first character, and I am an experienced player. But I don't play in hardcore mode and take risks just for the thrill of it, as you assumed. It's just, I have to.
Okay, player, forget it.
The winged girl sat on my shoulder, her wings, tired from the endless flight, tucked behind her back, her legs dangling.
I just needed to speak my mind. I was created to have my own personality and be aware of what was happening. Like any creature, I value my life and don't want to die. But that's not up to me, so don't let me down, player.
I'll try. I, or rather dog, can't die under any circumstances.
I'm glad to hear that. And by the way, when I was talking about my settings, I was trying to give you a hint, but it seems like you didn't get it. So I'll be blunt about it. My sisters and I were each given unusual abilities. Personally, I can detect cloaked, disguised, and invisible players and creatures within a 20-foot radius and can warn the player of danger. Just find this option in my settings and enable it. It'll help Dog and me survive. And if you decide to explore different skins, hair, and clothing styles from me in the settings, I won't say no. Just don't try the birthday suit option or I'll be offended. And by the way, Dog's endurance points have been replenished. What are you waiting for, you fool? Let's head to the 5-road junction if you want to evade the haunt. Hurry up!
Chapter 9. The First Player Encounter. Alarmed by the thick plume of smoke rising from behind a nearby hill, I switched from a run to a brisk walk, then stood on my hind legs and walked slowly, accumulating endurance points just in case. Where was all that smoke coming from? It could simply be the villagers burning trash or weeds, nothing more. Still, checking it out before heading to a crossroads where an ambush might be laid out for Dog wouldn't hurt. I veered off the road and began climbing the sparsely forested slope to the top of the hill. Brown mushroom, edible. Sticky bun mushroom, edible. 90 XP received. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 8. There were a lot of mushrooms growing in the area, and if I had the time, I could have easily filled a basket in just half an hour. Unfortunately, I had neither free time nor a basket. With only 12 minutes remaining before the hunt started, I was in a hurry to reach the crossroads before the children of the Land Clan could block it. When I finally reached the top of the hill, I saw a small valley surrounded by forested hills, dotted with a few houses and orchards. New location unlocked, the 5-road junction. I took a closer look and felt unsettled by what I saw. A wooden windmill was ablaze, engulfing the surrounding barns and sheds in flames. The site was littered with the bodies of the beastmen, with 3 figures wandering among the dead. A huge rhino clad in shining armor, a large tiger wielding a 2-handed sword, and a birdman with his wings folded, gripping a glowing spear. These were clearly real players, not NPCs, looting the dead. Were they bandits? Were they the ones who had set fire to the mill and massacred the local NPCs? My in-game assistant confirmed that I had encountered real players, noting their criminal status and advising me to approach them with caution. It dawned on me what was happening here. A group of players had decided to attack a small Beastmen NPC village hidden deep in the forest. Whether they did it for profit, to level up their combat skills, or simply to gain experience, such behavior was all too common in MMORPGs. Attacks on local NPCs weren't viewed as disgraceful. In fact, many players, particularly those who were low-level and cowardly, often resorted to this tactic. It made sense. Gaining experience was a must, but the locate and retrieve type of quests quickly grew tedious and offered minimal rewards in terms of experience or combat skill. Attacking other players posed the risk of getting defeated and sent back to respawn. Farming monster NPCs in forests and remote locations had its challenges too. The strong ones were tough to defeat, while the weaker ones barely yielded any loot or experience. Dungeons held treasures, but finding them was not easy. Moreover, dungeons tended to be far more dangerous than surface locations, and not everyone made it out unscathed. It was no surprise that many players were tempted to attack small settlements, taking advantage of the weak villagers or miners who couldn't put up a good fight, especially against a group of invaders. The penalty for killing a defenseless NPC was a criminal status for half an hour. During this period, anyone had the right to attack the criminal. In a large city, this acted as a deterrent, as, within 30 minutes, the criminal was typically killed by other players or NPC guards. However, in this tiny village, there were no formidable NPC fighters, so the bandits had been able to slaughter the defenseless villagers without consequence. They did make a few mistakes, though. First, their criminal activities hadn't gone unnoticed. The plume of smoke from the burning mill was visible for miles, and NPC guards from the neighboring villages would surely be rushing here. Second, the hunt could begin at any moment, with a squad of strong NPC fighters likely dispatched to the strategically important crossroads. They would undoubtedly confront the bandits ravaging the village. What was I supposed to do? Take a detour around the valley to avoid getting caught up in someone else's conflict? As I surveyed the steep slopes and forested hills surrounding the valley, I considered the time I would lose by taking the longer route and headed toward the burning mill.
"Dog, I hope you know what you're doing,"
Vigi warned me, visibly concerned.
"The opponents are of decorated combat classes and well-equipped."
"And that's exactly why I'm doing it," I replied with an ominous grin, studying the enemy intently. "They are well-equipped, and I could really use some clothes. That tiger's leather vest would suit me perfectly, as would that penguin's helmet."
"Dog, you're being presumptuous. The computer puts your chances of winning at—"
my assistant began before I cut her off. "Don't worry, little one. I can tell they're noobs in PvP. I can take them easily." Vigi appeared skeptical of my confidence in a quick victory, likely considering some calculations of her own. But then she switched gears entirely.
"Just try not to die, dog. I'm genuinely worried about you, and I really hope you can win."
I remained silent as I walked slowly toward the bandits, contemplating my strategy for the impending fight. The bad news was that there were 4 opponents instead of 3. From a distance, I hadn't noticed the small, long-eared level 26 healer whose presence complicated my task. The healer needed to be eliminated first. Otherwise, they could pose a significant threat by healing their wounded allies and allowing them to continue the battle. I took another glance at the opposing team. A large, formidable rhino clad in armor and wielding a heavy spiked mace. A level 23 fighter. He was the one I feared the least. While the rhino likely boasted a substantial amount of health points, his clumsy bulk meant he'd struggle to land a hit on me. The winged birdman, brandishing a long spear or halberd. A level 22 celestial warrior. I wasn't entirely sure what made the Celestial Warrior in-game class special, but judging by his equipment, he seemed to excel in aerial combat and attacks from the skies. A formidable half-tiger wielding a 2-handed sword, a level 28 warlock. Essentially a mage skilled in casting destructive spells, he also excelled in swordplay. He stood out as the most dangerous among the 4, not only due to his high level, but also because of his potentially extensive arsenal of techniques. Moreover, he was the only one capable of launching long-range attacks. And, of course, a level 26 healer, a rather small beast man. His breed was beyond my recognition. A healer wouldn't merely restore my enemy's health points. He could also bestow blessings and buffs upon them while casting curses and draining my life simultaneously. In short, I needed to eliminate him, if not first, then at least second, before he could pose any threat to me. The good news was that all 4 opponents weren't very high level. Additionally, judging by their mismatched equipment, a combination of magic items and basic ones with no bonuses, alongside some noobish starter clothing, it was clear that the players before me weren't particularly successful. They weren't rich, nor were they spending real money to buy in-game items. It seemed they might even be venturing out into the vast world for the first time, having come from a safe location. Yet, despite their lack of success, they were aggressive, violent, and intoxicated with a sense of impunity. When they noticed me, They pricked up their ears momentarily, but upon recognizing my character, they visibly relaxed, lowering their weapons. To them, I was just a humble, unarmed level 19 villager. Someone no one would consider a formidable opponent.
3 out of 4 opponents are Japanese. They have their in-game nicknames written in Japanese characters. Only the healer has an English nickname, Vigi explained.
After a moment, she added that she had included Japanese in the online translator so I could understand the players. It was quite timely, as I had gotten close enough to overhear the bandits talking. While their nicknames remained an incomprehensible jumble of symbols to me, I began to understand their words. They were questioning what a half-naked villager was doing here, even suggesting that one of the formidable players had already stripped me down to my pants. It was this player they seemed to fear. The 3 of them proposed that the rhino fighter, who was methodically smashing the solid door of the only intact house with his heavy spiked mace, should quickly finish off the local merchant so they could escape.
"Just wait a second,"
the rhino growled at his accomplices.
"I'm about to break into this stubborn old man's shop. 1 more minute, and we'll be in. If there's any money here, it's at the merchant's, since the miller didn't have any."
"What are we going to do about this stupid villager?" the tiger asked, pointing his flaming sword at me. Damage enhancement through fire magic? It felt so dull. By the way, I still couldn't make out the half-tiger's name, but I could see a golden star flickering in front of it. A familiar symbol. Players used these symbols to proudly display their full immersion in the virtual world through the state-of-the-art CyberGo 3 cybernetic interface, with the sensation level set at a full 100%. Shadow Kane enjoyed encountering these players, especially those who were overly confident and unaware that immersing themselves in a virtual world offered more than just the ability to distinguish smells, enjoy virtual sex, and taste the food their characters were eating. The downside of full immersion was that the player also felt the character's pain, which could be extremely unpleasant. I grinned wryly, having already decided to leave the tiger for last to teach him a lesson about what it truly meant to underestimate a stupid villager.
"Kill the villager yourself! I don't have time for this!"
the rhino snapped, irritated, as he kept pounding on the door with his mace, not even bothering to turn around. He didn't take me seriously enough to turn around and face a potential enemy. A complete noob, unaware that many of the in-game class's backstab attacks had a 100% chance of dealing increased damage, sometimes even a crit. Such disregard for the enemy deserved a lesson. Meanwhile, with another heavy blow from the mace, the door to the merchant's house cracked and began to give way. Terrified screams of the cry of a child echoed from inside. "Save my family, friend!" the old man shouted just as a system message appeared before my eyes. "In-game assignment available. Rescue Zabek the merchant and his family from a band of robbers. Description: eliminate or drive off the bandits. Ensure that every member of the merchant's family survives. Reward: 30 silver coins, 2,000 XP, and a substantial discount on any of the merchant's goods." I had planned to intervene regardless, so I confirmed that I had received the quest. Quick dash! In a flash, I found myself 50 feet away, positioned behind the towering rhino. His enormous body was clad in thick steel armor, while steel gloves, knee pads, and boots protected his legs and paws. However, below the waist, his only protection was a kilt made of metal strips. I crouched down and dug my claws into the fat bastard's buttocks as hard as I could. Once more, and again, until the giant, caught off guard by the unexpected assault, finally turned around. Run skill has been upgraded to level 15. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 11. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 12. The thundering roar of the wounded rhino echoed across the valley, so raucously that I was sure it could even be heard in golden cornfields. With his mouth wide open and his horned head raised high, the giant continued to cry out in pain and anger. After a few moments, the tiger, who had been standing guard beside the healer with his sword drawn, decided to come to the aid of his horned friend and charged at me. But I was no longer near the rhino. I rolled to the side, made another quick dash, and raised my paw over the tiny 10-inch tall, lop-eared healer. Attention! You are about to attack a neutral underage player. This behavior is strongly discouraged in the game and will be investigated by the administrators. What? I barely managed to halt the swing of my heavy paw just in time to avoid cutting off the head of the healer, who, judging by her clothing, turned out to be a female character. What was an underage player doing in an 18-plus rated MMORPG? They weren't allowed in Shattered Empire Online. Did Celestial Blades have a different age rating? The healer's in-game nickname, written in English, was Alice in Wonderland. Alice? Yep, definitely a girl. In fear, the lop-eared creature fell onto her bottom and covered her head with her furry paws, seemingly bidding farewell to life. Yet I refrained from attacking her. I didn't want to attract the attention of the game admins to Dog, and I certainly wanted to avoid any potential problems, fines, or even a character ban. I cursed myself for not paying closer attention, as the healer didn't have a criminal tag next to her name, unlike her accomplices. Despite being on the same team as the murderers, she hadn't harmed any local NPCs. "If you try to heal the rhino, you're dead," I warned the frightened girl in English. She quickly nodded her long-eared head in understanding. My warning wasn't just an empty threat. If a neutral character attempted to join the fight and heal one of the participants, they would automatically become a combatant and a legitimate target for the opposing side. The fact that the player in front of me was underage didn't sway me. If the healer lost her immunity, I would have to destroy her. All right, forget about the healer. What about the other enemies? The rhino was still howling in pain while the tiger stood beside him, seemingly chanting a powerful spell. Meanwhile, the winged birdman soared higher into the sky. Thankfully, my skill upgrades had come at just the right moment, especially the run skill. At level 15, I unlocked a new trick and learned double jump immediately, just as I had planned. Here we go! Jump up, and jump up again! I soared straight to the birdman as he ascended into the sky. Grabbing his shoulders, I began methodically tearing his broad, snow-white wings to shreds with my claws. Feathers scattered in every direction. The enemy screamed in pain, but soared higher and higher. So naive. He believed that the altitude would save him? Claw skill has been upgraded to level 13. A flash of light erupted from far below. The warlock had finally unleashed his spell, creating a powerful explosion. But what was the point? I was no longer down there. Instead, I focused on gutting the birdman, steadily chipping away at his health bar and deliberately damaging his wings. At around 600 feet above the ground, his right wing failed, quickly followed by the left, and we began to plummet from a great height. "Can't fly anymore, can you?" I asked the birdman in a sarcastic tone. Confused and screaming in fear, he dropped his halberd, which had been rendered useless in the melee combat. I slashed at the winged enemy's throat with my claws, pushed away, and snatched the halberd that tumbled in the air beside us. I wasn't afraid of crashing to the ground. I had planned my actions in advance. With only a second to spare, I concentrated and executed a quick dash just before impact. Bingo! The rhino resembled a circus sword swallower, but instead of a sword hilt protruding from his wide-open mouth, it was the very tip of the halberd's shaft. The remainder of the weapon, along with its broad point, had pierced the beastman's throat. Moments later, the birdman's lifeless body collapsed beside the fallen giant. 33,750 XP received. 28,800 XP received. Character level 20 reached.
New skill available. Character level 24 reached. Character level 25 reached. New skill available. 18 free stat points received.
Man, I love this game! My heart was still pounding from the adrenaline rush as I jumped to the ground and looked around contentedly. 2 opponents down. The healer still sat on the ground, petrified and not moving. Meanwhile, the tiger, confused, with his mouth slightly agape, was pointing his 2-handed sword at me with trembling paws. I bared my teeth and approached the striped adversary, who had lost all his bravado.
Who are you?
He stammered, his eyes wide in horror as he looked at me. Me? I'm just a stupid villager, as you said yourself, remember? I'm also a teacher, and I'm about to teach you a lesson. A painful lesson. It would take considerable strength to take him down. Without hesitation, I invested 7 points into this stat, boosting it to 15. I had noticed the tiger's right leg was his standing leg. With a quick dash, I moved to the enemy's right and delivered a powerful kick to his knee with my hind leg. I had anticipated a painful scream, but the result was far more intense. I could hear the unmistakable crunch of his knee ligaments tearing. The tiger unleashed a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to his knees. "This is just the beginning," I warned the bandit as I grabbed his right wrist with both paws. A swift knee strike to his right elbow was followed by the sickening sound of his ligaments tearing again. The 2-handed sword slipped from the tiger's grip. That was it. The enemy was disarmed. God damn it! Unable to endure the pain any longer, with his sensation settings cranked up to 100%, my opponent immediately exited the game. It was a shame. I was just getting started. However, this was precisely the ending I had hoped for. The character abandoned by the player had become completely helpless and, due to his current criminal tag, wouldn't be disappearing from the game anytime soon. All of Warlock's equipment, weapons, and the contents of his bags were now mine. If he had simply died, I would have been left with only the loot he dropped. I found a steel 2-handed sword with no magic bonuses, a leather vest, a nice pair of boots, fingerless leather gloves, and, oddly enough, throwing knives. Why on earth would a warlock have those? His backpack held an assortment of herbs, 5 strange potions, 2 strips of jerky, and a bottle of wine. There was also a wide leather belt with pockets for artifacts and elixirs. To top it all off, I discovered 7 silver and 46 copper coins, along with various odds and ends, a repair kit for leather armor, a rope, utensils, and more. I quickly transferred all the valuables to my bags and immediately put on the vest, belt, boots, and gloves. Then I finished off the helpless, motionless warlock with my claws. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 14. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 15. 67,500 XP received. Character level 29 reached. 12 free stat points received. 23 points accumulated total. The warlock had been the most formidable and high-level opponent, which was evident by the experience gained from defeating him. However, it seemed that he hadn't been upgrading his build at all and had given up far too easily. Attention! You can now change your in-game class to Marauder or Executioner. Change my class? Had the game's algorithms finally figured out that my playstyle didn't quite align with that of a peaceful villager? It was an intriguing suggestion, but I would need to explore what changing my in-game class would mean in a quieter environment. In the meantime, I quickly looted the bodies of the rhino and the birdman, discovering nothing more than a handful of change, a cheap, untreated amethyst stone, a bag of food, and several empty vials. The birdman had been sporting a nice pointy helmet with some magic bonuses, but unfortunately, it hadn't dropped with the rest of the loot. Meanwhile, the healer girl finally regained her composure, stood up, and brushed off her gray dress. Then she exclaimed,
"Dog, you're so cool! You took down Nori, Mitsu, and Masu so easily!"
Those must be the bandits' names, which I hadn't been able to decipher due to my inability to read Japanese. It didn't matter, though. I had a more pressing question. Who the hell are you? A gerbil?
You're a gerbil,
The girl shot back, clearly offended.
I'm a fennec. Can't you tell? It's a type of fox, small and very nimble.
Indeed, Alice's tail did resemble that of a fox, but her tiny body and huge ears didn't quite fit the image. However, Vigi confirmed that such a type of fox did exist, and Celestial Blades offered players the chance to play as these beastmen. And what's a girl like you doing with these bandits? Are you Japanese?
No, I'm American. I live in Milford, but my dad works at the Japanese embassy, and I'm learning Japanese. I met some guys from Japan, and they accepted me into their group. They said they were going on a dangerous raid and could use a healer.
It all began to make sense. I turned away from the girl and approached the door of the merchant's house. It was broken, hanging from its top hinge. Someone's eyes were peering at me through the gap. I completed the assignment and defeated the bandits. The merchant surveyed the battlefield through the gap in disbelief, and then the heavy door creaked open. An older half-wolf named Zabek appeared, followed by a brood of tail-wagging children crowding the hallway. The merchant chased the curious kids into the house, then stepped outside, closing the broken door behind him. "Thank you, dog. I will never forget what you did for my family. If it hadn't been for you, my children and I would be lying in pools of blood, just like the entire Miller's family." Zabek gestured toward the burning mill and the dead bodies, and then handed me a bag filled with jingling coins. "This is your reward. If you need supplies for your journey, come inside. I'll give you the lowest price." Assignment: Rescue Zabek the merchant and his family from a band of robbers completed. 9,000 XP received. It'd be nice to check out the goods, of course, but I glanced at the countdown timer. Only 3 minutes remained before the hunt began. I didn't have time to shop for my journey. "I need a map of this area," I said, looking at my in-game assistant, fluttering and gesturing animatedly in front of me. "How much is it?" "For you, it's free," the merchant replied, disappearing into the house and returning half a minute later with a scroll clutched in his paws. I opened the scroll and noticed that the unlocked territory on my map had expanded significantly. The villages, the roads, it was just what I needed. I thanked the merchant, examined the map, and selected a path that cut through a dense forest, away from any villages or outposts. It led to the great city of Wolves Mines, approximately 25 miles away, well beyond the border of the Children of the Land clan's territory. Perfect. A flicker of concern crossed my mind when I spotted a skull symbol on one of the hills near my chosen path, but the map had no description of this dangerous place, and it was off the road. I needed to get going. Every second mattered. As I got down on all fours, ready to take off, the little healer girl suddenly jumped onto my back, gripping the fur on my scruff with her tiny paws. "What are you doing, Big Ears? Are you trying to get yourself killed?"
What do you mean?
The girl didn't seem to grasp my irritation.
You're strong, and I'd rather go with you than those 3 losers. I'm a good healer. I can help you. I can heal, apply useful buffs, and relieve fatigue. Plus, I can keep you company. I know so many interesting stories.
"Dog, just say yes!" My winged in-game assistant chimed in unexpectedly, throwing her support behind the cheeky little creature.
A healer can be incredibly useful, especially for someone playing in hardcore mode. Plus, I'll feel much better about the whole situation.
Had these two been conspiring behind my back? Though the fennec fox was light enough not to hinder my movement, and if the girl truly knew how to regenerate endurance points, I'd be able to run longer and evade pursuers. Fine, you can come along. In the back of my mind, though, I knew I wouldn't change my lone wolf playing style. Once I managed to escape the hunt, I'd leave the little one in the first peaceful village I encountered just to avoid the admins accusing me of endangering an underage player. All right, Let's go. Chapter 10. A Big-Eared Sidekick. Over the next 2 hours, I learned more about the lives of American girls than I had in my entire life. Alice shared stories about her school and her teachers, her favorite being a humanoid robot that taught history. About her Sunday outings with her parents riding bikes, self-propelled skis, or hoverboards. About a cute but very shy boy from another class who one day worked up the courage to write her a note asking if they could be friends. About a conflict with a group of popular high school students who bullied girls who were different and refused to dance to their tune. I also learned about Alice's passion for anime and books. The latter was a very rare phenomenon in the modern world, where teenagers preferred simpler forms of information rather than reading. Interestingly, she adopted her in-game nickname, Alice in Wonderland, from Lewis Carroll's book, as it resonated with her own name. Alice was only 13, almost 14, as the big-eared fennec fox proudly informed me. How had someone so young managed to get into celestial blades? Naturally, I had to ask. It turned out that entertainment channels, including those for children, had been constantly airing vivid, memorable, and incredibly appealing commercials for various MMORPGs. Alice had been pleading with her parents for quite some time to let her play such a real, serious game. Finally, they agreed. Just 4 days ago, her parents filled out a special form on the Celestial Blades website, and Alice was given the green light to join the game. In Celestial Blades, minors were allowed to create their own characters with parental consent, although certain gameplay restrictions applied. Specific in-game occupations and branches of in-game assignments were locked, preventing them from visiting houses of pleasure or smoking rooms, and purchasing alcohol at taverns was also off-limits. A profanity filter was implemented, and underage players couldn't remove certain clothing items. Furthermore, instead of encountering gutted, dying bodies, they would only see the evaporating outlines of their opponents, accompanied by sparks flying in the air. Most importantly, the game admins responded swiftly and harshly to any suspicious conversations involving minors and any illegal actions committed by other players toward them. I read all this in the rules when I removed my visor during a short break and checked the game forum. I realized I had made the right call by not killing the neutral underage healer at the 5 Road Junction, though I couldn't help but kick myself for getting involved with the minor companion in the first place. My intentions were good, but the entire situation with a big bad wolf taking a little helpless girl deeper and deeper into the dense forest was not. My actions could easily be misinterpreted, which meant the admins were likely monitoring my game closely, possibly even verifying the accuracy of the personal information I had provided during registration. Of course, they wouldn't find any loose ends. I had deliberately chosen data that was impossible to verify. However, even Vigi had picked up on the fact that Dog was being controlled by an experienced player, and other observers would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Intrigued, they might start digging around to uncover the identity of my previous character. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but I felt certain that there were plenty of eyes on my game. This increased scrutiny on Dog, and the player behind him was unwelcome, so I tried to treat the little long-eared fox with as much kindness and respect as possible. Fortunately, Alice showed little interest in my past and preferred to talk about herself, which meant I didn't need to fabricate any stories or lie. She chattered away, only pausing occasionally to restore her mana and regenerate my endurance points, or to bestow a blessing that temporarily boosted Dog's strength and build by several points. This allowed us to move faster than I could have managed alone. However, since the long-eared fox's mana wasn't infinite, Dog still had to slow down occasionally when his endurance was running low. After a few miles, the road to Wolves Mines, which had begun as clear and well-traveled, transformed into a narrow path winding through the hills. In some places, it was completely overgrown with stinging nettles and wild grass. Evidently, the beastmen rarely used this route, which was unsettling. One would expect a convenient shortcut linking several coastal villages to a big city to be well frequented, bustling with wagons coming and going. Yet something seemed to deter travelers and merchants. I remained on high alert, frequently glancing over my shoulder. However, the surrounding forest was serene, sparse, and brightly lit, allowing visibility for hundreds of paces in every direction, making a sudden ambush unlikely. On 4 occasions, my little companion asked me to stop so she could briefly step away from the game. Whether it was her mother calling or some other urgent matter in the real world that required her attention. I didn't understand why she needed to dismount from the wolf each time, but I waited patiently for her for 5 to 10 minutes on each occasion. As my anxiety mounted, I glanced back more frequently, scanning the forest we had traversed. The hunt was still ongoing, and dangerous high-level half-wolves from the Children of the Land clan were surely hot on my trail. I took advantage of the healer's absence to rest, allocate my accumulated stat points, ponder the proposed change to my in-game class, and choose new skills for Dog. Ultimately, I distributed the 23 stat points as follows: 9 points to agility and 6 to build, bringing those 2 priority stats up to 30, 2 points to intelligence, and 3 points each to strength and perception. The downside was that I had to improve all 5 stats simultaneously, which consumed too many points and prevented me from emphasizing my character's strengths. In the future, as Dog learned to navigate the world better and recognize dangers, I planned to focus solely on the 3 most crucial stats for a melee fighter: build, agility, and strength, without investing further in perception and intelligence. It took me a while to choose a new in-game class, moving away from my original peaceful villager. Both options presented by the game had their pros and cons. The Marauder class promised a substantial boost in both the quantity and quality of loot from defeated players and NPCs. Additionally, the Marauder could wear any armor, including heavy armor, and enjoyed bonuses to survivability and resilience. This class also had a unique ability to find buyers for collected loot, not just among official merchants, but also other NPCs, including thieves' guilds and smugglers. This promised intriguing storylines and quests, but in the end, I decided to try the other class, Executioner. This in-game class could not use chainmail, cuirasses, or particularly heavy armor, but it was capable of wearing light leather or padded armor without hindering mobility. Additionally, the Executioner automatically received a 2-handed weapons skill. Adding it didn't require spending a free skill point. The Executioner also enjoyed a 3% greater chance of dealing critical damage, and the experience gain from defeating players and NPCs of intelligent races increased by 25%. The downside of this occupation was its negative reputation. Some NPC merchants might harbor disdain for an Executioner, leading to inflated prices. Not every inn would allow him to stay overnight. He could be denied passage on stagecoaches or ferries, and there were other potential drawbacks listed in the game's help section. Despite these challenges, I wasn't deterred by notoriety. After all, the assassin occupation had similar downsides, and I had grown accustomed to that lifestyle. So, I confirmed the class change and embraced my new identity as an Executioner. Dog of the Forgotten Pack, no clan, Level 29 Executioner. After I switched my occupation, my health points skyrocketed from 276 to 444. In both Shattered Empire Online and Celestial Blades, a player's health points were calculated using a consistent formula that depended on their build, strength, and agility stats, multiplied by race and occupation-specific bonuses. The build stat had the most significant impact on a character's final hit points. As an executioner, which was considered a combat class in the game, all 3 multipliers were substantially higher compared to those of a basic villager. This resulted in my health points increasing by more than 1.5 times when I changed my in-game class. While my maximum endurance points also rose, the increase wasn't quite as dramatic. And, of course, there was the new skill. Level 1 Two-handed weapon skill obtained. This skill enabled the use of two-handed axes, sledgehammers, and heavy clubs without any penalties. I could now also use the two-handed sword from Dog's inventory. While I didn't plan on using this type of weapon frequently, I didn't want to rule it out completely. After all, I couldn't cut down a tree or crush a rock with my claws, so I would need something more formidable. The two-handed weapon skill was based on the character's strength, which wasn't my strong suit since agility remained my primary stat. So I made sure to upgrade Dog's strength as well. Next, I had to consider my protection. While light leather or padded armor wasn't the strongest option available, it was certainly better than nothing. This armor would not only reduce the damage I took, but also shield Dog from any splashes of poison or acid. There was even a small chance of deflecting a blow. Most importantly, the executioner's light armor wouldn't hinder my mobility or limit my agility, which was crucial for my fighting style with my claws. As a result, I decided to invest 1 skill point in it. Level 1 light armor skill obtained. I had 1 skill point left and was about to use it when I suddenly received a friend invite from my long-eared sidekick, who had returned to the game. Honestly, I was a bit baffled. My previous character, Shadow Kane, hadn't added anyone as a friend in at least 3 years, mainly because friendship came with certain restrictions and obligations. Most importantly, it created issues for the assassin, who was always on the run. A friend could see where I was and what I was doing, and I didn't want that. However, it was much easier to accept Alice's invitation than to explain why I didn't want to be friends with her. Plus, refusing her would have seemed suspicious to an outside observer, which was completely unnecessary given my situation. I figured I could simply delete her from my friends list once I got rid of my little, very talkative burden.
Thanks, Dog. You're awesome.
With these words, the long-eared fox hopped onto my back again and kicked her heels into my sides, spurring me on like a horse. I raced swiftly along the path. We had lingered too long at our last stop. As I ran, I glanced anxiously at the map. We drew closer and closer to the spot marked with a skull. Something dangerous awaited us ahead, and we had to stay alert. The forest thickened around us, with dense undergrowth emerging between the tall trees, offering perfect hiding spots for predators or robbers. New location unlocked, the Red Forest. Run skill has been upgraded to level 19.
Dog, do you hear me?
What? I perked up, realizing I had completely zoned out for the last 10 minutes and must have missed something important. I hear you. I just got distracted. What did you want to ask?
I was just wondering why you never asked me about my race. The fennec fox is a tiny, physically weak animal, so not many people want to play as one. But I didn't choose it just because it looks cute. The fennec fox has a stealth bonus and the best hearing of any character in the game. Also, like my favorite character, the Cheshire Cat, it can disappear and reappear in a completely different spot. Watch this!
I came to an abrupt halt when I realized I could no longer feel my little rider. Looking around, I spotted Alice perched on a pine branch about 50 feet up. How cool! It was like teleportation for certain mage species, allowing them to escape swiftly and avoid close encounters with an approaching opponent. Alice, why didn't you just slip away like that when I attacked you near the burning mill?
I was just scared and confused back then,
my little companion admitted sheepishly. Suddenly, her large, locator-like ears perked up, and she turned toward the direction we had come from.
Dog, someone's chasing us. I can hear the branches snapping and the sound of footsteps. There they are, 3 half-wolves in shining chainmail. There's a good chance it's one of the squads chasing you, my in-game assistant warned me as she rose higher in the air and craned her neck to glimpse what lay beyond the dense bushes lining the path. Yes, I see them. 3 half-wolves. You can't outrun them, dog. They're almost upon us. One of them is RV Thor, the strongest warrior from Golden Cornfields.
RV? The 4th son of the village shaman, brother to Huey, Rourke, and Brian, whom I had killed earlier that day. I had given the old shaman a chance to save his last surviving son, but the grief-stricken Grey Wolf hadn't taken advantage of my generous offer and hadn't talked his son out of seeking revenge. I had even tried to lead RV away for his own good, but the stubborn fighter, driven by vengeance, chose to pursue me instead. I drew my 2-handed sword and began to stretch my wrists, spinning the blade in quick figure eights. Here they come! A trio of wolves emerged along the forest path, panting as they raced forward on all fours. Or rather, I whistled in surprise as there was only one wolf, RV Thor himself, a seasoned and impressively large black male. Running alongside the pack leader were 2 strikingly identical light brown she-wolves. RV Thor the Magnificent, Clan, Children of the Land, Level 40 Fighter. Indiga Zaya, Clan, Children of the Land, Level 16 Archer. Indiga Zoya, Clan, Children of the Land, Level 16 Scout. I was struck by the fighter's imposing presence. He was nearly twice the size and weight of Dog, and his chainmail and knee pads glowed with a magic aura. His blood-red eyes had the power to instill fear in the hearts of his opponents. I noticed he bore no weapons, leading me to believe that this half-wolf preferred to rely on his natural claws in battle. RV spotted me as well. He let out a menacing roar and stood on his hind legs. Standing upright, the mightiest warrior from the village of Golden Cornfields stood a full head taller than Dog, and was 1.5 times broader at the shoulders. His long, sharp claws would even make wolverines envious. A mighty and dangerous opponent. Following their leader, his 2 companions also rose to full height. Zaya to RV's right and Zoya to his left. The she-wolves, appearing to be sisters, weren't large, but they swiftly took up their battle bows, knocking arrows onto the bowstrings in perfect unison. My in-game assistant fluttered before my eyes, trying to get my attention.
I recommend eliminating the archers first to keep them from interfering with the fight against the main opponent. You've surpassed the she-wolves by over 10 levels. Defeating them will be a breeze. But the real challenge lies ahead. Luckily, the healer is on your side, so I'm sure you'll win. So please, Dog, make it spectacular. Make the enemies pay for scaring me.
Wow. Once again, the pixie revealed her true colors, expressing genuine emotion and even admitting she was scared. I can't promise anything, but for you, Vigi, I'll give it my all.
Who are you talking to just now, Dog?
I whipped around. The little healer, who was supposed to be sitting on a branch for safety reasons, had unexpectedly come down and stood just a step away from me, wielding a crooked stick in her furry paws, seemingly ready to fight. What the f... I caught myself mid-sentence, mentally counted to 3, and continued in a calm voice. Alice, why did you get down? It's safer to cast spells from a distance.
But then I won't gain experience for the killed enemies. And anyway, Dog, why are your kin chasing you? They ran 20 miles just to catch up with you.
The answer to Alice's question came from the huge RV Thor the Magnificent, who had gotten within 10 paces and overheard our conversation.
Because Dog is a dangerous murderer who is wanted by our entire clan. This morning, that bloody maniac killed 3 of my brothers. And this afternoon, he burned down the mill and trading post at 5 Roads, killing all the civilians there. This monster didn't even spare the children.
What the hell are you talking about?
My companion interjected, incensed.
I was at the 5-road junction and saw everything with my own eyes. The miller and his family were killed by Nori, Mitsu, and Masu. Dog came later and saved the beastmen. The merchant's family can attest to that.
Not anymore. The she-wolf Indiga Zaya chimed in, her cold, gleaming eyes locking onto mine, her tone even and dispassionate. We got there first and left no witnesses.
That's right,
The massive black wolf with a red ribbon on his head affirmed.
the body of the immortals had already disappeared. When the fighters from the Children of the Land clan arrived, they only heard our version of events. A report has been sent to the capital accusing Dog of the Forgotten Pack of the massacre.
I gritted my teeth in frustration. Those bastards had committed a heinous crime simply to tarnish my name. Until that moment, I had debated whether to let the last of the shaman's sons live. But now I had made my final decision. Evil had to be punished. There was just one last thing left to clarify. Did your wives kill the children too?
No, I did all the dirty work myself. My wives only covered up the traces of the immortal's presence and confirmed my story when warriors from other clan villages arrived. Yes, it was a difficult decision, but the evil of the Forgotten Pack must be stopped at all costs. But why waste words? Dog, you'll die here and now. You, little one, can leave. No one will believe you anyway.
Arvi Thor turned his head, stretching his muscular neck, and put his paws forward. Zaya and Zoya stood beside him, raising their bows in unison and aiming directly at me. The time for talk was over. It was time for action. I drove my sword into the ground and... quick dash! In an instant, I found myself positioned behind Arvi Thor, flanked by his identical wives. I wrapped my arms tightly around their waists, and together we leaped into the air. I immediately made a double jump, soaring even higher. At the apex of our ascent, I executed another quick dash vertically to soar further upward. Not all players could do that. In fact, most players in SEO didn't even realize you could jump beyond the horizontal plane. However, Shadow Kane had done this trick many times before. It wasn't difficult after you got the hang of it. The three of us found ourselves at a remarkable height, about 130 feet above the ground. With Zaya and Zoya utterly confused, I sprang into action, dealing the twin sisters several blows with my claws. Run skill has been upgraded to level 20. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 16. In a flash, I executed my third and final quick dash, using up the last of my endurance points. I landed next to my two-handed sword, which was stuck in the ground and served as my reference point for my landing. The twin sisters collapsed to the ground like broken dolls. They didn't die from the fall, but it was clear they had severe injuries. With their legs seemingly broken, they howled in pain, not even trying to get up. "Little one, restore my endurance points and get back!" I grasped my sword once more and prepared to fend off an attack from the huge, enraged wolf, quickly investing my last available skill point into the dodge skill. Level 1 dodge skill obtained. I felt a surge of strength. The little healer had replenished my endurance points and granted me a blessing, boosting my strength and agility. Perfect. Let's dance. Unfortunately, the Black Wolf redirected his attack and lunged at Alice, who didn't have the chance to escape. In an attempt to protect her, I exposed myself to his claw strike. Crap, that hurts! My selfless act cost me 170 hit points, and my vest was torn beyond use. At least I managed to dodge Arvi's second attack, with his razor-sharp claws whistling past me. Light armor skill has been upgraded to level 2. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 2. In an instant, I was charging at the enemy with my sword. However, Arvi Thor, rightly regarded as the best fighter in the village, effortlessly deflected my blow with his right paw while delivering a crushing strike with his left, leaving me seriously injured. I started to bleed, which was the last thing I needed. Oh, wow. Full healing. Nice. My companion, perched high on a tree branch, demonstrated just how invaluable healers were to a team. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 3. Once again, I failed to strike the agile enemy with my heavy sword, but at least this time I didn't take any damage. The sword felt more like a hindrance in this fight, so I decided to toss the useless piece of metal aside. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 4. I was starting to grasp and anticipate the Black Wolf's moves, so I deftly ducked under Arvi's raised right paw and countered with both of my paws. That was disappointing. I had expected my attacks to have a much greater impact, but the enemy's health bar barely moved. That was all right, though. It was just the beginning. The main thing was that I didn't take much damage myself. As I tried to evade another powerful blow, I ducked under the wolf's right paw once more. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 17. Here we go! This time, Arvi yelped in pain as my claws dug into his neck, unprotected by the chainmail.
Dog, I slowed him down, but I'm empty,
Alice called to me from her branch. Fortunately, I had already adapted to my opponent's moves. Arvi Thor was incredibly fast, but he approached the fight in a straightforward manner, lunging at me and attempting to knock me down without protecting his chest, relying solely on his chainmail. I tried to pierce his armor with one of my attacks, but my claws were no match for the strength of the metal mesh. However, every strike I landed, even if it didn't inflict any damage, increased the power of my subsequent attacks, and I was in no rush. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 5. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 18. After about 3 minutes of fighting, I realized that the scales were beginning to tip in my favor. My strikes were inflicting more damage with each hit, and more importantly, my opponent had started conserving his endurance points, moving less swiftly. I was tired as well, so I decided it was time to bring this prolonged duel to an end. I discreetly stowed my sword in my inventory, not revealing it to my opponent. When Arvi Thor charged at me again, exposing his chainmail-covered chest and foregoing protection, I pressed my hind legs firmly into the ground, drew the sword, and pointed it forward. Two-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 2. Light armor skill has been upgraded to level 3. Take that! I didn't dodge and had to take some damage, but my sword pierced through the wolf's chainmail and into his body, emerging from Arvi's back. The black wolf coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Watching our fight intently, the she-wolves howled in unison, unable to get up and intervene due to their severe injuries. I yanked my bloody sword free and slowly circled my defeated opponent. Arvi Thor was finished. With his lungs punctured, he would bleed to death. These wounds were fatal without immediate treatment with strong magic. I stopped in front of the black wolf, ensuring he could hear me. I should hang you for murdering civilians, especially innocent children. I've got a rope, and there's a tree over there, I said, pointing to the nearest maple tree. But today I've started a tradition of sending the shaman, Yarviyahu, the heads of his ill-advised sons. And so you'll die like your brothers, not like a despicable child murderer. If you have a final request, now is the time to make it. Arvi looked up at me, wheezing and taking long pauses between sentences, coughing up blood as he spoke.
Show mercy, dog. Spare my wives. They both carry my children in their wombs. Unborn wolf cubs. The last hope of the ancient warrior family. Spare at least Zoya. I beg you.
So be it. My sword fell on the criminal's neck, and the head of the last of the 4 brothers rolled onto the grass. Two-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 3. 140,625 XP received. Character level 33 reached. New skill available. Character level 34 reached. 15 free stat points received. I was just a bit short of reaching level 35. Overall, I ended up with less than I had anticipated. Although it felt fair, given that the experience from defeating the level 40 enemy was split between me and the little long-eared fox. The recently minted level 30 healer was frolicking in the clearing, glowing with happiness. I picked up the severed wolf's head and examined his body. Among the loot was RV Thor's magic chainmail with bonuses for durability and protection against small arms. It wasn't bad, but since I couldn't use it, I would have to sell it. There was also a nice bronze bracelet that offered +2 strength, but I couldn't equip it for another reason. Dog's wrists were still bound in heavy metal shackles with rusty chains hanging off them. I hadn't yet figured out how to remove this shameful evidence of my character's confinement in a cage. Perhaps an experienced blacksmith could assist with that. In any case, as long as the shackles remained on my paws, I couldn't place any other items in the bracelet slots. I divided the money that dropped from RV Thor, 50 silver coins and no change, with Alice, whose face lit up with excitement. After that, I approached the silent she-wolves. Your husband asked me to spare one of you. You specifically, Zoya. The healer will restore your mana and heal your wounds. Take this to the shaman. I handed the widow her husband's severed head. Let him bury it with all due honors.
What about me? What will happen to me?
Asked Indiga Zaya, worried, to which I replied in a deliberately stern voice. You will be hung for the crimes your group has committed at the Five Road Junction, and for the lies you and your husband have spread among your fellow tribesmen about me. I had anticipated hysteria, attempts at self-justification, or desperate pleas for forgiveness, but the injured-tailed woman simply nodded meekly, accepting her cruel fate. Zoya, sitting nearby, appeared to have completely lost interest in her unfortunate sister, awaiting the promised treatment without even trying to stand up for her twin sibling.
That's enough, dog. They're terrified,
Vigi interjected, waving her arms before my sharp-toothed face.
Their resistance has been utterly crushed. They'll do whatever you say.
Great! Naturally, I hadn't truly meant to hang Indiga Zaya. My aim was simply to instill some fear in the she-wolf so that she and her sister would agree to help me with something. Listen closely. I'll let you both go. As I spoke, the she-wolves perked up their ears in unison and wagged their fluffy tails. But you must swear to tell the people of Golden Cornfields about what really happened at the crossroads. Tell them about the immortal players who killed the miller, and how RV Thor the Magnificent slaughtered the family of Zabek the merchant. There's one more thing. The young she-wolf named Rhea Yuri lives in your village. She healed my wound, and I don't want her to get hurt for helping a criminal. Tell Rhea Yuri that she needs to leave the village. I'll be waiting for her at the tavern in Wolves Mines until tomorrow morning. The tailed sisters exchanged glances and replied in unison, We'll do as you ask. We swear. Chapter 11. Alice left. I stood near a wooden roadside post, gazing at the half-wolf's skull perched atop it and the knocked-down sign lying on the ground. The skull was quite fresh, with scraps of withered hide and dark fur still visible, untouched by birds. The wooden sign, darkened by age and caked in dirt, displayed the barely legible inscription, Pop Vork's Inn. Someone had gone to the trouble of climbing the tall pole to bring the sign down, yet 2 other signs remained intact, pointing towards the Five Road Junction and the city of Wolves Mines. The place felt strange and unsettling. Although the forest looked much the same, the fur along my scruff bristled involuntarily, and the corners of my lips twisted into a grin, revealing my bared fangs. The crossroads reeked of horror and death, and the gnawed-down skull of my fellow wolfman atop the signpost only reinforced that feeling. The path that Alice and I had taken was overgrown with wild grass and barely noticeable, yet it still appeared to be in fairly decent condition compared to the abandoned trail stretching off to the north. The route to the inn, which branched off the main road, had clearly fallen into disuse, and the forest in that direction seemed denser, darker, and almost alive. I couldn't shake the eerie sensation that a cunning, deadly creature was lurking in the shadows, watching me and my long-eared companion, sending out waves of brain-paralyzing terror that were almost tangible.
"I don't like that forest,"
said the fennec fox, as if she could read my mind. She flinched and timidly suggested,
"Dog, let's not go there, okay?"
"Okay," I agreed with the little healer as I continued to peer into the eerie forest and listen intently. "I don't like it either, especially the unnatural silence. I can't hear any birds or even crickets or grasshoppers. There's definitely something dangerous lurking in there." If I were alone, especially if I weren't playing in hardcore mode, I would have definitely ventured into that dark forest to uncover the source of the soul-crushing fear it evoked. After all, it was in these eerie and dangerous places that you could encounter unusual monsters, complete rare in-game assignments, and discover especially valuable loot. That was, if you managed to survive. However, it would be unwise to charge headlong into the forest unprepared and without first gathering more information about it. Weighing all the pros and cons, I ultimately decided to go around. "Hold on tight, we're leaving," I called out to the little healer as I sprinted toward the city. Yet I could still sense a hungry gaze locked on my back, and it wasn't until we had run for a mile or two that this unsettling feeling finally faded away.
"Run skill has been upgraded to level 21.
It seemed the creature had finally retreated, unless, of course, the sensation of a hungry gaze was merely a product of my fevered imagination. Almost immediately, the road became visibly more traveled and clearer, suggesting villagers might be nearby. Soon enough, we came across a small orchard enclosed by a wicker fence. Then we spotted a well-tended cabbage field, where a tired teenage half-raccoon was working with a hoe in his paws. Grumbling under his breath, he watched me and Alice with a wary eye as we passed. 3 minutes later, a tiny village of 3 huts and half a dozen outbuildings came into view along our path. It was inhabited by beastmen NPCs, specifically cute half-raccoons with intelligent, expressive faces and striped furry tails.
"New location unlocked. The honeymoon village of the Murmuring Brook clan."
Half-raccoons? The Murmuring Brook clan? Had I truly crossed the borders of the Children of the Land clan? Just as this thought crossed my mind, in-game messages began to appear before my eyes.
"The Wolf Hunt assignment has been completed. 2,250 XP received. The Magic Firefly rune for your in-game assistant is now available. Character level 35 reached. 18 free stat points received. New skill available."
A magic firefly? I spat angrily on the ground. From my experience playing Shattered Empire, it was the most pointless of all the runes, barely providing enough light to see where I was going. It was boring, overly common, and cheap, costing just 3 silver coins at any magic shop. Using such a simple and lowly rune for my unique in-game assistant would be an insult to her. Still, I opened Vigi's settings and placed the Magic Firefly rune into one of the 3 available slots.
"A gift? For me?"
Vigi's delicate eyelashes fluttered with excitement. The pixie darted close and kissed my furry cheek.
"Oh, dog, I love you!"
Embarrassed and probably even blushing, I struggled for words as a large, burly female raccoon with a distinctly round belly suddenly blocked our path. The humble villager was clad in a simple, patched-up, pale blue sundress and a stained apron, and carried a basket of nuts in her paws.
"Who are you, and where are you headed?" asked the curious villager.
I didn't even need to say a word. My talkative sidekick began telling her everything, about the burned-down 5-road junction, about how I had killed the robbers, about the 3 half-wolves that had been chasing us, and about us heading toward the distant city of Wolves' Mines. Alice didn't omit the fact that the Children of the Land clan was on our trail. I tensed up at that revelation, but the villager brushed it off. Raccoons didn't concern themselves with the internal squabbles of half-wolf clans.
"It's quite a long way to the city, 18 miles, the tailed woman asserted. "Why don't you come over? Making dinner won't take long, and it'll only cost Dog 2 copper coins. The little one can eat for free. You're welcome to spend the night here as well. It's getting dark, and things haven't been normal around here lately. There's evil lurking near the abandoned inn. Travelers have been going missing."
In-game assignment available. Uncover the mystery behind the disappearance of travelers at Pop Vork's Inn. Assignment class Rare. Group. Description: find your way into the abandoned roadside inn and discover the evil that has taken residence there. Attention! The recommended minimum player level to complete this assignment is 50 for a group of 4, or 80 for solo play. Reward: 8,000 XP, a weapon skill. The more I thought about the available assignment, the less I liked it. Earning 8,000 experience points for a character at the recommended 50th or even 80th level felt like a mere drop in the bucket. You wouldn't even notice the increase. Everything suggested that entering the abandoned inn was just the beginning of the challenge, and far from the most daunting part. The real challenge would likely arise later, once the evil lurking in there was discovered. Even then, it would take a 50th or even an 80th character level to not necessarily defeat the evil disturbed by our intrusion, but at least escape it. I wouldn't have even considered an assignment like this, and would have turned it down immediately if it weren't for one thing. In addition to the experience gained, the reward included a skill point that could be used to upgrade my weapon. Quests that offered extra skill points were extremely rare in SEO, and I couldn't let an opportunity like this slip by. However, venturing into an abandoned inn without the healer was essentially a death sentence. Despite being an experienced player, I knew my limits and didn't want to take on an assignment meant for a level 80 player alone. So, I needed to persuade the little long-eared fox to return to the eerie crossroads and take the abandoned path to the north. However, fate had other plans in store.
"Dog, I'm logging out now,"
my long-eared companion announced as she climbed to the ground.
"This place seems safe. Mom's been on my case about leaving the game. I've got homework to do. Besides, I've already spent too much time on the computer today. Let's pick this up tomorrow."
I would have to abandon the quest, but at least my underage sidekick would finally leave on her own accord. With her gone, the game admins would no longer be monitoring my game, and I could finally breathe a little easier. Alice spoke with the raccoon woman and accepted her offer of a place to stay for the night. I waited for my companion's avatar to disappear before asking the kind hostess to pack my dinner to go. After paying the required 2 copper coins, I grabbed a bag of food and hurried along the road toward the big city. Now that I wasn't distracted by the constant chatter of the tiny, lop-eared fox anymore, I could finally focus on distributing the stat points I had received. First and foremost, I needed to prioritize intelligence. My item recognition skill had reached its limit and could not grow any further. So I added 2 points to intelligence, bringing it up to 12. Next, I invested 1 point in perception, increasing it to 15. That wasn't enough, but I couldn't allocate any more points to it because I needed to enhance my main stats, strength, agility, and build, as well. I was now in territories where opponents were noticeably stronger and more dangerous than those in the starter game zones, and my survival depended on my ability to confront them. I decided to allocate only 2 points to strength, bringing it up to 20. However, I didn't hold back on Dog's agility, investing a whopping 10 points at once, which raised it to 40. This boost in agility meant greater speed and a better chance of dodging attacks and striking enemies effectively. I then applied the remaining 3 points to build, increasing it to 33. Ultimately, my hit points rose to 510, providing me with a reasonable margin of safety. While this didn't give me free rein to act recklessly or dive headfirst into frays, it did mean that I could withstand a hit or two from the local monsters without an immediate risk of death. Run skill has been upgraded to level 22. After noticing yet another increase in my run skill, I contemplated how to best spend my last skill point. Initially, I had planned to use it to acquire the very useful backstab skill for Dog. This skill was once a signature move of Shadow Cain the Assassin. With its damage multiplier and 100% crit chance, my previous character had slain demon lords and demigods with a simple strike from behind. However, it turned out that an executioner couldn't acquire backstab due to in-game class restrictions, so I had to explore other options. Maybe I should focus on enhancing my claw strike? My primary weapon required regular maintenance and upgrades to stay in tip-top shape. For the moment, though, I decided to enhance my item recognition skill by adding the additional enemy scan ability. Being able to identify an enemy's strengths and weaknesses was invaluable, especially before the fight, as it helped understand which attacks opponents were vulnerable to and what they had resistance or even complete immunity against. Oh crap! I barely managed to jump aside just in time to evade the jagged claws and sharp jaws of a large black and green insect that had leaped out of the bushes along the road. Praying Mantis, level 45 male. The creature, standing in the middle of the road with its legs outstretched, was half my size, but its small stature was far from reassuring. I had encountered them before and was well aware of their signature move. They liked to ensnare players by wrapping their long front legs around their bodies while maintaining a firm stance, making it extremely difficult to escape their grip. Although praying mantises weren't particularly strong and had relatively low hit points, they could still pose problems for the player. But why wasn't he attacking me? The creature's behavior was distinctly different from those stupid mantises that would recklessly charge at you despite clearly being inferior in level. As I caught a reflection of movement in the insect's enormous eyes, I sprang up and executed a double jump just to be safe. I was right. There was a second specimen, this time a female. She launched her attack from behind while the male distracted me. Praying Mantis, level 41 female. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 6. Run skill has been upgraded to level 23. Mantises often hunted in pairs, sometimes gathering in small groups of 4 to 6, so I had to be extremely cautious. I wasn't afraid, though. I knew these creatures well. Once I had even farmed praying mantises for experience and their front legs. An alchemist NPC would pay good money for that loot. Although it had been more than 4 years since then, as they say, it was like riding a bike. Praying mantises always spread their wings before attacking, a telltale sign that in half a second the large insect would charge at you in an attempt to immobilize its prey. If it moved its antennae, it meant it was signaling to its mate, and you could expect another attack from a nearby insect. Non-venomous and only weakly armored, praying mantises could be defeated with just about anything. I had no doubt about the outcome of the duel, which I promptly communicated to Vigi, who screamed in terror. I felt incredibly fortunate to encounter these predictable and familiar opponents. They provided me with the perfect opportunity to practice and enhance my dodge skill before killing them. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 12. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 22. Two-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 8. Light armor skill has been upgraded to level 4. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 13.
146,250 XP received. 96,750 XP received. Character level 36 reached. Character level 40 reached. New skill available. Character level 41 reached. 18 free stat points received. Phew! I even worked up a sweat. For about 40 minutes I had jumped back and forth between the two praying mantises, dodging their attacks and slashing with my claws and two-handed sword before finally taking them down. I was exhausted, but it was worth it. I leveled up 6 times and, more importantly, upgraded some valuable combat skills. I even managed to enhance my light armor by 1 point after getting bitten on the shoulder. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. I sprawled out on the grass, stretched my weary legs, and took out the bag of food, ready to savor my dinner and enjoy a peaceful rest while watching the sunset. But alas... Attention! You have exceeded your daily in-game time limit of 8 hours. A debuff has been applied. Your character's experience gain is now reduced by 25%, skill upgrade speed by 25%, and the value of loot collected by 25%. Crap! Had I really been in the game for that long? Or did the meticulous program also count the time I spent on my 2 previous unsuccessful attempts? Either way, I needed to hurry. At the request of the World Health Organization, most countries had enacted a concept known as permitted playtime for virtual games. In Russia, this limit was set at 8 hours for adult players. Beyond that, a gradually increasing debuff would be activated, reducing the character's experience and loot value. After 1 hour, the penalty rose to 50%. After another hour, to 75%. By the 12th hour, players would stop gaining any experience altogether, and their health, endurance, and mana bars would start to decrease with no way to restore them with spells or elixirs. Moreover, leaving and re-entering the game wouldn't reset the timer. It can only be reset through prohibited cheat programs. Alternatively, you could relocate to China or India, where such restrictions didn't exist, allowing players to hang out in virtual worlds for days on end. That was all right, though. I had very little left to accomplish from my plans for the day. Reach the city, sell the loot, and find a room for the night, after which I could log out. About 3 minutes before encountering the praying mantises, Dog passed a sign that read, "Wolves' Mines, 5 miles." The city wasn't too far off, and I expected to be there in about 20 minutes. I'd even made it before the shops closed. Most NPC cities typically shut down around 7 or 8 at night. However, relaxing and enjoying my meal against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset seemed out of the question. Fine, I'd just eat on the way. Just before entering the city, I began to notice real players. They were mostly various half-beasts, with elves and humans appearing less frequently. However, I did spot a troll. The huge green monster gently carried a sleeping elf maiden in his arms. Whether alone or in groups, they all hurried back to Wolves' Mines, eager to reach the fortress walls before nightfall. I blended in seamlessly with the other players rushing into the city, attracting little attention. The only exception was an elf archer with an underage player tag who grimaced in disgust at the sight of my executioner and muttered something offensive in Italian. My winged companion identified the language. I was too lazy to install an online translator to figure out exactly what this brat was saying. Finally, a view of Wolves' Mines emerged as I stood atop another forested hill. The city was unimpressive, to say the least. More a town than anything, with no more than 50 houses. The wooden fortress wall was in a state of disrepair, with one section completely collapsed. So, if you wanted to, you could enter the city without going through the main gates. It couldn't have been a mere accident. It was likely a loophole created by the programmers for players who wished to avoid the city guards. Shadow Kane would certainly have opted for this route, either slipping through the gap in the wall or scaling the low fortress wall under the cover of night to evade unwanted attention. But Dog didn't require such tactics, so I walked straight through the city gates.
a decision I quickly regretted. It wasn't the silver coin fee that bothered me. Rather, it was the figure in the gray cloak lurking in the shadows by the gate, observing me closely and suspiciously for what felt like an eternity. It was definitely an NPC, but their name was unreadable for some reason. A thief? An assassin? Those were my first thoughts. I attempted to use the recently enhanced item recognition skill, now equipped with the enemy scan ability, but all I could get was that this NPC belonged to the in-game spy class. Just a spy, without a character level or even a name. After entering the town and taking about 30 paces from the guard post, I turned around and caught a glimpse of this mysterious figure trailing me. However, they swiftly darted to the side, hiding behind some barrels before I could get a closer look. The NPC was clearly following me, demonstrating impressive movement speed. It was exhilarating. As I mentioned earlier, nothing delighted my previous character, Shadow Kane, more than catching his pursuers and punishing their overconfidence. It seemed that this passion had been passed down to Dog. Without revealing that I had noticed my pursuer, I made my way toward the town center to evade the NPC guards at the gates. I soon veered off the wide, cobbled street and into a dark, narrow alley. Turning around, I caught sight of a figure darting swiftly from cover to cover, lingering far behind me. The mysterious stranger continued to follow me. A jump! A double jump! I landed on the sloping tile roof of a 2-story residential building and crouched down. The key was to wait for the perfect moment when the enemy, having lost sight of me, would stroll into the alley. I could always peek down to check if the mysterious stalker had followed me here, but if they were careful and glanced up, they might spot me, flee, and vanish into the unfamiliar city. Then a better idea struck me. "Vigi, I've got a job for you." I explained to the pixie, who was invisible to all NPCs, exactly what I needed. At first, the capricious creature hesitated, claiming I was asking too much and that spying on NPCs wasn't part of her job description as an in-game assistant. "I'll buy you a second magic rune," I promised, to which Vigi squealed with joy. She swooped down from the roof, and I heard her excited voice almost immediately.
"Dog, the cloaked figure is already here, right beneath you!"
Here we go. I leaped down from my roof, my claws poised for a swift strike to the stalker's head or neck. Whoever this NPC was, a thief, a spy, or a murderer, they certainly wouldn't be my friend, so I planned to eliminate them. I had picked the perfect spot for an ambush. If I acted quickly and quietly enough, the city guards wouldn't hear a thing and wouldn't come rushing in. I didn't make a sound. I was sure of that. Yet somehow the stranger noticed me and lifted their head. Their hood slipped off, unveiling a large-eared, furry face with striking blue eyes. What? A she-wolf? For a brief moment, I even thought it might be Ria Yuri, who had somehow gotten ahead of me and gotten to the town sooner. Instead of attacking, I gently landed on my paws next to the frozen she-wolf. No, it wasn't Ria Yuri, though the resemblance was striking, as if I were looking at the sister of the young wolf-woman who lived in a distant village. "Who are you?" I attempted to find out once more. "Misty Yuri, Unknown Alliance, Level 77 Spy. Skills, Cloak, Silent Step, Veil of Darkness, Night Vision, Poisoned Blades, Unknown Skill. Resistance to Poison, Resistance to Cold, Unknown Resistance." My jaw dropped. Admittedly, my plans to capture or eliminate the stranger who had been following me were shaped by the levels of the players and local NPCs I had encountered near the town, which ranged from 20 to 45. I certainly didn't expect to confront such a high-level opponent. What was I supposed to do?
"Dog, run! She's much stronger than you!"
It was the first time I had heard such raw panic in Vigi's voice. I understood my in-game assistant's reaction. I had come face to face with a real monster by local standards. The boss of this game location.
I wasn't mistaken. You really are of the Forgotten Pack, said the she-wolf.
There wasn't a trace of fear in her voice, despite my sudden appearance beside her.
Very interesting. The Grandmaster will be pleased with me.
I had no chance. My opponent was nearly twice my level and surprisingly fast. But I wasn't going down without a fight. We faced each other in the narrow alley cluttered with barrels and crates, where the space between the houses was barely wide enough for a single person. Given the circumstances, my opponent's main advantage, her incredible movement speed, was significantly restricted, giving me an opportunity to restrain and overpower her with brute force. I brought up the Stats tab and invested all of my accumulated free points into Strength, boosting it to 38 at once. In an instant, I lunged at Misty Yuri and grabbed her with my paws. Tried to grab her, but she slipped out of my grasp with surprising ease. All I managed to catch was a silver chain around the she-wolf's neck. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed, and the narrow alley was enveloped in a thick, acrid smoke. I swiftly retreated to the wide street, stepping out of range of the mysterious spell or alchemical bomb. Through the ringing in my ears and with tears streaming down my cheeks from the unbearable pain, I caught sight of a plume of smoke rising to the roof of the house, accompanied by a resounding laugh.
Well done, dog. Even better than I anticipated. The power has awakened within you, and I'll be keeping a watchful eye on you.
In the distance, birds took off from the roof of a shop, startled by Misty Yuri as she dashed swiftly across the rooftops. Apparently, her job was merely to spy on me, and the young woman had no intention of killing me. I had to admit, though, she certainly had it in her power to do so. As I struggled to catch my breath, I suddenly realized I was still gripping the broken chain that held a large silver medallion in my paw. One side of the medallion featured the profile of an elderly half-wolf adorned with a royal crown, while the other side was engraved with an inscription. The bearer of this badge is an agent of the Steel Crown and cannot be prosecuted in the territories of the Beastmen clans. Wow! The medallion wasn't personalized, which meant I could use it if necessary. However, having it on me was risky. The she-wolf spy would soon realize it was missing and could accuse me of theft. If the city guards searched me and found the medallion, I'd be in serious trouble. I could face a hefty fine or even imprisonment for assaulting an agent of the Steel Crown, a highly influential organization around here. I wanted to seek advice from Vigi, but couldn't find her. I felt confused at first, but then I remembered that the pixie was still tracking Misty Yuri, as I had instructed her to do. Good. Vigi was completely invisible to all NPCs, so I didn't have to worry about her being spotted. However, the information my in-game assistant could gather would be incredibly useful. I returned to the dark alley and hid the medallion under a pile of heavy crates. After covering my tracks, I stepped back onto the bustling street and paused, contemplating my next move. It was then that I noticed a burly green half-ogre standing on the porch of a tavern intriguingly named The Last Meal. The half-ogre scrutinized me for a long moment before waving his four-fingered paw in greeting, a broad grin spreading across his face.
"Would Mr. Executioner care to stay for the night? Just 5 silver coins for a private room."
I knew I was being taken advantage of. A room in such an unpretentious place couldn't possibly cost that much. Clearly, the bad association with my in-game class was affecting me. On the bright side, he was willing to let me stay, and I had the funds. So I agreed and paid for the room right away. It would have been nice to explore the town, learn about the assignments available to players, and sell off the loot I had accumulated. However, I was so exhausted that I could barely keep my eyes open. I had already accomplished a lot in one day of play, and it was always better to explore a new place with a clear mind. So I decided to skip dinner, collected the key to my room on the second floor, locked the door, and ensured the locks on the door and window were secure. Then I lay down on the creaky bed and happily selected the log out option. Chapter 12. A respite before the next move. It was 9:30 a.m. Yawning widely, I turned off the visor, set it down on the table, and opened the blinds. The adjacent rooms in the pod hotel were empty. I couldn't hear any conversations or sounds. The hotel felt almost deserted. An unsurprising fact considering that most of its residents were workers who had already left for their shifts. I stood up and stretched my shoulders and neck, stiff from hours of gaming. My tiny room was stuffy and hot, so I took off my sweat-soaked t-shirt, tossed a towel over my shoulder, and made my way down the hall toward the showers and restroom. A wheelchair was parked in the hallway next to the showers. Sitting in the doorway of the nearest pod, a one-legged, gray-haired man wearing boxer shorts and a faded striped vest called out to me. "Hey there, Kyrgyz. Want to buy my wheelchair? You could use one. I can see you limping badly. I'll sell it to you for just 70 units. You won't find a better price anywhere." I politely declined and went into the shower room, visibly tense. I had let my guard down and made the unfortunate mistake of allowing a stranger to notice my limp, which could be used to identify me. However, I had made an even bigger mistake when I left my room and forgot the tag blocker in my jacket pocket. The former sailor didn't have a visor or a connector on his temple, yet somehow he seemed to know about me. Apparently, some of the hotel guests had come across my information, and in a crowded place, gossip could spread quickly. It would be disastrous if I ran into someone with a visor on and they uncovered my true identity. I wanted to rush back to my room, but doing so would have raised the suspicions of the one-legged sailor and the hotel guests in the nearby kitchen. So instead, I took a quick shower and then hurried back to my pod. Once there, I closed the blinds, attached the tag blocker to my clothes, and donned my disguise. To my surprise, I noticed that my real social status hadn't declined after yesterday's events. It remained at B3, which was even higher than my new identity, Grigory Sotsky, with a C2 status. This was puzzling. The only explanation I could come up with was that my former employer hadn't yet reported the theft of the illegal electronic device to the authorities. Otherwise, I would likely have been marked as a wanted criminal and downgraded to a D status. Why was the company's management hesitating? Such cases needed to be reported to the authorities immediately. Otherwise, the owners of the company and everyone involved would face severe consequences. Unless, of course, management hoped to resolve the issue swiftly and quietly return the stolen device to the warehouse. If that were the case, the directors and security guards must believe they could locate me quickly in this sprawling megalopolis. How was that even possible? Had I overlooked something in my attempt to cover my tracks and evade the surveillance cameras? I had severed all ties with my former life. I had changed my appearance, discarded my old clothes, turned off my phone, stopped using my previous email and messaging apps, blocked my tag, adopted a new identity, and blended in with the millions of ordinary workers and migrants who arrived in Moscow each day. Suddenly, a demanding knock echoed at my pod's door. Had they found me this quickly? My heart nearly jumped out of my chest with fear. There was nowhere to hide in my tiny room. Maybe under the bed, but that felt stupid. They would find me the moment they kicked in the flimsy plastic door. The knocking came again. I didn't want to provoke those who had come for me, fearing I might be shot while resisting arrest. it seemed wiser to simply hand over the tag blocker and surrender to illustrate my submission. Opening the door, I braced myself for a squad of police officers or corporate security guards, but instead, I found a small, middle-aged Caucasian man standing in the hallway. Alone, unarmed, dressed in civilian clothes. With a bald head and a noticeable paunch, he looked nothing like a hitman or a law enforcement officer. "Cherry plums, fresh plums, apricots, cheap," he said. "But what?" I stammered, taken aback by the unexpected scenario and feeling quite confused. The man repeated his offer, listing the prices for the fresh fruit he was selling. It really was inexpensive, but I declined, and the peddler continued down the hall. "You should have gotten some," said a young woman in ripped denim shorts and an oversized t-shirt that barely covered her body, lounging on the doorstep of the pod across the hall while puffing on an e-cigarette. "I've been buying fruit from Mashat for the past 2 years. He brings it straight from the Krasnodar region himself. Real fruit, not that GMO crap they sell in chain stores. It even smells like fresh fruit, not plastic. Look, I got a whole case of cherry plums for just 10 units. The short-haired brunette exclaimed, gesturing toward a plastic fruit tray in her room. Struggling to calm my heart, which was pounding in my chest, I watched the peddler disappear down the hall. Should I have bought some fruit? Though even such a small expense felt daunting. "Grisha, do you have any—" My neighbor gestured expressively, mimicking the action of rolling a joint and bringing it to her lips as if to take a drag. She seemed all too familiar with my biography. I shook my head, grimaced, and replied, "No, I already got probation the first time. I don't want to risk it anymore." "Oh, so you got clean. I see." My neighbor lost interest in me, put down her e-cigarette, and retreated into her tiny pod, taking care to remove the tape from the smoke detector first. But just half a minute later, she emerged with a plate full of yellow cherry plums. "Here you go, student. Consider this my treat. By the way, my name's Albina. Let me know if you need anything." I thanked the young woman for her generosity and headed for the kitchen, grabbing a bag of dry pasta along the way. I figured I'd wash the fruit and have breakfast there, or, more accurately, lunch. I didn't want to be cooped up indoors all day, especially because such reclusive behavior could raise questions from my neighbors, so I decided to take a walk and take care of some pressing matters at the same time. First on my list was upgrading my laptop, as it was too weak to take full advantage of all the features of Celestial Blades. When playing in hardcore mode, it was incredibly frustrating to die due to lag, so this needed to be addressed immediately. While I couldn't afford a top-of-the-line video card or a new gaming computer, I could afford to get a better processor for my laptop and add some RAM to the available slot. Ideally, I would have liked to invest in a better visor, but if I splurged, I would find myself surviving on instant ramen for the next few days, or even facing the prospect of moving out of the pod hotel and into a homeless shelter. Visiting large electronics stores was off the table for obvious reasons, so I ordered a processor and memory card from a small online retailer, with express delivery via drone to a post office near the hotel. Done. What? A 3-hour delivery time? That was outrageous. With faster competitors, you could get your order delivered anywhere in the capital within 20 minutes, albeit for a bit more in express fees. But that was fine. I could spend the next 3 hours on a bench in a nearby park, catching up on the news through my visor while soaking up the sun. Ready to leave, I opened the door. Albina had once again covered the smoke detector with tape and was sitting on her doorstep, smoking another e-cigarette. After informing my nosy neighbor that I was going to study for my exams, I left the hotel and walked to a quiet city park, away from the hustle and bustle, people with their visors, nosy and chatty neighbors, and the ever-present surveillance cameras. The day was beautiful. Sunny and warm, but not too hot. I settled onto a bench in the park, stretched out my aching leg, and put on my visor. I had a lot of questions about my first gaming session in Celestial Blades, and I was eager to find answers. First and foremost, what exactly was the Forgotten Pack? And why were its members so relentlessly harassed by the Beastmen NPC authorities? To my surprise, there was very little information available online to answer these seemingly simple questions, mostly just old threads from the Celestial Blades game forum. About a year ago, a player with the nickname Valdemar18, who had also played as a half-wolf, by the way, complained about having to contact the game's technical support due to a buggy character with a backstory that wouldn't allow him to play as usual. The player claimed that NPC guards and some nearby NPCs in the initial safe zone were attacking him for no reason, sending him to respawn over and over again. Or they would mercilessly beat him and chain him up, forcing him to complete a series of quests to free himself, only for the cycle of beatings to begin again. The NPCs mentioned the Forgotten Pack, to which he belonged, as the justification for their hostility. Ultimately, the technical support team reviewed and resolved the player's request, removing any mention of the Forgotten Pack from his character bio and fixing the NPC aggression bug. I found 2 other similar forum threads about the Forgotten Pack, where players reported experiencing completely unprovoked aggression from NPCs. In all 3 cases, the affected characters were half-wolves, which was the only thing these stories, including my own, had in common. Each character originated from different starter villages that belonged to various NPC clans, and were generally situated in different game regions. None of them came from the Wolves' Wastelands, and apart from my dog, who was a villager by occupation, the other players had selected different starter classes. I struggled to find any parallels between these stories, aside from the mention of the Forgotten Pack in the characters' backstories and their names. The only concerning detail was that one affected player had mentioned the Blood Moon as their assigned in-game sign. This caught my attention, because Dog was also assigned the Blood Moon, yet I couldn't find any information in the game about its impact on character stats or any bonuses it provided. In all cases, the issue with the Forgotten Pack could only be resolved by reaching out to the game's technical support, who swiftly addressed the glitch involving aggressive NPCs in peaceful locations by removing the reference to the Buggy clan from the character's biography. I then tried to approach my quest to uncover information about the Forgotten Pack from a different angle by searching for a Beastmen NPC clan, more specifically half-wolves, that bore an emblem featuring a golden double axe on a blue or purple background. The game manual included flags for all the existing Celestial Blades NPC clans, so I eagerly sifted through the countless images provided in the reference materials. Unfortunately, I found nothing. Was it because the manual only included the existing clans and omitted the extinct ones? Or was the axe depicted on the coat of arms instead of the flag? Not all NPC clans had their own coat of arms. Only those crucial to the storyline who had distinguished themselves in some way did. A select few dozen clans possessed a heraldic shield as part of their coat of arms, a privilege reserved for influential families with ties to the royal dynasty. In most cases, the shield was adorned with a crown at the top of the emblem, signifying a claim to the throne. However, the Forgotten Pack emblem described by my grandpa didn't have a crown. Similarly, the drawing on the amulet he had given me did not feature a crown, indicating that the clan was not affiliated with any royal or ducal dynasties in the game. Yet I couldn't find a single NPC clan's coat of arms that bore a shield and an axe against a blue or purple background. Was this a dead end? In contrast, there was certainly plenty of material available about the Steel Crown. It was the secret service of the Huet Pang royal dynasty, one of the 7 ancient and powerful ruling Beastmen dynasties in the Celestial Blades universe. Among these dynasties, 3 were represented by winged races, while the remaining 4 were land dwellers. The Huit Pang family members were half-wolves, one of the most powerful, populous, and warlike races, controlling vast territories. Ironically, the Huit Pang royal dynasty was also noted for its secretive nature. King Junam VII and his family rarely ventured beyond the heavily guarded palace grounds, leaving ordinary Celestial Blades players with little chance of meeting them. Only by completing a series of challenging quests to gain their absolute trust could players earn the right to a one-time audience. The agents of the royal dynasty were present in every Beastmen's city, town, and even many larger villages, diligently monitoring the situation and reporting back to the city of Wolfburg, the headquarters of the Steel Crown. These agents surpassed the usual NPCs in both level and combat ability, making them formidable opponents. However, they typically refrained from interfering in the player's affairs, intervening only if a crime was being committed right in front of them, which the local NPC guards were unable to handle. In such cases, they would step in to assist the guards, swiftly restoring order with efficiency, and as much bloodshed as necessary. The Steel Crown's spies weren't invincible and could still be killed, but the loot they dropped didn't warrant the significant hit to a character's reputation and their placement on the most wanted list. One intriguing detail I came across in the game forum was that the agents of the Steel Crown occasionally dropped medallions of various denominations, ranging from copper and bronze to silver and, very rarely, gold. These medallions could be used to pay off city guards if you were caught pickpocketing or found in a forbidden area. Additionally, Steel Crown medallions could be sold to members of the Thieves' Guild or Fences, provided you had built a relationship of trust with them. Nonetheless, the selling price of these medallions hardly justified the effort required to obtain them. My next question: what kind of evil lurked along the road that stretched from wolves' mines to the coastal villages? I scoured the forum for answers, but found nothing, which struck me as odd. The route from the bustling city to the coast appeared to be convenient on the map, yet it was overgrown with wild grass, suggesting it hadn't been traveled in a long time. Given the lengthy period, some of the many players in Wolves' Mines must have attempted the journey to the coast and encountered the unusual quest, which was easy enough to obtain. Even if they hadn't engaged with the raccoon NPCs offering the assignment, they would likely have noticed the eerie crossroads and the foreboding road leading to Pop Vork's Inn. Had all the players collectively lost their spirit of adventure? I took the opportunity to open and study a detailed map of the Wolves' Wastelands region. Here lay the coastal villages where Dog had begun his journey, and this was the city of Wolves' Mines, where I had logged out of the game. How little progress I had made in the right direction! Instead of heading almost due east, my character had veered too far north. Despite spending the entire day on the road, pushing my endurance to its limits, the gateway to Yggdrasil's trunk was still over 300 miles away. Throughout that day of gameplay, I had managed to cover only about 20 miles. Admittedly, there were no direct roads leading in the right direction, and Dog had taken the paths available, but still, the realization was disheartening. Suddenly, a beep announced the delivery of my order at the designated location. I closed all the tabs on the visor, stood up from the comfortable bench which was shaded by trees, and made my way toward the post office, trying not to limp. Albina knocked on my pod's window just as I was finishing upgrading my laptop and running test programs.
"Grisha, do you want to grab dinner together? Before the kitchen gets too crowded."
I glanced at my watch. It was 4:30 p.m. The hotel residents would soon be returning from work, and the area near the microwaves, especially the tables, would get packed. So I nodded and grabbed a package of soy sausages, a packet of ketchup, a can of beer, and a box of instant mashed potatoes from the fridge.
"That's a nice spread,"
Albina grinned, looking at all the food, a single plate of cherry plums in her hands. After a moment's hesitation, I reached for another can of beer and a second pack of mashed potatoes, and then suggested that the lady go first. My leg was starting to hurt, and I wanted to avoid having my neighbor notice me limping. However, as it turned out, she already knew about it.
Are you embarrassed? How did you hurt your leg?
I didn't. It's not like that. I scrambled to concoct a quick lie. I have congenital osteoporosis, which means my bones are very brittle. I've broken my right leg twice and my left leg 4 times. The last time, I broke it by simply getting out of bed the wrong way in the morning.
Oh, wow,
Albina said, looking at me with sympathy and refraining from asking any more questions. I poured boiling water from the kettle over the mashed potatoes and placed the sausages in a small pot on a grimy stove that looked like it had never been cleaned. Albina happily accepted a can of beer, a portion of mashed potatoes, and half a sausage.
You're not nosy at all, the woman said after a few moments of silence. Others would already be asking why I live alone, if I have a boyfriend, or why I'm not at work in the middle of the day.
I sensed you didn't want to talk about yourself.
Ah, why not? I'll tell you. I used to be a piano teacher.
A noble profession, I replied, eliciting a sarcastic smile from my neighbor.
You think so? And did you know that the last music school in Moscow closed 4 years ago? Now, anyone who wants to learn how to play the piano has to either take online lessons or hire a private tutor. For me, this means obtaining a teaching license, registering with the IRS, and providing a bunch of credentials. And that license costs as much as I make in 2 months.
Albina fell silent, gulped down the rest of her beer, and took out an e-cigarette. She took a drag, cast an annoyed glance at the family with a small child standing in the kitchen doorway, let out a puff of smoke under the table, and tucked the cigarette into her shorts pocket.
I tried teaching without a license, hoping the IRS wouldn't catch on. Ended up with a massive fine and a diminished C1 social status. To top it off, my freaking husband filed for divorce and won custody of our daughter. That led to another trial. I spent every last bit of money I had. So, this is my life now. Alone, unemployed, and getting by on odd jobs. There's really no point in getting a teaching license at this stage. Who would want their child taught by a woman with such a low social status?
Albina's social status was C3, which was pretty bad. Clearly, she hadn't shared everything about her life with me because losing her job and being fined by the IRS couldn't possibly account for such a poor social standing. There had to be something else going on there, whether it was multiple prison terms or repeated arrests by the police for petty theft, drug addiction, or prostitution. Or maybe all of the above. In any case, I couldn't stop thinking about my own impending criminal D status, even though I didn't see myself as a danger to society. So I couldn't judge anyone based on first impressions alone. After pouring out her soul to her new neighbor, Albina fell silent, lost in her thoughts. I glanced at my empty plate and downed the rest of my beer, trying to suppress a yawn. I only had 6.5 hours of sleep before the start of my next long gaming session. Albina, thanks for keeping me company and having dinner with me, but I really have to go. I've got online prep classes at night, and I need to take a nap before they start. Staring blankly at the wall, the woman didn't respond, seemingly absorbed in her thoughts. I was pretty sure she didn't even notice me leaving. Chapter 13. On a Knife Edge. Would you look at that? This time, the game loaded significantly faster, thanks to the improved processor performance and increased memory capacity. If all went well, I might even be able to tweak the graphics settings, adding color to the game and enhancing the overall experience. But wait, what is that? My character materialized on a bed in a small tavern room, where I had logged out of the game. Dawn was breaking behind the blinds. But Dog wasn't alone in the room. Next to me, taking up almost half of the space, stood a colossal glowing angel clad in gold-embroidered, light-colored robes, with broad, snow-white swan wings on his back and a bright 8-pointed star above his head. He bore a striking resemblance to the angel who had addressed the crowd at the Parade of Alliances in the Valley of the Tombs the very day my character, Shadow Kane, was banned. What could a representative from the game administration possibly want from me? I tensed at the thought of impending trouble.
Kutman-san, Grigory. Je balkim Jacques Situn de Atutura, Siz Azir Moskvada Jasap Jata Zizbi.
The voice of the glowing figure was deep and majestic, and far too loud for the small room. Feeling as if I were going deaf, I winced in pain, wondering what the admin had asked me. All I understood was my name, the mention of Moscow, and the questioning tone. Was he inquiring about where I lived, or was he simply greeting me?
The language has been identified as Kyrgyz,
my in-game assistant notified me.
Should I install an online translator?
No, that's not necessary, I objected, realizing it would be risky to reveal my ignorance of my native language. I then turned to the angel and spoke in English. Your accent is completely uncharacteristic of a Kyrgyz. I can tell right away that you're from the United States. In fact, I can even assume you're from the Northeast, perhaps New York or Baltimore. I have a friend who lives there, and he also butchers the language when he tries to talk to me in Kyrgyz through an online translator. So I suggest we skip the useless tool and speak in English. The truth was, I didn't have any friends, neither in North America nor anywhere else. I couldn't even detect such subtle nuances in accents. However, I knew precisely where the headquarters of Shattered Empire Online, whose admins were responsible for the entire merged game, was located, so I decided to improvise. It felt like balancing on a knife edge, but it worked. My unexpected guest grinned and admitted I was right, only clarifying that he was from Boston on the Atlantic coast. But before I could celebrate my small victory, the angel posed another question, this time about the college I had attended. Was it the Bishkek Agricultural College, the gray 5-story building located on Svoboda Street, according to the maps? Here I couldn't hide my grin. What a primitive way to verify the data I had provided when registering with Celestial Blades. There had indeed been a question about education in the questionnaire, and I had entered Bishkek Agricultural College. However, before choosing my new biography, I had thoroughly researched information from maps, pictures, and various online sources. I could name the college president and some of the teachers, detail the first-year classes, and describe the dormitory. I had prepared extensively in case of a meticulous inspection by the Moscow police, the Migration Service, or any other authority. I don't know which college is on Svoboda Street. That's a completely different part of Bishkek, but the agricultural college is located on Talaskaya Street. It's a 6-story yellow building with white columns. Most of our classes were held in the lab, though, a 5-story brick building in the courtyard.
That's enough, the admin interrupted. Pardon my curiosity. It's just that your game caught our attention and we had to investigate.
I tensed up even more. It seemed I wasn't mistaken yesterday. It truly wasn't paranoia, and my game was indeed being closely watched. Is this about my companion from yesterday, Alice? I tried to steer the conversation. I know she's a minor, but I didn't attack her and was nothing but polite. And if it's about my past, well, yes, I made a mistake that led to my expulsion and other consequences, but I've reformed and am now as clean as a whistle.
Your companion has nothing to do with this, Grigory. Neither do your past, now resolved, legal issues. I'm here for an entirely different reason. You're clearly an experienced player. Could you shed some light on where your skills and understanding of game mechanics come from?
I smiled, though in Dog's case it resembled more of a menacing grin. I urgently had to come up with something plausible without mentioning Shattered Empire, as the admins could easily verify that information. Thank you for noticing my game. Yes, I have some gaming experience under my belt. Boundless World, Seven Kingdoms, Heirs of Atlantis. Now I've decided to try my hand at Celestial Blades. I felt like I was walking on thin ice. All the angel had to do was ask for my character's in-game nicknames, classes, and levels, and then verify that information. And any lies I had spun would come crashing down. However, the SEO employee seemed put off by my mention of his competitors and was hesitant to delve deeper. Grigori, I'm sure you know about the merger between Celestial Blades and Shattered Empire Online, as well as the planned global gaming events, right? I nodded briefly, uncertain of where my formidable guest was headed with this. The angel then elaborated. The merger of the game worlds is going to be spectacular. The strongest teams from both games will tunnel between worlds, facing off against the Guardians. Very powerful, world-class in-game bosses living in the World Tree. It's going to be a monumental event. Almost every major gaming and news channel across the globe has purchased broadcasting rights for it. The best of the new players who joined the game this week will have the chance to participate. It's a rare opportunity to meet the strongest players, witness the epic battle at Yggdrasil, the World Tree, and, if luck is on your side, earn unique rewards and in-game achievements that will be only available to a select few. And die in a battle against a formidable monster at the World Tree that will predictably kill a low-level player within seconds. I finished the angel's sentence. The winged figure paused, presumably sifting through information only he could access. Well, yes, given that you're playing in hardcore mode, your concerns are valid. But don't worry, the battle with the Guardians will have special rules, and all fallen heroes will be resurrected. But the right to participate in this epic battle must be earned. Only the top 5 newbie teams from Celestial Blades and Shattered Empire Online will be transported to the World Tree. You reached level 41 on your first day, an impressive accomplishment surpassed by only 7 other new players. Your unique in-game assistant can also be a great help in promoting the game. Beautiful creatures like her shouldn't be kept hidden. The public deserves to know about them. The angel extended his hand, palm up, and the pixie perched obediently on it. That's why I'd like to invite you to form a team and compete for the chance to be among the top 5 newbie teams in Celestial Blades. What do you say? I fell silent, weighing the unexpected offer. On the one hand, I was being granted the opportunity to be transported directly to Yggdrasil, the World Tree, sparing me the long journey to the gateway and SEO. On the other hand, there was the hype, the heightened attention to my character, and the need to recruit players for my team. Nevertheless, declining wasn't an option. It would seem suspicious for a player to turn down such an exhilarating event. So I asked the angel to tell me more about the newbie contest. 100 teams, each consisting of 4 to 10 players, were recruited for the event. Only those who joined the game this week and had earned additional experience bonuses could be added to the teams. For the first 5 days of the tournament, the number of players on a team could be increased, after which recruitment would close entirely. Excluding players from a team was strictly forbidden. Success in the tournament was determined by the average level of the players on each team. Experience could be gained in any way possible, by defeating monster NPCs or real players, completing quests, or utilizing special character skills like lockpick, pickpocket, fish, trade, and trap setting. Even crafting items for craftsmen counted towards it. I also noted some important points for myself. The tournament would commence as soon as all 100 teams were formed. As the competing players lived in different countries, each with varying laws regarding daily playtime limits, and even some with none at all, to ensure fairness, the administration decided to count daily experience gained during the first 10 hours of play. This experience would be credited to all participants without any debuffs. Additionally, PvPs between competing teams or individual players participating in the contest were officially permitted, even in safe locations. The city guards would not intervene in these skirmishes. Lastly, it was important to remember that on each day of play, the 10 weakest teams would be eliminated from the contest. The tournament would last 10 days, with 5 teams being eliminated on the final day. The remaining 5 winning teams would be teleported to Yggdrasil by the game administrators, where they would join the top teams for training before the battle with the Guardian. It all suddenly made sense to me. In theory, I wouldn't lose anything. The only risk was running into players who might try to kill me even in safe zones. But when had I ever shied away from a fair fight? Or even from an unfair one, for that matter? On the contrary, I could easily lecture other players on PvP and safe zones because Shadow Kane had specialized in that style of play, and the line of players he'd sent to respawn stretched as far as the eye could see. Sure, I had a weak dog instead of an assassin human from the game's top 100, but I couldn't wait. I agree, I announced my decision. The huge angel bowed slightly, showing his gratitude for my answer. Just hurry up, dog, the winged admin urged. 65 rookie teams have already been formed in Celestial Blades. At this rate, you've got about 5 or 6 hours left to get your team together and make the top 100. With those words, the glowing figure disappeared. Wow, that was quite the news. I took a moment to digest the information I had just received and come up with a strategy. Joining the newbie contest was a must for me. Even if my team ended up losing, I wouldn't suffer any personal loss. Plus, those extra 2 hours of play each day would really help Dog level up faster. Speaking of which, what were my stats at the start of the second day of play? I opened my character tab. Dog of the Forgotten Pack, Half-Wolf Beastman, Level 41 Executioner. Character stats: Strength 38, Agility 40, Intelligence 12, Perception 15, Build 33, Wisdom 3, Charisma 3. Character values: Health points 564 out of 564, Endurance points 208 out of 208, Magic points 0, Carrying capacity 86 pounds, Critical damage 6%. Character skills: Run B 23, Double jump, quick dash. Claws, A, 22. Damage boost. Item recognition, I. 12, limit reached. Enemy scan. Two-handed weapon, S. 8. Light armor, B. 4. Dodge, A. 13. Attention, 1 unallocated skill point is available. Not terrible, but Claws definitely needed some upgrades. Level 22 of Dog's primary weapon skill was insufficient for his current location. Now might be the perfect time to invest the available skill point in Claws to boost the damage on each new attack. A 2% increase might seem negligible, but it could make a big difference in a prolonged battle.
Dog, you owe me a magic rune. You promised, the pixie chirped, fluttering in front of my face to grab my attention. I know, I'll get it for you, like I said I would. But first, what did you find out about Misty Yuri?
After last night's skirmish, the spy she-wolf dashed along the rooftops to the north corner tower. She has a secret hideout in the attic. It's dusty and dirty, with bats hanging upside down from the ceiling beams. There's no staircase leading up, so Misty Yuri climbed the outer wall. I think she lives there. I saw a makeshift bed on the floor and a chest with personal belongings hidden in a secret compartment in the wall. She took a parchment scroll from the chest, wrote something on it, and then burned it over a candle flame, sending a magical message. Suddenly, she got anxious and started rummaging through her bags and pockets before running back to the alley. She sniffed around for a bit, then followed your trail to the Last Meal Tavern and found out where you were staying from the owner.
The information my winged assistant had obtained was incredibly useful, and more importantly, I knew precisely what my tailed acquaintance was looking for. It appeared that the spy hadn't found her Steel Crown agent's silver medallion. This meant she would remain close to me, trying to regain her precious possession. I needed to be mindful of the danger she posed and stay alert. I thanked Vigi for her help and promised to buy her a second magic rune as soon as I sold the collected loot. Ready to leave, I opened the door and couldn't help but let out a muted groan of disappointment when I saw a small, lop-eared fennec fox waiting in the hallway across from my room. Alice.
"You said you'd wait for me at the raccoon village, but you left," she shouted reproachfully. "It took me 2 hours to get here. I got killed by a praying mantis in the forest."
How had she found me? Ugh, I slapped my forehead with my palm. Of course, it had been ages since I'd had friends in the game, so I had forgotten that aspect of the game mechanics. I was so exhausted yesterday that I hadn't removed the little healer from my friends list, allowing her to see my character's mark on the map and use a direction marker to track me down. Meanwhile, Alice's indignation shifted to surprise and even admiration.
"Dog, there's a tag above your head. I just saw an ad on a gaming channel about it earlier today. You joined the Celestial Blades newbie contest and are putting together a team. Cool!"
What tag? I didn't see anything, even when I opened my character's tab and rotated Dog's image, looking at my shaggy, toothy character from every angle. But my in-game assistant confirmed that other players could see a flashing blue, round tag in front of my name. Once the team was formed, that blue tag would stop flashing but remain visible until the contest ended.
"There are only 2 of us,"
the little healer said, concerned.
"Let's head downstairs. There are a lot of players having breakfast in the dining room. We can recruit more for our team."
Apparently, Alice had no doubts that she was already part of my team. Why not, though? She was quite skilled. Maybe a bit too talkative, but having a professional healer on your side was always a huge advantage. Besides, as I had discovered earlier today, the game admins didn't care about having an underage player in the mix. They were only interested in the results. With my lop-eared companion by my side, I took the steep, creaky stairs down to the first floor. The dining room of the Last Meal Tavern buzzed with activity, with waiters bustling to keep up with the many customers filling the tables. Amidst the NPCs, about a dozen players were enjoying their breakfast before diving into a long day of gameplay. I spotted wingmen, beastmen, and even the troll I had seen yesterday on my way into town. My appearance instantly attracted attention. I caught whispers about the blue flashing tag above my executioner's head. However, no one seemed eager to offer their services. After just a few moments, the players quickly lost interest in me and returned to their conversations. What was I supposed to do? Check the details on each of them, especially their time spent in-game, level, and class? Or climb onto a table and make an announcement to the entire room? I had no experience playing on a team. A loner by nature, I found myself puzzled by the unfamiliar role of a recruiter. Just then, the fennec fox unexpectedly came to my aid.
"Dog, order breakfast for both of us. I'll go talk to the players and see who might be interested in joining us. Just tell me, who do we need on our team?"
I felt a wave of relief wash over me at Alice's offer to take on the recruiting duties. But who did we really need? I pondered. There were so many options for a small team. Implementing them wouldn't be easy. Finding players with the right occupations was hard, and explaining to my teammates what I wanted them to do to achieve the necessary cohesion in battle would be even harder. Well, let's stick to the classic RPG strategy. We already had a fast, light-armored fighter and a healer. We simply needed to recruit players to fill the other essential positions on our team. First of all, we need a strong tank to aggro the mobs and sustain damage while you heal him. We also need a skilled thief, along with some magic support. An elemental mage or pyromancer, maybe a warlock or beastmaster, or at the very least a necromancer or summoner mage. We don't need many companions. 2 or 3 would be enough. Otherwise, we risk not gaining enough experience for everyone. Alice nodded, hopped onto my shoulder, looked around the tavern, and pointed to a table by the window where a delicate, fair-haired elf maiden sat across from a massive green troll.
A berserker and an illusionist mage. The perfect tank and magic support. Just what we need. Let me go talk to them.
Honestly, I didn't think she'd succeed, but it was worth a shot. In the meantime, I approached the tavern owner, who was standing behind the bar, not only to order breakfast for two, but also to clarify something. I hadn't seen Rhea Yuri among the guests, despite having sent a message to the she-wolf NPC, letting her know I would be waiting for her at the Wolves' Mines Tavern in the morning. Did she decide against joining me? Was she unable to make it to town? Or maybe there were several taverns, and Rhea Yuri was waiting at another one? The ogre reacted to my question about other taverns, as if I had offended him. However, once I clarified that the reason for my curiosity wasn't the poor quality of his establishment or the food served, he responded.
Well, there's also the Dragon's Gorge near the town hall,
the ogre said, grimacing in disgust as he spat on the floor.
But it's pricier and the food is terrible. Plus, there are always guards hanging around, harassing visitors. I don't recommend going there.
I thanked him for the information, tossed in a silver coin for breakfast for two, and added another to make amends for hurting the feelings of the sensitive owner of the last meal. The ogre instantly warmed to me and leaned in closer, whispering in my ear.
Dog, there's a dangerous lady here looking for you, the kind you don't want to mess with. She even demanded I hand over a duplicate key to your room. I refused, of course, but be warned, you're being watched by spies from the King's Secret Service.
After rewarding the ogre with another silver coin, I noticed my lop-eared companion waving her paw, inviting me to join her, the elf maiden, and the troll. With a tray in my hands, I walked over and took a seat at the table.
Mir and Nissa the Radiant, nicknamed Phantom of the Forest Elves,
the loquacious fennec fox announced, introducing the fair-haired elf maiden.
And this is her quiet friend Grim. They're both from Korea.
Let's skip the formalities. For my friends, I'm just Mira, or Phantom.
The elf maiden laughed, her pointed, supple ears twitching up and down. I glanced at the candidates for my team. A tall, burly green troll, a level 35 berserker wearing a simple loincloth. A massive, gnarled club leaned against the table beside him. A delicate elf maiden draped in a long purple sorceress robe, a level 40 illusionist mage. Honestly, their equipment was so-so, but their levels were impressive enough for first-week newbies. I found myself leaning toward adding this colorful duo to my team.
Yes, boss,
grunted the troll, attempting to fish a fly out of his beer with his fat finger. The elf maiden glanced at her friend before translating for us.
My friend asks how serious we are about the contest. Are we planning to fight hard enough to be among the top 5 teams, or are we simply here to participate in a rare gaming event for fun and new experiences?
Had the troll really managed to convey such a complex question in just 2 words? I glanced at my in-game assistant, but Vigi looked just as puzzled.
I don't know, dog. I don't understand the troll language. Honestly, I don't even see it listed among the available languages in the game, so I can't install an online dictionary. I have no idea how the elf can understand the monster.
But it didn't really matter how the elf maiden communicated with her companion and translated his growls. What mattered was that the troll's question needed an answer. For now, we're just going to play for fun and see what happens, but if we see a chance to win, we'll jump on it and do our best to secure a victory. Though if the question is about premium currency and buying expensive in-game items to boost our stats, then I'll have to say no. I'm just a college applicant and don't have money to spend.
I can't buy premium currency either,
Alice chimed in.
My mom's not going to give me money for a useless game. She said so herself.
The green troll bared his teeth and crushed the tin mug with his huge paw, clearly giving up on getting the fly out of his frothy drink. At first, I thought this was an expression of dissatisfaction or rejection, but I was mistaken.
"We're in,"
Mira translated her green companion's words. Chapter 14. A Competing Team. Nothing had changed. No blue tags identifying the newbie contestants had appeared above any of my 3 teammates. It seemed that our verbal agreement wasn't enough. Some formalities needed to be followed. I shared this little hiccup with my teammates. The troll bellowed. The fair-haired elf maiden quickly translated that, according to the rules, we were required to send a list of our team members to the address provided by the organizers, come up with a name for our team, and choose a logo. Additionally, these formalities didn't have to be handled by the team leader alone. The commander could delegate these tasks to any team member. "Why don't you guys take care of it?" I suggested as I stood up from the table, adding that I needed to meet another candidate for our team, who was likely waiting for me at a different tavern in Wolves Mines. "Yes, of course!" shouted the female teammates in unison. They seemed so overjoyed at the trust I had placed in them that I felt a bit apprehensive. Just to be sure I wasn't missing anything, I ran through the simple steps in my mind. Send a brief list of 4 players to the organizers, come up with a name for our team, and choose a logo. Honestly, I didn't care much about what we called ourselves or how the logo looked. These details wouldn't influence the outcome of the game, so I saw no point in discussing such trivialities and wasting my precious time. However, if the ladies really wanted to, they were certainly welcome to come up with some beautiful words and images. There was no way to mess this up, and I confirmed that I was delegating these matters to my team members. An in-game message came in from a player nicknamed Alice in Wonderland requesting to confirm her rights as the deputy team leader, and I granted her the authority immediately. My companions stayed behind to finish breakfast and discuss organizational matters while I hurried off to the Dragon's Gorge. I was worried that while I was lingering here, the she-wolf, Rhea Yuri, might return to her home village. That would be a serious disadvantage, and I couldn't allow that to happen under any circumstances. I had entered a contest where the outcome depended on the average level of the team's players. This meant that for us to win the contest, my teammates and I needed to gain experience and level up as efficiently as possible. I certainly couldn't afford to fail the heart of the she-wolf quest assigned to Dog, as that would lead to a significant debuff and loss of experience. So it was imperative to locate Rhea Yuri here in the city, speak to the young huntress NPC, and complete the quest. Otherwise, I would have to return to the village of Golden Cornfields for her, losing at least 2 days out of the limited time I had. Moreover, if it became necessary to complete the quest, I could always add Rhea Yuri to our team and bring her along. At the time of our parting, the Huntress was only level 10, which was significantly lower than the levels of our other team members. However, that didn't matter, because the newbie contest only considered the levels of real players, not those of their NPC companions, mounts, or pets. Another point to consider was that NPC companions shared in the team's total experience, which, in turn, negatively affected the results of the others. Fortunately, this share of experience was negligible, but the advantages of having a companion NPC with good perception and a long-range weapon could certainly be quite significant. I just had to ensure that the others wouldn't object and... What's going on? I stopped abruptly and looked around. Lost in my thoughts, I hadn't noticed that the alley leading to the Dragon's Gorge, where I had turned, was blocked by a group of armed and scowling half-beast fighters. Were they city guards? Judging by the coats of arms on their shields and armor, it appeared so. Moreover, there were 5 guards blocking my way, indicating that this was serious. Another squad had appeared behind Dog, effectively blocking my escape route. I definitely didn't like these maneuvers by the city guards, but I decided to hold my ground for the moment and wait for the situation to unfold. A disheveled, one-eyed Khajiit stepped forward, pushing the fighters armed with shields and spears aside. He wore a shabby surcoat, emblazoned with the wolves' mine's coat of arms on his chest, and held 2 curved blades in his front paws, suggesting he was in charge of the guards. It was a bit unusual to see a cat commanding the stern, silent half-wolves. Yet the Khajiit appeared quite menacing, and his 45th level and duelist combat class confirmed his reputation as an experienced fighter.
"Dog, a complaint has been filed against you for stealing a valuable item from a respected citizen. We'll have to search you."
A search for a stolen item? Despite the tension etched on the guards' faces and the spears pointed at me, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had feared something far more serious. Perhaps an arrest or even an attempt on my life in a quiet alleyway orchestrated by the ever-watchful Secret Service of the half-wolf king, Junim VII. Then another thought came to my mind. I scanned the area for the same respected citizen who had set the city guards on me. Aha! There she was. I spotted Misty Yuri, the she-wolf, perched on the roof of a neighboring building, carefully observing the scene unfolding in the alley. Well, that was predictable. I knew exactly what valuable item the guards were looking for. But what was I supposed to do? Attack? The levels of the NPC guards surrounding me, with the exception of their Khajiit commander, were fairly modest, and I could certainly wipe out the entire squad if I put my mind to it. However, the steel-crowned spies were in the game specifically to prevent players from causing such chaos, and Misty Yuri would undoubtedly join the fray and destroy me. I could probably also evade the search by running away from the guards. For instance, I could do a double jump to the roof and then flee and hide somewhere within the city, as I had considerable experience in evading pursuit. However, Misty Yuri, watching from the rooftop, wouldn't just stand by. She would try to stop me. Besides, why would Dog confront the guards or attempt to escape? I saw absolutely no reason to become a wanted criminal, given the potential consequences. That's all? I'm clean in the eyes of the law. See for yourself. I'm an executioner, not a thief. I have no thief skills whatsoever. Without making any sudden movements, I slowly laid my 2-handed sword on the ground, then untied and tossed the canvas bag containing my belongings at the Khajiit's feet. I then undid the laces on my vest to demonstrate that my inside pockets were empty. The search took only half a minute, after which the Khajiit apologized, thanked me for my cooperation, and admitted that the information regarding my alleged offense was incorrect. "Attention! Your character's reputation in the City of Wolves Mines has improved. You have unlocked previously unavailable territories: the Town Hall, the Cemetery, the Guard Barracks, the Forge, and the Temple of the Wolf Mother." I flinched at first, as I was accustomed to receiving messages about changes in reputation that were negative. This was a rare exception to that rule. By the way, one of the unlocked locations was the Forge. I glanced at the heavy shackles with remnants of rusty chains on Dog's front paws. I would need to talk to the blacksmith about having those bracelets removed. The guards lost interest in me and departed. The steel-crowned spy spat angrily before jumping onto a nearby roof and disappearing from sight. Rhea Yuri was not at the Dragon's Gorge. According to the tavern's owner, a scaly, wingless draconian, the she-wolf had never been seen in his establishment. This news was strange and unsettling. I tossed a small coin to the owner and was about to leave when I suddenly noticed the unnatural silence in the room, as well as a young drow elf maiden standing in the middle of the dining area, frozen with fear, as she clutched 6 heavy mugs of beer in her hands. More specifically, I first noticed her ample breasts, barely covered by a tiny silver-armored bra. Then my gaze shifted to her pretty face and long golden skirt, which featured a provocative slit that ran along her thigh all the way to her waist. I also noted her in-game class was a ghost archer, her race was a drow elf, and her character level 36. Only then did I spot a flashing, round blue tag above the elven archer's head. A competitor from another newbie team. I slowly turned my head to see 5 players seated at a large table, each with similar flashing tags above their heads. Their team name was rather pretentious: Masters of the Wolves' Wastelands. 2 winged celestial warriors, a druid human with a tiny monkey perched on his shoulder, an armored barbarian half-boar, and a horned pyromancer demonoid clad in a fiery red mage cloak all stared at me, mouths agape, having forgotten about their plates of food on the table.
The rules allow battles between players participating in the newbie contest,
my winged assistant reminded me. Apparently, the NPCs in the tavern were aware of this as well. The local artisans slowly rose from their tables and made their way along the walls toward the exit, abandoning their unfinished food and beer. Even the city guards suddenly remembered they had urgent business elsewhere in Wolves' Mines. They interrupted their breakfast and hurried away. While my opponents were lower in level, some by 5, some by 7, and others by as much as 10, I was outnumbered 6-1. Yet I sensed they were afraid of me. Quick dash! In a mere half-second, I was positioned behind the elven archer, my sharp claw pressed tightly against the long-eared woman's neck. She shuddered, but managed to keep a firm grip on the heavy mugs in her hands. With my free paw, I took one of the mugs and drained it slowly, sip by sip, before placing the empty mug on a nearby table. With a menacing grin, I thanked her for the drink and turned to face my competitors. Your friend is alive only because I'm in a good mood right now, but that won't always be the case. And when I'm in a bad mood, I can be pretty savage. So I give you half an hour to get out of Wolves' Mines, and pray to all the gods that our paths never cross again. After making sure that the drow elf was an adult player, I nonchalantly placed my paw on her buttocks and grinned broadly. With a barely perceptible movement of my claw, her long golden skirt fell to the floor, revealing her slender legs and delicate black panties, along with a hidden scabbard and a small purse attached to her belt. Claw skill has been upgraded to level 23. I'll take this as a deposit, I said as I grabbed the purse and tossed it lightly into the air with my palm, estimating its weight. The silk pouch, embroidered with intricate patterns, felt pretty heavy, with coins jingling inside. And if you don't learn your lesson, I'll take your heads next time. Quick dash. For the players in the room, I had simply vanished. In reality, though, I had just jumped through a small open window, having pulled my knees up to my chest to avoid colliding with the tavern wall. Run skill has been upgraded to level 24. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 14. Why hadn't I attacked? First, I was outnumbered 6-1 and lacked confidence in my ability to win. Second, if you tried to fight in a room filled with furniture, you would quickly realize how difficult it was to dodge and use your mobility advantage, especially when trying to avoid fireballs and area of effect spells. Lastly, even though the rules allowed PvP between players, I didn't want to risk having to compensate the owner of the Dragon's Gorge for any damage to his tavern or the losses incurred. I followed the sound of distant hammering to find the blacksmith. The shaggy half-wolf, stripped to the waist and clad in a burnt leather apron, listened to my request to remove the shackles without enthusiasm, likely due to the poor reputation of the executioner class in the game. If it hadn't been for the recent improvement in Dog's standing in the city of Wolves' Mines, he surely would have turned Dog away. However, in the end, he agreed, asking for 7 silver coins for his services and insisting on payment up front. I paid him with some of the money I had taken from the drow archer and then transferred the rest, about 30 silver coins and a handful of copper change, from her purse into my bag. The blacksmith grabbed a hacksaw and a massive sledgehammer, instructed me to sit on a wooden block and place my paw on the anvil, and got to work. It was at that moment that I received an in-game message notifying me of a change in my character information. Dog had become the leader of a small 4-player team called the Pink Foxes, whose logo featured the head of a small, smiling, long-eared fennec fox in a glamorous pink color. What a disgrace! I groaned and closed my eyes. Couldn't they have chosen a better name for our team? If the old acquaintances of the notorious assassin Shadow Kane ever found out how low I had fallen, I would be utterly ashamed. Signor Gabriele, the Italian mafioso, would likely laugh at me on the phone. On the other hand, no one would associate the formidable killer who had disrupted the parade in the Valley of the Tombs with the leader of the Pink Foxes. I opened my eyes and was startled to see Misty Yuri sitting on the workbench 3 feet away from me. "The Pink Foxes?" the steel-crowned spy asked, openly mocking me. "An interesting choice compared to the forgotten pack that terrorized the entire kingdom. But that's not the point. Do you know why I'm here, dog?" "Do you know Ria Yuri?" I countered her question with one of my own. The half-wolf looked genuinely surprised and even a bit embarrassed. Then she grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. "What does my little sister have to do with this? Answer me, dog." Ria Yuri helped me in Golden Cornfields, and then expressed a desire to come with me. I suggested we meet this morning at the tavern in Wolves Mines, but your sister never showed up. "Ria Yuri was never in town. I would have known. Maybe my sister finally came to her senses and decided against joining forces with a dangerous criminal after all." "Maybe so. I'm worried about her, though. What if something happened to her on the way? I took a direct route from the 5-road junction, and there was a dangerous spot at the crossroads leading to Popvork's Inn." "That doesn't mean anything to me. But you're right. I should check." The Level 77 spy paused for a moment, then snapped back to the original topic of conversation. "Where is my medallion, dog? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I found a piece of chain where we met yesterday."
"You're done, Executioner,"
the blacksmith announced as he swiftly removed the heavy shackles from my paws, bowing respectfully to the agent of the Steel Crown before scurrying away to avoid interrupting our conversation. I watched him leave and then turned to my dangerous acquaintance. "Misty, I know where your Steel Crown agent medallion is." "Where is it? Tell me!" Misty Yuri bared her teeth and began to rise, reaching for the dagger in her belt. I chose to ignore the aggressive body language meant to intimidate me, and simply smiled at the half-wolf. The spy wouldn't attack me, as the game algorithms prevented Steel Crown agents from attacking players without sufficient cause. I was right. Misty Yuri pulled her paw away from the dagger's hilt and settled back down on the workbench. "All right, dog, let's talk business. What do you want in exchange for the return of the medallion?" I could have probably bargained for something of value in return, perhaps a purse of silver coins or a useful magic item, or even demanded that the she-wolf, who was in an awkward position, reveal some of the secrets of the Steel Crown. But I didn't do any of that. "I don't need anything from you, Misty. You can have your medallion." I honestly told her where I had hidden the valuable item. "But if you have some free time, go back to the crossroads. I'm worried about your sister. Ria Yuri is kind and sweet. She's also very beautiful, just like you." Misty Yuri blushed with embarrassment. "Thank you for the compliment and for your help. You're strange, dog. I can't promise anything, but I'll see if I can find out what happened to Ria Yuri." The spy stood up, brushed off the metal shavings stuck to her dress, and vanished from her seat, disappearing into the maze of the city's streets.
"You've managed to upgrade your relationship with Misty Yuri from hostile to neutral,"
my winged assistant informed me, before reminding me that she was still waiting for the magic rune I had promised her. The rune I chose in the magic shop was called Silent Step. It wasn't cheap, costing a hefty 70 silver coins, but it created a sphere of silence around Vigi, muffling my footsteps. I gazed longingly at the other, high-quality magic runes the merchant offered. The Silence rune, which prevented nearby mages from casting verbal spells, and the Aggressor rune, which increased the chance of dealing critical damage by 3%. I really wanted to get them for my legendary winged assistant, but the price of 50 gold coins each brought me back to reality pretty quickly. Even after selling yesterday's loot to the merchant, I had nowhere close to 5,000 silver coins. I realized too late that going to a magic shop to sell the loot myself was a mistake, given the reputation penalty for my executioner in-game class. I should have sent the elf maiden or the little fox instead. We could have gotten more than just 1 gold and 30 silver coins. Out of all the loot I had collected, I decided to keep the bronze bracelet that offered +2 strength and immediately put it on Dog's right paw. I considered buying a similar bracelet for my left paw, or better yet, one that would boost agility, but I soon realized there was no way I could afford it. Such an item would cost 3 gold coins, which I did not have. With that, my shopping was concluded. It was time to head back. I opened the group chat and asked my friends where they were. The answer came from the elf maiden, Miranissa the Radiant.
We've left the tavern and are heading towards the mercenary guild building. We'll try to take on an easy quest to gain experience.
The fur along my scruff bristled immediately. That was a mistake, definitely a mistake. Those who were new to the Mercenary Guild would never be offered high-paying assignments with generous experience rewards upon completion. They had to earn their reputation first to qualify for such opportunities. Meanwhile, completing assignments like help Grandma pick apples in the garden or find 7 blue flowers in the nearest forest would only waste time and allow competitors to gain an advantage in experience over my team. I replied in chat to tell my companions to wait for me before accepting an assignment. According to the map, I was only 3 minutes away from the Mercenary Guild. But I was too late.
Dog, there's another team at the Mercenary Guild building. There are more of them than us. We're under attack.
The panicked message came from the lop-eared fennec fox, after which Alice's icon turned gray. She had been sent to respawn. I pushed my way through the local NPCs and players, shoving them aside. About 15 seconds later, our illusionist's icon went dark. Mira, the elf maiden, had also been killed by the enemies. The troll, on the other hand, held out for an unexpectedly long time. A whole minute, then one more. What a fighter! Would I be able to make it in time to help him? I dashed down the alley toward the small square in front of the Mercenary Guild building, ready to jump into battle. But when I realized what was happening, I came to a sudden stop. The whole thing turned out to be far more banal than I had anticipated. The opposing team's players had managed to knock down the giant green troll, driving his hit points well into the red. However, they couldn't finish off the regenerating berserker. Defeating a troll wasn't merely a matter of draining his health or hacking his massive body to pieces. The only effective way to kill a troll for good was with a magic weapon, fire or acid magic, or simply by burning the remains. The inexperienced players on the opposing team hadn't thought about starting a fire, and none of them possessed any magic weapons. Furthermore, my companions had managed to kill the only fire mage on the opposing team before falling victim to an uneven battle. I could see the body of a pyromancer, torn in half by our troll, lying next to my team's dead illusionist. Meanwhile, 2 winged celestial warriors were stabbing the troll with their pikes, preventing the berserker from waking up and rejoining the fight. I couldn't see the drow archer from the enemy team either. It seemed she had been sent to respawn as well. A piece of her golden skirt was sticking out from under the troll's body, confirming my assumptions. I had to hand it to my friends. They had given their lives with dignity, even while being ambushed and outnumbered by the enemy. Now I only had 4 opponents left to deal with instead of 6. I emerged from my hiding place and stepped into the square, stretching my neck, shoulders, and fists. I had warned my opponents to pack up and leave town, but no. They ignored my sage advice and even attacked my friends. They had really managed to piss me off. They shouldn't have done that. The living were about to envy the dead. Chapter 15. a sinister reputation. Curious onlookers, both local NPCs and real players, began to gather in the square, but they all kept their distance, not wanting to interfere with the unfolding spectacle. My 4 opponents were so preoccupied with the regenerating troll who stubbornly refused to die that they hadn't noticed me approaching, largely due to the silent step magic rune I had equipped my in-game assistant with.
Please, dog, make it spectacular! I know you want to!
Vigi urged, her thirst for blood palpable.
If you pull it off, I'll unlock a skin of me in a tiny swimsuit for free. And just so you know, it's one of the most expensive of all my outfits. It's worth 30 units of real-world money.
Using various clever tactics, Vigi was relentless in her attempts to persuade me to divert my attention to her outfits, which could only be purchased with premium currency by spending significant amounts of real-world money. I wasn't sure if other players would ever fall for her tricks, but I was quite happy with Vigi's current default skin. The winged pixie appeared to be carved from graphite. It wasn't flashy, distracting, or annoying. Her delicate, almost translucent wings, chiseled from gray stone, looked exceptionally elegant. Still, I didn't want to upset my sensitive assistant by admitting I wasn't interested in her other outfits. "I'll try," I replied curtly, grabbing my 2-handed sword and positioning myself so that the 2 winged celestial warriors were in a straight line from my position. "Quick dash! Take that!" I felt like an entomologist pinning insects for my collection, but instead of a tiny pin, I wielded a sword nearly 5 feet long. Run skill has been upgraded to level 25. 2-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 9. 2-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 10. My 2 winged opponents were still alive, but they would inevitably die from the heavy bleeding coming from their pierced bodies. I let go of the 2-handed sword sticking out of them and turned my attention to the armored boar without wasting any time. The massive level 36 half-boar had skimped on protective knee pads, something he was about to regret. Quick dash! I delivered a calculated claw strike to the player's right knee using both paws, followed by another strike with my right paw. With a painful snap, the half-boar's leg gave way under the weight of his heavy body and armor, and the player began to fall to the side. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 24. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 15. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to finish him off after he had lost his balance and crashed to the ground because I had to quickly leap away to dodge a projectile that came flying at me. I could hardly believe my eyes at first. Feces? Sure enough, the monkey perched on the druid's shoulder had flung its disgusting excrement at me. The druid raised his long staff above his head with both hands and began to cast some kind of spell. I jumped up, dodging a magic strike, then double-jumped farther away to ensure my safety. False alarm. It was just a buff he had cast on himself and his allies. The boar could probably benefit from it, but it wouldn't help the flyers, both of whom had only seconds left to live. One of the celestial warriors, pierced by the sword, had decided to heal himself, frantically trying to grab a vial of bright red liquid with magic elixirs from his belt, his right hand trembling. No freaking way. I knocked the healing potion out of the dying fighter's hand and then broke his arm over my knee so he wouldn't dare resist when he was sent to respawn. 18,560 XP received. The experience I had gained seemed low for killing a player. However, this celestial warrior was the weakest of the group. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that one of the 4 opponents was out, and his winged friend would soon follow him to respawn. Watching the druid cast another spell, I approached the half-boar who was howling in pain from his broken leg. I kicked away his club that was lying on the ground and kicked him in his fanged mouth with all my might, splattering blood and knocked out teeth everywhere. I warned you I could be pretty savage when in a bad mood. You didn't listen to me and didn't skip town, so you've only got yourself to blame. With my claws spread, I delivered a calculated blow to the defeated player's face, blinding him. The barbarian half-boar howled at the top of his lungs and grabbed his bloody muzzle with his paws.
Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 25.
It was cruel, but the opponents needed to be taught a painful lesson to prevent them from messing with my team ever again. I could still feel the salty taste of the boar's blood in my mouth, so I wiped the blood from my face and spat on the ground. If you want to die quickly and painlessly, take off your armor and give me your pouch. That didn't work. The player didn't seem to hear me, completely stunned by the pain of his injuries. Fine, I'd take it myself. Watching the druid closely as he backed away from me, step by step, still casting spells, I crouched beside the defeated barbarian and unbuckled his belt. He didn't have much in his pouch, but his wide belt, made of strong tanned leather, was quite nice and even came with some magic bonuses. Unfortunately, I lacked the necessary item recognition level to read the belt's properties. The armor required some fiddling before I managed to undo all the clasps and ties, but it was worth it. It was of high quality and would likely fit the troll on my team perfectly.
19,700 XP received. Character level 42 reached. 3 free stat points received.
Meanwhile, the second flyer had bled to death and followed the first to respawn. I dodged another hunk of dung the monkey had thrown at me. How could there be so much crap in such a tiny creature? And walked over to my dead winged opponents. After pulling out my bloody sword, I approached the blinded boar. I sentence you to death by beheading for disobeying wise counsel, not leaving town, and attacking my friends.
19,700 XP received. Two-handed weapon skill has been upgraded to level 11.
Well, this was precisely the outcome I had promised my competitors back at the Dragon's Gorge. I picked up the boar's severed head, examined it, and then threw it at the feet of my last opponent. The druid human was literally glowing from the countless spells and blessings he had cast upon himself, but he kept his distance and didn't attack. I had to applaud his courage. He hadn't run away even though he knew I was much stronger, being 7 levels higher than him. If you want a quick and painless death, surrender. And if your monkey throws crap at me again, you're going to lose your pet, I threatened, but the human just shook his head. At that moment, I noticed Grim, the troll on my team, twitch and sit up, his dazed eyes scanning the blood-soaked city square, filled with the bodies of both his allies and enemies. Suit yourself, human. I showed you mercy by offering a quick death. Grim, he's all yours. Quick dash. In a split second, I found myself behind the druid and struck him in the back. No matter how much fortification the opponent had granted himself with magic and spells, he hadn't become any heavier. The human flew straight into the outstretched paws of a very angry troll who had managed to get up. Even I cringed as the massive green monster tore the druid's body apart with his mighty paws.
9,100 XP received.
It was over. I gazed around the blood-stained square, lifted my muzzle to the sky, and howled triumphantly, surrendering to an unexpected impulse. The troll joined in, filling the air with his mighty roar. The echo reverberated through the narrow streets of Wolves' Mines, announcing our glorious victory to all. As I concluded my solemn wolf song, I heard the sound of clapping in the silence that followed. It was the she-wolf, Misty Yuri, who had been among the spectators gathered in the square, expressing her appreciation for the rare spectacle that had just unfolded. Leaving the troll to collect the loot, I approached the steel-crowned spy to ask for her opinion on the battle.
"I'm impressed, dog,"
the dangerous she-wolf said with a satisfied grin, even bowing slightly.
"I haven't seen so much blood in a slaughterhouse. Now I see what a member of the Forgotten Pack is capable of, and why you've been declared a criminal. But your friends and opponents are immortal and will soon be reborn in the cemetery. The 2 members of the Pink Foxes," Misty Yuri snorted at our team's ridiculous name, "will be outnumbered,
and your opponents will take their revenge on the weaker ones and kill your friends again. And the cemetery is off limits to anyone who doesn't have a special pass from the city authorities, so you can't help them. What will you do, dog? Will you break the law, or leave your friends at the mercy of your vengeful enemy?" If the she-wolf thought she could confuse me, she was mistaken. If I had to break the law to save my friends, I wouldn't hesitate. However, after the search incident, which was your fault, by the way, I now have the right to visit the cemetery. Let the masters of the wolves' wastelands— I snorted, mimicking the she-wolf's recent gesture and expressing my disdain for the pretentious and ridiculous name of the competing team— tremble with fear and beg for mercy. "Very well. Since the fun is over here in the city, I'll take your advice and head for the road to the fjords as soon as I've settled my affairs. I need to make sure my little sister is okay." Could the troll follow me to the cemetery? This important detail needed to be clarified immediately, so I asked the city guard captain, who had rushed to the mercenary guild building along with his entire squad of half-wolves in response to the commotion. "You are the commander. The troll is your subordinate. He goes wherever you go," replied the one-eyed Khajiit. I thanked the disheveled, menacing-looking cat for his thorough answer and tossed him 3 silver coins as compensation for the inconvenience. The coins vanished into thin air faster than I could blink. All I caught was the blurred movement of his clawed paw. Wow! The Khajiit was not to be underestimated. He was a formidable and incredibly fast fighter. "Thank you, dog," the whiskered captain of the city guard said with a dignified bow. "Don't worry about the mess here in the square. The cleaners will remove all traces of the skirmish. By the way, I have an assignment for a fighter of your reputation. If you're interested, I suggest we meet tonight at the Dragon's Gorge to discuss it. It'll be a cushy job." "In-game assignment available. A sinister reputation, 1 of 4. Class, uncommon. Class-based. Series. Description: meet the captain of the city guard named Sneakypuss at the Dragon's Gorge Tavern at sunset and hear him out. Reward: 300 XP. New unlocked territories in the City of Wolves Mines." The experience offered was a mere pittance, and the requirement to stay in the city until the end of the day conflicted with my plans to advance as far east as possible each day toward Yggdrasil, the World Tree. However, I was in no rush to decline the assignment. My gut instinct, honed through years of gaming experience, told me this was just a prelude, and the best of the 4-quest series would come later. It was also important to maintain a good relationship with the captain of the city guard. He could assist my dog if I screwed up and got in trouble with law enforcement. Besides, if things went awry, the one-eyed Khajiit standing before me would be the one to get me out of the city jail if I found myself locked up for any wrongdoing. All right then, assignment accepted. The one-eyed cat bowed to me once more, almost imperceptibly, and led his squad away from the square. Meanwhile, the troll had finished looting the corpses and walked over to me, silently holding out a purse, a tiny topaz stone, and a small healing potion in the palm of his enormous hand. It wasn't much, but considering the wide belt with some magic properties I had taken earlier, it wasn't a complete loss. The green monster sported a metal cuirass he had taken from the boar, and had replaced his gnarled club with a heavy spiked mace. Funny enough, sitting calmly on the troll's shoulder, brushing its fur, was the same monkey that had caused me so much trouble during the recent battle. How was this possible? Wasn't the pet supposed to disappear when its owner died and reappear next to the resurrected druid? Or was the monkey not listed as a pet, instead bound to its former owner by the druid's empathy for all sorts of animals? If that were the case, the monkey could have easily left the troll and returned to its previous owner as soon as it saw him. Grim, check your pet's settings. If you can, make the monkey your official pet so it doesn't run away at the worst possible moment and throw feces at me again. In just 3 seconds, the description above the monkey's head changed. Jag Unseki, level 76 forest monkey, male, Grim's pet.
"Little bastard? Not the best name for such a cute monkey,"
my winged assistant muttered, clearly unhappy with the troll's choice.
"By the way, dog, have you seen what an interesting in-game assistant your green friend has? A tiny yellow Chinese dragon. New players can only get one of these this week with a drop rate of 1 in 100. But you're even luckier because I'm unique.
I hadn't seen it. The display of other players' in-game assistance was disabled by default in the Celestial Blades settings. While pets had little effect on gameplay, they could disrupt the enjoyment of the game by flickering in front of your eyes, especially in busy cities. I chose not to turn this option on, and took Vigi's word that Grim was lucky to acquire such a rarity. By the way, I just noticed that the Flying Pixie had changed her outfit. Instead of a short dress, Vigi now wore a blue two-piece swimsuit, and was no longer a modest black and white color. My pixie's hair was vibrant red, while her body looked tanned. Honestly, it was a bit distracting, but asking the pixie to revert to her inconspicuous gray form would be insulting, so I tried to express my feelings as delicately as possible. "You look great, Vigi. Now I can see why this skin is so expensive. You can keep this bright, eye-catching look until noon, but then please switch back to the original one. It's less distracting in battle, which is important in hardcore mode." The winged creature laughed, flattered by my words, and agreed.
By the way, dog, you've managed to capture Misty Yuri's undivided attention. She now finds you intriguing but also dangerous. At this moment, the she-wolf is rushing to her hideout to send a magic message to Wolfburg with new information about you. This could land you in serious trouble, but if you act quickly, you might be able to intercept Misty Yuri and convince her or force her to abandon her dangerous plans.
Intercept her? That was easy to say, but nearly impossible to do, given the incredible speed of the steel-crowned spy. Force her? That seemed even less likely, considering Mr. Yuri's level and combat abilities. Additionally, the ability to convince someone of something depended heavily on charisma, which my dog possessed very little of. Besides, I had other more pressing matters to attend to than chasing the elusive she-wolf.
"Gee?"
Grim asked, standing in front of me and pointing his paw at the Mercenary Guild building. It seemed he was suggesting that we enter and register the Pink Foxes as a team of adventurers to receive quests from the Mercenary Guild, since we happened to be nearby. "No, we're going to the cemetery," I said to the troll, pointing in the right direction with my paw. "We can register with the Mercenary Guild and get adventurer tokens later. We need to get to the cemetery before the dead players start resurrecting so we can save our girls."
"Gah, super!"
roared the troll as he slung his mace over his shoulder and strode determinedly towards the cemetery. I hurried after him, struggling to keep pace with the green giant's enormous strides. Curious, my winged assistant couldn't resist asking how I managed to understand the troll and communicate with him. If only I knew. Grim expressed his suggestion to enter the Mercenary Guild building with a short phrase consisting of just 2 sounds. His last phrase, composed of 2 long words, could mean anything, given the brevity of troll speech and the depth of meaning packed into each sound. It might have been a simple call to speed up, a warning of the serious problem awaiting our companions if we didn't make it in time, or maybe even a reference to determining the eigenfunctions of a Sturm-Liouville problem from a college-level differential equations course. So I honestly admitted to my in-game assistant that the troll language was far too complicated for me. Vigi immediately calmed down. It seemed my winged assistant had been troubled by her own sense of inferiority. As the troll and I navigated the narrow city streets, I distributed the free points that had appeared with my new character level. I invested 1 point in intelligence, raising that stat to 13 and slightly shifting the limit of the item recognition skill. Additionally, I invested 2 more points in agility, bringing it up to 42. Finally, Grim and I left Wolves' Mines through the main gate and followed an unpaved but well-traveled road that ran alongside the fortress wall to the south. Our destination was about 2 miles away, but we had plenty of time. In both Celestial Blades and Shattered Empire Online, players could only respawn 15 minutes after their death, so while time was limited, we were still okay for now.
New location unlocked, the city cemetery.
The cemetery was fairly small and enclosed by a low wooden fence. Though climbing over the fence wasn't particularly difficult, I saw no reason to break the rules and tarnish my reputation. The only official entrance was through a wrought iron lattice gate where the guard post was situated. 2 bored guards, one a half-wolf and the other a half-boar, were engrossed in a game of dice, allowing me and the troll to pass through without asking any questions. Once inside, I looked around and pointed to a large granite tombstone in the middle of the cemetery, which stood out distinctly from the other graves. "Looks like this is the respawn point. Grab your mace and get ready. We leave no member of the opposing team alive and kill them as soon as they appear. I need to live up to my sinister reputation." It was both a massacre and a decisive victory. There was no other way to describe it. Our opponents appeared one at a time, emerging for perhaps 3 seconds at most before being sent back to respawn. The elf maiden, Miranissa the Radiant, nicknamed Phantom, was particularly effective, especially after she created 2 mirror copies of herself. Our illusionist mage had lost her magic wand, which provided bonuses to illusion magic, during the battle in the city square, and she was furious with the opposing players, determined to retrieve her precious item at any cost. Each of her 3 mirror copies greeted the players materializing at the tombstone with a powerful lightning bolt. After that, the rest of us had little to do but collect the coins and valuables that fell to the ground. Of the 6 opponents, the half-boar managed to survive the longest. However, just 3 seconds after his resurrection, our troll smashed his head with the spiked mace that had previously belonged to the boar. 15 minutes later, of the entire Masters of the Wolves Wastelands enemy team, only the level 36 Ghost Archer elf dared to respawn again, apparently to see if the pink foxes had left the cemetery. We hadn't, though. Before we sent the long-eared drow elf back to respawn, we ransacked her entire inventory and stripped her of almost all her clothes. Phantom and Grim would have removed the Ghost Archer's black lace panties as well, given that the game settings somehow allowed it, if I hadn't stopped my friends at the last moment. After all, we had an impressionable underage player on our team, and I wanted to spare her the discomfort. The drow elf must have contacted her teammates to report what had happened to her, as no other opposing players were in a hurry to return to the game. Instead, 20 minutes later, a game admin materialized at the respawn point. The giant glowing figure with angel wings announced in a thunderous voice that the rules of the newbie contest had just changed. Any team whose members had been killed and sent to respawn would now be considered a loser and eliminated from the contest regardless of the cause of their deaths. "Congratulations! You have just eliminated one of the competing teams!" the glowing figure announced before vanishing without a trace. The ensuing silence was broken by a cry of outrage from Miranissa the Radiant.
"That's not fair, admins! Where is my Wand of Illusions? I had every right to kill enemies until they dropped the magic item that belongs to me. But the rule change means they simply stole it."
Clang! A small bronze wand appeared on the tombstone. I couldn't read its properties, but our elf maiden rushed toward it, cradling it in her arms and squealing excitedly. Apparently, this was the Celestial Blades Administrator's response to our team's potential complaints about the rules changing mid-tournament, which prevented us from killing our opponents in the cemetery and looting them. Unfortunately, we would have to find new ways to upgrade our combat skills and gain experience. Chapter 16. Teamwork. During the entire hour spent at the cemetery, I only managed to gain 2 levels in my claws skill, a handful of silver coins, a large curved elven bow, and a small amount of experience. Frankly, it wasn't much, but the arrogant rival team had to be punished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left us alone. With that threat eliminated, our team faced the question, what do we do next? Our 2 female team members suggested that instead of reinventing the wheel, we should head to the Mercenary Guild to complete newbie quests to gain experience and gradually build up the Pink Fox's reputation. This would allow us to take on more complex and higher-paying assignments. I disagreed. Given the limited time frame of the contest, I felt it was unwise to waste time on entry-level quests. Instead of engaging in mundane tasks like go there, collect this, bring that, and get 3 copper coins, I proposed that we venture into the dangerous forest to hunt monsters, perhaps even the praying mantises that lurked near wolves' mines. This approach would allow us to practice teamwork, enhance our combat skills, gain experience, and sell valuable loot to the local alchemist NPC or merchant NPC at the magic shop, earning more coins than we ever could from entry-level assignments. Once we finished with the praying mantises, we could tackle more dangerous monsters farther from the city or visit Pop Vork's Inn, where a rare assignment awaited players, offering an extra skill point as a reward. I came very close to convincing our female teammates, but then Grim ruined it by insisting, if I were to believe his long-eared companion, that the mercenary guild was much closer than the dangerous forest and that it wouldn't take long to get there. According to the troll, we could at least familiarize ourselves with the proposed assignments, and Dog and Alice could register with the mercenary guild to obtain adventurer tokens. These tokens would allow them to receive in-game assignments throughout the game world, not just in wolves' mines. Grim, like his elven companion, had been working for the Mercenary Guild for 3 days, and had even exchanged the copper tokens initially provided for newbies for bronze ones, which granted access to slightly more challenging assignments. I tried to argue further, but quickly realized that the rest of the Pink Foxes held a different opinion. Reluctantly, I had to agree with the others and head back to town. Then, out of the blue, we all received an in-game message that interrupted our discussion and abruptly changed the topic. Congratulations! The battle between the Pink Foxes and their rival team, the Masters of the Wolves' Wastelands, has impressed the game administrators and will be featured in the promotional videos for Celestial Blades and Shattered Empire Online. All members of your team will receive a special reward for contributing to the promotion of the game. Please choose from the following options. A 50% bonus to XP gained for the next 24 hours, 50 gold coins, 100 units added to your bank card. Attention, you must provide your bank details. A random in-game epic item. Wow! In all my years of adventure gaming, often pushing the boundaries of reasonable risk, my previous character, Shadow Kane, had only managed to appear in the Shattered Empire Online commercials twice. The first time, I single-handedly defeated the newly introduced Ifrit Sultan, which led the developers to rework the in-game boss, making him much stronger, as he was intended to be fought by a large, well-coordinated team. The second time, I found myself in the final stages of a challenging quest in an underground Knoll treasure vault when I encountered California Lynx, a high-level, half-elf melee fighter who ranked in the top 10 PvP fighters in Shattered Empire at that time. Miraculously, I managed to defeat this incredibly formidable opponent in a one-on-one fight. After that incident, I got to know California Lynx. For a while, Shadow Kane trained with her, learning deadly combo attacks, and even completed several missions alongside her. However, we eventually parted ways, as both of us were loners by nature, relying only on ourselves, and accustomed to playing solo. Besides, California Lynx didn't exactly have the calmest temperament, to put it mildly. She could fly into a rage for no reason, accusing you of all sorts of wrongdoing and refusing to listen to the voice of reason. At times, she would even kill you without warning, driven by a flicker of imagination. Afterward, she would usually apologize and promise to tone it down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was a drug addict with uncontrollable mood swings or perhaps just someone struggling with mental health issues. Both times I was given a choice of rewards, and both times I opted for in-game currency, of which Shadow Kane never had enough. This time, I was leaning towards loading up my card, which would make life in the real world much easier and potentially push my financial troubles back 2 weeks, or maybe even 3 if I really tried to save. However, major companies, including the one behind Shattered Empire Online, took real money transactions very seriously, often requiring full proof of identity and, in some cases, even a personal visit to a bank branch. Given that the information I had provided couldn't be verified due to the unavailability of services in Kyrgyzstan, my current situation might raise questions from the bank's financial department or even lead to a denial. Still, it was worth a shot, so I selected the option for 100 units of real money. I took off my visor, grabbed the gift card I had received from Anita Smirnova from the pocket of my jacket hanging beside my bed, and entered the details into the pop-up window. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I needed a regular bank card issued to a specific person instead of a generic gift card that couldn't be used to fund my account. It was disappointing, but I had no choice but to consider other options instead of real money. My next choice was the XP bonus, as the character's experience, and consequently their levels, would be the deciding factors in the newbie contest. However, the bonus would expire within the next 24 hours, and from what I could tell, the Pink Foxes wouldn't be doing much for a while beyond registering with the Mercenary Guild, buying new equipment, and tackling low-paying assignments that wouldn't yield much experience, even with the multiplier. 50 gold coins, then? I could use them to equip my newbie character with magic items and maybe even some rare armor elements, along with expensive weapons. The thing was, though, that the weapons would be useless when I relied on my natural claws, so I hesitated to accept the gold. Everything I bought for Dog's 42nd level would be outdated by the time he reached level 45. By level 50, it would seem pathetic compared to the items available to level 50 players. I would inevitably have to purchase new equipment and return the old items to the merchants, possibly for no more than a fifth of the original price. I anticipated reaching level 50, if not by tonight, then certainly by tomorrow morning. Of course, I could hold on to the gold coins and spend them another time, but it wasn't in my nature to save anything exciting for later. Besides, I might still need to fight and risk my character's life today. So I opted for an epic item. Blam! All of a sudden, I was pinned to the ground by something heavy and slimy. Alice screamed hysterically nearby, but I couldn't see what was happening to the fennec fox. A dark, heavy log blocked my view and kept me from getting up. For some reason, it had suckers on it. A few seconds later, I felt better. Grim had come to my rescue. The troll pulled me up and began to examine the object that had crashed down on me. I probably wouldn't have understood what I was looking at, but Phantom, with her high intelligence, helped me make sense of it. Tusotoithus tentacle, loot, rarity, epic, expires in 72 hours.
Ricky, whoa?
The troll uttered with a questioning tone, staring at me. I agreed with his surprised exclamation. Encountering a limb from an ocean monster so far from the coast was indeed quite unexpected. The giant tentacle measured about 30 feet long and weighed nearly 900 pounds. It was black, covered in countless large suckers, and wet, as if it had just been severed from a colossal squid or octopus plucked from the sea. The tentacle also emitted a terrible stench, as Vigi pointed out, wincing and pinching her nose with her fingers. I took a moment to explain the reason behind the tentacle's appearance to my friends before removing my visor to search for some information about it. Apparently, the loot was truly epic because encountering a dangerous, aggressive deep-sea monster was an extremely rare event, and successfully destroying one was considered an incredible stroke of luck. The Tusotoithus occasionally surfaced to attack passing ships, but they were more commonly encountered by players of underwater races in the ocean's depths, and most encounters with these formidable, multi-armed monsters typically ended in the player's death. All of this was certainly intriguing, but what the hell was I supposed to do with this thing? The tentacle had to be carried by all four of us. Even tiny Alice helped, although our strong troll did most of the work as expected. The blessings cast by our long-eared healer were incredibly helpful, boosting the strength and endurance of all team members. Without them, the Pink Foxes wouldn't have made it to the city before nightfall. Along the way, the team teased their imprudent leader for saddling everyone with the unexpected task that would require us to wash off the nasty slime covering us from head to toe afterward. I apologized to my companions for introducing such a burden, silently wondering why the pink foxes had agreed to drag the heavy, slimy tentacle into town instead of simply leaving it by the cemetery. I had to admit that working as a team had its advantages, and having friends in the game really helped from time to time. As it turned out, I was the only one who had chosen an epic item as a reward. The troll, as his elven companion explained, had opted for the 50% XP gain option because he was lagging behind Miranissa the Radiant and me in character level, making it important for him to catch up. Alice had chosen 50 gold coins, even though she was currently the weakest member of the team. She chatted non-stop the entire way, outlining the equipment she planned to buy. Miranissa was the only one on the team who wanted to be rewarded with money. She admitted it was the first money she had ever earned, and she was very proud of it. After approaching the city gates, our team, who was carrying a giant black tentacle, attracted a lot of attention from players, city guards, and local NPCs alike. I asked my friends to keep the source of the massive appendage a secret and not reveal how we had obtained such rare loot near wolves' mines. I had an idea for how we could use the tentacle, so I asked them to help me drag it to the center of town, right to the Mercenary Guild building. I usually kept the local chat turned off, as other players' conversations rarely contained useful information. The chat was typically flooded with idle chatter, complaints about other players, or annoying spam links to trade contracts. But today was a rare exception, and I turned on the chat because I wanted to see the reactions of the players in Wolves' Mines to the strange loot that the 4 pink foxes were carrying on their backs through the narrow streets, nearly buckling under its weight. Who knows what kind of monster the foxes killed? The pink foxes are dragging something long past the town hall. It smells like rotten fish. Unknown language. I guess those monsters live near Wolves' Mines? I'm never leaving town again. Today, taverns will be serving sushi made from a prehistoric Tusatoithus. Yum! By the time we reached the Mercenary Guild building, word of the rare loot had spread throughout the small town, and we found ourselves accompanied by a large crowd of curious townspeople. My companions remained silent while questions about the loot came from all sides. Finally, we reached the entrance and dropped our heavy burden onto the cobblestone ground with a sigh of relief. The head of the local guild branch, a striking blonde elf maiden NPC with a D-cup bust, came out to greet our team in person. Confused, she flipped through her well-worn book, searching for a description of the quest the pink foxes had completed, but failing to find it.
Tell me, lucky adventurers, what assignment have you completed?
It wasn't an assignment. We were just hunting near a mountain lake, I said, pointing with my paw toward the north. But then we decided to go back to Wolves' Mines and officially register as a team of adventurers with your guild, since there's a reward for killing these monsters.
That's a laudable idea, the elf maiden smiled wearily. But I'm afraid I can't accept this loot, as it was obtained without a formal assignment.
That's fine. We can always catch more.
Alice snorted dismissively, as if catching deep sea monsters were a common feat for the little long-eared fennec fox.
Just register our team, give us our tokens, and we'll head back out to hunt.
The guild head's jaw dropped in surprise. Without saying a word, she turned around and disappeared into the building. About 3 minutes later, she returned with signed papers bearing our names and, more importantly, 4 gold adventure tokens.
It's a bit against the rules, but the pink foxes have a stellar reputation. More importantly, you've demonstrated your competence. Therefore, I believe I can grant you the gold adventurer rank right away. Congratulations!
50,000 XP received. Character level 43 reached. 3 free stat points received. Attention! Your character's reputation in the City of Wolves has improved. You have unlocked previously unavailable territories. The Mercenary Guild Training Ground, the Workshop, the City Mage's Tower, the Hot Springs, and the Flower Garden. Wow, not bad for a fishing trip. Achieving gold rank with the Mercenary Guild granted access to some very interesting and lucrative assignments in terms of experience. Although, despite its pretentious name, it was essentially the fourth lowest of 9 available ranks. The copper rank was granted to everyone, while some lucky adventurers could earn the bronze rank by the end of their first day of play, followed by silver and gold ranks within the next week. This was the stage the Pink Foxes were at. The next rank, platinum, was the last of the metal ranks. Players who completed their guild's assignments typically earned this rank by the end of their first month in the game. There was nothing particularly difficult about it. Perseverance and a bit of luck was all you really needed. However, the subsequent Precious Stones ranks required more effort to attain. The Amethyst rank was where Shadowcane had stopped back in the day, as the assignments had become too challenging for a solo player. Failing to complete them could have seriously damaged my reputation. I remained stuck at the Amethyst rank for a few months before eventually giving up to pursue something more exciting in the game world. In theory, the subsequent 7th rank, Ruby, could still be obtained from any branch of the Mercenary Guild by successfully completing many difficult and tedious assignments. However, the ranks that followed, Emerald and Diamond, could only be earned in large capital cities. Among the many millions of players in Shattered Empire Online, there were no more than 200 successful teams of adventurers who had reached such heights. "What do you guys think?" I asked my friends, pointing to a yellowish sheet on the bulletin board. "We can upgrade our combat skills and gain some experience."
Required rank, gold. Find and destroy a praying mantis nest in the western forest. Reward, 300 silver coins. Present a praying mantis egg as proof of successful completion of the assignment. Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 13.
The assignment sounded great to me. I had already tried to convince my friends to use praying mantises to level up, but this would be even better since we would earn an extra reward from the Mercenary Guild. By the way, Dog's item recognition skill had reached its limit once again. Just 5 minutes ago, I had spent 3 free stat points to raise my intelligence to 14 and agility to 44, and now the item recognition skill that was based on intelligence couldn't be upgraded any further. I would have to make a fundamental decision. Continue to invest precious stat points in intelligence, which was a secondary skill for my character, or persuade Marinissa the Radiant to read item properties and decipher complex inscriptions for the rest of the team.
"I agree!" exclaimed the little healer perched on my shoulder. "But first, I need to wash off this disgusting slime."
Marinissa supported my choice of assignment, but insisted that she wouldn't go anywhere until she cleaned herself up. Her exact words were,
"An elf maiden is supposed to be beautiful, not smell like rotten fish and scare everyone away."
On a more positive note, she mentioned that she and Grim had spotted a praying mantis nest in the forest, albeit from a distance, as it was too dangerous to get too close. Our troll, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before muttering,
"Bien tú?"
Marinissa stared at her friend silently for a long time, as if she were listening to his reasoning. I became increasingly convinced these two were playing together in the same room and could talk to each other in the real world. Finally, Phantom clarified the concerns of our mighty, regenerating friend.
"My green partner says that finding the nest is not difficult at all. He already marked the lair on his map and will share the location with the rest of the team. Killing praying mantises will be harder, but we can handle it. But our assignment is to destroy the nest, and we are not equipped to destroy the underground maze, which is what a praying mantis nest essentially is. We'll need either a scroll with a destructive spell or a powerful alchemy bomb. Such a dangerous thing will cost a lot of money, and may be more expensive than the reward for completing the assignment."
"That's a good point," I replied, once again impressed by the troll's wise advice. "Even though the egg might be enough to complete the quest, let's not take any chances and destroy the underground maze just to be safe. I'll use the money I get from selling the tentacle to buy the scroll or the bomb. This is my way of saying thank you for your help, friends. I'll also pay for everyone's entrance to the hot springs. We just can't spend too much time there. Let's quickly clean up and get going." The team responded to my words with cheers. Even the typically quiet troll mumbled something incomprehensible but clearly enthusiastic. Although this would cost me a significant amount of money, As the leader of the Pink Foxes, it was necessary to show my appreciation for my friend's help and to strengthen my authority within the team. I tore the assignment sheet from the bulletin board and went inside to sign the Pink Foxes up for the quest to destroy the lair of the dangerous praying mantises. Although our plan seemed well thought out, the devil was in the details. Unfortunately, both the alchemist NPC and the merchant NPC at the magic shop refused to accept the huge stinking tentacle, and the other NPC merchants in Wolves Mines were no different. Even our long-eared fennec fox, the most charismatic character on our team, struggled to negotiate with them. As Alice, upset by her failure, suggested, it might have been due to the penalty caused by the overwhelming stench surrounding us. Only the chef at the Dragon's Gorge agreed to buy the Tusatoithus tentacle. However, his modest offer of 30 silver coins for the main ingredient of a future exotic dish didn't impress me at all. I decided to heed the advice of my in-game assistant, Vigi, and put the giant tentacle up for public auction. Since the item had an expiration date, I limited the auction to 20 hours, until the next morning, and set the starting price at 3 gold coins, with increments of 50 silver coins. Once I completed the contract, the 900-pound tentacle disappeared, finally freeing our team from dragging such a heavy burden around the city. The fire alchemy bomb cost 1 gold and 50 silver coins, and to afford it, I had to sell the elven bow that the rival team's shadow archer had dropped. With that, nothing else was holding us back in the city. I pointed with my paw at the steam rising from the distant hot springs and said the words to my teammates, who, still reeked of rotten fish, had been eagerly waiting to hear from their leader. Let's go for a dip. Chapter 17. A Preemptive Strike. For a furry creature, getting into the water wasn't particularly enjoyable. My thick, long fur quickly became wet and heavy. As soon as I emerged from the pool, streams of water cascaded off me, leaving large puddles on the floor. I shook myself off like a dog, much to the chagrin of the troll who was standing nearby, but I couldn't rid myself entirely of the water in my undercoat. Drying off after a dip appeared to be quite a challenging task, especially considering the chilly weather and overcast skies. Overall, though, I enjoyed the hot springs. Everything here was organized in a civilized manner, with visitors' comfort in mind. There were separate sections for men and women, along with secure lockers for personal belongings where visitors were required to leave their clothes and weapons according to the rules. Several small, round pools with clean, flowing water offered varying temperatures, from hot to almost ice-cold. Bathing supplies were provided, and wicker lounge chairs were available for relaxation. For an additional fee, visitors could purchase alcohol or schedule a wellness massage for their characters, which granted temporary bonuses to build and regeneration. Although the women's section seemed quite crowded based on the many voices and cheerful laughter coming from behind the stone wall, the only visitors to the men's section in the middle of the game day were me and Grim. My quiet green buddy sat in a pool of hydrogen sulfide water that was nearly boiling, his eyes closed in bliss as I shared my battle tactics for the Pink Foxes. Grim's pet monkey had run off after the troll had dunked it in the pool, but Little Bastard was hanging around somewhere nearby. I spotted the nimble creature first in a tree, then on a fence, and eventually heard it squeaking from the women's section. If the troll could see the world through his pet's eyes, a skill that could be acquired by a character, then he was surely savoring the forbidden sight, which explained his detached, tranquil state of mind. I, on the other hand, was not so much relaxing as I was strategizing and discussing my plans with my friend. I regarded clashes with rival teams as inevitable, and there were always plenty of player-killing scumbags in online games, so we needed to prepare for brutal skirmishes. I had already finished my bath and was lying on a massage table while a massive half-rhinoceros masseur NPC of level 60, unusually high for a local NPC, was rubbing my back with his strong paws. As I said, Grim, there are too few of us to form a combat formation. No matter how you and I position ourselves or what weapons we use, the opponents will still get to our girls and kill them within the first moments of the battle. The troll muttered, keeping his eyes shut, either in agreement or as a signal to me to stop bothering him as he enjoyed his hot water treatment. Regardless, I continued. So I suggest we don't bother with a formation at all. In the early stages of the battle, our opponents will likely ignore us strong fighters and try to take out our vulnerable healer and illusionist mage first. But we'll bring chaos to them. Alice can move instantly across the battlefield, diverting attention while avoiding being targeted. Our illusionist mage has similar abilities. She can create multiple copies of herself, leave an illusion in place of her real body, cloak herself, and move around undetected. So the main task of our long-eared sorceress will be to stall and distract the enemy. The troll asked, half asleep. I assumed Grim's question was about what we would do in the meantime without magic support. I'll be moving around all the time too. Dog has the skills to do that. I'll try to quickly destroy the enemy's support, or, if I get the chance, I'll grab the fighters out of the enemy's formation one by one and send them your way while you break their necks or tear them apart. Just like during the battle by the Mercenary Guild building. Grim growled contentedly, seemingly agreeing with my suggestion. However, unless our opponents are really dumb, they'll quickly realize that 3 members of our team are almost impossible to catch. Then they'll turn their attention to you. No matter how many hit points you have or how fast you can regenerate, enemy fighters will overpower you. Our healer won't be able to help you either. As soon as Alice stops to cast a spell, she'll be captured and killed on the spot. I lifted my head and glanced at the troll, expecting some reaction to my words. But Grim remained sitting in the pool with his eyes closed, seemingly dozing off. Nevertheless, I pressed on. And that, Grim, is why I've got a proposition for you. You're not gonna just stand still in battle either. You're gonna be moving around all the time, just like the rest of us. Trolls are generally considered slow and clumsy, and in most cases, that's true. It's only a matter of time before they're defeated. But as far as I know, there's a subrace of swamp trolls. They're not as huge and mighty as the Arctic, mountain, or forest trolls, but they're the fastest and most dangerous. Of the many trolls I've met in various games, only the nimble swamp trolls pose a real threat. Grim didn't respond. Either he had fallen asleep, or my suggestion to change his subrace had left him speechless. While the troll remained silent, I tried to explain the benefits of making that change. Swamp trolls are skinny, red or brown, and look like tree trunks. They're almost as strong as other troll races and can tear an opponent apart with their bare hands. They too can regenerate, though not as fast as other trolls. But their main advantage is speed. Grim, you can never catch up to a human or elf player in your current form. But a swamp troll can. And unlike other trolls, swamp trolls can also choose Quick Dash as one of their skills. You've been playing for less than a week, and newbies can ask the game admins to change their subrace or celestial sign if the new option better fits their playstyle. So... I had to stop mid-sentence because the rhino, who had gradually worked his way up my back to my shoulder blades and then to my shoulders, suddenly grabbed my neck and began to strangle me. At the same time, the heavy level 60 masseur pressed me down onto the massage table with his knee, preventing Dog from getting up. I lay on my stomach, unable to speak or even wheeze loudly enough to call for help. When I finally managed to turn my head slightly to look at my opponent, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Hanging from a simple leather cord around the rhino's huge neck was the bronze medallion of a Steel Crown agent. Strength test successful. Build test successful. The sneaky strangler attempted to break my neck like a chicken, but he failed. Investing stat points into strength and build had paid off after all. My situation was becoming dire, though. An air bar materialized before my eyes, resembling those that appear in games when you dive underwater, and the bar was relentlessly decreasing. I began pounding on the massage table with my paws, trying to get the troll's attention, but my buddy seemed to have fallen asleep. This was bad, very bad. Pinned on my stomach, I was severely limited in both my range of motion and my ability to reach my insidious opponent. After my desperate, unsuccessful attempt to blindly strike the rhino's eyes with my claws, the strangler raised his horn snout even higher and redoubled his efforts, seemingly trying to break my spine with his knee. The only option I had from my uncomfortable position was to strike at the rhino's wrists with my claws as hard as I could, hoping to damage the mighty beast's paws and loosen his deadly grip on my throat. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 28. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 29. It was futile. The rhino's paws, like much of his body, were covered in thick bone plates, natural armor that rendered the beast nearly invulnerable. All I managed to do was scratch the half-inch thick solid plates, perhaps leaving a few marks at most. Although each of my claw hits was supposed to increase the damage dealt by 2%, I had too little time remaining for the damage boost to take effect. So far, I had dealt 0 damage to the strangler. If I got a crit, there might be a chance. However, the game system seemed determined to eliminate me, as I hadn't received a single crit despite 50 successful strikes. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 30. My air bar was empty. My vision had gone blurry. Dog was suffocating and rapidly losing hit points. It seemed like the end. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I suddenly felt a strong jolt and fell to the ground, along with the massage table. My throat was finally free from the strangler's clutches. Wheezing and desperately trying to catch my breath, I glanced at my remaining hit points. 190 out of 582. That had been close. Next to me, 2 giant sumo wrestlers were huffing and puffing, struggling to take each other down. The troll and the rhino were roughly the same height and weight, but the Steel Crown agent was more than 20 levels above my friend. This meant he had significantly more stat points: strength, agility, and endurance, and all these advantages began to manifest. Knowing I had to help Grim, I attempted to rise to my feet, but my legs felt unsteady, forcing me to sit back down. I felt dizzy immediately, and my endurance points dropped to 0. My friend was losing the battle, and it was becoming increasingly obvious. The troll's ribs and tendons were cracking from the strain as the rhino jumped on top of him, trying to knock him down to the ground and crush him with his weight. Suddenly, Grim tightened his grip around his opponent's torso and, with a roar, fell backward, pulling the rhino down with him. The 2 giants crashed to the ground, destroying a lounge chair and a table, tumbled over their heads, and rolled toward the edge of the pool. Before I could react, the fighters plunged into the pool and disappeared underwater, still locked in their embrace. I finally overcame my weakness, got up, and wobbled to the water's edge. At the bottom of a rather deep pool of seething water, the troll and the rhino wrestled, never letting go of their tight embrace for even a second. My green buddy had pinned the rhino's paws against his body, while his opponent repeatedly struck the troll's head with his enormous and heavy horn, attempting to stun him or force him to loosen his grip. The underwater battle between the 2 giants had been ongoing for over a minute, and unfortunately, the Steel Crown agent's tactics were proving effective. After enduring numerous hard blows to the head, Grim reeled back like a boxer in the ring. The weakened troll finally unclenched his grip, and his opponent immediately seized the opportunity, striving to surface for air. No freaking way! I jumped into the turbulent water to intervene in the battle of the giants. After landing on the enemy's head with my clawed feet, I pushed it down to prevent it from rising above the surface. Then I grabbed the rhino's neck and tried to drag the enemy back into the depths of the pool. Having surfaced for a moment to gulp air, the troll pounced on the rhino with renewed vigor, crushing him in his mighty embrace. The Steel Crown agent's movements became jerky and frantic. Our enemy was beginning to suffocate. Almost there. I took a heavy blow to the chest, draining a third of my remaining hit points, but didn't relinquish my hold. Grim also redoubled his efforts, shifting his paws slightly and squeezing the rhino's chest. Numerous air bubbles escaped the enemy's mouth and rose to the surface. The masseur gave another jerk, twitched convulsively, let out a large burst of bubbles, and finally went limp. We won! 180,000 XP received. Character level 44 reached. Character level 45 reached. New skill available. Character level 46 reached. Character level 47 reached. 12 free stat points received. Having learned from my experience with Misty Yuri, I carefully removed the cord with the steel crown medallion from the dead rhino's neck and crawled out of the pool, exhausted. The troll, having gained 5 levels after the battle and now only 2 levels behind Dog, plopped down next to me with a groan. We were both breathing heavily, struggling to regain our composure after the fight. Finally, I broke the silence. Thanks for helping me out, Grim. You're probably wondering what that was all about. I'll explain later when the whole team gets together, so I don't have to repeat myself. It was only then that I noticed a criminal tag glowing like a bright red lantern above the troll's head. I immediately checked Dog's status, but my character appeared to be clean in the eyes of the law. This made sense. The Steel Crown agent had attacked me of his own free will, and Dog was merely defending himself. My green friend, however, had attacked an NPC that was neutral toward him, which was rather odd. Grim and I were on the same team, yet for some reason, the troll had no legal justification for coming to my aid by attacking the NPC who had attacked me first. The only explanation I could come up with was that the entire situation involving the Forgotten Pack and the dangerous Steel Crown organization hunting its members was Dog's personal business and not something that concerned his companions. I would have to keep that in mind for the future, as my friends wouldn't always be able to come to my rescue. Grim, just ignore your criminal status. You attacked an NPC in a protected area, which is considered a minor offense. The tag will be gone in half an hour. Luckily, that's exactly how much time we have left at the hot springs. By the time you leave, you'll be as clean as a whistle, just like the law-abiding troll you are. Just don't make a fuss and act normal. Grim crouched down and pointed his green paw at the masseur's lifeless body at the bottom of the pool. Dead NPCs usually disappear within an hour. The men's section isn't very crowded today, so there's a good chance no one will notice the missing rhino. But even if someone finds him, we left no marks on his armored body, which means they won't be able to tie his death to us. It's just an accident. A buggy NPC fell into the water and drowned. It happens all the time in games. There will be a new massage therapist here tomorrow. The only difference is our new, higher levels, but I doubt the security guards and the cute bunny receptionist at the entrance to the hot springs were paying attention to our previous levels. So long as our girls don't start asking questions around other players or NPCs, everything will be fine, and we'll leave without any problems. The troll remained silent. I knew that at least one of the 2 female members of the Pink Foxes wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. The other one was just a child, and few people would take her constant chatter seriously. What to do with the 12 stat points I had received? I should probably invest 1 in intelligence to slightly improve the item recognition limit again. Though maybe I should just forget about this skill altogether. Item recognition was crucial for a solo player, but not as important for a team member, since a mage on the team could identify items, determine their properties, assess other players' strengths, and read all the inscriptions. However, Phantom and her friend Grim might have their own goals in the game, and once the newbie contest was over, or if the pink foxes were eliminated early, they could choose to leave Dog and go their separate ways. I probably shouldn't rely too heavily on the mage and should continue to upgrade this skill. Ultimately, I allocated 2 points to intelligence at once, raising the stat to 16. Then I invested 6 points in agility, bringing this crucial stat up to 50, and 2 points each to strength and build. I decided not to choose a new skill for Dog at that moment, as I thought it might take too long, and our time was limited. I glanced at the timer. We had another 25 minutes of paid time at the hot springs. After a miraculous last-minute rescue, I was filled with zeal and didn't want to waste a single moment. You know what, Grim? Why don't you stay here? I'm going to run out and check out a theory. I think I know who might have ordered the rhino to attack me. Ignoring my inarticulate friend's objections, I stood up and walked over to the outer wall of the bathing area. It was tall, too tall for even a double jump. Of course, I could use Quick Dash to leap over the wall and land safely on the other side. However, the city of Wolves Mines was very close by, and the road near the hot springs was quite busy. There might be players and NPCs nearby, and quick movements could inadvertently attract their attention. Additionally, the sight of a naked half-wolf flying through the air would surely disturb other players, unlock romantic storylines with the local she-wolf NPCs, and provide ample reason for my interrogation. "Vigi!" I called out to my companion. The pixie materialized almost immediately, though she seemed embarrassed and refused to meet my gaze. "Where have you been? Why didn't you warn me of the danger? Why didn't you tell the yellow dragon to wake up its sleeping owner? I almost died!"
"But, Dog, was I supposed to follow you to the men's section of the bathhouse? It's a private area, so I thought it best to be tactful and wait for you outside."
I snarled in frustration, but chose not to blame her. Instead, I pointed to the tall wall. "Check to see if anyone's behind the wall. Can I get over it unnoticed? And while you're at it, fly to Misty Yuri's hideout and see if she's still there or if she left town as promised."
"It's not part of my job description."
Noticing my stern look, the pixie refrained from finishing her sentence and flew off to complete her task. She seemed to feel guilty about what had happened and was trying to make amends. My assistant returned 2 minutes later. According to her, there were no players or random NPCs on the other side of the wall, but 2 guards were patrolling the perimeter of the bathing area. One of them was walking slowly along the wall and would arrive in about a minute and a half. As for Misty Yuri, she was nowhere to be found, neither in her hideout nor in Wolves Mines. Was she away? It was high time I visited the hideout of this mysterious half-wolf to uncover more about both the tailed agent of the Steel Crown and her organization. I didn't believe the Rhino Strangler's attack was spontaneous. He was just a bronze-rank, obedient enforcer who had most likely received an order from someone higher up in the Steel Crown hierarchy with the authority to make decisions regarding player elimination. Perhaps even from Misty Yuri herself, given her higher silver rank. Yet I didn't want to believe that. I had parted ways with Ria Yuri's older sister on relatively good terms. The she-wolf wouldn't have issued a kill order against me without sufficient reason. But if that were the case, then the order must have come from someone else in the city, and it was crucial for me to identify the enemy to avoid being caught off guard again. I might be able to find more information in Misty Yuri's hideout. The she-wolf was aware of the hunt for me and its methods. She might even know about other assassins sent after me, along with her organization's agents in Wolves Mines and neighboring towns and their communication methods. All in all, visiting the secret hideout was definitely worth it. What about the patrol, though? Figuring out the right moment to sneak past 2 NPCs wasn't difficult. However, I would need to return to the hot springs, and I wasn't sure if there was a good spot on the other side of the wall where a naked half-wolf, without any cloak or disguise skills, could hide from the guards. Luckily, for some reason, guards in all the games had a fondness for alcohol and didn't know when to stop drinking, so Quick dash. I dashed over to the bar that the cunning Rhino NPC had set up for the bathhouse visitors, available for an extra fee. Since the bartender was currently exploring the bottom of the pool, I had a chance to grab a bottle for free. I searched for the strongest liquor. Yep, that moonshine made by dwarves would do the trick. It could knock down an elephant, let alone a mediocre bathhouse guard. I'd better grab a couple of bottles in case the first patrolman didn't want to share with his partner. Now, let's hurry up and jump over the wall. Wait. It struck me that the clever and resourceful Misty Yuri would quickly figure out who had visited her secret hideout and discovered her stash in the wall. Once the she-wolf caught on, it would severely strain our relationship, and it might even be enough reason for her to kill me the next time we met. What was I supposed to do? I gazed over the rows of bottles at the insidious Rhino's bar. If I left the dark red elven-made love and passion liqueur at the crime scene, it would undoubtedly surprise the angry she-wolf and perhaps even appease her a bit. I wanted Misty Yuri to believe I had searched her hideout for other reasons. To make things even more convincing, I could leave her a bouquet of flowers I would pick on the way. All right, the guard would be here soon. Let's go. Chapter 18. Controlled Chaos. The north corner tower of the City of Wolves Mines was quite tall, standing at approximately 80 feet, and in a state of disrepair. The spiral staircase inside had collapsed, rendering the upper floors inaccessible to the city guards. However, those floors weren't empty. They had been overtaken by city thieves who transformed them into a warehouse for stolen goods, a den, and a workshop. I learned all this from Vigi, who had managed to get inside the tower and examine everything there. I wasn't concerned about the floors occupied by the thieves. My goal was to get even higher, right under the roof. From the ground, I couldn't see the narrow trapdoor leading to the attic just below the rafters, but my in-game assistant assured me that it was there, on the outside of the city wall. I thanked Vigi for the tip. I would never have discovered the secret trapdoor on my own, and executed a double jump followed by a quick dash vertically at the apex of my ascent. Run skill has been upgraded to level 26. Despite my best efforts, I fell short. Fortunately, the tower was made of logs, so I dug the sharp claws of my front paws into the wood to catch myself. Then I stabilized myself using the claws on my hind paws and began climbing up, a bouquet of wildflowers clenched in my teeth. Fluttering nearby, Vigi couldn't help but tease me.
Flowers, wine, and no clothes on. If I were Misty Yuri, I'd definitely take it as a romantic gesture. Couldn't you have at least covered your shame with a sheet, dog? Or do you feel more comfortable in your birthday suit? That seems to be how you charmed Rhea Yuri. Are you planning to use that trick on her sister, too?
I wanted to explain that a white sheet would be visible from a distance, giving me away to all players and NPCs within a half-mile radius. But I couldn't speak with the wildflowers in my mouth, and it didn't matter how my actions appeared to anyone watching. The real concern was that the dangerous steel-crowned spy might kill me later for invading her home. Higher and higher. Finally, I reached the well-disguised trapdoor leading to the attic. It was so narrow that I could barely squeeze through, but I managed to wiggle my way inside Misty Yuri's secret hideout. Once inside, I looked around. The room was round, dimly lit, and very dusty. The space was cluttered with wooden beams, piles of tiles, and construction debris, so I had to be cautious. The roof was very low. I could only stand at my full height in the center of the attic. Everywhere else, I had to crouch down or crawl on all fours. In a dark corner, I noticed a bed of fresh-smelling hay topped with a thin wool blanket. Next to it lay the end of a candle and an empty, dented tin cup. That was it. No matter how many times I walked around the attic, I saw no other traces of the she-wolf or her personal belongings.
Right here! Move the boards!
the pixie urged me. I followed her advice. The boards leaning against the wall came crashing down, sending up clouds of dust and leaving me cowering in fear, my ears pressed back and my heart pounding. Cash found. 900 XP received. I listened intently for a moment, but no one came running to investigate the noise I had made. I calmed down and turned my attention to what Misty Yuri might be hiding in the cache within the wall recess. Inside, I found 2 sealed ceramic flasks, either alchemy bombs or gas grenades, similar to the one Misty Yuri had tossed at me when we first met. My item recognition skill level wasn't high enough to identify the suspicious flasks, so I decided not to take them. I also discovered 3 stacks of 10 silver coins each, 4 separate silver coins, and a small handful of copper coins. The steel-crowned spy's finances appeared tight. Her organization clearly didn't indulge their members. Naturally, I didn't take any of the money, nor did I take a neatly folded dark brown cloak or worn women's sandals. However, my eyes were drawn to a flat metal box deep within the recess. If there were any documents about the Steel Crown organization in the She-Wolf's hideout, they would likely be in this box. I lifted it carefully, hearing the rustle of papers or scrolls inside. Unfortunately, the box was locked, and I couldn't find a key anywhere, so I decided to take it with me. There was nothing else of interest in Misty Yuri's hideout, and it was time for me to leave. I placed the bouquet of flowers on the bed and set the bottle of expensive wine next to it. But before leaving, on a spontaneous impulse, I grabbed a wide wooden board and began to scratch out a portrait of Misty Yuri with one of my sharp claws. I had always loved to draw. Inspiration had struck me, so the portrait turned out beautifully. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 31. I set the board upright beside the bottle of wine and hurried out the door, aware that time was running out. Getting past the patrolman was a breeze. As I had expected, the guards at the bathhouse had discovered the bottles of strong moonshine I had left along their patrol route and managed to get so drunk that they could no longer stand on their feet. I suspected that in such a state they wouldn't have noticed a trumpeting war elephant, let alone a wolf creeping lightly past them. Unnoticed, I jumped over the wall and landed near the hot water pool. I didn't recognize Grim at first, and even recoiled when, instead of the fat green troll I expected, I found a tall, thin creature covered in sparse brown fur. Only the familiar name, the Berserker in-game class, and the allied player's tag on the map convinced me that the taciturn Korean had taken my advice and changed his character's subrace. Judging by the angry look on the troll's face and his muffled grumbling, he didn't seem to like the changes so far. "It's okay, Grim. You'll get used to your new body quickly, and will appreciate the new abilities," I assured my friend. The troll just sighed sadly, not buying my assurances. His criminal tag had been removed, and our time at the hot spring was coming to an end. We had to leave this cozy, quiet place that had almost become the setting of my demise. After getting dressed, the troll and I went out into the hall to wait for our ladies. I tossed a few coins to the bored bunny NPC behind the reception desk as a thank you for the wonderful time at the hot springs, hoping it would distract her from thinking about Grimm's and my previous levels. Suddenly, the long-eared receptionist beckoned to me with her paw and whispered in my ear, "Dog, this is none of my business, but the winged fighters from the heirs of the Nibelungs team have been asking about you and the rest of the Pink Foxes. The Flyers paid well for the information. When they found out that the Pink Foxes were here, they left quickly. I think they're up to no good." "How many of them were there?" I asked, trying to gain information about this new enemy. "There were 3 of them, but I heard them saying—" The young bunny pointed to her huge ears. "The enemy has a sinister reputation. We need to wait for the rest of the team." I thanked the NPC receptionist for the timely warning and tossed her a few more silver coins. The cute bunny smiled and whispered even quieter, "You're generous, dog. It's a pleasure to do business with you.
add a few more silver coins, and the next time you visit the hot springs, I'll give you a massage myself. And if you treat the lady to a glass of wine, then it won't be just a massage." "Whoa, easy there, big-eared one. Stop hitting on our commander," exclaimed the elf maiden Miranissa the Radiant, who appeared just in time to cool the fervor of the amorous bunny NPC clinging to me. The long-eared receptionist recoiled immediately, assuring our ladies that she hadn't said anything inappropriate. "Spare your lies for someone else," the little fennec fox laughed, pointing to her sensitive wide ears. "I heard you trying to set a date with Dog and naming your price." Surprisingly, despite her young age, Alice understood what was happening. I decided not to elaborate on the sensitive subject and redirected my friend's attention to the problem at hand. The rival heirs of the Nibelungs team had found us and was planning to kill us. We exited the building with caution, ready to engage in battle immediately. No one was waiting for us outside, but high in the sky above us, we spotted 3 dark dots. Although it was impossible to ascertain the players' levels from this distance, there was no doubt that the rival team's flyers were watching us. Grim bellowed, glancing at the opponents circling overhead from beneath his furrowed brow. The elf maiden turned her head toward the troll, listened to his reasoning, which the others couldn't hear, and then translated for the rest of the team. "My friend says that all the teams in the newbie contest have been formed. You can find details about each of them on the tournament website. The heirs of the Nibelungs have 6 players with an average level of 46. Like us, they've already eliminated 1 competitor from the tournament. We are their next target. Their birdmen have traveled 40 miles from Mermaid Bay Village to find us. They are waiting for the rest of their team, who are riding on a battle mount." Interesting, very interesting. I removed my visor and picked up my laptop to look up the information I needed. The heirs of the Nibelungs chose a black horned helmet on a gold background as their logo, and their team description stated they specialized in team PvP. Furthermore, they ranked 22nd out of 96 teams in the tournament, while the Pink Foxes were a distant 75th. They appeared to be formidable opponents. There were 3 winged players, 2 of whom were elemental mages. Additionally, there were 3 half-beast grounders, a thief and 2 heavily armored tanks, an inquisitor, and a paladin. The latter was the team leader, riding a massive armored monitor lizard purchased with premium currency and designed to carry several passengers. I wanted to look up details on the lizard mount to assess its speed and estimate the enemy's time of arrival at Wolves' Mines. However, I stumbled upon something even more intriguing. The profile of the heirs of the Nibelungs' leader, a level 56 paladin half-lion, nicknamed König der Tier IX, contained a link to his channel where he was live-streaming his game in Celestial Blades. I asked my friends to wait a moment and followed the link to see the situation from my opponent's perspective. A German interface. The standard game was enhanced with mods featuring unintelligible inscriptions, and the players spoke in German. Unfortunately, I didn't know the language, so I couldn't understand anything the players riding the enormous monitor lizard were arguing about. I only found out that the leader's companions included a skinny level 40 thief ratman and a stout level 50 inquisitor panther clad in silver knight armor. However, I quickly recognized the Ring Mountain ahead, where the heirs of the Nibelungs leader was directing his lizard. I recalled reading a description of this landmark in the Wolves' Wastelands. Upon passing through the opening in the mountain, players were rewarded with a random bonus, ranging from experience points to temporary or permanent stat increases. The Ring Mountain was located about 25 miles east of Wolves' Mines. I had considered passing through this unique location on my way to Yggdrasil, the World Tree. This meant that the other half of the rival team was approximately 25 miles away, and without their leader and melee fighters, the winged scouts were unlikely to attack us.
I put my visor back on and informed my friends that we still had a few hours before we could expect a skirmish with the rival team, giving us ample time to prepare for battle and practice on praying mantises and other forest creatures to level up. Moreover, the enemy was unaware that their plans had been discovered, so we needed to act nonchalantly and pretend we didn't know about the danger.
Attention! They're coming down!
The warning came from our elf maiden, tasked with watching the skies and alerting the others when the winged players decided to approach. The behavior of the observers had clearly changed. They were getting closer. Previously, the flyers would hide behind the clouds or descend one by one to rest, always staying in sight but not approaching us, as they watched the pink foxes hunt the giant praying mantises. It had been nearly 3 hours, and the second half of the heirs of the Nibelung's team was about to make its appearance.
I hear the branches crackling! Someone heavy is coming through the forest from the other side!
Our long-eared fennec fox exclaimed, confirming that the opponents were ready to attack.
Everyone assume your positions. Let's do this!
We finished looting another defeated praying mantis and rushed to a clearing in the forest we had chosen as a strategic spot for confronting the competitors. Ensuring I was under the dense canopy of trees and out of sight of the winged opponents, I grabbed a trap net from my inventory that was twisted into a thick bundle and weighted with lead weights for better throwing range. This was my weapon of choice against the flying creatures. I had purchased the sturdy trap net from the city's weapon shop and had no hesitation in spending my available skill point to master its use. I hadn't used the net even once during the 3 hours we'd been hunting praying mantises, so there was a good chance it would take our opponents by surprise. We took our positions in the clearing. After checking with Alice which direction the armored monitor lizard and its riders were coming from, I asked the troll to help me grab the sharpened stakes hidden in the bushes and drive them into the ground. Soon, even I could hear the stomping and cracking of branches. The enemy was advancing quickly, bulldozing through the underbrush and young trees. A buff to agility and strength kicked in. Our little Alice, perched high in a tree, had already begun her work.
There they are!
Marinessa exclaimed, pointing at the armored monitor lizard that had emerged from behind the bushes and was charging straight at us.
Everyone move to the sides!
I shouted, standing beside the illusory copy of the elf maiden in the center of the clearing as I spun the trap net in the air. While the net was intended for the flyers, it would also serve to entangle the riders, since the winged players were in no hurry to join the fray. Actually, no. Here they were. Perfect timing.
Trap net skill has been upgraded to level 2.
Not that it was a completely unfamiliar weapon to me. Shadowcane had used a throw net a few times to capture opponents alive. But I still hadn't had much experience with the trap net and was quite nervous about it. However, it worked out well. The net opened in the air, entangling both the celestial warrior and one of the 2 elemental mages, who then collapsed to the ground at our troll's feet. Meanwhile, I had to roll over my shoulder to get out of the way of the giant lizard that was trying to crush me and the elf maiden.
Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 21.
Earlier today, I had spent a considerable amount of time upgrading my dodge skill, taunting and distracting the praying mantises to give my companions a chance to level up their attack skills. As a result, dodging the attacking armored monitor lizard wasn't difficult at all. I heard a loud bang and a crack, followed by the howling of the wounded beast and the screams of the riders thrown from their saddles. The lizard had slammed chest first into a barrier of sharpened stakes at full speed. Not all of the stakes pierced its scaly armor. Some broke, but many inflicted severe wounds. Before the writhing creature could recover, I drew my 2-handed sword and decapitated the level 33 monitor lizard.
39,300 XP received. Character level 49 reached. 6 free stat points received.
Not a bad start. Our troll was already destroying players caught in the net, breaking their fragile wings and crushing their ribs with his fists. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to complete the execution. Having recovered from their fall, the Inquisitor and the Paladin rushed to aid their allies, forcing Grim to make a quick dash to avoid being cut to pieces. The troll took several slashes, but it didn't matter due to his regeneration. The wounds would heal in half a minute. The troll's agility took the enemy fighters by surprise. They hadn't expected such speed from a creature typically considered clumsy. I noticed the Inquisitor and the Paladin exchanging astonished glances and whispering to each other about something. At the same time, the Inquisitor, cursing in German, was trying to wipe the monkey droppings that little bastard, the troll's pet, had flung right into the eye slit of his helmet's visor. I had no idea what the enemy thief was up to, as he had gone invisible, but I could see the last flyer hovering over the clearing, preparing to cast a powerful spell. I had to stop him. Quick dash! It was always amusing to witness the surprise of a flying creature when a wingless player, thought to be far below at a safe distance, suddenly appeared beside it in the air. The winged mage could hardly believe his eyes at first. "Hi," I said, winking at the player as I wrapped my arm around him and placed my sharp claws on his vulnerable neck. "And bye." Blood gushed from the flyer's slit throat. My opponent was dead before he hit the ground. One enemy player down. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 33. 23,000 XP received. But then things took a turn as the enemy team quickly recovered from their inauspicious start to the battle. The Inquisitor cut the net and freed his allies, who were badly beaten and maimed but, unfortunately, still alive and ready to fight. The Paladin immediately began healing them, and we couldn't stop him because the entire enemy team was guarding his position. I circled at a distance, moving back and forth in search of opportunities to attack, but wherever I went, blades and spears pointed in my direction. From time to time, our elf maiden cast lightning bolts at the enemies, though she had to constantly change positions as she was actively pursued by the invisible enemy thief. Not only did he chase our phantom, but he also tried to catch up with Alice, who skillfully dodged his attacks. Ultimately, he attempted to strike me from behind, which turned out to be his fatal mistake.
"Dog, the invisible man is behind you!"
Vigi's warning came at just the right time, and I somersaulted forward. In an instant, I whipped around and swung my two-handed sword at the spot where I had just been standing. I felt resistance and saw blood appear on my weapon. I had struck the invisible man. Now, the key was to ensure he didn't escape. I jumped forward and felt a movement beneath my left paw. As I sank my claws into the opponent's flesh, I heard a hysterical scream close to my ear, followed by a shout in German. The enemy thief was calling his allies for help. In an attempt to get away, my opponent stabbed me with his dagger, piercing my leather vest and making me growl in pain. In response, I struck him with my claws repeatedly, causing blood to gush out each time. Then I wrapped my arms around the invisible man and jumped farther away to prevent his allies from saving their buddy. Light armor skill has been upgraded to level 7. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 34. The bastard turned out to be unexpectedly tenacious. He managed to stab me again, this time in the stomach, causing bleeding. But the strike couldn't save the thief. Shouting, "Catch!" I pushed the struggling prey toward our troll and asked our long-eared healer for treatment. The bleeding stopped immediately, and my health bar was restored. "Thanks, Alice. Everyone, keep going. Stay alert. There are still 4 of them left." By this time, Grim had already torn the enemy thief to shreds and let out a loud, satisfied roar. 9,000 XP received. That didn't seem like much for such an opponent. However, the thief's level was relatively low, and the reward for defeating him had been shared by all the pink foxes. It wasn't a big deal, though, because we would earn significantly more by taking down other enemy players, especially their high-level leader. Meanwhile, after several unsuccessful attempts to catch up to Alice or Marinissa, 3 enemy fighters lined up, weapons drawn, strategically covering their remaining mage and showing no inclination to attack urgently. Were they conserving their strength? Trying to develop a strategy? Or stalling for time, waiting for their fallen fighters to resurrect? We found ourselves in a stalemate. The enemy's heavy fighters couldn't catch up to any of the pink foxes, but in turn, we couldn't inflict serious damage on our opponents who had gone on the defensive. I even considered using the alchemy grenade, which we had obtained to destroy the praying mantis nest, to disrupt the dense enemy formation. Suddenly, the tall lion with a luxurious mane stepped forward, struck his shield with his axe, and shouted something that seemed directed at me, though I couldn't understand a word.
Konig der Tier the Ninth challenges you to a one-on-one duel.
My winged assistant translated.
The losing team concedes defeat and voluntarily withdraws from the tournament. To ensure that the agreement is honored, he suggests calling in the game admins.
I lowered the blade of the 2-handed sword I held in my paws to the ground and shared the enemy leader's proposal with my friends. Their reactions were mixed.
Why would we do that? The fennec fox wondered. We're winning. We're all safe and sound, but they have 2 wounded players. Let's continue.
Dog, I'm almost out of mana,
our elven mage warned.
I've spent a lot of it on lightning bolts. Maintaining illusions and constant movement is also draining my resources. Soon you'll be without magic support. Their wounded players heal quickly and will be back in action in no time.
I glanced at the troll, but he just shrugged his shoulders. I had to make the decision on my own. First, I examined the enemy leader using my enemy scan ability. The paladin was strong, without a doubt, with strength being his main stat. Surprisingly, he was also quite agile despite the heavy knight's armor and the large shield in his left paw. In addition, Konig der Tier the Ninth was 8 levels higher than me, which didn't bode well for me. The half-lion wielded a massive axe enchanted to pierce armor, and it seemed he had a few aces up his sleeve for the duel. Weapon enhancement with fire magic and some kind of stunning combo attack involving both his axe and shield.
Item recognition skill has been upgraded to level 16.
Overall, the enemy appeared quite formidable, but he was not invincible. The battle had dragged on, and soon the slain players would be resurrected, bolstering the enemy team. So, as much as I wanted to gain more experience from fighting, I had to take a risk. All right, I agree to the duel. Chapter 19. Too many pixies. To show off to his friends and channel viewers, my opponent draped a bright red cloak over his silver armor and swapped his chainmail gloves for gauntlets with spikes on the knuckles, which were imbued with powerful magic and glowing brightly. However, Konig der Tier the Ninth hadn't yet donned his helmet, perhaps to once again flaunt his luxurious lion's mane and the proud profile of the king of beasts. Pointing his massive axe at me, the level 57 paladin launched into a long, emotional speech in German, seemingly explaining to the audience the reasons for the duel and what he intended to do to me in the next few minutes. For some reason, my winged assistant failed to translate. Vigi froze in midair and appeared distracted, stunned by something. "What's going on, Vigi?" I asked. At the sound of my voice, the pixie snapped back to reality and turned her confused gaze toward me.
Can't you see it, dog? Oh, yeah. Turn on the option to display players' familiars in the settings.
I followed my in-game assistant's advice, and my jaw dropped in surprise. Fluttering next to the massive half-lion was a pixie, very much like the one I had, except she had dark hair and wore a bright red dress. How was that possible?
That's Vea, my sister, Vigi explained. She can't see or hear me because you've turned off the display of your beautiful familiar. Don't you think now is a good time to introduce me to other players?
Before I could respond, a white winged figure appeared in the trampled forest clearing. One of the game admins had arrived to serve as the referee for the upcoming duel. The angel had a glowing 7-pointed star above his head and greeted me as if we were old acquaintances. He then began speaking to my opponent. I couldn't make out a word of their conversation due to a sphere of silence enveloping the admin and the half-lion. Then the angel flew toward me.
Dog of the Forgotten Pack, on behalf of the game administration, I must apologize for the inconvenience caused. The broadcast of the battle between the Pink Foxes and the Masters of the Wolves' Wastelands in one of the game's commercials was the reason the heirs of the Nibelungs sought to challenge your team. The rival team, particularly their ambitious leader, König der Tier IX, is eager to prove to everyone, and above all to themselves, that they are in no way inferior to the heroes featured in the commercial. Your opponent insists that the battle between the two team leaders be broadcast live on all the major gaming channels, promising viewers an exciting show. What do you say?
Is he that confident of victory? I asked, astonished by my opponent's arrogance. The game admin acknowledged that the rival team leader had reasons to expect success in a duel with me.
König der Tier IX is a very experienced player, having played Shattered Empire Online for 4 years. His former character was a member of the Silver Shield clan. He was one of the top 100 SEO players, but died during the incident at the Parade of Alliances.
That name doesn't mean anything to me, I lied, attempting to keep any emotion out of Dog's voice. But I watched the parade, of course. In fact, it was the entire fire show at the Parade of Alliances that inspired me to try out the game that will soon be part of Shattered Empire. I was drawn to the tough and uncompromising nature of the game, one where you can never let your guard down, even during a public event. But why did my opponent die? Was he playing in hardcore mode?
He still plays in hardcore mode. Moreover, König der Tier IX's equipment was funded by his former clanmates. They even purchased a unique in-game pixie assistant for him that was auctioned off by one of the newbies. So, what do you think about broadcasting your duel to a larger audience?
I pondered the question, though it was difficult to think clearly after everything the admin had just told me about my opponent's extensive experience. On one hand, did I really want to draw unnecessary attention to myself again? After all, if I managed to defeat such a high-level player, there would undoubtedly be new challengers eager to compete against me after the broadcast, making Dog's life even harder. On the other hand, it was too late to back down and bury my head in the sand. Whether I liked it or not, Dog had become a prominent figure whose game was featured in commercials. Switching up and keeping a low profile, rejecting attention and fame, would only confuse my audience and those who followed my game. I needed to seize this moment and make the most of it. I don't mind the broadcast, and if I get paid again to help promote the game like last time, I'm all for it, paws down. I laughed, doing my best to sound genuine. I understand how challenging it will be to win the duel, but I'll do everything I can to ensure the audience isn't disappointed.
If the duel turns out to be a truly spectacular event, the winner will receive a special award from SEO,
the winged figure promised. Deal. But before we begin, I've got a proposal for my opponent. It's unfortunate that, regardless of the duel's outcome, a beautiful creature with a unique personality, created by talented programmers, will die. I adjusted the settings to make my familiar visible to other players. Judging by the surprised gasps from all sides, Vigi's appearance didn't go unnoticed. So I propose that the winner of the duel, whoever it may be, receives the loser's in-game assistant as loot. I felt that keeping the two unique pixies, no matter how the duel turned out, was reasonable and didn't expect to be turned down. However, König der Tier clearly disagreed with me and firmly rejected my proposal.
"There are too many pixies here,"
Vigi translated the half-line's disgruntled grumbling.
"A player can't use 2 in-game assistants at the same time, so I don't need a second one. But if there's one less pixie, the in-game value of the remaining ones will increase significantly."
That was my opponent's argument. However, my concern for the familiars didn't leave everyone indifferent.
"Thanks for looking out for me and my sister, Dog,"
Vigi exclaimed as she flew up and kissed me on my furry cheek. Vigi's action was flattering, but quite predictable. I had grown accustomed to my in-game assistant's personality and expected a similar reaction. What I hadn't expected was Vea repeating her sister's actions. She flew up to me and kissed me too, saying,
"Thank you, stranger!"
"Get back here, you wretch!" Infuriated by Vea's behavior, the half-lion yelled at his winged assistant, demonstrating his knowledge of English. However, the pixie showed unexpected stubbornness, refusing to return to her stern master and instead joining her sister. I watched with a sad smile as the two pixies swirled together like colorful butterflies over a meadow, filling the air with the sound of their laughter. The sisters tried to enjoy every moment together before one of them met her fate alongside her master, who was playing in hardcore mode. Suddenly, Alice approached me. The tiny fennec fox glanced at the frolicking pixies for a moment before tugging at my wrist to get my attention.
"Dog, Miranissa saw an ad for the upcoming duel on the Celestial Blades website. They're taking bets. I tried to bet on you to win, but couldn't because I'm a minor. Could you please place a bet for me?"
The lop-eared fox handed me her surprisingly heavy purse. I untied the straps and looked inside, discovering that the small leather pouch was filled with gold coins. Lots of coins.
"There are exactly 50 gold coins," Alice said. "The ones I received for being featured in the commercial. I haven't spent any of them yet."
"What if he wins?" I asked, nodding at my opponent. Ignoring his disobedient winged assistant, the lion posed in front of the decapitated corpse of the giant monitor lizard, pointing to the stakes driven through the monster's flesh and telling the audience something.
"He won't,"
the little healer said with a firm conviction in her voice.
"This dressed-up peacock hasn't seen you in action and has no idea who he's up against. Sure, the lion is strong, but you're stronger. I believe in you."
I smiled. Little Alice's unwavering faith in my victory gave me strength. I took off my visor, opened the homepage of the Celestial Blades website, and was immediately met with a huge banner ad covering a third of the screen and featuring a snarling dog and a roaring König der Tier IX. A battle to the death between two team leaders playing in hardcore mode. Who will win, the wolf or the lion? Hurry up and place your bets. What the heck? I hadn't given anyone permission to broadcast that I was playing in hardcore mode. Naturally, I approached the glowing angel and expressed my displeasure. "Dog, you agreed to your opponent's terms. König der Tier IX doesn't hide the fact that he plays in hardcore mode. On the contrary, he advertises it at every opportunity he gets to generate interest in his character. Think about it. Would a duel between two newbies have captured the audience's attention if the dueling parties were able to respawn after 15 minutes? Now, 400,000 spectators are waiting to see you fight, and thousands more are joining them every second." There was no point in arguing with the admin. I spat in frustration and walked away from the angel, who had started talking to the leader of the heirs of the Nibelungs again. After removing my visor, I clicked on the banner ad and followed the link to place a bet for Alice. My opponent was predictably the favorite. Most of the crowd was betting on him, while the odds for Dog to win were 4-1. I bet all 50 gold coins, and the purse in my paws immediately felt lighter. I myself didn't have enough for the minimum bet, as I had spent almost all my coins before we ventured into the forest. With time still left before the duel, I searched for information about the player from the Silver Shield clan who had died at the Parade of Alliances. It was easy to find. He turned out to be a well-known figure in Shattered Empire Online. A level 326 paladin human nicknamed König der Tier VIII. He had been the deputy clan leader and the sole owner of a level 7 knight's castle, along with its vast surrounding territories. This character even resembled my current opponent, tall with broad shoulders and a mane of red hair. And he also preferred an axe as his main weapon. An experienced and very wealthy player, he used to manage the coffers of a large alliance as if they were his own and could afford the best equipment worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. König der Tier VIII ranked 96th among the strongest players in Shattered Empire, which was certainly impressive. The only reassuring detail I was able to find about this player was that he didn't particularly enjoy solo PvP, preferring team battles with a large number of participants. In his usual daily play, he was always accompanied by a gaggle of minions and bodyguards to protect him from all manner of threats.
2 minutes until the fight, the winged admin announced. Players, get ready.
I was as ready as I could be. All that remained was to distribute the available free stat points. Competing in strength against such a formidable opponent was pointless, so I invested 4 points into agility, raising that stat to 54. Much would depend on my mobility and ability to dodge attacks in the upcoming battle. I spent the remaining 2 points on build. One could never have too many hit points or endurance points. With a heavy sigh, I took one last look at my equipment. Compared to my larger and more powerful opponent, who was clad in magic, set, and even legendary items, Dog certainly appeared lacking. The only magic items I possessed were gloves with +2 strength and a wide leather belt I had taken from the barbarian boar, the properties of which I had yet to determine. Speaking of the belt, I called upon Miranissa the Radiant and asked her to assess the item. It turned out to be unremarkable. +4 armor, 10% resistance to crushing attacks, and 4 pockets for potions or magic grenades. Nevertheless, I immediately swapped out the wide belt for my old worn one and tucked the 3 small healing potions I had into the first 3 slots, leaving the last slot for the firebomb the pink foxes wanted to use to destroy the praying mantis nest. It was time. I walked to the center of the clearing and bowed to my formidable opponent, acknowledging his strength and power. The lion bared his teeth, but also bowed his head slightly in respect to the half-wolf standing opposite him.
Fight!
The winged referee announced. The duel to the death began. My opponent acted carefully and deliberately, conserving his strength and avoiding any sudden moves. The lion approached slowly, shielding himself with a large triangular shield and holding an axe at the ready in his right paw. I circled nearby with my 2-handed sword, maintaining a safe distance and waiting for the right opportunity to strike. To some, the movements of the massive armored lion might have seemed slow, but I knew better than to underestimate the mobility of such a dangerous opponent. The paladin deliberately kept his speed slow, likely hoping to trick me into thinking I had a mobility advantage and provoke me into a rash attack. Quick dash! To test my enemy's reaction, I pretended to lunge forward, but instead moved to the left. Good thing I did. Konig der Tier IX swung his axe, and suddenly the space in front of him within a 5-step radius erupted into flames. Area of effect damage? This was unexpected for a fighter. AoE attacks were usually favored by mages, not paladins. If my opponent's magic axe truly had that fire ability, it must have come with a cooldown after such a powerful burst of magic energy. Let's go. This time, I charged at him with my sword, but Konig der Tier IX managed to block my attack with his shield. Clang! My 2-handed sword broke near the crosspiece, leaving only the hilt with a shard of blade about an inch long in Dog's paws. It didn't seem like a critical failure on hit. Rather, my opponent's shield must have been protected by some insidious magic that shattered my weapon upon impact. Left without my sword, I was caught off guard for a split second, which my opponent seized upon immediately. I narrowly dodged the sweeping axe blow from above, but somehow Dog's health bar dropped by a quarter and singed holes appeared in my leather vest. I was pretty sure I saw fiery tentacles reaching out from the axe toward me at the moment of impact. What the hell? What kind of magic was that? How had he gotten me? Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 22. Light armor skill has been upgraded to level 8. After leaping away from the paladin lion with a predatory grin on his face, I checked my vest. There were 4 burn holes in my chest and side, each about 2 inches in diameter. My vest was rendered completely useless. But the most frustrating part was that I couldn't understand how Konig der Tier IX had done it. Was it the magic of his axe, a silent spell cast by the player, or perhaps some kind of artifact? All right, I'd figure it out as I went along. In the meantime, I uncorked the first vial and gulped down the small healing potion, restoring Dog's hit points. The opportunity for an attack presented itself just a few seconds later when my opponent, thinking Dog was disarmed and harmless, became distracted and turned to the winged referee to say something. In a flash, I moved behind the half-lion and struck his armor several times with my claws, landing another hit on his plumed knight's helmet. Imagine my surprise when, instead of dealing damage to my opponent, I took damage myself 3 times, even though he had his back turned to me. I immediately jumped back, glancing at Dog's dwindling health bar in confusion. It turned out my opponent knight's armor was quite tricky. He had a damage reflection spell on it, so every time I struck the armor, I ended up taking damage instead. I had to use a second vial of healing potion, but my efforts were not entirely in vain. The once luxurious plume on the paladin lion's helmet now appeared barren and pitiful after my claws had struck it. The single remaining feather was cut off midway, sticking out awkwardly. It may have seemed like nothing, but for my opponent, looking ridiculous was worse than death. Konig der Tier IX let out an indignant roar and removed his helmet, exposing his shaggy lion head. Oh, he really shouldn't have done that. I had been racking my brain trying to figure out where to hit the enemy, whose armor reflected all the damage dealt back at me, but Konig der Tier IX had just revealed his weak spot. Without wasting any time, I leaped forward, stopping abruptly just 5 paces away from the paladin lion and just charging his axe, which had accumulated magic. I executed a double jump across the glowing field of fire, landing right behind my opponent. Run skill has been upgraded to level 27. Dodge skill has been upgraded to level 23. I jumped up, grabbed the lion by the shoulders, and began to hit him on the head with both paws, one after the other. Blood and wisps of fur flew in all directions. More importantly, I had found a convenient position from which the enemy couldn't reach me with his weapon. Konig der Tier IX spun in place, swinging his axe and jumping up and down awkwardly, trying to throw me off his back. But I held on like a tick, slashing at him again and again with my claws, giving the lion a free haircut. Finally, in desperation, the paladin fell onto his back and tried to crush me with all his weight, forcing me to let go of him and slip away. I spotted red tentacles extend from the axe in my direction, but I managed to jump back to a safe distance and didn't take any damage. I looked at my opponent sitting on the grass and was quite pleased with what I saw. Now, that was a sight to behold. The lion's entire face was covered in cuts and blood, and a large cut on his throat was also bleeding. Konig der Tier IX once again addressed the winged referee, shouting something in German. This time, Vigi translated.
This is the second time your opponent has complained that his winged assistant isn't granting the bonuses she's supposed to. Vea's magic runes aren't working. He believes his familiar is under the influence of some obscure magic. However, the admin just informed him again that he didn't see any magic interference and that there is no game mechanism that affects other players' familiars.
My opponent was clearly dissatisfied with the admin's response. The blood-covered lion cursed in German, and, for some reason, in Russian as well, and attempted to get up. I didn't stop him from rising, but when he tried to use healing magic, I quickly jumped behind him again. This time, I grabbed his long red cloak and tossed it over the lion's head, obscuring his view. I struck him several times with my claws, then picked up the trap net lying on the grass and threw it over him, entangling him and rendering him immobile. Trap net skill has been upgraded to level 3. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 35. The lion attempted to shake the net off, but instead became more entangled and lost his balance. Konig der Tier IX stumbled and fell to the ground. Having gained an advantage, I could now attack the enemy without incurring any damage in return. It was time to end this protracted battle and finish my opponent off. I landed a few blows with my claws, then slowly walked over to the decapitated monitor lizard lying on the ground and pulled one of the long wooden stakes out of its body. I approached the lion, who was floundering helplessly on the ground, took aim, and thrust the improvised sharpened spear through the net and cloak right into the beast man's eye. The wounded lion's roar nearly deafened me, and his cloak was instantly soaked with dark blood. When I delivered the next few blows with my claws, Konig der Tier IX didn't even try to resist. Although my opponent was still alive, I considered the job done and made the mistake of turning away in search of another wooden stake to finish off the surprisingly tenacious half-lion. Gotcha! Konig der Tier IX suddenly tossed the tattered trap net and blood-soaked cloak from his head and pulled me toward him, staring at Dog with his only surviving eye. I won after all. Was I scared at that moment? You bet. But I intentionally surprised the lion by not measuring my strength against his and not attempting to break free from his strong embrace. Instead, Dog grinned at his opponent, reached for a fire grenade on his belt, and tapped the flammable fuse against a rough spot on the grenade's ceramic surface. Well, my enemy, that was a great fight. After this, I'm not even scared to die. I'll see you in Valhalla. I was demonstrating my readiness to die to my opponent, but the horror reflected on the lion's face clearly indicated that Konig der Tier IX had no intention of dying and going to the Hall of the Fallen. The lion squealed, loosened his grip, and frantically tried to push me away with all four paws. No way. That wasn't why I had set off the grenade. Gazing directly into the lion's eyes and smiling broadly, I carefully placed the grenade into the wide metal collar of his knight's armor. Only then did I release my embrace and leap away from the lion, who was whimpering in terror. A loud explosion erupted behind me, confirming that the grenade had done its job. The only odd thing was that, for some reason, I didn't get any experience for defeating the level 57 opponent. I turned around, expecting to see bloody scraps and pieces of clothing scattered across the clearing, but I found the enemy still alive. The lion paladin was in dire shape. His fancy knight's armor had been shredded, and his health bar was barely above empty. However, the strong chainmail on the beastman's body had spared him from death. "How many hit points do you have?" Outraged, I made a quick dash toward the stunned and seemingly disoriented player. I kicked the axe out of his paw as he languished on the ground, dodged his sluggish, clumsy attempt to strike me with his triangular shield, and brought my claws to the enemy's exposed neck. The duel was over. I could have finished off the paladin lion at any second and gained a ton of XP. But for some reason, I hesitated. It felt strange and illogical, but I had changed my mind about killing my opponent. I had already killed him once, robbing him of everything he had earned over 4 long years of playing. I felt guilty and didn't want to further complicate my moral misgivings about him. But how could I express all of this to the player without delving into our characters' pasts? After making sure that Konig der Tier IX was conscious and fully aware of his unenviable situation, I met his gaze and spoke in a stern yet elevated tone. "You were a worthy opponent and fought bravely. I do not wish to kill you, so I suggest you surrender to save your life and that of your unique winged assistant. You'll be able to continue playing, and your wounds will heal over time." The one-eyed, bloodied lion didn't seem to believe his ears at first and remained silent for a while. He glanced back at his teammates, who were frozen in place, anxiously awaiting their leader's decision. Finally, he spoke loudly and clearly. "Dog, I yield." I withdrew my claws from the lion's throat and extended my paw to help him stand up. My opponent staggered but found the strength to pat me on the shoulder and speak with gratitude and respect. "It is extremely rare these days to encounter a worthy and noble enemy. I'm glad you turned out to be one. As for my pixie, König der Tier the Ninth grimaced in disgust. Vea has betrayed me and stopped supporting me in battle. I can't trust her anymore, and I don't need such an unreliable assistant. You can have her, dog, since you care so much about these little winged creatures. Attention! Player König der Tier the Ninth is offering you a trade contract. His in-game assistant, Pixie Vea, 11 skins unlocked, 3 magic runes available, in exchange for a 1 copper coin. Chapter 20. The Evening of Day 2. 52%. That was the percentage of viewers who had enjoyed the recent duel between Dog and König der Tier the Ninth, while 48% were dissatisfied. The winged game admin, visibly upset and clearly hoping for a much higher rating for this unusual spectacle, expressed his irritation while commenting on the results. Showing mercy and sparing an opponent's life was not the outcome the audience expected from a duel to the death between 2 hardcore players. Furthermore, when the company agreed to broadcast your duel and paid for airtime on commercial channels, they anticipated something entirely different. As a result, the company lost money, and someone needs to be held accountable. I nodded silently, lowering my head in shame. Even I was struggling to understand why I had chosen to spare my opponent's life at the last moment. I had missed a chance to gain significant experience, enough to level up my character at least twice. The ruthless Shadow Kane the Assassin had never acted this way before. He wasn't accustomed to letting his wounded prey escape. No, Shadow Kane always relentlessly pursued and finished off any opponent trying to flee, which was part of what earned him his sinister reputation. If any admins or viewers had suspected a similarity between Dog of the Forgotten Pack's playstyle and that of my previous, permanently banned character, those doubts should have been dispelled by now. The admin shook his head in annoyance and turned away. I could understand his frustration. Dog had failed to meet the expectations of the raucous crowd gathered in the Colosseum, intoxicated by the prospect of bloodshed and anticipating a fatal conclusion to the battle between the 2 gladiators. He had painted himself as too soft and magnanimous, spoiling the bloody spectacle and resulting in financial losses for Shattered Empire Online. While the losses were likely small, they were nonetheless annoying for a corporation accustomed to healthy profits. At least they would leave Dog alone from now on. The public would grow disinterested in me and the Pink Foxes, which would actually work to my advantage. Alice, the long-eared fox, approached and tugged on Dog's wrist, jolting me out of my thoughts. The little healer spoke, her voice tinged with concern.
Dog, you didn't get the winnings from your bet either, did you? The game forum says no one has gotten a payout.
I shook my head. No, the winnings hadn't arrived yet. I would have noticed and given the money to the healer immediately. Young Alice nodded.
That's what I thought. I took Miranissa's advice and checked the forum to see what the viewers were saying about the duel. They're claiming it was staged, that the duelists had agreed on the outcome in advance to hit the jackpot. But that's not true. I had no idea who would win. I simply believed in you, Dog. But this stupid theory is gaining popularity. Some even suggest that there are no payouts because the SEO administration uncovered the betting scam.
I tried to reassure my young companion, gently patting the long-eared fox on the shoulder while hoping it wouldn't seem inappropriate. Alice didn't mind at all and even smiled at me. Overall, neither her demeanor nor her voice suggested she was anxious about her winnings, but I could imagine how nerve-wracking it truly was for her. We were talking about over 200 gold coins. That would be enough to equip the healer with rare or unique items, even with some money left over for magic elixirs and scrolls. As I contemplated my financial situation, I couldn't help but glance longingly at my pouch. It was nearly empty, containing only a few copper coins. Hardly enough to pay for a stay at an inn. Plus, I still needed to buy a new alchemy bomb to replace the one I had just used. All the theories regarding a staged duel are, of course, complete nonsense, the winged admin, who had overheard our conversation, assured the visibly upset Alice and me. The finance department has thoroughly reviewed everything and found no evidence of fraud. Payments will be processed within the next 10 minutes. And to further reassure the outraged forum members and dispel any lingering doubts about the fairness of the duel, the winged angel approached the injured half-lion, who was being cared for by his heirs of the Nibelung's teammates. Leaning over the wounded player, he said something in German, his voice filled with emotion. I couldn't understand a single word. Suddenly, the angel plunged a massive flaming sword, which had materialized in his hands, into the chest of the player sitting on the ground. The admin had just eliminated a player in hardcore mode. I gasped in bewilderment. The cold-blooded murder of König der Tier IX also left a strong impression on everyone gathered in the clearing. Miranissa the Radiant even let out a horrified scream. After the execution, the fearsome angel sheathed his sword and explained his actions. The agreement for broadcasting the duel on commercial channels was the death of the losing player. This was the arrangement that König der Tier IX had accepted in discussions with management, promising an extraordinary spectacle. This was the condition he had agreed to, and I merely upheld the agreement since Dog did not. My jaw dropped. That was so cruel. Just then, the stern admin suddenly turned to face me, looking at me intently, and took a step closer. My knees began to shake. Even before the glowing angel spoke, I sensed I wasn't about to hear anything good. Dog of the Forgotten Pack, the duel fell short of the audience's expectations. Such an outcome can hardly be deemed positive. You may keep the second unique assistant, and you can even use both pixies simultaneously, though you'll receive bonuses from only one of them. But this is the extent of the rewards you will receive from the company. No other gifts will be offered. With those words, the glowing figure vanished, taking the rest of the heirs of the Nibelung's team with him. A lump formed in my throat as I sank to the ground. My legs had given way. For a moment, as the disgruntled angel casted a glance in my direction, I had feared I would be the next player to face execution after the half-lion, penalized for not meeting the corporation's management's expectations. This time, death brushed past me, displaying his power and lightly grazing me with his robes. I knew I couldn't make the same mistake of showing mercy to my opponents in the future. In the game's promotion, Dog was depicted as a ruthless, bloodthirsty monster, perfectly aligning with the style of play that both the audience and the organizers of the newbie contest anticipated from me. So, whether I liked it or not, I had to embody that portrayal. The 17 skins purchased for Vea by her previous owner predominantly showcased the winged girl in minimal clothing, often topless or completely nude, save for a gag in her mouth. I had not anticipated this from the late half-lion, who had seemed to me a serious player driven solely by the end result. Hence, my first action was to revert Vea to her default version, dressed modestly in a simple gray outfit, so that the winged girl fluttering before me wouldn't distract from the game. I also disabled the display of my assistants to other players in the settings. The new girl attempted to argue with me, eager to flaunt her heavenly beauty to the world, but unexpectedly, Vigi took my side and clarified the expectations of her behavior to her sister. Vea possessed a unique ability to continuously heal her master and instantly remove any poison debuff. While her healing was somewhat weak, it was constant and didn't rely on elixirs or scrolls. This convenience was notable, although I found my other assistant Vigi's ability to detect cloaked opponents to be more useful. Vea's magic runes, however, made me very happy. The Aggressor rune boosted the chance of dealing critical damage by 3%. With the Bloodlust rune, your every fourth strike caused your opponent to bleed. The Lucky rune increased the chances of success for all dodge, parry, or damage avoidance tests. Each of these runes was priced at 50 gold coins and proved to be the most effective option available to players below level 80, indicating that König der Tier IX hadn't skimped on equipping his assistant. Selling one of the two pixies to resolve my financial troubles was simply out of the question. Vea was my well-deserved loot, and Vigi had become an essential part of Dog's game, my comrade in arms and a stealthy scout. Besides, I had never heard of any SEO players with two unique game assistants, and it felt incredibly satisfying to be special. Switching between Vea and Vigi was virtually instantaneous, with a completely different set of magic runes activating immediately. My plan was to use Vea for combat and healing, while relying on her sister Vigi as my main assistant during travels or when navigating treacherous dungeons. This was the arrangement I proposed to the miniature winged sisters, and they both agreed, with their only request being that I wouldn't take away their ability to communicate with one another. After the duel, we had to head back to Wolves' Mines to purchase an alchemy bomb. Without it, we wouldn't be able to destroy the praying mantis nest, and the quest wouldn't be considered complete, even though we had killed all the creatures and collected every egg found in their underground maze. Our little healer, glowing with happiness and barely able to move under the weight of her gold coin-filled purse, paid for the bomb. I advised my young companion to deposit her money in the bank for safekeeping, as Wolves' Mines were rife with thieves. I even personally escorted the little fox to a branch of the Dwarven Bank. It took us the rest of the day to travel back and forth, once again clearing the praying mantis lair and the nearby forest of the dangerous creatures that had been resurrected. After returning to Wolves' Mines, we marked the quest as completed with the Mercenary Guild. My companions were utterly exhausted and emotionally drained from such an eventful day. All they wanted was to get to the last meal tavern and log out of the game. I didn't even bring up the idea of taking on a new quest at the Mercenary Guild, let alone venturing to the treacherous crossroads leading to Pop Vork's Inn. I knew my friends would definitely refuse. In addition, Grim, who had never been particularly talkative, had grown oddly quiet following our encounter with the heirs of the Nibelungs. I initially assumed this was due to his change of subrace and his new body, which the troll was struggling to adjust to. I tried to cheer up our giant strongman, but he remained gloomy and silent. Miranissa the Radiant later confided in me privately when Grim was far enough away not to hear us. It turned out that her silent companion had bet all his money, and all of hers, on Konig der Tier IX to win the ill-fated duel to the death. He had even pawned his pet in the game chat, setting up an option to buy back the level 77 forest monkey within 24 hours with the money he had hoped to win. Unfortunately, the troll ended up losing everything, leaving him in debt to the elf maiden for 5 gold coins. By the end of the day, my companions still made some money from selling loot and the praying mantis paws we had collected, which we had divided equally among the pink foxes. Additionally, the Mercenary Guild rewarded us for completing the quest. But even though the troll and the elf maiden weren't completely broke, Grim's mood was beyond repair. I didn't tell him that I knew the reason behind his sour mood, nor did I blame him for not believing in the leader of the pink foxes and betting on my death. I walked Miranissa the Radiant and Grim to their room at the Last Meal Tavern, expressing my hope that tomorrow would bring a brighter mood for the troll, and that we would once again hear his incomprehensible roars translated by the elf maiden, something that would have made this evening a lot less awkward. Afterward, I took Alice to her room. The fennec fox couldn't stop yawning from exhaustion and decided to postpone buying new equipment until tomorrow. By then, I was the last member of the Pink Fox's team to remain in the game. The 10 hours of play counted in the newbie contest had long since passed. A 50% penalty on all experience gained by Dog had been imposed, and the chances of acquiring valuable loot had dwindled as well. Still, I had no intention of leaving the game just yet. There was one important task I needed to complete before the current session ended. I had promised the Khajiit captain of the city guard that I would meet him at the Dragon's Gorge that evening to discuss a not-so-legal but well-paid job. So I found myself seated at a massive, sturdy table, its surface cloaked in a sticky layer of dirt. I slowly sipped the cheapest beer from a clay mug, keeping a keen eye on the visitors at nearby tables and those passing by, but especially on my bag. Despite the tavern's proximity to the city guard's building, the Dragon's Gorge was rife with thieves. Among the 200 players and NPCs in the large dining area, I counted at least 4 pickpockets and spotted a cheating NPC among the dice players. At least a dozen more visitors were acting suspiciously, likely representatives of the criminal underworld. A careless young Khajiit attempted to grab Dog's bag, but I quickly broke his arm at the elbow, right in front of everyone. After that, the thieves seemed to steer clear of me. No one was eager to share a table with the viciously grinning executioner, notorious for being a formidable fighter. Even the NPC prostitutes avoided me, and the beer girl tried to keep her distance. So it came as quite a surprise when Mr. Yuri, clad in a gray hooded cloak, suddenly appeared on the bench across from me, clutching that very bottle of Love and Passion liqueur and 2 glasses. This meant that after returning to the city, the she-wolf had visited her secret hideout, saw the flowers, the painting, and the wine I had left behind, and likely discovered that her metal box was missing. I couldn't help but wonder what the dangerous level 78 spy would do next. If Mr. Yuri had intended to kill me, she wouldn't have shown her face. Instead, she would have ambushed Dog on his way out of the tavern or in one of the dark alleys of the sleeping city. Even though I had gained 10 levels and improved my combat skills over the past 24 hours, I knew I wouldn't stand a chance against such an experienced high-level opponent. "Open it," the tailed woman urged, handing me the bottle. I took it from her without a word, using my sharp claw to pop the cork, poured the wine into 2 glasses, and handed one to the she-wolf. There was no toasting or clinking of glasses between us. I downed mine in a single gulp, while my guest took her time, savoring her drink and looking at me through the dark red liqueur that resembled blood. "The wine is delicious," the she-wolf admitted after finally finishing her drink. "I must say you have good taste, Dog of the Forgotten Pack. Which is strange for a villager who spent his whole life in a barn with animals. By the way, I visited Golden Cornfields earlier today." She trailed off, falling silent. "And?" I pressed, eager to hear more, since Mr. Yuri didn't seem to be in any rush to continue. "A Steel Crown squad had arrived there before me. Your grandfather, Kyle Miori, was hanged outside the village gates. His house was burned down. My sister, Rhea Yuri, was captured by the Grandmaster's emissaries and taken away." Rhea had been kidnapped? Strangely, there was no hint of concern for her younger sister in Mr. Yuri's voice. It was as if she were talking about the berry harvest in some nearby garden rather than her sister being taken by the dangerous Steel Crown emissaries. But given that Misty was also from the Steel Crown, perhaps she had some insight into what the kidnappers wanted from Rhea. It seemed unlikely that a humble villager would know anything of importance about Dog and the Forgotten Pack. Rhea's only offense had been treating me once. Hardly a justification for imprisonment or execution. Still, it would be good to clarify. "Where is Rhea Yuri now? I know you know. I can see it in your eyes. Is she in danger?" I began to bombard Misty Yuri with questions. In response, she fired back with her own. "Why do you care about my sister, Dog? Rhea Yuri refused to go with you and chose to stay in the village. Why don't you leave her alone and stop asking questions?"
"Careful, Dog,"
both of my winged in-game assistants warned in unison.
"The wrong answer could provoke the she-wolf to attack."
Their warning came just in time. I bit my tongue and considered my response. I couldn't share details about the quest I had received. Misty simply wouldn't understand. Mentioning the unlocked romantic relationship storyline with the spy's younger sister also felt like a mistake, though I wasn't sure why. So what was I supposed to say? I decided to speak cautiously and indirectly, watching my dangerous guest's reaction closely. "All my life, I've been viewed as an outcast. I've been surrounded by enemies who saw me as a potential threat because of the criminal forgotten pack my ancestors supposedly belonged to. But I knew nothing of this. Even Grandpa Kyle never shared anything about the forgotten pack with me. All he'd say was that I had to endure humiliation and remain as meek as a lamb to survive. For years, I followed his advice, but instead of improving my situation, things only got worse. The neighbors continued to shun me, and the shaman's children regularly beat me, chaining me up like an animal. Yet one day, amid my despair, a villager named Ria Yuri showed me kindness and treated me after the shaman's son had beaten me again. I took a moment to refill our glasses. Misty obediently accepted hers and took a sip. I followed suit, sipping mine before continuing. Your sister is sweet and lovely, and she's also incredibly beautiful. Before I met you, I thought Ria Yuri was the most beautiful woman in the world. I never let on that I had feelings for her, though. Yesterday, the shaman's sons crossed a line. One after the other, all 4 of them tried to kill me. Naturally, I resisted. For the first time, I stopped meekly taking the beatings and killed my longtime abusers one by one. Huey, Brian, Rourke, and then the oldest, Arvie Thor. They all died by my hand. Of course, I knew I couldn't stay in Golden Cornfields after that, so I decided to leave. It came as a surprise when your sister Ria suddenly wanted to join me. But I felt it wasn't right for such a sweet and kind soul to accompany an outcast like me. I suggested that Ria stay in the village to think about it, but if she still wanted to come, she could meet me in Wolves Mines. You know what happened next. I met you, but Ria Yuri never showed up at our meeting place. The she-wolf remained silent for a long time, idly twirling the empty glass in her paw. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Ria Yuri has always been vulnerable, naive, and trusting. She has a history of going to extremes. In the past, my sister would have followed you to the ends of the earth. But now, after the Steel Crown emissaries have filled her head with all sorts of things about you, she loathes you deeply and is ready to rip your throat out. Dog, I hate to break the news to you, but Ria Yuri has joined the Steel Crown and is currently undergoing combat training in Wolfburg, the headquarters of our organization. When you see my little sister again, I'm afraid you won't recognize her. No one in the world wants you dead more than Ria Yuri, for abandoning her and for being a descendant of the criminals of the Forgotten Pack. The Heart of the She-Wolf assignment has been updated. Rescue Ria Yuri from the Steel Crown training camp in Wolfburg and persuade her to join you. Assignment class Rare, personalized. Description: you only have 8 days to fulfill your promise and locate the half-wolf Ria Yuri. Reward: 7,500 XP. Half-wolf companion, NPC Ria Yuri, level 25 assassin. Heart of the She-Wolf magic stone. Properties unknown. Oh, wow. According to the quest's description, Ria Yuri had already begun her training and was leveling up at a rapid rate. Moreover, my village friend's in-game class had changed from a peaceful huntress to a formidable assassin. It seemed that Dog's actions, or rather his inaction and refusal to bring her along, had deeply hurt the young woman, leaving Ria thirsting for revenge. Or could it be that my ancestors were the hated criminals of the Forgotten Pack? I decided to ask Mr. Yuri about it, not really expecting an answer. To my great surprise, a response followed. Misty requested a refill and began to recount her story. The Forgotten Pack aren't criminals in the usual sense. They didn't rob travelers, pickpocket careless townspeople, or steal cattle from villagers. On the contrary, they were once a powerful and respected clan known as the Pasukun, meaning guardians in the ancient tongue. The fighters of the Pasukun clan had served as loyal protectors of the Huet Pang royal family for centuries. They were the most reliable defenders of the Beastmen Kingdom. However, everything changed one fateful day. The king's eldest daughter, Princess Velena the Willful, fell in love with her bodyguard, Amir the Proud, and her love for him was only matched by his love for her. Eventually, it became impossible to conceal their forbidden relationship. The princess's belly grew, and she had to confess everything to her father. King Numero V faced a difficult choice. Although the Pasukun family was large and respected, they were not of the highest nobility. Such a marriage would be deemed a misalliance, potentially causing discontent among the true nobility. But if Princess Velena married her beloved Emir, their children would be the main contenders for the throne of the Beastmen Kingdom. King Nimiru V's other sons and daughters had no children of their own at the time, and the second and third line heirs were of lesser priority. I remained silent and attentive, relishing this rare opportunity to uncover the truth about the Forgotten Pack. At the same time, I kept diligently filling my guest's glass, and Misty kept downing it in one go. The tailed woman was getting drunk quickly, her tongue loosening with each sip. I can't say what the king would have decided, but he never got the chance. That very night, King Numiru V was assassinated, along with his eldest son Kuro, 2 daughters, and several other members of the royal family. The bodyguards from the Pasukun clan were immediately blamed for the massacre, accused of trying to carve their path to the throne. The entire Pasukun family was declared criminal. A great hunt was launched for their members, supported by all the kingdom's noble families. In no time, nearly all the adult members of the clan were murdered. The princess's lover, Amir the Proud, was also killed. Some of the guardian children, like your grandfather, Kyle, were spared, considered to be too young and not seen as a threat. Unfortunately, most were exterminated. Princess Velena the Willful fled and vanished without a trace. In the years that followed, she was never found. But before she disappeared, Velena committed an act that the current king still cannot forgive her for. She underwent a coronation in the Temple of the Wolf Mother in the capital, as after the death of her father and older brother, the eldest daughter was the legal heir to the throne. Suddenly, the owner of the establishment approached our table. Pointing his thick finger at the nearly empty bottle of elven liqueur, he informed us in an irritated voice that we were not allowed to bring alcohol into his tavern. Already tipsy, Misty Yuri fumbled with the ties of her cloak and the top buttons of her light-colored shirt, revealing her silver steel-crown token and stating, "I'm allowed." The scaly draconian flashed an offended look, but didn't argue with the representative of the king's secret service. He turned to leave, but I stopped him. "Innkeeper, you're right. Here's something for your trouble," I said, slipping the draconian a handful of silver coins. "Have your girls bring us another bottle of wine, but only the finest, and have them bring something to eat, too. Meat, fish, cheese, whatever they can find."
"As you wish, Mr. Executioner."
The owner of the establishment bowed deeply and quickly set off to fulfill my order. Misty Yuri drained the remainder of the liqueur straight from the bottle, leaning closer to me, her breasts nearly spilling from her unbuttoned shirt and onto the table. "What's this, dog? Are you trying to impress me? Or are you rich? I noticed you hadn't touched any of my silver coins in the cash." I mentioned that I wasn't rich, but I would gladly spend all the money I had to spend time with such a beautiful woman. I wasn't being insincere when I spoke about my finances. The Tusatoithus tentacle I had put up for auction hadn't drawn any interest from players yet, and not a single bid had been placed. Additionally, I received almost no loot from the rival team we had defeated. After completing the quest, selling the praying mantis paws to the local alchemist, and purchasing healing elixirs to replace the ones I had used, Dog ended up with just 1 gold and 6 silver coins. While that wasn't nearly enough to buy new equipment for my 51st level, it was certainly more than enough to indulge at the tavern. Meanwhile, flattered by my compliment, Misty Yuri smiled and even blushed slightly when her gaze followed mine down to her cleavage, where her unbuttoned shirt barely concealed her curves. Instead of buttoning up, the she-wolf smiled mischievously and undid yet another button.
"Dog, you've upgraded your relationship with Misty Yuri to friendly," Vigi informed me. "You've also unlocked a romantic relationship storyline with her. But while you were staring at her tits popping out of her shirt, the she-wolf robbed you when she leaned over to you."
"What?" I maintained a neutral expression as I opened my inventory and looked through my items. My money remained intact, which was a relief. However, the flat metal box I had taken from the cache in Misty's hideout was gone. She took only what I had previously stolen, leaving everything else untouched. All right, the night wasn't over yet. More wine was on the way, and given how quickly the she-wolf was getting drunk, I might soon find myself carrying Misty back to her place in the tower's attic. Soon after, one of the tavern girls brought over a tincture scented with wormwood, and I promptly poured it into our glasses. The half-wolf downed her drink in one go, and almost instantly an intoxicated tag appeared above her head. She giggled, stood up, circled the table, and settled onto my lap. From this angle, I had a delightful view of her breasts, but I managed to keep my hands to myself, even though it was clear my guest wouldn't mind the display of affection. Instead, I wrapped my arm around Misty Yuri, who rested her head on my shoulder. Encouraged by the moment, I invited her to continue the story of the Forgotten Pack. To my surprise, Misty Yuri agreed quite readily, even though her words were beginning to slur.
After the coronation, Velena the Willful became Queen of the Beastmen. Her future children and closest relatives, including those from her late fiancé's lineage, became the main contenders for the throne. Understandably, the other heirs weren't pleased with this development. With Queen Velena having fled, a second coronation took place, proclaiming King Junum VII, the previous monarch's first cousin once removed, as the new head of state. All records of the Pasakun clan were meticulously erased from official documents, and the memories of the ancient bodyguards of the royal family were ruthlessly wiped from the people's minds. They now exist solely as the Forgotten Pack, a half-forgotten myth of bloodthirsty, fearless fighters whose true story is known to very few. Meanwhile, given the current king's rather precarious position, any of the last remaining descendants of the Forgotten Pack members now stands as a contender for the Beastmen's throne. I can't believe I'm sitting here drinking with a real prince.
The Forgotten Pack assignment has been completed. You are a descendant of the ancient Pasakun family, loyal guardians of the royal family, and a rightful claimant to the Beastman's throne. Your legitimacy score is 0%. Increase your legitimacy by recruiting supporters from the nobility, military leaders, and rulers of the various Beastmen cities and towns. A legitimacy score of 25% grants you the ability to declare war for the throne. A legitimacy score of 51% enables a spontaneous conversion of those wavering to your side. A legitimacy score of 75% allows for an official coronation ceremony to be held. A legitimacy score of 100% ends the war for the throne, making you the sole king of the Beastmen. 45,000 XP received. Character level 52 reached. 9 free stat points received. I found myself reading the in-game message over and over again. Wow, just wow! I was a prince and a contender for the throne of one of the 7 Beastmen kingdoms. But did I even want it? Chapter 21. The Killers Have Found Me. The second bottle was definitely too much for Misty Yuri. Despite the abundance of appetizers and entrees on the table, the steel-crowned spy had gotten hammered. The she-wolf giggled, tried to hug and kiss me, and then fell asleep with her head on my shoulder. After finally arriving at the tavern and assessing the situation, the Khajiit captain suggested we discuss the matter early in the morning, and arranged for us to meet outside the city gates on the road leading to the hot springs. The quest was updated accordingly to reflect the new location and time. The in-game assignment has been updated. A Sinister Reputation, 1 of 4. Class, Uncommon. Class-based. Series. Description: meet the sergeant of the city guard named Sneaky Puss on the road leading to the hot springs before sunrise and hear him out. Reward: 300 XP. New unlocked territories in the City of Wolves Mines. With that, I had achieved what I needed to in the game. I called the tavern owner over, paid for the dinner, which was barely touched, and secured a room for the half-wolf. After all, dragging the nearly unconscious Misty Yuri to her hideout across town and scaling to the very top of the tower with her in my arms wasn't the best idea. After paying for the room, which wasn't that expensive, I laid Misty on the bed and even took off her wet cloak and boots. Before I left, I snatched the mysterious metal box from her bag, but refrained from taking anything else, even though I was tempted to grab the Steel Crown agent's silver medallion and the poisoned throwing knives I had found in a pouch on her belt. As it turned out, Vea could only remove the poison debuff, but she couldn't help with the intoxication, so I was a little unsteady on my feet. I noticed NPCs and real players from the criminal underworld watching me. Vigi had warned me of all the cloaked visitors nearby, but none dared to mess with the executioner. It seemed that even without having completed the Khajiit's quest, Dog's reputation was well known enough to deter thieves and robbers from taking any chances. I made my way through the darkened streets of the city back to my room at the Last Meal Tavern without incident. Once there, I logged out of the game and began to ponder. My original plan to move toward Yggdrasil, the World Tree, without drawing much attention to my character was unraveling. In my first 2 gaming sessions, I had barely made any headway. Now I had to choose between running east as fast as I could, abandoning all my affairs and the assignments I had accepted, or focusing on the current tasks and hoping that the Pink Foxes would rank among the top 5 teams. Speaking of which, where did we stand in the newbie contest? I checked the game forum and found the thread dedicated to the tournament. I was frankly upset to learn we were in 84th place, which meant the Pink Foxes had barely made it into the 90 teams still able to participate. Our team's average player level was 43. For comparison, the leading team, the Chinese Dragons, held an average level of 72 and boasted 9 players. The team in 80th place had an average level of 49. Tomorrow, the Pink Foxes would have to work hard to claw our way into the top 80 and avoid elimination. Afterward, it would only get tougher. We'd need to break into the top 70, then the top 60, then the top 50, and so on and so forth, competing against increasingly stronger teams every day. To be honest, though, it was hard to believe the Pink Foxes would succeed at all. Of all my teammates, only Grimm took the contest seriously, actively seeking to gain experience and level up. Miranissa, on the other hand, seemed more interested in fooling around and enjoying the game. Even during battles with praying mantises, she would occasionally drift away to pick flowers or chase butterflies. And Alice... Well, the underage girl was the weakest link on the team, though I had to admit her timely support as a healer was valuable from time to time. Should I just bail on this tournament and play solo? Then there was that untimely assignment involving Rhea Yuri. How on earth was I supposed to rescue my accidental acquaintance from the Steel Crown training camp filled with unfriendly NPCs? Storming the camp was not a viable option. Besides, even if I managed to reach Rhea Yuri, I'd likely find a female assassin who despised me and would probably try to kill me on sight. I didn't even want to think about the battle for the Beastmen's throne. What kind of crown prince was Dog if every ruler in every city merely saw him as a dangerous criminal to be eliminated? Caught in this indecision, I threw a towel over my shoulder and walked to the end of the hallway to wash up and prepare for bed. The hotel was surprisingly busy in the middle of the day, with many residents giving me curious looks. Although I hadn't forgotten the tag blocker this time, I still felt uncomfortable under all that scrutiny. I was jolted awake by a persistent knocking at the door. Who could possibly be looking for me at 3 p.m? Pulling back the blinds, I saw my neighbor, Albina, standing in the hallway. The young woman saw me through the window and waved.
"Let's go have lunch, Grigory."
Actually, why not? My stomach rumbled, reminding me that I was indeed hungry. I opened the door and greeted her, trying to stifle a yawn. "Let's hurry before the kitchen gets too crowded," Albina urged, taking my hand and leading me down the hall. We microwaved the leftover fish cakes, poured boiling water over instant mashed potatoes, and settled at an empty table. To my surprise, the kitchen was already bustling with people. The conversation felt a bit strained, but I couldn't help but notice that Albina had dressed up, done her hair, and put on makeup. Today, she looked like a young, attractive woman who matched her age instead of a lost, miserable old person, resigned to her fate and expecting nothing good from life. I complimented her, and to my astonishment, she revealed that she was celebrating her 35th birthday and that I was the only person keeping her company. "Sorry, I didn't know. I would have gotten you something."
"That's okay. I didn't—"
Albina paused mid-sentence, frowning as a child at the nearby table suddenly erupted into screams.
"Ugh, it's too loud in here. We can barely hear each other.
How about we take a walk in the park? But let's stop by my room first. I've got a bottle of champagne and a birthday cake waiting in the fridge." "Are you hitting on a poor student?" I joked. But as I met the woman's playful gaze, I realized that my joke might just hold a hint of truth. "What if I am?" Albina said, smiling. She stood up and gestured for me to follow her. The first thing Albina did upon entering her tiny pod hotel room was close the plastic blinds and securely lock the door behind us. Then, instead of getting the promised bottle of champagne and cake from the fridge, she slipped her shoulder straps off and let her dress fall to the floor. My gaze landed on her red lace panties and matching bra, perfectly accentuating the curves of the young, undeniably attractive woman. "What do you think?" Albina asked, raising her hands as she ruffled her curly red hair. She spun around so I could get a better look at her. The young woman's body was almost flawless. She had long legs, a slender figure, and appealing curves. The only aspect that marred the impression was a grotesque, half-faded tattoo on her right thigh, seemingly intended to conceal a long, uneven scar. Additionally, she was missing a couple of toes on her right foot, the little toe and the adjacent ring toe. However, those minor details did not detract from her overall allure. "Wow, you are gorgeous," I admitted, eager to shower her with more compliments. But Albina pressed her finger to my lips, signaling for silence. "Enough talk. The condoms are in the nightstand's top drawer. Get them before I turn off the lights, and try to be quiet. The walls here are very thin, and the neighbors are too nosy." There were only 2 condoms left in a pack of 12, which suggested that I wasn't the only one she had invited into her room. But honestly, I didn't care about that. Albina was revving like a cat in heat, impatient and passionate. I kept having to cover her mouth with a kiss because her voluptuous moans were too loud for the thin plastic walls to conceal. We were right in the middle of it when a suspicious noise behind the thin wall caught my attention. Someone was walking in the hallway. At first, I thought it might be our nosy neighbors eavesdropping, but then a series of muffled gunshots rang out from beyond the partition. There were 5 or 6 in total. Startled, Albina was about to scream, but I quickly covered her mouth with my hand and whispered for her to be quiet. Just then, I heard a dull thud as someone kicked in the flimsy door to my room, which was directly across the hall from the pod where Albina and I were. Whoever was in the hallway glanced into my room, made sure it was empty, then hurried away. I could hear footsteps retreating rapidly. It was only after about 3 minutes that I finally ventured out. The door to my pod had indeed been kicked in, and I could see 6 bullet holes in the plastic window. The killer had assumed the pod's occupant was lying on the bed and had aimed in that direction. Worst of all, I couldn't suppress a painful groan. My laptop on the bedside table had been shattered by gunfire. A quick glance confirmed it was beyond repair. I had lost my laptop and my only chance to use the game to reach Shadow Kane's treasure. "We need to call security," Albina said, wrapped in a sheet and cautiously peering into the hallway behind me. Better yet, let's call the cops. There's no need to involve the cops. But yes, we should contact security, I replied, pointing to the video camera mounted on the ceiling. They can check the recordings to identify the shooter. You can do that yourself, my red-headed neighbor informed me. The cameras are there for residents to use if they suspect theft or something like that. There's a terminal in the lobby near the entrance where anyone can view the recordings. Really? Encouraged by this news, I hurried to the terminal. To my relief, access was free. I found camera number 7 on the first floor and rewound the recording by 7 minutes. There he was, a young, skinny guy with short blonde hair, probably around 20 or 21 years old, walking slowly down the hall. He was wearing a white and blue sports suit and light-colored sneakers, with a metal earring in his left ear. The guy paused in front of my pod, glancing at the number on the door. Then he turned and shot an angry look toward Albina's room, where she and I were celebrating her birthday behind the locked door. He must have heard the noises coming from there. Looking around and seeing no one else in the hallway, the killer pulled a gun from under his shirt. Without a silencer, with an elongated barrel, large ergonomic grip, and mounted laser sight, the weapon appeared more suited for target practice than combat, but it was still more than capable of killing a person. Spreading his legs apart, the shooter fired 6 shots. He then kicked in the door and peered inside, gun in hand, ready to finish what he had started. But instead of entering the room, he put the gun away and fled toward the exit. According to another camera positioned at the hotel entrance, my would-be killer quickly left the building. I had never seen this guy before, and he certainly wasn't affiliated with my former company. The killer hadn't searched my room, which indicated he hadn't been interested in my belongings, my laptop, or the stolen tag blocker. He had come specifically for me. But how had he managed to track me down? The only explanation I could think of was that one of the hotel residents had identified me when I'd carelessly left my room without the tag blocker. Someone with a visor must have read my real data, and, after finding out I was wanted, passed the information to the interested party in hopes of a reward. Even though the killer hadn't succeeded, it was no longer safe for me to stay in the pod hotel. I had to leave immediately. "Do you know him?" I nearly jumped at the sudden voice next to my ear. It was just Albina. My neighbor had gotten dressed and was studying the still image of the killer who had come for me. "No, I've never seen him before." "Me neither. I definitely remember such a handsome guy. But you don't seem very surprised, Grigori. And you don't want to call the cops. Were you expecting something like this?" I nodded silently, hesitant to share the details of my life with someone I barely knew. Who knows? Maybe Albina was the one who had given me away? What if she had used the reward to buy herself a new dress, but changed her mind at the last minute and decided to save me instead? Albina's profile information was private, so I couldn't look up her data or verify her actual birthday. It didn't matter, though. I wasn't planning to stay at the hotel any longer. I returned to my room and quickly stuffed all my belongings into my bag, including my damaged laptop. The last thing I needed was for my enemies to find it, access the hard drive, and uncover details about my game in Celestial Blades or even my new character's name. "Leaving already, Grigori? Aren't you worried the killer's going to get you on your way out of the hotel?" Albina asked as she leaned against the door, smoking a cigarette, not even bothering to tape up the smoke detector. "If I were the killer, that's exactly what I would do. You weren't in your pod, so it makes sense to wait for you near the building. The killer thinks you'll be back soon, that you're unaware of the attempt on your life and don't suspect a thing." Crap, she was right. The most logical move for the killer would be to ambush me at the hotel entrance. I had almost made a fatal mistake. What was I supposed to do? "Is there another exit here?" "I guess you could use the fire escape to get down to the courtyard," Albina replied, blowing a stream of thick white smoke at the ceiling. "But you'll draw a crowd if you go that way. Plus, how are you going to get out of the courtyard, Grisha? The gate is locked. Are you going to ask security to unlock it for you?" I knew that wasn't an option. Security wouldn't unlock the back gate for me, and they'd probably call the police if I asked. The main entrance was out of the question, too. Was this really a dead end?
We need to disguise you. Wait here, Grigori. I'll be quick.
Albina stubbed out her cigarette against the wall and marched purposefully toward the kitchen. She returned in less than 2 minutes, wheeling in a wheelchair with a blanket and a dirty, dark hoodie on it.
I borrowed it from our one-legged sailor, the redhead explained, pointing to the wheelchair. I wanted to give him some money, but Anton was already wasted. He won't crawl out of his room until later tonight, so I'll get the wheelchair back to him by then. He won't even notice it's missing. Why are you standing there? Put the hoodie on and get in.
I quickly pulled the sweaty, greasy hoodie over my head, letting the hood fall down over my face, and sank into the wheelchair. Albina tossed the blanket over my lap, glanced at me, and winced.
Take off your visor. It doesn't fit here. Here, put on my glasses, she said, disappearing into her room.
She emerged a moment later with a pair of dark sunglasses. They were women's, but I wasn't in a position to be picky. Albina changed too, entirely unfazed by my presence. She removed her beautiful dress, underneath she was completely naked, and put on her usual worn-out t-shirt and an unremarkable knee-length gray skirt.
What are you staring at? Now is not the time to fool around, she snapped.
I quickly looked away. The young woman adjusted the blanket on my lap, grabbed the wheelchair handles, and wheeled me out of the hotel. Leaving the hotel was nerve-wracking, but the streets outside were completely deserted. Not a single person was in sight as I scanned both the road and the nearby park. We turned left onto a side street and moved cautiously down it. At first, Albina walked in silence, but then she asked if I had a place to stay in Moscow. I shrugged in response. I still hadn't decided whether to trust my casual friend or get up from the wheelchair and walk away. "Who stayed in my room before me?" I asked, clinging to the false hope that the killer hadn't come for me.
You think he got the wrong address? The redhead chuckled nervously. I wouldn't count on that if I were you. Before you, the room is occupied by a very nice man with the rare name of Sviatogor. A handsome guy, an athlete, a true Apollo. He was a cab driver who got caught up in the mass layoffs when cab companies switched to self-driving cars. But thanks to his good looks, Sviatogor quickly found another job. I heard he became a personal driver for a politician. The elite consider it a shame to rely on a soulless robot instead of a real person. And before him, there was a refugee from France, a Catholic priest who fled the country before Islamic radicals took power. But he only stayed a week before moving somewhere else.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the killer was after a cab driver or a priest. I had to accept that it wasn't an accident and that the killer had been searching for me. But why had Albina asked about my accommodations in Moscow? I decided to ask for clarification.
I've got an old friend from music school, the woman replied,
hesitating as if unsure about revealing too much.
About 15 years ago, we even dated, but it never got serious. He's one of the few who didn't cut ties with me after my life took a turn for the worse and I ended up in prison. He's got an apartment nearby. Whenever he goes out of town or on a business trip, he asks me to house sit, water the flowers, feed the cat. He even pays me for it. It's not much, but every penny counts in my situation.
I remained silent, genuinely intrigued by the offer. A place to hide from pursuers. Not a cheap pod hotel where I could be easily found, but a random spot where no one would think to look for me.
The apartment will be empty for 2 more days. You can crash there if you don't have anywhere else to hide. I trust you won't steal or break anything, but if he finds out I invited a stranger into his apartment, let alone let him stay there, he'll kill me. So try to be quiet and keep a low profile. You'll need to leave the day after tomorrow. Make sure everything is just as it was and remove all traces of you staying there. What do you say, Grigori?
Why are you helping me? I responded with a question. The woman behind me sighed heavily. I guess because I just never learn and keep helping people in need, even though I've been burned more than once. Want to hear about the second time I went to prison? It was a very similar situation. I decided to help someone I barely knew out of kindness. I didn't answer, and Albina didn't elaborate. We took another side street, past a memorial for the victims of the second pandemic, and turned into a small park. Albina stopped, sat down on a bench, and turned to face me. It's not far from here, about a quarter of a mile. So what do you think, Grigori? Do you want to stay at my friend's apartment for 2 days? Yes, I'll stay. I promise to be as careful as possible, I said, finally making up my mind. I'll even pay you for your help, though not now, but when I get my money out of a tricky bank vault. 25,000 units, maybe even 50,000 if everything goes well. The redhead snorted in disbelief, as if I were talking nonsense. But I didn't let her doubts bother me. I didn't want to explain the complicated details of my financial situation to try and convince her. Before we head to your friend's apartment, I really need to stop by one place. No, nothing criminal, I added quickly when I saw Albina's grimace. It's my apartment. I just need to grab some of my stuff. I'll be honest, it's risky since my enemies know my address, but I have no other choice. Besides, with this disguise, I gestured to the wheelchair and my outfit. Even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. Albina sighed heavily, but then rose from the bench, pulled up her skirt that had slipped down without a proper strap or belt, and grabbed the wheelchair's handles. I've got a feeling I'm going to regret my decision to help someone again. But okay, I'm in. For that kind of money, it's worth the risk. Show me the way, Grigori. Chapter 22. The Old Apartment. The apartment I was renting was too far away to get to in a reasonable time using a wheelchair. And taking the free subway for people with disabilities was out of the question for a simple reason. At the entrance to the station, a guard robot would request my medical card to verify my identity against the city-wide database. I could have fabricated something if I had enough time and access to the network. Having once helped set up the Moscow Social Services database, I understood how the server security was set up, how to bypass it, and what steps to take once inside the system. However, I couldn't risk doing that in front of Albina. My casual friend would undoubtedly question my actions, and any explanations would shatter my carefully constructed persona as an ordinary Kyrgyz student, a story that was already falling apart. Ultimately, I opted to call a vehicle equipped with a wheelchair lift. The navigator robot activated its white and yellow warning lights and signals, patiently waiting for Albina to figure out the lift and help load me and my wheelchair into the cabin. I paid for the ride and entered the address of a building adjacent to mine into the GPS, so that Albina and I could assess the situation. The fare was relatively cheap, almost 4 times cheaper than that of a regular automated cab, though it still took a chunk out of my meager budget. I haven't been in a cab for like 8 years, my companion exclaimed, her eyes wide with enthusiasm as she marveled at the sprawling megalopolis around us. The downtown area was teeming with skyscrapers reaching for the sky, with new towers sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. The high-speed highway was congested with cars owned by the elite with A0 social status, all hurrying to their destinations. We wasted about 40 minutes stuck in the usual 24-hour traffic jam along the banks of the Moskva River. Finally, our ride came to an end. We disembarked and sent the cab away. In front of my building stood a cargo van, and new residents were unloading furniture wrapped in bubble wrap. It was a common sight, but today, everything seemed to set me on edge, especially the commotion at the entrance. Though my disguise was good, I could hardly recognize myself in a mirrored storefront. I felt the need to enhance it a bit. I handed Albina some money, pointed to a nearby grocery store, and asked her to pick up a loaf of bread, a carton of milk, a package of cheap pasta, and a pack of hamburgers containing at least some real meat. I needed the food so I wouldn't have to go out tomorrow. None of the new residents or movers even glanced at the man in the wheelchair with a bag of groceries on his lap or his helper. However, I did notice a video camera above the entrance, and that made me uneasy. No personal identification software would recognize me in my current state, with the hood pulled low over my face and dark sunglasses shielding my eyes. But Albina would undoubtedly be identified if the police so desired, and finding her would be a matter of seconds. The police were skilled at interrogation and would quickly find out about her friend's apartment. The only small comfort was that the corporation hadn't reported the theft of the tag blocker, and I wasn't on the Fed's wanted list, so the cops weren't actively looking for us. Still, I had to ensure our safety before leaving. That simple camera stored data internally on the device itself instead of transmitting it online in real time. I would need to find a way to access the camera, remove the storage component, and destroy it. "Fourth floor," I said, pointing to the elevator panel. My companion pressed the button. As luck would have it, the passenger elevator was extremely slow. The freight elevator was occupied. The new residents were busy loading furniture into it, and the wheelchair wouldn't fit. Finally, the passenger elevator arrived about 8 minutes later. A guy and a girl hurried out, adjusting their clothes and avoiding eye contact with Albina and me. I felt for them, but their decision to give in to passion in the elevator, when every minute counted, was certainly poorly timed.
"By the way, Grigori," Albina said as we stepped into the elevator, "those lovebirds reminded me that we still have some unfinished business. You still owe me."
I nodded in silent acknowledgement. At last, we reached the 4th floor. A notice was taped to the door of my rental apartment, stating that the tenant needed to pay next month's rent as soon as possible, or the lease would be terminated. I ripped it off the door, crumpled the paper in my hand, and shoved it into my pocket. Then I unlocked the door and turned to my companion, who was still smiling after encountering the amorous teens. "Albina, wait for me in the hallway. I'll be quick. I'm just going to grab my things and then we'll leave." I hesitated to be the first one to enter the apartment, but I also didn't want to let my companion in. On the wall of my bedroom, near my computer desk, was a collection of beautifully framed certificates, each representing the successful completion of numerous training courses. And all these certificates had been obtained under a name she was better off not knowing for her own safety. Someone had definitely been here. I noticed right away, not only because the lights were still on, but also because of a few other subtle signs. There were no slippers by the front door, even though I always left them in the hallway when I changed into my shoes. My jacket was hanging on the wrong hook on the coat rack. Someone had taken it off and rummaged through the pockets. The top drawer of the stand wasn't closed all the way. I'd never tolerated such carelessness. But it wasn't just that. Lying in a pool of blood under my computer desk was a dead man with 3 gunshot wounds in his back. Moreover, I immediately recognized who it was. One of the computer technicians from my previous job. The uniform he wore had the company logo on it. Beside his unnaturally twisted arm lay a Phillips screwdriver. What had happened here? My heart raced so intensely that I felt it might break through my ribs. I wanted nothing more than to turn around and flee from the scene. Yet I found the strength to compose myself and focus on what I had come here for. I desperately needed my computer. The cash stashed in my desk drawer would also come in handy. There wasn't much left, just 2 50-unit notes. But in my current dire situation, even such a small amount mattered, as long as the money was still there. Nervous, I opened the desk drawer, and there it was. None of the uninvited guests had taken my money. I quickly tucked the bills into my wallet. Next, I grabbed a computer screen wipe and used it to extract the dead man's wallet from his pants pocket. "So, what have you got here?" It wasn't much, just a few crumpled small bills. I left one inside, transferred the rest into my wallet, and returned the technician's wallet to his pocket. I couldn't help but wonder what the technician had been doing in my apartment. Clearly, the corporation's management had sent him for a specific purpose. Why had he crawled under the desk, and what had he been doing with a screwdriver in hand? Most likely, he had intended to plant a tracking device in the computer. At my previous job, we had developed multifunctional spying devices that could detect when a computer was activated and transmit coordinates, keystrokes, and even the websites visited by the person being watched. I rummaged through the technician's pockets, but found no bug. It was likely already installed in the computer, probably within the power supply or the motherboard. Turning on the computer in Albina's friend's apartment would essentially notify the corporation's security officers of my new location. Beneath the desk, I spotted a brass pistol shell casing. I picked it up for a closer look. It came from a 9mm, a formidable weapon. It struck me as odd that the gunshots hadn't spurred the neighbors to call the police. Most likely, the gun had a silencer. Whoever had killed the technician in my apartment hadn't used the same small-caliber target pistol that had been fired at my hotel pod. Did that mean another killer was after me? Someone had found my address, quietly opened the front door, and taken out whomever they encountered in the apartment. The technician had been seated on the floor, facing away from the entrance, so the killer could have easily mistaken him for me. Moreover, this had occurred not long ago. The blood had thickened, but had yet to dry completely. It must have been 2 or 3 hours ago, no more than that. On a sudden impulse, I carefully took the dead man by the wrist with the screen wipe, dipped his index finger into the thick, dark blood, and scribbled on the wall beneath the desk. It was Gleb Slepakov. This was partly true. If it hadn't been for my best friend, Gleb Slepakov, who had betrayed me by revealing the true identity of the player behind Shadow Kane to the killers, none of this would have happened. Gleb's treachery was going to cost him dearly. Soon, the technician's dead body would be discovered, the blood-stained message on the wall would be read, and the traitor would find himself in serious trouble. Crap! I hit my head on the desk while trying to crawl out from underneath it, and in the process, I accidentally woke up the computer. If I was right, and it wasn't just my paranoia, the bug had just transmitted information about the wanted tenant visiting the apartment. This was bad, very bad. I hadn't bothered to password protect my home computer since no one else lived in the apartment, so the screen displayed the browser tab I had last viewed before leaving for my previous job. My inbox was open. Aside from a few emails that had arrived in my personal mailbox during my absence, there was a message in Shadow Kane's in-game mail, which came as a complete surprise. It was odd that the mailbox of my deleted character was operational again, and that emails were coming through. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate further. The corporation's security officers had received a signal from the tracking device and were undoubtedly on their way. I quickly pulled out all the computer cables and stuffed them into a plastic bag, along with a small toolbox and a motherboard from my old computer. I figured I would use it instead of the motherboard I had used to play as Shadow Kane, to prevent any connection to my new character, Dog of the Forgotten Pack. After that, I tossed the system unit and a heavy, uninterruptible power supply into my gym bag. I had bought the UPS to protect myself from getting disconnected during gameplay. A few times, it had saved my character when the power had gone out in my apartment. The UPS was pricey and fairly new, and I could easily sell it online for at least 150 units. Maybe even 200. The monitor wouldn't fit in the gym bag, so I had to carry it separately. "All right, let's go," I told Albina as I wheeled the wheelchair into the hallway. We called the elevator, and as it slowly made its way to us, I hid the monitor on the cargo space beneath the wheelchair. The system unit fit in there too, but I had to hold the heavy 17-pound UPS on my lap. I threw the blanket over my lap, put on my sunglasses, and went back to pretending to be a person with limited mobility. Just then, a beep announced that the elevator had arrived. The doors slid open and there stood the killer in the tracksuit, the very one who had shot at my hotel room. I had to give Albina credit. She didn't scream or flinch, even though she must have instantly recognized the guy from the hotel's security cameras. She slowly pushed the wheelchair through the open doors and into the elevator. The guy stepped aside to let the disabled individual and his helper pass. At that moment, the killer lost any interest in us, turning away to scan the hallway and seemingly read the numbers on the apartment doors. What a grave mistake on his part. I threw back the blanket, stood up, and swung the heavy metal UPS filled with lead plates as hard as I could, striking the would-be killer over the head. He collapsed to the ground, his tracksuit hood flying off, revealing his short blonde hair. I quickly swapped my sunglasses for the visor to get a better look at the person I had just knocked out. Albert Jankowskis, 22 years old, A1 social status, Master of Sports in target pistol shooting, 2-time medalist of the Moscow Open Sport Shooting Championship. Albert seemed like a relatively successful young man with an excellent social status, just a step below the highest tier. He looked nothing like the typical criminal killer depicted in comic books and movies. In fact, he was somewhat skinny, clearly not the type to excel in hand-to-hand combat or frequent the gym. Had he accepted a contract hit on me by accident? Or maybe one of his friends had spotted me at the hotel and offered the marksman a chance to make some quick cash on the side. But how had he found the address of the apartment I was renting? "You killed him!" Albina blurted out, her voice filled with horror as she covered her mouth with her hand, desperately trying to stifle her scream. "No, don't worry, I just knocked him out." I really wanted to believe that myself, even though the wet, red spot on the guy's head and the pool of blood on the concrete suggested otherwise. "But why?" my companion exclaimed, nearly in hysteria. "We could have just left. He didn't even look at us." "Because I like to hunt those who hunt me." I couldn't tell if the ominous words were coming from me or if it was Shadow Kane and Dog of the Forgotten Pack who were talking, but they were undeniably convincing. At least Albina had run out of questions. I unbuttoned the jacket of the 2-time medalist and pulled the familiar target pistol with its heavy grip and long barrel from the holster. Tucking it under my belt, I took the screen wipe from my pocket and retrieved the guy's wallet. Unfortunately, the shooter didn't carry cash. There wasn't a single bill on him. Instead, the wallet contained only plastic cards, and the name on them matched the data displayed on my visor. There was nothing more to do here, so we hurried to the elevator. The new residents had finished unloading their belongings, and the entrance to the building was empty. Albina didn't argue when I cut the wires of the intercom and video camera with wire cutters, and then asked her to hold the wheelchair. Standing up to my full height in the wheelchair, I reached up and opened the video camera case. I pulled out a small memory chip, crushed it with the wire cutters, and put the fragments into my pocket. "It's better this way," I explained my actions to Albina, who nodded in response. The apartment that Albina took me to met all my requests. With just one tiny bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom, it was very modest and came with a mischievous Bengal cat that wouldn't stop hissing at me. However, it had thick curtains on the windows, a refrigerator, an electric stove, and, most importantly, high-speed internet. Predictably, I had to pay Albina with sex for her help in finding shelter and everything else she did for me, but I couldn't say I had a problem with this form of payment. Clearly, all the tension that had built up over the past few days needed to be released. I must have shown my red-headed lover all the wonders of lovemaking, because she definitely wasn't disappointed. "I'll come back for the rent tomorrow," Albina promised with a happy smile, sitting in front of me in a chair with only a towel wrapped around her wet hair after her shower. "Why put off until tomorrow something that can be done today? I'd be happy to pay you in advance for the next day, especially since it's your birthday. We should keep celebrating." I tried to hug her, but she deftly wriggled out of my embrace. "No, Grisha, that's enough for today. You're awesome, but I have guests coming over tonight. I still need to get ready and return the wheelchair." I didn't argue, especially since I also needed to prepare for a new gaming session. As soon as Albina left, I disassembled the computer case on the dining table and carefully examined the insides. I knew it. The bug was hidden in the power supply unit, an inconspicuous device that looked a lot like a silver Phillips head screw. I took it out and destroyed it with pliers. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find anything else suspicious. But that didn't mean there weren't any more bugs. They were usually attached to the motherboard, and distinguishing a spying device from a capacitor or a screw was extremely difficult. Fortunately, I had planned to replace the motherboard anyway. Each one had a unique number used for user identification. The appearance of the same device that the permanently banned Shadow Kane had previously used to log into Shattered Empire Online would raise a lot of questions for Dog of the Forgotten Pack. Then I started reassembling the computer. I replaced the motherboard, connected all the parts and wires, formatted the hard drive, and installed a free operating system along with all the utilities I needed to run it. After running some tests, I fixed a graphics bug and began downloading Celestial Blades. I fed the smug cat and even cleaned his litter box. It was disgusting, but I had promised Albina to keep the apartment tidy. Then I checked the game forum for updates on the newbie contest. The Pink Foxes were still in, but our team was losing popularity by the hour. The favorites had completely shifted, and our goal was to at least avoid elimination from the tournament the following day. I also checked my email using an anonymizer to mask my IP address. I found a message from the owner of the apartment I was renting, stating that I was 2 days late with the rent and that he wouldn't tolerate it any longer. Alongside that, there were 3 frustrated letters from my former employer demanding that I turn myself in immediately and return the stolen tag blocker. Each letter escalated in tone, growing increasingly threatening and promising harsher repercussions, including turning me over to law enforcement. Huh, as if that would scare me. I had at least 2 hitmen chasing after me. There was a dead guy with holes in his back in my old apartment and possibly another dead one in the hallway. My hotel pod had been shot at 6 times today, and they thought the police would frighten me? So naive. On the other hand, the letter to Shadow Kane's in-game email did not disappoint. No, it wasn't about the unjust ban being lifted or my character being reinstated, as I had hoped, but it was still intriguing. A well-known reporter who covered popular games and high-profile gaming events reached out, offering to interview the player behind the assassin human. Ideally, he preferred to do this over a video call, but he was also fine if I answered his questions in writing. He even promised to pay handsomely for my answers in whichever way was most convenient for me. In my financial predicament, this was a timely lifeline thrown my way that would help keep me afloat. I promptly replied to the reporter, saying that I was ready for the interview and waiting for his list of questions. Afterward, I ate the food I had brought with me. The hamburgers Albina had picked up turned out to be a cheap soy imitation of real meat. Even the cat turned its nose up at the disgusting offering. But the rest wasn't bad. I got undressed, set my alarm for 11:30 p.m., and fell asleep, preparing for a new gaming session where the Pink Foxes would have to go the extra mile to have a chance in the tournament. I had a strange dream, chaotic and nonsensical yet undeniably disturbing. Ria Yuri, the she-wolf, was chasing me through the streets of Moscow, a target pistol clutched in her paws. Dog of the Forgotten Pack was having wild sex with a drunken Misty Yuri. That seemed like it was purely a fabrication of my subconscious. Shadow Kane was fighting with an invisible assassin. The Moscow police were pursuing all of the above characters. And finally, I was jumping out of a skyscraper window while 3 bullets struck me in the back. I jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sticky sweat, before the alarm even went off. At first, I didn't realize what had awakened me. But then my gaze landed on the remote for the programmer I had used to set up the tag blocker. It buzzed and vibrated softly, signaling a significant change in my status. I checked it, and my stomach dropped as I noted that the social status of the real me had just plummeted to a D, marking me as a dangerous, wanted criminal. I had anticipated this after stealing the tag blocker from the company's warehouse, but I had hoped it wouldn't happen for a few more days. Furthermore, I was both confused and outraged by the additional note meant for law enforcement. Armed and extremely dangerous, accused of murdering 2 people. It seemed I had hit the blonde too hard, and he hadn't made it. I had already cleaned up the blood off the UPS and listed it for sale online. But why were they claiming I'd murdered 2 people? Who was the second victim? Had they really just accused me of shooting the technician in my apartment? So the bloody writing I had scrawled on the wall hadn't thrown the investigators off the trail. A double murder. They certainly wouldn't go easy on me. It appeared that all my previous misadventures were merely a warm-up for the real trouble ahead. Now they would start to search for me in earnest. The state, the corporation, Mexican drug cartel hitmen, and anyone interested in collecting the bounty on the player behind Shadow Kane. How quickly would they discover my former residence at the Pod Hotel and track down my neighbor? Albina was the most important link in this entire story. Once they found her, and she cracked, my pursuers would know everything about me, my new fake name, and where I was staying for the next 2 days. However, how quickly they would locate Albina depended on who the blonde guy was that I had apparently murdered. If he was just a target shooter who had accepted a hit contract based on a friend's advice, he might never be discovered. Yet I didn't truly believe that such a favorable outcome, for me, was possible. Should I leave the apartment immediately? Or did I have a day to spare? If I had time, I needed to enter the Celestial Blades game world, where the Khajiit captain was waiting to discuss something with Dog of the Forgotten Pack. I walked over to the window and pulled the curtain back, gazing out at the city at night, illuminated by thousands of bright lights. The sight was calming. On the dusty windowsill, I spotted a small coin from an ancient era, before the widespread transition from national currencies to universally accepted units. I tossed it into the air and caught it in my closed fist. I decided that if I got heads, I would use the programmer to change my data again, pack my things, and leave immediately in search of a new home. If I got tails, I'd remain here in this relatively safe shelter for at least another day. Anxious, I unclenched my fist and looked at the coin. I got tails. With a heavy sigh, I started the game. In the virtual world, there was still a slight chance for me to navigate all the perils that had befallen me unscathed. Chapter 23. A 5th team member. Now, this was a completely different experience. It was like night and day. Over the past few days, I had grown accustomed to in-game lags and poor image quality caused by my weak laptop. So I couldn't be happier that Celestial Blades ran seamlessly, even with the graphics settings cranked up to the max. The quaint, dark streets of a medieval town. The city gates, open despite the early hour, flanked by 2 NPCs standing guard. The forest, damp from the recent rain, with the gloomy sky reflected in the silver droplets clinging to the tree leaves. The morning fog. The singing of early birds. A hare darting across the road right in front of me. Everything felt very realistic. The game world was convincingly alive, inviting me to dive headfirst into it. If I had the CyberGo 3 cybernetic connector on the back of my head, I could have sensed smells, felt the texture and temperature of objects, and even enjoyed the taste of food and drinks. Not to mention that they claimed that full immersion in the virtual world could make sensations, like sex with virtual characters, indistinguishable from reality. I sharply brushed that thought aside. The real world was more than enough for me in that respect, and I was looking forward to seeing Albina again. All this was wonderful, of course, but where was the captain of the city guard who had arranged to meet me? I had walked the road from the gates of Wolves Mines to the hot springs and back twice, yet the one-eyed Khajiit was nowhere to be found. Finally, a shadow shifted from behind the trunk of a tree lining the roadside, and a familiar figure wrapped in a gray cloak emerged onto the road.
"I had to make sure you weren't being followed,"
the stern captain stated in a hoarse voice, skipping the usual greeting or an apology for being late.
"Are you ready to hear my offer?"
I nodded silently, uncertain whether the Khajiit himself wasn't being followed. One of the branches behind him swayed suspiciously in the stillness, and my in-game assistant, Vigi, kept looking at the bushes worriedly. Although the pixie didn't sound the alarm, her range for detecting hidden opponents was quite limited. Her alertness didn't go unnoticed by me. Of course, it could simply have been a drop falling from a leaf that caused the branch to sway, but I couldn't rule out the possibility that my acquaintance had accomplices guarding him or, conversely, enemies watching his every move. To dispel my suspicions, I allocated 5 of my 6 available stat points to perception, bringing it up to 20. Then I immediately invested the last available point into agility, which was an essential stat for Dog, given his lack of armor. Admittedly, I would have liked to have more than 55 points in it. I knew it! 4 city guards were hiding among the thick bushes. I was pretty sure I had seen them among the one-eyed cat's subordinates. They were either there to guard their commander during negotiations with the dangerous executioner or, perhaps, to spy on him. Meanwhile, the Khajiit, whose name, Sneaky Puss, barely inspired confidence, began recounting his story. According to him, he was stuck in his current position as a captain with no prospects for advancement. The city of Wolves' Mines was primarily inhabited by half-beasts, with half-wolves comprising the vast majority. A half-wolf named Snarl the Sharptooth ruled the city, and his kin occupied all of the key positions in the city administration. Half-wolf priests served at the local temple of the Wolf Mother, and 2/3 of the city guards were also wolves. The only significant position open to an outsider, as per an unspoken agreement between the half-wolves and the other races, was that of the chief of the city guard. This position had been held by an old hippo named Plop for a quarter of a century. Although he had once attempted to fight crime in Wolves' Mines, he had, in recent years, actually become a participant in it. Corruption had flourished under Plop's watch. All merchants and artisans were forced to pay a tax to the chief of the guard. Those who refused or dared to lodge complaints simply vanished without a trace. Criminals often earned their freedom through bribes, while honest guards who arrested them lost their jobs, and their families lost their homes. Sneaky Puss felt it was high time for his boss to retire and for a younger, more deserving candidate to take over.
"Do you understand why I'm telling you all this?"
the one-eyed Khajiit asked before getting to the point. I get the gist. The corrupt Plop needs to disappear quietly. But why choose me?
Because you're an outsider, Dog. Plop is widely disliked in the city and has plenty of enemies. You have no prior conflicts with him or reason to be at odds. If something were to happen to the chief of the city guard, no one would suspect you. Besides, you are a formidable mercenary who knows how to wield a sword and won't hesitate to shed blood for gold.
The sinister reputation, 1 of 4 in-game assignment, has been completed. 1,350 XP received. New territories unlocked. The boathouse and the jail of the city of Wolves' Mines. What about those 4? I asked, nodding toward the suspicious bushes. Are they going to cut my throat as soon as I complete the assignment to get rid of the unwanted witness? If the Khajiit felt any embarrassment at the discovery of his accomplices, it was completely masked by the impudent expression on his whiskered face.
"No, my friends will be promoted once Plop is overthrown. They are genuinely invested in your success and are willing to help. The chief of the city guard is an experienced fighter, but 5 of you should be able to handle him." I politely declined the offer for reinforcements. It was wiser to act alone than to risk unreliable partners who might stab me in the back at any moment. Sneaky Puss didn't insist and began to share the details of the assignment. "Old Plop is an avid fisherman. When the weather turns bad,
He always heads to the distant lake near the boathouse to fish early in the morning. He's out there right now. If the hippo doesn't make it back to town today, well, you'll gain a trusted patron in Wolves' Mines who will always put in a good word for you. If you're interested, I could find you a position within the city guard and even train you myself. I've learned a few things during my years of wandering, and I'd be happy to share that knowledge with you. Here's a down payment." With those words, Sneaky Puss handed me a rather heavy pouch. To my surprise, it wasn't filled with coins, as I had expected, but, rather, contained a bronze statuette of a she-wolf nursing her cubs. "This was recently stolen from the city temple. If you return it, you'll earn the blessing of the priests of the Wolf Mother and a generous reward." In-game assignment available. A sinister reputation, 2 of 4. Class uncommon. Class-based. Series. Description: the chief of the city guard, Plop, must not return from his fishing trip to the distant lake. Reward: 2,500 XP, 1 free skill point. I didn't like the situation. The assignment felt like a setup. Moreover, there was hardly any experience offered for eliminating the chief of the city guard, and there was no gold promised. But the skill point, that was priceless. A rare opportunity to significantly upgrade my character. Experienced players would never pass up an assignment with such a reward. As for the contract kill, that didn't bother me. I had committed worse acts for an extra skill point before, so I told the one-eyed Khajiit I'd take the job. "Excellent. I'll be waiting for you at the city gates, dog." Sneaky Puss adjusted his hood and vanished into the damp morning forest along with his accomplices. The fog over the distant lake was so thick that it obscured everything beyond 3 or 4 paces. There were plenty of fishermen on the shore, but they were mostly NPCs from the nearby fishing village. I spotted Plop perched on a folding chair on the pier, a fishing rod in his paws. The chief of the city guard was a large elderly beast man, a level 45 fighter. He carried no weapons and wore only a leather vest and oversized shorts that clung to his thick waist. A few crucian carp splashed around in a bucket by his feet. The city guard chief was fishing alone, well away from the others. The villagers clearly feared approaching him, wary of incurring the wrath of such an important official. All the better for me. The fog would mask what was transpiring and muffle any sounds of combat. "Getting any bites?" I asked the hippo quietly and politely, but all I received in return was a muffled curse through clenched teeth, followed by a rather unkind request for me to get lost. "I will, once I'm done here," I replied as I thrust my sharp claws into the back of the hippo's massive neck with all my might. Claws skill has been upgraded to level 37. Plop was not so much scared as he was astonished by the sheer audacity of his attacker. He tried to stand up to his full, enormous height to deliver a stern punishment, but his legs refused to cooperate, leaving the hippo helplessly seated in the folding chair.
"I will crush you, worm! I don't understand. What did you do to me, you flea bag?"
The hippo wheezed, growing more numb by the second and puzzled by his inability to move. With every word spoken, a cloudy gray foam spilled from the mouth of the city guard chief. I replied readily as I started to wind a massive chain from a large nearby boat, which had a heavy boulder tied to it instead of an anchor, around the hippo's neck. "I just delivered a crippling blow straight to your spine. You're now paralyzed from the neck down." I had a smear of crushed blue toadstools on each of my claws. The alchemist in town had once crafted a paralyzing elixir from these mushrooms right in front of me, so I learned the recipe. There are plenty of these toadstools growing in the area, and just for you, I used my free skill point to add the shock specialization to my claws. The effect isn't very strong yet. It only stuns the victim with air magic for a second or two, but it's a great addition. Plop said nothing and began to fall to the side. I let his body hit the ground and landed a calculated blow to his neck with the claws of my left paw. Then, to finish the job, I added a few more blows and even opened the edges of the terrible wound wider to pour in the rest of the poison from a birch bark envelope. The hippo could no longer speak due to paralysis and the foam coming out of his mouth. He seemed to be dying. Claw's skill has been upgraded to level 38. I didn't want to risk leaving his body on the pier, so I pushed it into the water. Hippos, known as aquatic creatures, were said to be capable of spending long periods submerged underwater. However, even they needed to breathe, and it would be incredibly difficult for one to surface while paralyzed with stiff legs, and especially with a massive weight dragging you down by your neck. I sat on the shore for about 4 minutes before bubbles started to appear on the surface. In-game messages then confirmed that the chief of the city guard wouldn't be returning from his fishing trip. 141,500 XP received. Character level 53 reached. 3 free stat points received. In-game assignment updated. A sinister reputation, 2 of 4. Meet the city guard captain named Sneaky Puss near the city gate and report the completion of the assignment. Reward, 2,500 XP, 1 free skill point. Did I feel any remorse? Not in the slightest. It wasn't that I had seen numerous confirmations of the Khajiit's claims regarding the corruption of Plop and his subordinates in Wolves' minds with my own eyes, or that I had noticed how the members of the underworld acted with impunity, and how the guards were unwilling to restore order in the city. It was simply another quest that the game had offered to my character, and I had just completed it. At first glance, the assignment had appeared straightforward, but it all depended on one's perspective. With my extensive experience completing similar tasks as an assassin, I had a general sense of what to expect. The idea of drowning the city guard chief had struck me during my conversation with Sneaky Puss. All the in-game clues had pointed toward this being the way to complete the quest, and the heavy anchor chain just 3 steps away from the hippo had only confirmed my hunch. However, if I hadn't prepared, the situation would likely have caused quite a commotion, drawing the fishermen to the scene. Then I would either have to run as far away from the city as possible, abandoning my teammates, or kill all the peaceful NPCs and become a crazed butcher that only degenerates would play as. There was, after all, a fundamental difference between a skilled assassin gracefully eliminating his target without others around him noticing, and a scumbag with an assault rifle breaking into a kindergarten and shooting defenseless children. However, I felt that the experience gained from defeating such a dangerous opponent wasn't sufficient. If I remembered correctly, I had earned roughly the same amount for taking down the last of the shaman's 4 sons, even though the half-wolf had been 5 levels below Plop, and I hadn't benefited from the 25% XP bonus for all the kills that the executioner class enjoyed in the game. On the other hand, Dog had been quite weak back then, but had since significantly upgraded and leveled up. After all, the experience gained from defeating weaker creatures was calculated using a reduction factor based on the difference in levels. Whatever. I decided not to bother with the complicated math and started packing instead. First, I cleaned my claws thoroughly with water and wiped them with a bundle of grass to remove any traces of poison. Then I checked the pier and the shore for any wolf prints I might have left behind, released the crucian carp from the bucket back into the lake, and headed off to town. "Dog, you are under arrest on suspicion of murder!" Sneaky Puss's voice rang out from behind my character the moment he stepped through the city gates. I was suddenly surrounded by a dozen guards who seemed to appear out of nowhere, their sharp spears pointed at Dog's chest and back. Their bared teeth signaled that the guards were determined and would not think twice if I disobeyed. Well, I had a feeling that something was off about this assignment, and I had been bracing myself for some treachery from my shady hirer. As it turned out, my instincts were right. That was exactly what had happened. I held my empty paws up as I slowly turned to face Sneaky Puss, looking around and frantically trying to figure out my next move. Should I accept the challenge? Double jump straight up and then make a quick dash to either the fortress wall or the roof of a nearby house? Escaping from the guards trying to apprehend me was certainly possible, though I had spotted Misty Yuri lurking on a nearby rooftop, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Crap. The steel-crowned spy was the last thing I needed right now. Misty wouldn't let Dog get away, and attempting to take down the guards with such a high-level and dangerous character in play felt overly ambitious. So I decided to take my time and see what the game had in store next in the series of 4 quests. Still, before taking on the 3rd quest, it would be nice to complete the 2nd one to earn the free skill point I had started this whole thing for. I addressed Sneaky Puss in a calm voice. Khajiit, I completed your assignment, and if you don't pay me as you promised, I'm going to eat your only eye for dinner and wash it down with expensive wine in the company of this tailed beauty, I said, pointing at Misty Yuri. Did I promise you anything? Sneaky Puss grinned mischievously. You must be confused, Wolf Boy. Was he really trying to weasel out of paying me? I wasn't about to let that slide. I bared my teeth menacingly. I'm not interested in the position in the city guard that you offered, because I'm not going to spend my entire life in this small town. But the unusual fighting techniques you've learned during your years of wandering will certainly come in handy. And I swear I'll eat your lying tongue right after I eat your remaining eye if you don't pay as you promised. I couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when Misty had transitioned from the roof to the city gates and stepped into the middle of it, but there she was, the she-wolf, standing behind the Khajiit. Puss, if you made a promise, I strongly advise you keep it, she whispered, her voice sending shivers down my spine. It was neither advice nor a threat. It came from a character who had made a difficult decision and was willing to kill and die if necessary. Despite her composed demeanor, Misty Yuri was ready to fight to the death and had seemingly bid farewell to her own life. The crucial question was which side my tailed acquaintance would choose in this fatal confrontation. All right, Misty, I'll pay this murderer as I promised, the one-eyed Khajiit hissed, pulling a tattered, thin, leather-bound book from his bag. Here, Dog, I hope you can read. And I hope you'll have time to read this before they hang you in the city square. Guards, take Dog to the city jail. The Sinister Reputation 2 of 4 in-game assignment has been completed. 11,250 XP received. They didn't search Dog or confiscate the knife that hung on his belt. But there was nothing I could do. A cutscene began, leaving me as a spectator as the guards led my character through the city streets. Fortunately, I managed to catch a glimpse of the title and properties of the book that the one-eyed Khajiit had given me and that Dog was now carrying in his paws. A Tailed Scoundrel's Adventures in the World of Humans and Orcs, Volume 14 of 27. +1 free skill point after reading the book. I found myself in a small, semi-dark cell measuring 4 by 5 paces in the basement of the city jail. There were no windows, and the only light came from a torch shining through the bars of the door from the hallway. Water was dripping from the ceiling. Hanging on the wall were rusty chains with shackles for particularly violent detainees. The large, shaggy half-wolf jailer had warned me sternly that he would chain me up if I dared to scream or bang on the door. There was no furniture, just damp straw strewn across the floor. Overall, the accommodation was far from 5 stars. However, I wasn't alone. Sitting in the far corner was a small, furry creature that I didn't even notice at first. But Vigi had spotted the cloaked player and informed me of it. Renamed user number 0034500679, Khajiit, level 49 thief. It was a black cat with a torn right ear, barefoot, and clad in rags instead of regular clothing. He sat silently on the straw, cross-legged, studying Dog with his yellow, almond-shaped eyes. It won't open. Don't even try, was the first thing the thief said as I approached the door to check the bars. Are you Russian? I asked, turning to my cellmate as the Khajiit had spoken in Russian. I'm Bashkir, from Neftekamsk. And you? I'm Russian. I recently moved to Moscow from Kyrgyzstan. What are you here for? The black cat merely hissed something under his breath. Fine, I didn't really care. I gathered some cleaner, drier straw and piled it against the opposite wall, taking a seat across from my cellmate. I tried to read the book I had received after completing my last quest, but there wasn't enough light, and I could barely make out the letters.
I've got a candle, but it's the last one. Better to save it for the night. The rats here are huge and fearless.
How long have you been here? I asked. My cellmate confessed that he had spent 2 days trying to find a way out of this inhospitable place.
You can pay the fine and get out, but I have no money. I want to complete the quest and escape. Apparently, there's a way.
In-game assignment received. A sinister reputation, 3 of 4. Class, mandatory. Series. Description: find a way to escape from jail before the execution, which will take place tomorrow at noon. Reward: 10,000 XP, entering the game world with criminal status. Additional assignment 1, get dog's murder charge dropped. Reward: 25,000 XP, removal of criminal status. Additional assignment 2, pay the fine for the murder, 250 gold coins. Reward: 25,000 XP, removal of criminal status. I carefully read the assignments offered by the game. It was unclear whom I could negotiate with in this situation, especially with no one around but the thief. Besides, 250 gold coins was a substantial amount of money, one I simply didn't have and wasn't likely to acquire anytime soon. Unless... I checked the auction tab for the Tusatoithus tentacle I had put up for sale. There were no bids placed, and with less than half an hour left in the auction, it didn't seem like a promising option either. I was really hoping that the stinky, slimy tentacle wouldn't materialize right here in this tiny cell after the auction ended. Otherwise, we'd simply die from the stench. There had to be a way to escape this jail since the game system had issued a quest, hinting that it was possible. Rising from my bed, I began methodically tapping on the stones of the wall, hoping to hear a dull sound indicating the presence of a cavity or a possible crawlway behind it.
Don't bother. I already checked yesterday,
the thief Khajiit told me. Then he added,
I've got a lockpick, but it's my last one. I already broke 4 trying to unlock the door. The chance of success is too low.
Oh yeah? Try to open this one, I said, handing my cellmate the metal box I had discovered in Misty Yuri's cache. The box contains some secret documents from the Steel Crown, a very important organization under the king of the Beastmen. Maybe we can use them to bargain our way out of here. In an instant, the Khajiit's apathy vanished. He jumped up, examined the box, cleared a section of the straw-covered floor, and set down the last nub of a candle. Then he deftly lit the wick with a flint stone on his first attempt and began to pick at the tiny keyhole with his sharp claws and a thin wire with a hook at the end. A minute passed, then another, and then a few more. My initial excitement began to fade. I settled back onto the straw by the wall and started reading my book in the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, there was a click, and though the fragile lockpick broke, the lid opened. Both of us rushed to see what was inside the box. 3 thin sheets of papyrus rolled into tubes, completely blank with no text. A lead pencil, a piece of red sealing wax, a small bronze seal depicting the profile of King Junum VII Huate Pang. That was it. No valuable documents, just tools for sending messages to the Steel Crown spies' headquarters. We both let out a sigh of disappointment. The Khajiit even began to whine about wasting his last lockpick on this useless piece of junk. Wait, maybe not all is lost, I said, trying to reassure my cellmate. We have a seal, sealing wax, and a pencil. We can send a message to Steel Crown headquarters to get us out of jail. All we need to do is write it on a sheet of papyrus and burn it in the candle flame.
And where will this message go?
He asked skeptically. Who the hell knows? I muttered, scratching my shaggy head thoughtfully. most likely to Wolfburg, where the main headquarters of the Steel Crown is located. It's a couple of days' journey from Wolves' Mines. They won't have time to send a messenger and cancel my execution tomorrow unless they use a magic messenger or some other rapid method to relay the order. Then, something happened that completely altered my plans. A player placed a bid just 1 minute before the auction ended, offering 17 gold coins for the Tusatoithus tentacle. Encouraged, I waited for a bidding war for this unusual lot to continue, but, to my dismay, no other bids followed. 17 gold coins jingled pleasantly as they fell into my thin leather pouch. 17 coins wasn't enough to change Dog's fate. Yet, I had already gotten my hopes up and began brainstorming ways to quickly increase that amount from the jail cell. Who was currently leading the newbie contest? I removed my visor and checked the game forum. The Chinese Dragons were still in the lead, boasting an impressive average player level of 75, far ahead of all their competitors. The forum was buzzing with discussions about their successes. They were celebrated as a model team, and millions of viewers closely followed their every move. At that very moment, the team was in the kingdom's capital, seeking an audience with the Huait Pang royal family to receive a unique in-game assignment directly from the ruling dynasty. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. All I needed to do was start a thread on the official Celestial Blades forum with the provocative title, The Inevitable Fall of the Chinese Dragons. In the thread, I boldly claimed that the arrogant dragons would be eliminated from the tournament today, as the organizers would need to ensure a competitive atmosphere rather than allowing one team to dominate, which would ultimately kill spectators' interest in the event. Then I offered to bet 17 gold coins against anyone willing to prove me wrong. The thread immediately sparked interest among forum visitors, and my bet was quickly accepted. Many cunning players saw an opportunity to make easy money by betting against the leader of the underdog team, the Pink Foxes. Within a minute, the odds skyrocketed to a staggering 100-1 before the betting was halted. Nice! I put my visor back on and turned to my cellmate. You want to get out of here? Then grab the pencil and a sheet of papyrus and write this in neat handwriting. Extremely important, Steel Crown agents have learned of an imminent assassination attempt on members of the ruling Huait Pang dynasty. All 9 members of the Chinese Dragons team, currently located in the kingdom's capital, must be destroyed immediately. Did the message fit? Great. Now give me the sheet. There were a few technicalities I needed to address. I heated the seal over a candle flame and pressed it onto a piece of red sealing wax on a thin sheet of papyrus. The seal of the royal service was now affixed. All that remained was to burn the message, which I promptly did. When I explained my actions to the black cat, he hissed in frustration. "Why didn't you tell me, dog? I don't have much money, but I could have found enough silver and copper for a couple of gold coins, and I would have gotten back 100-fold. That could have raised suspicions. It's one thing for a single crazy fool to bet against the favorites, but if multiple people do, that changes everything. But I assure you, by tonight, we'll both be out of this stupid jail. I'll pay for your freedom, brother." The black cat looked at me with wide-eyed wonder before speaking. "Dog, is your team still accepting new players? I'm on my 7th day in the game and still meet the requirements for the newbie contest. My original nickname, well, it was offensive to those of non-traditional orientations, and the admins changed it for me. I'll come up with something decent. Oh, look, Bashkir isn't taken, for example. Most importantly, I'm a skilled thief, even though I'm in jail right now. I got caught stealing from the temple, but it was a setup. The city guard captain offered me a lucrative job. I figured, since he was a Kajitu, he genuinely wanted to help his fellow tribesmen. But he was just trying to advance his career at my expense. He claimed to have solved a high-profile theft from the temple of the Wolf Mother and caught the thief himself. "Was that captain's name Sneaky Puss by any chance?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The Khajiit just nodded silently. At that moment, I realized that fate was handing me a fifth player for the team, a skilled player who had managed to level up to 49 in just 1 week on his own. Moreover, he was a thief by class, which was precisely what the Pink Foxes needed. I couldn't help but smile, knowing that once our message reached Steel Crown headquarters, both Dog and Beshkir would soon surpass our current levels of 53 and 49, significantly boosting the average level of our entire team. Don't steal from your own. Listen to your commander. Don't squirrel away the loot. We split everything fair and square. There are no other restrictions. If you agree to those terms, then you're in, Beshkir. Welcome to the Pink Foxes. Chapter 24. Dog's Gold and an Eerie Howl. I didn't have to wait long. Within just 15 minutes, Dog was showered with a wealth of experience. It seemed that despite the tough and well-coordinated showing the Chinese dragons had put up in the newbie contest, they didn't manage to last even 10 seconds against the elite NPC guards of the Half-Wolf King. Character level 54 reached. Character level 55 reached. New skill available. Character level 56 reached. Character level 60 reached. New skill available. Character level 64 reached. 36 free stat points received. A little over 1 million experience points gained in under 10 seconds. 11 levels at once! I raised my muzzle to the ceiling and howled in triumph. Beside me, Beshkir was rolling around in the straw, squeaking joyfully after skyrocketing to level 62. It was an outstanding contribution to our overall objective, especially since just a few minutes earlier, the rest of the Pink Foxes had completed a quest they accepted from the Mercenary Guild earlier that morning, each gaining 1 level, with Alice gaining a total of 2. So, where did that leave us as a team? I opened the Team Management tab. Dog was at 64, Beshkir at 62, Grim at 55, Phantom at 54, and Alice at 50. The average level of the Pink Foxes had risen to 57. Not bad at all. I then opened the game's forum to check on the current status of the tournament. Our team had moved from a distant 84th place to a more secure 58th, seemingly safe from elimination that day. Even if the Pink Foxes decided to sit tight until tonight, the experience we had gained was enough to keep us in the top 80 and secure our place in the tournament. Excellent. The Chinese dragons had indeed been eliminated, and new threads dedicated to this high-profile gaming event were popping up in the forums by the second. The fall of the previous newbie contest leaders had become the most talked-about news of the day, while the rise of the Pink Foxes had gone largely unnoticed. Curious, I scrolled through the comments in the thread about the Chinese dragons. Players and spectators alike agreed that the newbie team had simply lacked the reputation needed to gain an audience with the king. Their eagerness to meet members of the ruling dynasty had aroused the suspicions of the watchful guards. What started as a verbal altercation quickly escalated into a brawl, and high-level NPC bodyguards destroyed the 9 newbies in mere seconds, sending the entire team back to respawn. The Chinese dragons had no one to blame but themselves and their arrogance. No one had forced them into a perilous meeting with King Junum VII. I grinned, baring my sharp wolf fangs. Eliminating our main competitors while avoiding suspicion? Good job, me! It was then that I reaped the first fruits of my labor. Dog groaned and buckled under the weight of his heavy leather pouch, which cracked and then burst open. No wonder! 1,700 gold coins! With each very large coin weighing just under an ounce, that amounted to nearly 100 pounds of gold. The coins spilled onto the dirty straw. Beshkir jerked toward them, but upon seeing my menacing gaze, the thief froze and retreated further into the corner of the cell, turning his back on the tantalizing gold scattered at his feet. It was high time we called the jailer and expressed our desire to redeem ourselves by paying the fines required by law. But I didn't get the chance. A bright light suddenly struck my eyes, which had grown accustomed to the darkness. It was as if a powerful searchlight pointed at the dim jail cell had flicked on. I quickly turned away, covering my snout with my paw. Still, I managed to catch the sight of a massive, angel-like figure that was attempting to materialize in the cramped space, but struggling because it failed to account for its dimensions, particularly its height and broad shoulders. Heavy stones tumbled down onto me, and a hole opened in the low ceiling of the cell, exposing the upper floor. The angel, clad in snow-white robes, cursed, showcasing his knowledge of English obscenities, and immediately began to shrink. At the same time, Beshkir and I noticed another dark passage in the wall behind the crumbling stones. It looked like an old ventilation duct in the ceiling, previously filled with cement and covered with a thin stone slab. There it was, the path to freedom that the game's algorithms had promised, which Beshkir and I had been searching for in vain. I shot a reproachful glance at the thief. He had assured me earlier that he had tapped on all the cell walls and found no hidden passages. Under my displeased gaze, the black cat tucked his tail and tried to justify the oversight.
"It's too high for me. I couldn't reach the stones."
Okay, forget it. I turned my attention to the game admin, who still seemed undecided about his shape and size. Unimpressed by his current form of a tiny angel, in the next few seconds he cycled through several guises and finally settled on the Rat King, a large, toothy rodent with 3 heads, each adorned with golden crowns. He surveyed the destruction he had caused and offered us an embarrassed smile. All 3 of his rat heads bared their sharp teeth in unison. Then, in tiny voices, they spoke together.
"Oh, well, there's no point in fixing this. You'll be out of here soon anyway. Do you know why I'm here, dog?"
Because of the forum thread where I suggested administrative intervention and the looming demise of the Chinese dragons? The Rat King was clearly taken by surprise. It seemed that the forum moderators and game admins had overlooked this thread among the countless others, and now the representative from the administration was frantically trying to figure out what I was talking about.
"Yes, because of the forum thread, too."
The middle head, with the largest of the 3 golden crowns, finally responded after a 10-second pause.
"It was unethical of you to cover up your in-game strategies by referencing the game's creators, and even more so to profit from it."
Unethical? I feigned surprise. Can you show me the rule that forbids mentioning the game administration and expressing your own thoughts?
"Because of such actions, a rule like that may soon be established,"
the right head began, but the middle head interrupted.
"Let's table the discussion of ethics of in-game actions for later. We can even agree that you were smart enough to use the game's mechanisms for transmitting information between NPCs. Still, Dog of the Forgotten Pack, you can't simply eliminate whoever you want from the tournament like that. Consider this an official warning. There are millions of viewers watching the tournament who represent our potential future players," the Rat King's left head chimed in. I was pretty sure this voice belonged to a female. "The favorites have a lot of fans who idolize them. This kind of idol collapse, when a favorite team appears utterly helpless and is swiftly destroyed, tarnishes viewers' impressions of the game and robs us of many new players. We believe deep down you understand that."
"I do," I replied, nodding my shaggy head. "But at the same time, I think it'd be foolish not to use perfectly legal methods provided by the game to win the tournament. Why should I give my already strong opponents a head start and give up potential experience and loot? I mean..." I paused to meet the black, beady eyes of each of the Rat King's heads, then finished my thought. I agree not to use the 2 scrolls I have left against the other teams in the tournament, but I believe it's only fair that I receive some form of compensation for it. Seeing that there was no immediate objection from the admins, I gathered my courage and continued. Dog has an interesting quest to challenge the rights to the throne. This power struggle would shake up the cities and towns of the Beastmen Kingdom and create a lot of unusual quests for players, significantly boosting interest in the game. So why shouldn't Wolves Mines be the first city to pledge allegiance to the new challenger and rally under my banner? The middle head cleared its throat, possibly suppressing a laugh, before responding in a comically high-pitched voice.
"Dog, I personally like you. You're an ambitious player who's used to thinking big and outside the box, but having an entire city at your disposal seems excessive. The most I can offer is a hint on where to look for Velena the Willful, who unofficially still holds the title of the rightful Wolf Queen. Meeting her will be beneficial to you, allowing you to connect with key NPCs associated with this in-game assignment and grasp the intricacies of a very challenging battle for the throne. Are you interested?
I surely was, and I immediately confirmed as much to the admin.
The fishing village of Untied Bolin. Open your map.
I hastily opened the map and spotted a distant bright dot in the middle of the black territories still unexplored by Dog. 230 miles from Wolves Mines, practically due south. It was very far away, and more importantly, it was not on the way to Yggdrasil, the World Tree, which had originally been my planned destination. I would either have to postpone my meeting with Queen Velena or completely change my plans. I put the map away, intending to negotiate with the game admins for some additional, more useful compensation. But then I froze, my mouth agape. Dog stood in the central square of Wolves Mines, not far from the Mercenary Guild building. Nearby, Bashkir and the other 3 pink foxes looked around in confusion. It seemed our entire team had just been teleported here by the admins. The Sinister Reputation 3 of 4 assignment has been completed. The murder charge against your character has been dropped. Your criminal status has been removed. 112,500 XP received. Character level 65 reached. New skill available. Character level 66 reached. 42 free stat points received. Bashkir jumped for joy nearby. It appeared that the Khajiit had also completed the assignment to get out of jail and had just reached level 63. Moreover, all of Dog's gold coins remained intact. My freedom had been obtained without having to pay the fine. But then, I looked in my bag and even patted my pockets. "Where's my book?" I shouted into the void, certain the admins were still watching me. The book about the adventures of the tailed scoundrel which I had yet to read was nowhere to be found. Instead, I received a new in-game message. New skill available. Well, the option of skipping the book and still getting a skill point worked for me. Besides, this was Dog's 4th unallocated skill point, and I could earn 1 more after completing the assignment at the 5-Road Junction. Unbelievable! Wow! Alice, our big-eared fennec fox, broke the silence, glancing at me and Bashkir. Dog, you've leveled up so quickly this morning. I want to go to jail too! All the pink foxes were eager to hear about our next steps, so, as the team leader, I outlined our immediate plans. First, we'd return the stolen bronze statuette to the Temple of the Wolf Mother, earning bonuses for it. Next, we'd pay a visit to a certain presumptuous one-eyed Khajiit and explain to him how wrong he had been. Bashkir actively supported this part of the plan, even expressing a personal desire to slit his kin's throat. After that, we'd head to the Raccoon Village to accept the quest at Pop Vork's Inn. Our current levels allowed us to tackle this difficult and dangerous assignment. Finally, we would bid farewell to Wolves Mines, having outgrown the local levels and the assignments offered to players, and make our way south to the sea and the Pirate Islands. There, we'd encounter more formidable monsters, more intriguing assignments, and the chance to begin a unique series of quests related to the struggle for the throne available to Dog of the Forgotten Pack. If all went well, our experience points and new levels could potentially allow us to stay in the newbie contest and maybe even win it. None of the pink foxes objected. My proposal received unanimous support. However, before Dog could proceed with any of these plans, I needed to allocate his accumulated stat and skill points. I invested 4 points into intelligence to address the limitations of my item recognition skill. My hope was that these would be the last points I had to allocate to this stat, as Phantom, our elf maiden, had agreed to take on the responsibility of identifying items and finding weaknesses in our opponents. After all, intelligence was a priority stat for her role as an illusionist mage. Next, I directed 13 points into build, bringing this crucial stat for a melee fighter up to 50. Of the remaining 25 points, I chose to allocate 10 to strength and 15 to agility. This boosted Dog's health points to 866, ensuring he wouldn't die from just a couple of hits. My endurance points increased to 310, more than sufficient for both extended runs and fights with most monsters. Now, it was time to address my skill points. I immediately invested 2 points into enhancing Claws, Dog's main attack. I then upgraded Damage Boost to level 3 and Shock to level 2. This meant that with each successive claw attack, my character would increase the damage dealt to enemies by 3%. The chance of dealing additional damage through air magic, as well as the strength of the associated debuff, had also improved. Next, I realized I needed to strengthen my defenses as well. I opted for the Blur specialization for my dodge skill, which would blur Dog's outline for his opponents, making him considerably harder to hit, especially for long-range attackers like archers, dart throwers, and crossbowmen. With my light armor skill finally reaching level 10, I was allowed to choose a specialization, so I selected level 1 armor reinforcement. This increased the durability of my equipment, making it tougher for enemies to destroy and improving my damage absorption. That was it for in-game points. Now it was time to spend the money Dog had accumulated, which was so heavy he could barely move. I started by asking my companions if they needed to borrow any money for equipment. My question was primarily directed at Grimm, who I knew from his long-eared companion had faced financial trouble the day before. To my surprise, my fast-regenerating friend declined the offer, assuring me he had already resolved all his financial issues, settled with the Elf Maiden, and even bought back his rare in-game assistant. Vigi confirmed that the nimble yellow dragon was once again accompanying the troll. Given this, I tried not to pry into my mighty companion's personal affairs or question how he had come by the money. Most likely he had used premium currency, but that was entirely his business. Why not, if he had the means? The thief, on the other hand, was interested in borrowing money and requested 140 gold coins to purchase equipment and new thieving tools, starting with a set of quality lockpicks, enhanced with a magic bonus to ensure the success of his break-ins. Although I had only known the Black Cat for 3 hours, I decided to lend him the money, hoping he wouldn't run off with it. The first shop I stumbled upon was a magic equipment shop, where I began upgrading my winged in-game assistants. Vea's magic runes didn't require any improvement, but Vigi looked rather underwhelming compared to her sister. I swapped out the inexpensive magic firefly rune for a full-blown magic lantern rune that boasted a bright light radius of 10 steps. The new lantern allowed the brightness to be adjusted and could even be turned off when stealth was required, such as when sneaking up on an opponent undetected. This made the 50 gold coin rune drastically more useful than its cheap, dim 3 silver coin version. Next, I replaced the Silent Step rune with its more advanced counterpart, Shadow Warrior, which not only muffled the sound of footsteps, but also suppressed the clanking of weapons, the rustling of clothing, and even the conversations of team members within a 5-step radius. For the final slot, I purchased the incredibly useful Map Maker rune, which unlocked areas visited by the pixie on her master's map, and even had a chance to reveal traps and caches of valuables. Vigi was thrilled. Her sister Vea seemed a bit miffed, though, so I knew I had to appease her by buying her a Snow Queen skin, complete with a fur coat, mittens, and felt boots. Although the winged pixie looked somewhat odd in her new outfit, the important thing was that peace and mutual understanding had been restored between Dog and his 2 winged assistants. For Dog, I bought a new 2-handed sword from a weapon shop to replace the one I had broken in the fight with the half-lion. This sword was long and sharp, featuring a wave-shaped blade designed to inflict the bleeding debuff. It also had a silver coating that allowed it to deal damage to ghostly, incorporeal creatures and double damage to the undead and demons with every strike. The sword was only available to players above level 65 and cost 350 gold coins, but I felt the investment was well worth it. I also bought gloves made from wild black rhino skin, designed with claw slits that increased claw damage by 15%. These rare gloves not only enhanced damage and provided paw protection, but also granted an additional second-level parry skill, which my executioner couldn't otherwise obtain due to his in-game class restrictions. Next on my shopping list was a waterproof dark gray cloak with stealth bonuses, along with high boots featuring spiked toes that offered a +2 to build and a level 1 mountain climber skill. I found a new jacket to replace my tattered one. It was quite simple and lacked magical bonuses, but the weapon shop didn't have any others in stock. I also purchased a pair of high-quality leather pants. With the remaining coins, I bought a flask, a travel bag, food, and a tent. Additionally, from the local map maker NPC, I acquired maps featuring the vast territories south and east of the city of Wolves Mines. I was in the middle of my in-game shopping spree when a strange howling sound suddenly caught my attention. The howling went on, and seemed to be coming from the street. Oddly, the merchant NPC, whose shop dog was in, was completely unfazed by it. What the hell was that? It took me a moment to realize that the unusual sound wasn't actually part of the game. I removed my headphones and heard the doorbell ringing. It appeared that the batteries in the device had died, replacing the usual cheerful chime with an eerie howl, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But more frightening than the eerie howl was the situation itself. It was 5:30 a.m., far too early for Albina to show up here. Guests generally didn't arrive at this hour, and the apartment owner wasn't supposed to be back for another 24 hours. Yet whoever was at the door was ringing the bell incessantly, clearly convinced that someone was home. What if a pipe had burst and I was flooding the neighbors below? That was the first thought that crossed my mind. If that were the case, I would need to open the door before the disgruntled neighbors called the housing authorities to break in. Questions would undoubtedly arise about who I was and what I was doing in this person's apartment, but that seemed like the lesser evil. The alternatives that flashed through my mind were far worse. Killers, the police, though surely they wouldn't have bothered to ring the doorbell. The howling erupted again. Whoever was outside didn't want to leave. I grabbed the gun that used to belong to the blonde hitman, tiptoed to the door, and peered cautiously through the peephole, thinking I was prepared for anything. But yet I was not prepared for what awaited me. Behind the door stood Anita Smirnova, the young redhead from my old job, the niece of the company owner, A0 social status, a representative of the modern elite, alone, at night, in someone else's building in one of the capital's least affluent neighborhoods, wearing a plastic helmet and a motorcycle suit. "Arthur, I know you're in there," she called from the other side of the door. "I came to help you." Her unexpected appearance left me momentarily stunned, and I found myself opening the door, hiding the gun behind my back. Anita pretended not to notice the weapon and blurted out, "You need to leave now, Arthur. Your friend from the Pod Hotel is being questioned at the corporation's office. She's already cracked and given them this address. Our corporate security forces will be here in 15 minutes. They won't think twice about shooting right away. Hurry up and get your stuff. We gotta go. My bike's parked by the entrance." "But where are we gonna go?" I stuttered, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "First, to my place. They're not gonna look for you there. Then we'll go wherever you say," the young woman replied briskly. "We? Together?" "Yep." Anita took off her helmet, revealing a mane of fiery red hair. "I took 2 weeks off work. I'm gonna stick around for now. I need to find the bow of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, that I lost at the Parade of Alliances because of you." This concludes Banned by Mikhail Atamanov, narrated by Brian Wiggins. Copyright 2025 by Mikhail Atamanov. English translation copyright 2025 by Ksenia Akulova. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.